Chapter 151, the largest IPO in history. Here, thunderous applause lasted for a long time. After a long time, Luo Sheng waited for everyone to calm down before they announced again, "We decided to raise $5,681,828,172, which is the natural logarithmic base E. In the top 10, such a huge amount of financing will make Blue Star Technology Group's IPO one of the largest IPOs in history and will." Luo Sheng was preparing to say the next paragraph, but the audience was boiling again, the applause was thunderous, and the shouting was endless. Fortunately, the dining room is well ventilated and air-conditioned. Otherwise, more than 6,000 people are crowded in this crowded hall. In such an excited situation, there may be some people who lack oxygen. Why is everyone so excited? The most immediate benefit is that even those who just joined can get a bonus after the IPO, let alone the early team and those who have already placed shares. The people who currently have Blue Star Technology rights and options are undoubtedly the most excited group of members. For them, getting rich overnight is no longer an illusion. How can they not be excited? How can you not be so excited to find the North? Next, the hall was gradually quiet, but the inspiring words that Luo Sheng had wanted to say were forgotten. He simply was too lazy to reorganize the language and immediately moved to the next topic. Come to the CFO of Blue Star Technology Group, Miss Irene, the Director of the Global Accounting Department and the President of the Accounting Management Department, came to announce the latest annual revenue report of the group company, as well as the overall financial situation and market size for the whole year of 2005. Just now Luo Sheng has finished speaking. The staff of the audience once again gave warm applause. The public announcement here means that it will not be kept secret and will be spread to the outside world soon. Thousands of eyes watched the young and beautiful beauty finance officer holding a folder and went to the temporary non-stop podium. She was dressed in black and white whole dress and had a ponytail. Erin was smaller than Luo Sheng, but from since 2003, she dropped out of school and joined Blue Star Technology as one of the 5 initial team members. Since then, she has proved to the company that she can fulfill her responsibilities. Irene, who is always cheerful and generous, was not afraid of being noticed by the public. At this moment, there was naturally no timidity. After the venue was quiet, her voice came. Blue Star Technology Group successfully completed the spin-off and reorganization in early January 2006. The market size of the 10 wholly-owned subsidiaries of the 6 major business segments of the group company, as of January 2006, is as follows. Blue Space has accumulated 172 million global users with over 75 million active users. The international version of Blue Space has accumulated 268 million global users and 149 million active users. Reddit has accumulated 279 million global users and 135 million active users. Blue Star Music has accumulated 138 million global users and 68 million active users. The international version of Music Space has 89 million global users, and cumulative sales have exceeded 150 million singles. Blue Star Video has accumulated 125 million global users and 58 million active users. The international version of Blue Star Video has 147 million global users and 82 million active users. Yanj Search continued to strengthen its market share in Greater China and has now exceeded 25% for the first time. Weibo has accumulated 87 million global users and 46 million active users. The international version of Microblog has accumulated 58.5 million global users and 30 million active users. After Irene announced these statistics, the audience once again clearly expressed warm applause. I am afraid that no one is not excited. The major business segments of Blue Star Technology Group can say without exaggeration that it is a rhythm of full bloom. A word from Erin undoubtedly revealed the horror of the group company, that is, the 6 main business sectors, which means that Blue Star Technology Group has no sideline. I am the main business. I just want to say the sideline business, Then there is only Reddit. This big business sector for the Blue Star Technology Group, so far cannot find a very good way to cash. Because of its anonymity, it is impossible to push ads as accurately as BlueSpace. Advertisers prefer to place ads on BlueSpace and have a lack of interest in Reddit, even though this site has the highest traffic. Reddit is facing the same troubles as QQ, that is, the realization of difficulties, and the trouble is not only reflected in the difficulty of making money. The greater trouble is that it is reduced to a virtual position of the naval forces in various countries, which is commonly known as the national-level naval forces. Zhang Bowen, the company's senior executive, once asked Luo Sheng if he could sell this website. His worry is not unreasonable, because the owner of this website is a Chinese. It is easy to be troubled and tired of dealing with various investigations. Additional expenditure on operating costs. However, Luo Sheng still did not approve. The special identity of the owner is there, then stick to one, do not do evil, and forbid some anti-human problems on Reddit. Nothing else. Wall Street will push the balance behind in trouble, but the premise is that you can't be pinched by the pigtails. Wall Street is not a panacea. Although Reddit can't make money, despite the constant trouble, as long as it is a top-ranked website in the world, it must have value and will not be sold. Even if it loses money, it is in the hands of Blue Star Technology Group. Affordable. With the end of the warm applause, Irene opened a new document and continued to announce, according to the annual audited financial report of Blue Star Technology Group, the total revenue of the group company in 2005 was not included in the impact of exchange rate changes. At $3,297 million, about 26.6 billion yuan, total operating expenses were $2.771 billion. Operating profit was $526 million. And net profit was $296 million. Advertising revenue accounts for 87.85% of total revenue. Overseas revenue accounts for 75.8% of total revenue. BlueSpace's revenue accounts for 88.93% of total revenue. Currently, the group company have free cash flow of $865 million. Aileen first summarized the 2005 annual performance of Blue Star Technology Group, and then was preparing to report the details, but the cheers of the meeting again boiled off what she was about to say next. The company's employees were extremely excited when they heard this performance report. I am afraid that when the news spreads, Wall Street will be more excited when it hears it. If the investors of Blue Star Technology Group know, I estimate even more. Finally, after the venue was quiet again, Erin began to continue the performance report. At 12:40, Erin completed the report of the annual performance report, and Luo Sheng once again stepped on the temporarily arranged speaking platform www.intelnovel.com announced, from the end of this month, we will conduct a 3-month period. The global roadshow before the listing around the week, when Blue Star Technology Group will be listed on Nasdaq. We decided to go together with the company's initial team and the employee number 10,852 I just mentioned to complete the listing of Blue Star Technology Group. The ringing plan. As soon as this remark came out, the applause thundered again. Luo Sheng's move undoubtedly greatly enhanced the company's centripetal force. The initial team represented the affirmation of the employees who have worked hard in the past and invited the employee number 10,852 to represent the future. Tell everyone that every member of Blue Star Technology Group is not a place to fight for qualifications here. After the announcement of the official listing of Blue Star Technology Group by Luo Sheng team, the outside world soon got the same news, and the news here spread throughout the world through the network in less than 2 hours. Ps. 13th more. Ask for tickets, monthly tickets, monthly tickets, monthly tickets, fall out of the top 10. Questions about the emotional drama in this book will gradually marginalize in the plot, so the 2 heroines are locked, because they have already appeared early, and they can only be filled with tears. And the subsequent plots will not be added to the new female lead. Even these 2 women do not have much emotional description, As for the occasional Western food should not be too much the protagonist's value and status are placed over there. HTTPS. The genius remembers the site address for 1 second, mobile website reading URL. Chapter 152 American Securities Regulatory Commission website was crowded thanks Xiaoyi 6066 as the content of Blue Star Technology's dining room conference spread to the outside world. The following day, CNN, The New York Times, Empire Magazine, Silicon Valley Magazine, and The Wall Street Journal, and other international mainstream media in North America competed for coverage. Wall Street is boiling. This is the first time that the outside world has learned that Blue Star Technology Group has kept the overall financial situation and market size for a whole year of 2005, especially the market size. The domestic media also reported on the front page, and the industry was shocked by the market size of Blue Star Technology Group. The data disclosed this time will probably make anyone in the internet industry at home and abroad enthusiastically, and Silicon Valley is no exception. Luo Washing and Blue Star Technology Group have become the focus of domestic and foreign media, whether in the business sector or the scientific and technological circles. His presence and influence are expanding at an alarming rate. Since the company was founded in February 2003, and now in February 2006, it took only 3 years from the grassroots to the current scale of tens of billions of dollars. This is a business myth that is almost impossible to copy. There is no second comparable startup company at home and abroad. Blue Star Technology Group has thus established itself as the leading internet company in the country, and has become a world-class internet company such as Google and Yahoo. The company exists side by side. Blue Star Technology Group's 2005 annual report performance once again exceeded Wall Street analysts' 10.7% data, which undoubtedly inspired the entire market, with annual revenue of $3.297 billion and net profit of $296 million. What is this concept? Data comparison is the most intuitive manifestation. Now Wall Street and Silicon Valley like to compare Blue Star Technology with Google. Compared with the data of Google when it went public in 2004. Its revenue was $3.19 billion and its net profit was $399 million. Although Blue Star Technology Group's net profit is $103 million lower than Google, its total revenue is $107 million higher than Google. This is the key. For a growing company, revenue data is the most core sector, and it also represents how influential a company is. Therefore, the ranking of the world's top 500 companies is based on revenue, not profit. Although the net profit is lower than that of the year when Google was listed, no one would think that Blue Star Technology is not as profitable as Google. On the contrary, it is far beyond Google. Because of the 6 major business segments of Blue Star Technology, currently only Blue Space is starting to realize cash, while the other 5 major business segments, let alone make money, as long as they do not lose money, they can balance their expenses and their profits will be immediately skyrocketing. This is the terror of Blue Star Technology. I was also the case where Luo Sheng dared to split the financing once into 3 times, and the first financing raised the confidence of $5.6 billion. Today, no one will question the potential of this internet giant, whether it is future development potential or business potential. For the market now, I just think about one thing. That is how to participate in this IPO. Blue Star's initial public offering is definitely a feast for the capital world, which is better than Google's IPO. Europe, Blue Star Technology Group Europe. The head of an operating department of the company came to the office area, and he found employee number 10,852. This employee is a man who is nearly 27 years old. He has just joined Blue Star Technology Group and is currently a P4 engineer of the company. Congratulations, Walker? Walker saw his envious boss smile a little inexplicably. What the is congratulations for no reason. Seeing his appearance, The boss immediately explained. "Boy, you are really lucky, our company is going to be listed soon, and you are fortunately selected to be one of the members of the tolling list. Prepare yourself and go mysterious tomorrow." The East Country, BTC headquarters. At that time you will participate in the roadshow and bell ringing event along with the ultimate boss of Boo's boss? Walker once again threatened, "This must be a joke. April Fool's Day has long passed." The superior boss did not believe when he saw Walker. He understood that when he just received the news from the headquarters, he couldn't believe it was true. As a result, Walker's boss immediately called him to the office. When he saw the video of the conference that had been circulated, and heard Luo Sheng personally say that the employee 10,852 would participate in ringing the bell, Walker! He never dreamed that this was actually true. He had just joined the company and could participate in the bell listing event of one of the largest IPO actions in history. This is definitely a great moment. You should believe now. Walker nodded his head in the circle. My God! Don't be stupid. Go and get ready, kid. Seeing Walker walking out of the office, his head boss was also impressed. He acknowledged that he was a bit envious, but he was lucky. Probably because he was favored by the goddess of luck. Participating in one of the largest IPOs in history, it will definitely be popular overnight and will be reported by media around the world. The next day, Walker flew to the parent company's headquarters. There is no doubt that from late February this year to March or even March, it may be the highlight moment belonging to Blue Star Technology Group, and it is the highlight moment of Luo Sheng. No one can steal this limelight. With the announcement of the dining room conference, a dozen of the world's most famous top investment banks, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Credit Suisse, First Boston, Merrill Lynch, Goldman Sachs, Citigroup, etc. The largest investment banks have set off, and officially participated in the listing of Blue Star Technology Group. www.metalnovel.com. The entire market is heating up. The entire Wall Street and the majority of small and medium investors are excited. This epic feast officially enters the countdown period in the last month. On February 19th, the website of the North American Securities Regulatory Commission went down and crashed again because of excessive load, because there were too many people downloading and reading Blue Star Technology Group's listing documents. The reason why it was again was that in 2004, during the time of Google's listing, the North American Securities Regulatory Commission's website went down because of the same situation. Since then, the website has undergone a major upgrade. I just didn't expect that after a lapse of more than a year, I was facing a crash, and it was more than 2 hours more than the last time when Google went offline. This can be miserable by investors. From this point, it can also be seen that the influence and market enthusiasm of the Blue Star Technology Group's initial public offering IPO has greatly surpassed the grand IPO of Google in 2004. When Google went public that year, it was also a feast of capital, and this year's Blue Star Technology Group has gone beyond that. For monthly tickets for subscription, https. The genius remembers the site address for 1 second. Mobile website reading URL, Chapter 153. On February 26, 2006, Walker had arrived from the European branch to the parent company 3 days ago. Today, Luo Sheng, the founder of Blue Star Technology Group, brings more than half of the company's core management team and initial team, arrived in New York by special plane. This is CNN. Welcome back. Blue Star Technology Group BTC is fighting for the IPO. The latest news from Bloomberg News. Blue Star Technology Group has started to attack the IPO. If we look at the valuation of Blue Star Technology Group, this will be the largest IPO in history. Luo Sheng led his team just arrived in the North American continent, and has not yet stepped out of the airport terminal. Major mainstream media news here has begun to report, and a large electronic billboard on Times Square in New York has appeared today. And members of the core management team of Blue Star Technology can be called the Young Enterprise Group. It's all in the spotlight. In late February of this year, Luo Sheng and Blue Star Technology Group have continued to dominate the world's headlines. Compared with last year's Baidu IPO activity, everyone saw what it was called the front line. Industry insiders and domestic netizens are also strong onlookers. Luo Sheng is definitely the ultimate idol of the post-1980s generation. Industry practitioners and countless entrepreneurs are also envious of it. For Luo Sheng, now is undoubtedly the moment of his highlight at the mall. This is the moment that countless entrepreneurs dream of. Blue Star Technology Group's New York office. At this moment, Luo Sheng and his core executive team are gathered in a small room. Some people are standing and some are sitting, but everyone is very excited. Even if they travel long distances, they don't see much now. Tired. Luo Sheng was sitting in one of the rooms. He was quite calm, and smiled calmly. The 12-day global roadshow started on Monday 27th. This is definitely a very difficult and tortured journey. From the first stop in New York start, and end to London. Okay, we have less than 6 hours of rest time before the first roadshow. Everyone has a good rest, so don't doze off in front of the camera. Chad Hurley said, "Boss, everyone is nervous at this time, but more than that, at least my cerebral cortex is too excited to fall asleep." There was a rush of laughter in the room, and Luo Sheng chatted with the core team members for a while, immediately forcing everyone to rest. Wu Qinwaimu, Irene, Xuyong, Yu Jun, Li Miniyun, Feng Yi, Bei Ailang, Lu Siming, Su Yali and other team members all went to the hotel where they had arranged to rest. Time hastily passed and it was another hour, and there were only more than 5 hours left before the first roadshow. In fact, just when everyone got together, it was already over 2 in the morning on February 27th. At dawn, Luo Sheng was woken up by an alarm. Although he wanted to sleep a little longer, he had no time to give him a lazy bed. It's only been more than an hour since the first roadshow. Luo Sheng quickly finished washing. He still didn't wear formal clothes, and still the iconic IT big guy style. Shirt plus jeans plus sneakers have become his mark. The season is very cold right now, so I added a coat. But even if the outside temperature is cold, the enthusiasm in people's hearts is enough to expel all the cold. The special car is already ready. When Luo Sheng leaves the hotel, he leads the campaigners' core team to the first roadshow. About half an hour's drive to reach the destination, Luo Sheng went to the indoor hall of the roadshow and asked a partner of an investment bank next to him, "How many people will come?" "About 900 people, maybe more than 1,000 people." After a few minutes, everyone entered the venue, and there were only 20 minutes left before the roadshow officially began. Qinwaimu said to everyone, "I will quickly and briefly say that the management will arrange the position in the first row. There will be the Blue Star Technology Group logo. Brady will come to the stage to give a brief introduction to the roadshow activities. After that Mr. Luo will be introduced." Wu Qinwaimu continued to add, "At that time, you can applaud and keep smiling, looking at the camera in front of you." Everyone nodded one after another. Everyone was the first time, no experience. Fortunately, there are professionals such as Qinwaimu among the team members. Although she has not hosted an IPO or something, she is actually aware of the entire process. A few minutes passed, and a lot of investors started to walk into the roadshow venue. Luo Sheng met Paul Watson, an old acquaintance of Goldman Sachs Capital. He represented Goldman Sachs at the last shareholder meeting. "Mr. Luo, I have been waiting too long for this day. Congratulations in advance on the success of the first roadshow," Paul Watson said with a smile. He shook politely in front of Luo Sheng. "Yes, waiting too long. Blue Star Technology will not let investors' money float," Luo Sheng said with a smile. "It should be, haha, then I will sit aside first. Please." Unfamiliar investors appeared one after another. The final confirmation result was that there were 1,059 people, more than 90% of them were European and American investors, large and small investors. Finally, the first roadshow in New York officially started. On the podium on the side, a bald middle-aged man in a suit and leather formal wear and glasses said, "Good morning, I am Brady. head of Morgan Stanley's Global Capital Markets Division. I am very honored to start Blue Star Technology Group. The first roadshow of the IPO. Citibank, Credit Suisse Bank, Deutsche Bank, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan Chase, Morgan Stanley and other brokerage investment banks attended the meeting. There is no doubt that Blue Star Technology Group has been the most experienced in our career. Exciting company. Brady briefly introduced the event, and finally spoke solemnly again. The following is Mr. Luo Sheng, the founder and chairman and CEO of Blue Star Technology Group. As the words fell, the audience gave warm applause. Luo Sheng, who was sitting in the first row under the logo of Blue Star Technology Group, stood up with a smile, and then turned back to pay attention to more than 1,000 investors in the audience, and then he walked to the stage. At the same time, Brady saw Luo Sheng coming, and the two sides shook hands politely and handed over the podium. The whole audience focused on Luo Sheng alone, and the applause ended, but there were still some small exchanges of discussion, and many investors were listening. They are still shocked by Luo Sheng's youth. An investor sitting next to Paul Watson suddenly whispered to him, "Mr. Paul, once Blue Star Technology Group successfully IPO, Mr. Luo Sheng will become the youngest CEO of Fortune 1000 companies. I think most investors will be like me. The focus will be on whether Mr. Luo Sheng is mature. Can he really take charge of a big IT giant?" Not everyone knows Luo Sheng and Blue Star Technology Group very well, especially the large, medium and small investors who want to participate in the subscription. I'm afraid it's a topic that he and the Blue Star Technology Group have been talking about. Generally, the advantages of young leaders are considered to be creative and understand the latest technology. With these qualities, the head of the Blue Star Technology Group, there is no doubt about it, Paul Watson said calmly. It seems that young people are generally lacking in meticulous decision-making and experience in dealing with difficult situations. That investor agreed. But Paul Watson suddenly turned his head. Is this really the case? Not so. There are always exceptions. The investor said curiously. Oh, Paul Watson lamented that he already knew some of the content, but he signed a confidentiality agreement, so he could not reveal it to the outside. If the questionable investor knew the three major issues of the original shareholders meeting, he would not think so. The investor immediately said, Silicon Valley favors young people, which helps explain the recent poor reporting in the venture capital industry. We have annual sales of more than $500 million www.intelnovel.com and employees. A technology and engineering company with more than 5 people conducted research and concluded that the average age of founders of successful companies is 39. And the number of companies with founders over 50 is the number of companies with founders under 25. 2 times. The data shows that experience is more important than young, and age provides a clear advantage. As for Blue Star Technology and Mr. Luo Sheng, he did not go on, because founders under 20 years old have almost no data reference. Paul Watson actually wanted to agree with him. The facts that can be experienced and the current level of performance of Blue Star Technology forced him to change this idea. At least, Luo Sheng couldn't treat it with common sense. He laughed. There is always a survivor bias, and Mr. Luo Sheng has proven that at least with him, age is not important. What is important is technology, enthusiasm, strong curiosity, and ultra-high IQ levels. Speaking of this, Paul Watson also ended his whispering private conversation with the other party, and turned to look at the young man standing on the podium. That made Wall Street boil. Because Luo Sheng has taken the stage from Brady. Please, I'll send it on the 15th today. Please ask for monthly tickets and various requests. I hope everyone remembers to come to the starting point of the Chinese website to subscribe. In addition, don't consume Strong Brothers. HTTPS. The genius remembers the site address for 1 second, mobile website reading URL, Chapter 154. The interior hall of the first roadshow was quiet. Everyone has stopped discussing and focused on the young people on the podium. Luo Washing, with a slight smile on his face, calmly sounded throughout the audience. Good morning everyone, my name is Luo Sheng, the founder, Chairman and CEO of Blue Star Technology Group. Back in the 1027th day of the past, the two founders had an unrealistic dream in a school dormitory. This dream is to hope to change the world. Xu Yong, who is sitting in the first row of management, is now very mature, but still excited. Luo Sheng's opening remarks instantly reminded him of his previous memories. In the bedroom that day, he never talked about it. At that time, he never thought that after 1027 days, he would be able to sit here and participate in a listing roadshow that may be the largest IPO in history. Luo Washing once again showed the world his talent for talking and speaking. We didn't start Blue Star Technology Group to create a business empire or even to become a company. It was born to fulfill a social mission, to make our world more open and our world more connected. This time we are not here to raise money, but to find someone who recognizes our mission and supports us. For investors, to understand what this mission means to us, how we make decisions, and why we are doing what we do now, we think this is a very critical and extremely important thing. We are encouraged that technology has changed the way people communicate and consume information. Our team often talks internally about inventions such as print media and television. By improving communication efficiency, they have initiated profound changes in many key areas of society. Many people can make their own voices, encourage progress, and change the way organizations are organized so that we are more closely connected. At the moment, our society has reached a new inflection point. The time we are in is an era in which most people can use the internet and mobile phones. The internet and mobile phones share thinking, feelings, and many behaviors. Basic tools. Blue Star Technology provides such a sharing platform that gives people the power to share. Our business and mission are to enable everyone in the world to be closely connected, to be able to make their own voices, and to promote the future transformation of our society. This is an urgent need and a huge opportunity. Humanity needs to build. The scale of technology and infrastructure is unprecedented, and we believe that this is the most important issue worthy of attention. As Luo Sheng finished his speech, the audience gave a warm applause, which made a lot of investors look at him, and also made some people who didn't know him know more. Regarding the ability to talk about one and who things, Luo Sheng still maintained the peak state. The first roadshow in New York was very successful. The following time, Luo Sheng and his team were able to carry out roadshow activities around the world, and it was also his journey of speaking around the world. On February 28, 2006, in Boston, 11 days before the listing, more than 300 investors attended this roadshow. We run a business that has never been done in the world and in history. This is a powerful virtual ecosystem. We want to strengthen the connection between people. While our mission is broad, we will take the first step from the connection between two people. Interpersonal relationships are the basic building blocks of society. The only way. Blue Star Technology creates a variety of sharing tools to help people around the world connect, share ideas, and expand people's ability to build and maintain relationships. We want to reshape the way information is disseminated and consumed by helping people connect. We believe that the basic framework of world information should be similar to the social graph. It should be a bottom-up peer-to-peer network, rather than the current top-down monolithic structure. As of now, we have helped about 500 million people to establish more than 60 billion connections. Our goal is to accelerate this remodeling process and let people decide for themselves what content to share. This is our basic strategy to reshape the architecture. March 2, 2006, San Francisco Station Roadshow. 8 days before listing. We are an internet company that happened to be born in China. We hope that we can use our ecosystem to help all humankind. We want to improve the connection between people and businesses and the economic system. We believe that a more open and closely connected world will help create a stronger and stronger world economic system and cultivate more real companies that provide better products and services. In the process, companies have the benefit of being able to provide better products, that is, people-oriented personalized products. We find that those products that are socially designed are more attractive than traditional products. Force, we will have more products on this path. March 3, 2006, Los Angeles Roadshow, 7 days before listing. More than 1,000 days and nights. The missions and values of countless Blue Star Guardian companies, like Lee Min-yoon, like Zhu Yong, like Chad Hurley, like David Sachs, like Yu Jun. People are thinking about the future. These people, we, are more concerned about the future mission. March 4, 2006, Singapore Roadshow, 6 days before listing. Today we want to come here to find a partner. For the past 3 years, we have been working very hard. We are a lucky company. March 7, 2006, London Station Roadshow, 3 days before listing. This is the last stop of Blue Star Technology Group's listing roadshow. Luo Sheng led his entrepreneurial group to disembark in London. They only stayed in the city for 14.5 hours and then had to take off again. I flew around the world in just a dozen days. This kind of running is indeed enough to toss people, but the arrival of the last stop, everyone is still excited. Everyone is a young man. Although it is very tiring and hard to run around, but the years are just good and can withstand the toss. The previous roadshow trip did not feel a little tired. London Station Roadshow scene, the venue hall gathered more than 800 investors. Luo Sheng talked on the podium. Our mission and business are as stated in previous roadshows. We always put our social mission, services under development, and users first. For a listed company, this is an unusual path. Generally speaking, the shareholders of the company should be the #1 priority, so we want to explain why. In the early days of my business, I and my partner Zhu Yong wrote the first version of the Blue Space website in a dormitory. Since then, a large number of talented people have joined our team and integrated their own innovation and code. Blue Space. Most great people put the development of great products and great business first, but they also want to make money. So by building a talent team, build a developer community, innovation workshops, marketing and investor groups. We are not developing services to make money, but to make money to develop better services. We always believe that this puts us on the right path, which is a good way of doing things. By fulfilling our mission and providing excellent service and user experience, we will also bring long-term benefits to shareholders and partners and create maximum value. This will allow us to attract the most outstanding talents and provide the most outstanding service. We wake up every day, and the first priority that comes to mind is not to make much money, but we also know that the best way to achieve this great mission is to build a strong and valuable business. This is also our view on the launch of the IPO. The company is listed to benefit our employees and all investors. We used to provide internal equity incentives and promised in the rights issue that we will do our best to increase the value of the stock and promote the stock circulation. Now, take a look. All the smiles on the faces of the directors and team members are very satisfied, and we have clearly fulfilled our promise. And, as Blue Star Technology Group is about to become a listed company, we will make similar commitments to all new investors and make equal efforts. www.intelnovel.com. Thank you all. At the end of the day, with the end of Luo Sheng's speech, the crowd at the meeting immediately gave a warm palm, and the people present stood up one by one, and the applause continued. 20 minutes later, the London Roadshow ended as scheduled, and Blue Star's global road trip ended successfully with the end of the last stop in London. After the roadshow in London, the local mainstream media wanted an interview with Luo Sheng, but he declined because there is no time. At the end of the last roadshow, Liu Sheng and his team did not stop for a moment. After half an hour, all members rushed to the airport to board and take off. The special plane has been waiting for a long time. The plane took off from London International Airport, across the Atlantic Ocean, and the destination was the starting point of this global roadshow, New York. At this point, Blue Star Technology Group's listing roadshow ended perfectly. And then came the moment of feast. Peas. When I write the roadshow story here, I will automatically play the video clip of Mr. Ali's 2014 New York Stock Exchange IPO, with a full score of O_0 haha, you can come to Kunlikangan. There is a video link, group number 629,693,065. https. The genius remembers the site address for 1 second. Mobile website reading URL, Chapter 155. Everyone remember to pay more monthly tickets, and monthly tickets have also been changed. Later, I will first clear out the updates owed by rewards, and then I will be exploded. Monthly tickets. In the past 10 days, Liu Sheng and his team members have crossed the 3 continents of Asia, the United States, and Europe. The journey can be made around the Earth several times. Almost half of the time, they fly in the sky, 1 city per day. At this moment, fly to a special plane in New York. I think everyone is very excited. The management has shown a good style in this roadshow tour of the listing. It has done an excellent job in this World Global Roadshow. Investors all over the world have seen that this is a young and visionary management team. Liu Sheng said to everyone with a smile, everyone is really excited now, because the last moment has entered the countdown. Blue Star Technology Group's IPO is imminent. Aileen Xiaoying said, this global roadshow. After data auditing statistics, we received more than 2,800 investment institutions, more than $120 billion of active subscription. Everyone was surprised when they heard it. That is to say, Blue Star Technology decided to raise $5.6 billion in financing this time, even more than 21 times its capital was fiercely competing. Even though the company was known to be good before the roadshow, it far exceeded everyone's expectations. Some companies' IPO roadshows are almost unheeded. The roadshow of Blue Star Technology Group was obviously popular and it didn't worry about selling. Of this $120 billion of capital, it means that $114.1 billion of capital will not be able to get this subscription and will accompany it. The competition can be said to be quite fierce. Management undoubtedly once again admired Liu Sheng's vision. It was he who initially decided to use the bidding method for IPO financing and split it into 3 financings. In this way, it can achieve financing purposes and reduce equity dilution as much as possible. Such an enthusiastic subscription grand event, in addition to Blue Star Technology Group's extremely promising prospects, this roadshow also played a very important role. Liu Sheng's speeches this time will undoubtedly make more investors interested in Blue Star Technology Group. The investors who were originally concerned are more determined. I have no one. Liu Sheng's blueprint for everyone is too attractive. Although it seems to be drawing a big cake, the problem is that based on the current performance of Blue Star Technology Group, there is a high probability that Liu Sheng will draw the pie became a real pie. Therefore, there is no shortage of investment institutions to pay for them, and they are all in demand. The special plane landed steadily at the New York International Airport. Liu Sheng and his core team have been running continuously for more than 10 days, and can have a full day of rest 2 days before the listing transaction. 24 hours passed in a flash. On the next day, March 9th, Liu Sheng came to Manhattan Island, accompanied by Qin Weimu, Irene, Xuyong, Zhang Bowen and other core management personnel. At around 10 o'clock on the same day, Liu Sheng and others entered the conference room of a luxurious building on Manhattan Island. At this moment, the major securities underwriters have arrived. The meeting room is medium in size. At present, dozens of people are gathered, mostly in suits, leather suits and ties, and ladies are all dresses. The people sitting in this room are basically top-tier capital institutions on Wall Street. These are all big names on Wall Street and in the capital investment world. In addition, Xu Chenghua, who represented Teng Xun and the second largest shareholder of Blue Star Technology Group, was also present, as was the representative of Huijin Securities. Mr. Luo Sheng, everyone, please sit here. A formal dressed staff member, Luo Sheng, and others entered the meeting room and greeted him immediately. He made a polite gesture to guide everyone to the seat. Luo Sheng and others also each took their seats. At this time, Henry Paulson, the head of Goldman Sachs Group, said immediately, "I represent the joint underwriter, Mr. Luo, and there are less than 30 hours left before the listing transaction time. The pricing per share should be announced. It's time to come out." No doubt, Goldman Sachs Capital has been one of the high-profile VCs since its investment in Blue Star Technology Group. Luo Sheng laughed. "Of course, after our internal discussions, we decided to subscribe for Blue Star's stock price at a minimum of $37 per share and a maximum of $47, and the maximum investment amount of a single investment institution is $500 million. As soon as everyone heard it, no one answered immediately, but thought in their hearts. The upper and lower limit per share set by Luo Sheng means that a theoretical amount of $500 million can subscribe for a maximum of 13.5 million shares and a minimum of 10.63 million shares or even less. New shares are issued at auction, and subscribers can purchase at a price that they can accept. After a while, Sun Zhengyai, who was present, immediately said, "SoftBank invested $500 million and subscribed for $47 per share." As soon as this remark came out, the heads of the investment agency representatives in the audience made a mistake, and after reacting, the major securities investment banks suddenly rolled their eyes. "What is drunk? I'm really drunk now. This is direct, with a minimum price of $37 per share. He is better," and directly raised the price to $47. When you come across this kind of thing, it will blindly raise the stock price. How can you bear it? How is this fun? Lao Sun does not beep with you. SoftBank first eats his share and then talks. Next, other investment institutions are also bidding. Subscribe for $500 million at $41 per share. Subscribe for $500 million for $44 per share. Subscribe for $500 million at $45 per share. The major investment institutions have made a blush and a thick neck, and, joking, this kind of potential stocks are innocent. Although underwriters and investment institutions are unhappy with Luo Sheng's bidding financing routine. But 1 yard is 1 yard. Even bidding financing still frantically fought. The capital institutions present, and individual investment institutions all raised the investment amount to a maximum of $500 million. Luo Sheng will never doubt that if he releases the maximum investment amount of a single investment institution to reach $1 billion, he will be raised to the highest level. I have no one. The original stocks of Blue Star Technology Group, how much you dare to buy now? They dare to eat as much as you like. One thing that can be confirmed for this IPO is that Luo Sheng hopes to raise $5.6 billion, and the only uncertainty is how much equity can be reduced by raising $5.6 billion. Now it can be said that it is a stage of division within the primary market, but it is still a situation where there are too many monks and less meat. If you can't get low prices, you can't get them. Ultimately, the price per share is $47. The major underwriters are helpless. If I knew this, it would be better to directly determine the issue price at $47. Everyone scolded Sun Zhengyai in his heart. If he didn't raise the stock price when he came up, he would definitely be able to eat more shares. However, there is a big difference for Luo Sheng. He determined that the issue price and the subscribers' own bids are completely two concepts. It is worth mentioning that the final issue price was determined to be $47 per share because this price can meet the maximum transaction volume of all purchasers. So US $47 became the final issue price. All subscriptions above and equal to US $47 can subscribe for new shares, while subscriptions below US $47 cannot subscribe for one share. The higher the price, the better. The Blue Star Technology Group IPO has over 2,800 institutional account subscriptions. www.mentalnovel.com. The subscription amount exceeds $120 billion, which is 21 times oversubscription. The specific placement is the leading role of the underwriter. The final placement situation is that the shares allocated to the top 30 large institutional customers account for 50% of the placing shares. At the same time, a strong contrast is that 80% of the subscription accounts are zero get matched. That is to say, in this time more than 2,800 institutional accounts expressed subscriptions, but in the end there were 2,240 institutional accounts directly escorted, and no one was found in the primary market. This led to the obvious 2-8 phenomenon. I was very angry. But there is no way. The stock of Blue Star Technology Group is now the rhythm of investment institutions all over the world. Of the 560 subscription accounts allocated, 30 large institutions were allocated 50%. And the remaining 50% were divided by another 530 small and medium institutions. Obviously, there is not much ratio of individual institutions, not to mention this is not even. By the way, the eighth phenomenon here is also obvious. Generally speaking, in order to consider the stability of stock prices, in the US market IPO, investment banks and listed companies will give priority to meeting the needs of some long-term investment funds, and they will also take care of old customers, so the 8 and 8th phenomenon is bound to result eye-catching. HTTPS. The genius remembers the site address for 1 second, mobile website reading URL. Chapter 156. Several underwriters of the Goldman Sachs Group are already earning money. Most of the shares allocated this time are North American large private investment management companies or investment banking institutions such as Fidelity, BlackRock, Blackstone, Wellington, T. Rowe, Putnam, and the distribution of domestic institutions. This point has to be said that if Blue Star Technology Group is not a domestic company, not Luo Sheng, the domestic institutions will probably be a full escort. Wall Street is also very savvy. To be exact, Goldman Sachs Capital, as one of the Blue Star Technologies listed underwriters, has given many domestic institutions a total of $475 million in quotas. Among them, Huijin Securities was allocated US $215 million, ranking first among domestic institutions. And Huijin Securities itself is the major shareholder of Blue Star Technology Group, currently holding 3.32% of shares. Huixia Fund received a quota of $30 million. Huixia Life Insurance received a quota of $135 million. And the remaining $95 million was funded by more than 50 non-insurers. These institutions were divided up, with an average of $1.8 million allocated to each institution. Around 1922 in the evening, the primary market divide-up conference of this feast was finally over. At this moment, Luo Sheng and his team, as well as investment banking VCs such as Goldman Sachs, SoftBank, Morgan Stanley, and other VCs gathered together and sat together at a very long dining table. During the dinner, this table seats a total of 34 people. Again, we did not come to New York to raise money, but to find partners who recognize our cause. Luo Sheng, sitting at table C, smiled and spoke to a group of foreigners in fluent English. Communicate with. It is worth mentioning that during the day, everyone blushes and has a thick neck when grabbing stocks. In order to get more shares, they even get angry, and the scene of scolding and grinning has happened several times. But after the benefits have been distributed and the tone has been completely set, the last moment is like the two sides of the enemy. At this moment, the wine has been celebrated. This is the business field. This is Wall Street. Without eternal friends, What is constant is just interest. It should be so. Goldman Sachs' Henry Paulson toasted with a mild smile. But tonight at this dinner, everyone here is a winner. There is no one loser. The only difference is a big win or a small win, so why what about a drink? Speaking of which, Henry Paulson, who headed Goldman Sachs, was leaving soon. He settled in the White House and became the head of the old US Treasury. Totally agree. Go. Everyone raised their glasses and talked and laughed. Almost all the predators on Wall Street did not brag about Liu Sheng. Most of the topics revolved around him chatting. At this moment, the countdown to the listed trading time has entered within 20 hours. Today, from 10 a.m. to 1900 hours, Liu Sheng, his management team, and Goldman Sachs and other underwriters spent a full 9 hours to screen 2,800 subscription accounts. Basically choose large long-term funds, or those institutions or management funds that have dealt with Blue Star Technology for a long time. Most of the retail investors' funds were basically eliminated. At this point, Liu Sheng could only suggest that he could not interfere too much with the choice of the underwriters, but his words were still important. So he won nearly $500 million for some domestic institutions. Compared with other institutional investors, the insurance companies are more allocated domestically. In summary, the Blue Star Technology Group's new share placement was mainly given to North American super large public funds, and many domestic funds were not eligible for the lottery. This is not to blame Liu Sheng. He has given a chance, and it is a huge opportunity. In the early days of the company, when he was seeking angel round financing, he was looking for domestic investors first. Unfortunately, none of them liked it. Fortunately, Teng Sun entered the market in time during the angel round financing phase. Liu Sheng has no obligation to find ways to seek benefits for domestic investment institutions. What is the reason? Even if this is done, it will not bring much benefit to Blue Star Technology Group. Instead, he chooses to share the company's residual value with Wall Street. It is supported by the global market. You know, more than 75% of Blue Star's revenue now comes from overseas. It is important to tie Wall Street to the chariots of Blue Star Technology Group, which will provide strong support for the group's global business. However, domestic investors have still been assigned some qualifications, mainly related clients, and the number of shares allocated to the relevant asset management business offered by several public fund subsidiary companies and their third-party financial institutions is 0. If you want to hold the shares of Blue Star Technology Group, then wait for the opening tomorrow and go to the secondary market for trading, but relatively speaking, it is definitely not cost-effective. The dinner was over. Liu Sheng and his team members also went to the hotel already arranged to rest. The countdown to the last 11 hours of the listing transaction time had entered. For the team members of Blue Star Technology, this night is destined to be a sleepless night, and everyone is extremely excited. The next minute passed very slowly. Everyone was nervous, but they were looking forward to it. Following Liu Sheng's core team members who came to New York, everyone was a shareholder of Blue Star Technology Group. Different levels of rights issues. For them this night, I think the most is to calculate their own worth. Blue Star's initial team members, Su Yali, Bai Lang, Feng Yi, Lu Siming and others, never thought that they would become rich one day and one night. The time finally came to March 10, 2006. Today, almost the eyes of the whole world have focused on Wall Street and Blue Star Technology's IPO. It is no exaggeration to say that the entire Wall Street is boiling, and the eyes of the industry have gathered. At the same time, due to the effects of jet lag, the country has entered the evening, but there are not many reports about the IPO of Blue Star Technology Group. The Yang Yangshi Financial News Channel has opened a special live broadcast room to cover the whole process. For China, this is the first private company to have such a huge sensation in its IPO in the United States. Blue Star Technology Group also chose to take the next day vacation on this special day. More than 10,000 employees at home and abroad witnessed the largest public offering in history. I can't make it to the employees on site, or watch the live broadcast in the company or at home. Our own online streaming video website, the domestic version of Blue Star Video and the international version of Blue Star Video have opened special live reports for employees to watch the webcast. Many employees watched the listing process with a great sense of ritual at this moment. Obviously, it is extremely proud of the employees of most companies, because they participated in and contributed to this company. This is true even for ordinary grassroots employees. Although they only receive wages and fail to qualify for the rights issue, the company definitely treats them well. As long as they contribute a certain amount of value, they will definitely get corresponding returns and will never let an employee pays for nothing and does not get a return that matches this. In this IPO, they also have a certain extra bonus package, which can be regarded as a red envelope. March 10th, around 6 o'clock in the morning, Liu Washing and the team members arrived in Manhattan Island again. As Blue Star Technology Group officially listed for trading today, the whole of New York has long been awake, and the excitement seems to spread throughout the Manhattan area. At this moment, Liu Sheng's team arrived at Times Square. The electronic giant screens outside the major buildings here were rolling to broadcast the news about Blue Star Technology Group's IPO. Of course, the group photo of the entrepreneurial group was also rotated. Or introduce Liu Sheng's personal resume, or introduce the growth history of Blue Star Technology, or introduce the relevant details of the IPO and so on. Absolute focus. No one can steal the limelight of Blue Star Technology today. The Nasdaq is here. In fact, it is not far from the NYSE. It is all on Manhattan Island. The Nasdaq is near Times Square Station on Metro Line 3, and Wall Street is on Wall Street Station on Metro Line 3. There are only 6 stops in the middle, which can be reached in less than 20 minutes. But there is a difference. The Nasdaq is in Times Square, and the specific location is 165 Broadway in New York. The NYSE is on Wall Street, specifically at 11 Wall Street. Liu Washing's special car is an extended luxury car. Not only is he sitting in it, but also Qin Weimu, Irene and Xuyong. We are going to ring the bell soon, and we are all nervous. But we want to scream excitedly, Xuyong said excitedly, and several of Beilang's men even agreed and nodded in agreement. www.mentalnovel.com. After hearing the words, Liu Sheng glanced at them and laughed. I think many people are waiting for this day. This is just the beginning, and we will be greeted by a grand feast. Xuyong nodded suddenly. At this time, Liu Sheng watched them and added seriously, no accident. After the group company was listed on the market, you are all billionaires with billions in value, and as a reward, you can get cash directly today. More than 25% chance. In theory, your stock can be fully cashed because Blue Star Technology is 100% controlled by a limited partnership, and you are all LPs. Speaking of this, Liu Sheng paused and continued, but my suggestion is that if it is just for living expenses, a few million or 10,000 is enough, because the company's stock price will be more valuable in the near future. It will be 10 times, 20 times or more, so selling too many shares to cash out now is a blood loss. If you want to invest, holding the shares of Blue Star Technology is the best investment. I heard Liu Sheng's words, and everyone nodded again and again. Now Xuyong and Feng Yi have blindly worshipped Boss Liu, and they have reached the point of blind self-confidence. To some extent, Liu Sheng gave them all, and Liu Sheng made them the highlight moment of today. HTTPS. The genius remembers the site address for 1 second, mobile website reading URL, chapter 157 Glang. Glang. Glang, glang. Blue Star opens. Thanks to the 50,000 reward from the head of the Little Book Fan Emperor, so there are 5 more, begging for a monthly ticket. There are not Big Brothers perfect? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Want more? Finally, Liu Sheng and his team members arrived in Nasdaq, and before they got out of the car, they saw hundreds of reporters frantically snapping shots. Next, bodyguards wearing black suits and sunglasses took the lead in getting off the bus and opened up a clear path forward. These bodyguards have Chinese faces as well as European and American faces, but their employers are Blue Star Technology Group. As soon as the door was opened, all kinds of noisy sounds suddenly came. There were about 400 reporters from major media organizations around, and they yelled and snapped wildly. However, Luo Sheng and his team members are smiling and calm. Luo Sheng is the most natural, and young teams such as Xuyong are okay, because they have rehearsed in the mirror before coming. But the big scenes in front of them still make their hearts more and more excited. The pinnacle of life is more like this. I was part of it all, and ringing the bell would be very exciting and take a lot of time. The exact person responsible for ringing the bell this time was Su Yali, a member of Blue Star Technology's initial team. In addition to her members, besides her, there were Xuyong, Irene, Bai Ailang, Feng Yi, Lu Siming, and Walker 10852, who was attended by the Goddess of Fortune. As the co-founder of Blue Star Technology Group, there is no substitute. Luo Sheng will not join the ringing bell market, which is undoubtedly affirming the contributions of the entire team members. For Luo Sheng, this is a sham name, and if he doesn't ring the bell, he will not have any influence on his influence and focus at the moment. He is more willing to do something meaningful to the company. When Xu entered the venue, Xuyong discovered that the style of the exchange in the movie was different. Nasdaq was full of large screens, as if it were a television broadcasting studio. The bell ringing tower is also a large studio. It is not a big problem to have 30 or 50 people standing on it. Many people have already begun preparations. When they ring the bell later, they rushed forward to take a photo, and they couldn't stop them. These people were not members of Blue Star Technology's team. The way the bell rings is also different. Although is ringing a bell, in fact there is no bell at all. The Nasdaq bells that people hear are actually controlled electronically. The NYSE has a small hammer anyway, but the Nasdaq doesn't even have a hammer. There is only one button on the screen, which is still on the touch screen. It's that simple. It is worth mentioning that the domestic banking exchange has a big bell, the Shenzhen exchange is a small gong, and the Hong Kong Stock Exchange is a big gong. At this moment, the arrival of the core team of Luo Sheng and Blue Star Technology directly brought everyone on the Nasdaq scene to the peak of emotion. The crowd was full of people and the crowd was full of people. Luo Sheng doesn't know how many people there are in the trading floor, but they are all looking at the head. All these scenes are explaining how sensational the listing of this Blue Star Technology Group is. The bell ringing ceremony was set at 10 o'clock. There is only 1.5 hours left before the countdown. At this moment, the mainstream financial and television channels in North America are broadcasting live, including the British side, as well as domestically. The global attention is no exaggeration. At around 9 o'clock, Luo Sheng appeared on the stage of the lobby, only to see that many of the large screens in the trading hall were his images, and the major financial and television channels were also broadcasting, including the large outdoor screen on the Times Square. The same is true. Luo Sheng has undoubtedly become the focus of the audience and the world. People from all over the world, thousands of stockholders or the general public were at different locations, and at the same moment saw a young man wearing a distinctive personality appear at the Nasdaq scene. At this moment, before the bell ringing ceremony arrives, Luo Sheng will again make a final speech to investors around the world. Good morning, everyone, my name is Luo Sheng, founder and chairman and CEO of Blue Star Technology Group. Luo Sheng introduced himself briefly at the opening, and then calmly said, "If you summarize the content of the previous global roadshow activities, it is the core value of the 5 Blue Star Technologies. The first is to focus on impact and solving small problems. If we want to have the most impact, the best way is to always focus on quickly proposing solutions to the most important problems." This sounds simple, but we think that the big most companies are performing badly, wasting a lot of time, And we hope everyone at Blue Star Technology is good at finding small problems and trying to solve them. Why is it a small problem? Because big problems are always the result of the accumulation of countless small problems. We don't want Blue Star Technology to have big problems. When all the small problems are solved or basically solved, then the big problems will naturally not exist. Living soil. The second is fast action. Fast action allows us to develop more things and learn knowledge faster. But once most companies grow, their growth rate will slow down significantly, because they are slower than missed opportunities caused by slow action. Even more afraid of making mistakes. And our belief is quick action. Break the norm. There is a famous saying in our country's martial arts novels: martial arts in the world, but do not break fast. The third is to move forward. Developing new products means taking risks, which is scary and forces most companies to stay away from the adventurous spirit. However, in a rapidly changing world, being unwilling to take risks means not thinking about change. That is doomed to fail. So our other belief is the biggest risk is not to take risks. We encourage everyone to go forward, even if it sometimes means making mistakes. The fourth is to stay open. We believe that the more open the world is, the better. Because people have more information, they can make better decisions and have a better impact on our society. This is also the operation of Blue Star Technology Group. Philosophy. We strive to ensure that everyone at Blue Star Technology can access as much information as possible about all aspects of the company so that they can make the best decisions and make the best impact on the company. The last is to create social value. The significance of Blue Star's existence is to make our world and all human beings more open and connected. Not just to start a company. We expect that everyone at Blue Star will be committed to it all the time. To create real value for the world and incorporate that philosophy into everything I do. As Liu Sheng finished his speech and paid tribute to all investors who came to the scene was full of applause and jubilation. Well, the investors present were not for the messy core value that he said during the lecture. They only heard the last sentence and slightly modified it in their hearts to become: I hope that everyone at Blue Star Technology is committed to creating real value for shareholders at all times and integrating this concept into everything they do. This is what investors are most looking forward to. I finally arrived at 10 o'clock with the time, and the ringing ceremony proceeded as scheduled. Ringing the bell. www.mtlnovel.com. In the witness of the world, Suyali, one of the initial team members, extended her right hand, and her hands were respectively Irene, Bai Lang, Feng Yi, Lu Siming, Xuyong and Walker held each other together, and 7 people pressed on the screen together. Dang, dang, dang. At the moment of touching the screen, the entire Nasdaq sounded the sound of Blue Star Technology's bell to open the market, and the mood of the audience once again reached an unprecedented peak. Countless people shouted the company's name together. At the moment when the ringing of the bell sounded, countless colorful fireworks fell and drowned the audience. With the continuous ringing of bells, the boiling sound of the audience is still enduring. The moment of ringing the bell, it means that Blue Star Technology has cleared the stage of entrepreneurship and will enter a new era. The moment the bell rings, on the major screens of Nasdaq, the Klein chart and Arabic numerals start to change wildly, and the company's trading code is BTC. At the same time, countless small and medium investors are staring at Blue Star Technology's stock price. Thousands of small and medium investors and shareholders immediately become anxious, for fear of not being able to buy or be late. How much is the price per share? HTTPS. The genius remembers the site address for 1 second, mobile website reading URL. Chapter 158. Blue Star Technology Group market cap at 10 o'clock on March 10, 2006. Blue Star Technology Group officially went public in the United States and completed the bell opening ceremony on Nasdaq. The trading code is BTC, with an issue price of $47 per share and an opening price of $54.02. 120 million shares were sold, raising $5.6 billion. and an IPO valuation of $51.7 billion US, more than double Google's, creating the largest IPO in history. The numbers rose wildly after the opening trading. $54.56, $54.81, $55.27. As soon as the opening transaction was launched, countless eyes were staring at the changes in the stock price of BTC. The strong curve all the way saw the heartbeat of every investor accelerate. Yes, now is the time for feast. At this moment, the BTC transaction code is definitely a symbol that makes countless investors crazy. In 2003, the US stock market reached an underestimation, which happened to be the establishment of Blue Star Technology that year. 23 years later, on March 10, 2006, Blue Star Technology was listed on the Nasdaq. If Google's IPO at the time stimulated the stock market that has been in a doldrums for 2 years, then today, as a superstar company in the internet technology industry, the listing of Blue Star Technology Group is for the entire stock market completely crazy. Hundreds of millions of funds have flowed into the stock market frantically, and these funds have only one purpose: frantically trading BTC stocks. 11 hours after listing, Blue Star Technology Corporation rose to $56.92 per share and did not see any slowing trend, which means that the total market value of Blue Star Technology Group has reached $62.612 billion. The trading volume of this stock reached 283 million shares on the first day. The closing price of the stock was fixed at $62.53 per share on the first day of listing. It rose by more than 32% on the first day of listing. This also made Blue Star Technology Group enter the ranks of the top 10 listed companies of IT internet technology companies in one fell swoop. At present, Microsoft is the world's #1 listed technology company, with a total market value of $279 billion and the third largest global market value. In 2006, the world's first listed company was ExxonMobil. It reached $372.6 billion. Blue Star Technology Group's current global ranking among all the listed companies in the world is still far from entering the top 10 ranks. Toyota, currently ranked 10th, has a market value of $118 billion. However, after all, those listed companies that are far ahead of Blue Star Technology are giants with decades or even hundreds of years of history. Blue Star Technology has only been established for 3 years and has exceeded the market value of $50 billion. Incredible legend. Today, the company's team members are extremely excited. Basically, every executive who received a rights issue sold off a small portion of the stock on the day of listing. About 10 million yuan. Blue Star's initial team members are all over 100 million yuan. The currency unit is US dollars. Aylin currently holds 0.33% of BTC shares and has a net asset of about $270 million. At the current exchange rate of 2.168 billion yuan, Aylin has not cashed a penny. Feng Yi, Bei Lang, Su Yali, and Lu Siming all have a shareholding ratio of 0.31%, and their personal net assets have reached $213 million, which is equivalent to 1.7 billion yuan. It is worth mentioning that Bei Lang and Lu Siming are now full-time employees of the Cote d'Azur company, but they have also been allocated option stocks of Blue Star Technology early on and belong to the initial team members, so this time not only came, but also participated the bell-ringing ceremony. 11 executives from Blue Star Technology Group, including Yu Jun, Li Meniyun, Zhang Bowen, Chad Hurley, Chen Xiaojun, and George Charles, all broke the $100 million mark. The highest is Irene with a value of $270 million. And the lowest is Chad Hurley. The stock held by Blue Star Technology is currently worth $105 million. Except for Irene, who did not sell cash, the other 10 people sold a part of the cash, and the most cashed was George Charles, which reached $12 million. But everyone knows that the shares in their hands cannot be sold too much, and it is not worth it, because everyone is convinced that the future will continue to rise. Qin Weima now holds 1.3% of BTC shares. Although she has left the company, she has been allocated a certain percentage of shares from the option pool reserve based on her contribution during her tenure. At present, she holds approximately $894 million in total stock value, which is equivalent to RMB 7.178 billion. But before joining Blue Star Technology, she has accumulated more than RMB 40 million. So her current net worth is RMB 7.218 billion. Qin Weima also did not sell one share this time. She has achieved financial freedom for a long time, and there is no place to continue to use money. There is no reason to sell Blue Star's stocks to cash out. As a lawyer who also has a high degree of financial literacy, Qin Weima has a personal investment perspective. Going to see it is also very optimistic about the stock price of Blue Star Technology. She naturally will not sell cash. Zhang Zhuoyong, as one of the two co-founders of Blue Star Technology Group, according to Luo Sheng's previous promise to him, 3% of the company's option pool reserve after IPO belongs to him. Blue Star Technology's share is Zhuoyong's largest asset allocation, which caused his personal net assets to skyrocket to $2.063 billion, equivalent to 16.5 billion yuan. Blue Star Technology Group successfully listed on the IPO, creating 15 billionaires, 42 millionaires, and more than 377 millionaires that day. Among the 15 billionaire club members, Zhuoyong billion $2.063 billion entered the billionaire club, and Luo Sheng is a billionaire super rich club. As the core founder and absolute soul of Blue Star Technology Group, Luo Sheng's equity has been diluted from the beginning of the company's creation. He has also transferred a share of equity to cash out and set up the Côte d'Azur company. After the IPO today, he held it personally. Blue Star Technology Group's equity still reached a staggering 33.15%. Such a high proportion must be thanks to his careful financing. Generally, after a listed company's IPO, the scale of crazy financing such as Luo Sheng, the founder's equity is mostly around 15%, which is very good, and most of them are around 10%. But Luo Sheng alone holds more than a third of the shares, holding 33.15% of the BTC shares at today's closing price, which is worth $22.8 billion, equivalent to 183.1 billion yuan. However, his net assets were affected by the drag of the Côte d'Azur company, which currently does not have any profit, and is not only in a state of sustained huge losses, but has also borrowed a large amount of loans from the bank, which makes Luo Sheng's debt exceed $1.2 billion. So his current personal net worth is $21.6 billion, 173.4 billion yuan. 2006. In 2006, the horror worth of more than $20 billion allowed Luo Sheng to easily rank among the top 10 richest individuals in the world. After Blue Star Technology Group successfully listed on the IPO, the world's richest people also changed. On the list of the world's richest people, the number one is still Bill Gates, with a net asset of $50 billion. The second is the stock Buffett, with a net asset of $42 billion. Third, Mexican telecommunications giant Carlos Slim www.mtlnovel.com, net assets of $30 billion. The fourth is Ingvar Kamprad from Sweden with a net asset of $28 billion. Fifth is Lakshmi Mittal from India with a net asset of $23.5 billion. Sixth is Paul Allen, another major co-founder of Microsoft, with a net asset of $22 billion. Seventh is Luo Sheng. Blue Star Technology Group's IPO was successful. He dropped from 500th place last year to 7th place with a net personal assets of $21.6 billion. Eighth is Bernard Arnault, the richest man in France, with a net asset of $21.5 billion. The ninth is the big dog Prince from SET, with a net asset of $20 billion. 10th is from Canada's Kenneth Thomas, with a net worth of $19.6 billion. Luo Washing created too many or broke a series of wealth myth records. He was the first Chinese to be among the top 100 richest people in the world, and the first Chinese to be among the top 10 among the richest in the world. He is also the fastest and youngest individual in the world who has accumulated $300 million, $1 billion, $5 billion, $10 billion, and $20 billion. Zai Huaguo's richest man and the richest man in Asia officially changed hands today. HTTPS. The genius remembers the site address for 1 second, mobile website reading URL. Chapter 159. Who do you want to short? Blue Star Technology Group successfully went public in the US, with an initial public offering of 45 billion yuan, achieving the largest IPO record in history. Science and Technology Daily. Blue Star Technology went to the United States as a helpless move. Only North America meets its listing requirements. Hong Kong stocks do not recognize different rights in the same stock and miss this feast. SearchArc Network. Going to the US for listing. What does it mean for Luo Sheng and Blue Star Technology Group? NetEase Finance. Blue Star Technology successfully listed on the Nasdaq, with a trading volume of 283 million shares on the first day and a total market value of 552.3 billion, making it the first stock in China's internet technology industry ever. Xinlang Finance. According to the date-to evaluation of Forbes Rich List, Luo Sheng may become the richest man in the country with a personal net asset of RMB 173.4 billion. Quaking Online. He is 21 years old this year, and in just 3 years he has built up his own wealth myth of 173.4 billion from scratch. He is the newly richest man in China. Luo Sheng, the founder of Blue Star Technology Group. Tencent Network. On March 11, Blue Star Technology went public in the United States, and the news of IPOs gradually drifted across the sea and passed back to China. Today, the major domestic news media have used headlines to make bold reports. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is an overwhelming rhythm of bombardment. The industry's attention is mainly focused on the related reports of Blue Star Technology Group's IPO, while the general public's attention is mainly focused on the related reports of Luo Sheng's personal net worth. Almost overnight, because of his worth, Luo Sheng became a super celebrity known to the whole country. In the past, when everyone talked about the rich, he always mentioned Li Superman because he was the richest man in China with a personal net worth of $18.8 billion. But from March 11 this year, everything has changed. The times have changed. Luo Washing not only became the richest person in the country, but also the only Chinese super rich who entered the top 10 in the world and airborne to 7th place. The discussion forums on the internet are full of discussions. Weibo, Blue Space, and QQ Group under Tencsun all have similar topics. What is the concept of $21.6 billion or $173.4 billion equivalent to Luo Sheng's net profit of 8.25 billion soft sister coins every year for 21 years from birth, or his current worth is 0.925%, or in other words, the value of almost 100 Luo Sheng equals the gross domestic product of 1.3 billion people in the country last year. 10 and 1.3 billion. Anyway does not affect my ranking. Upstairs. If you don't work hard to rank, you will be overtaken by me. Bad broken. Our high school class teacher used Luo Sheng to motivate us during class. This is motivating. What we hear is ironic. Covering face. Since today, Luo Sheng is my super idol. It is also after 1980. The value difference between Mr. Luo and me has been separated by 173.4 billion. The total number of Luos Weibo fans has already passed 1.5 million. It should not be false to get official certification, but the goose has not updated an update and cannot leave a message. This is not acceptable. From 2003 to 2006, the real self-made a worth of 173.4 billion yuan. This is really convinced. It's scary. Luo Sheng is now worth almost 10 times the richest man in the mainland. The most bad thing is that the people who worked hard with Luo Sheng have now taken off, and more than 10 billionaires have been born. Xu Yong, one of the co-founders, also has a value of RMB 16.5 billion, ranking 4th in the country, and it is estimated that it will soon be second only to Luo Sheng. There is another woman's name to forget. It seems that with a worth of 7.2 billion yuan, it ranks 19th on the domestic rich list. In the news report, Qin Weime's name was written. I went to see the photos. This is a super big beauty. Is there a beauty in the flourishing age? I don't know which Hong Kong star is new to Hudun. She can obviously eat by value, but she is talented. People are more deadly than popularity. Luo Sheng has proved one thing with actual actions. It is true that you can struggle with the boss and the person for 10 or 20 years, and with someone like Mr. Luo, you don't have to struggle for a lifetime. Affected by the IPO of Blue Star Technology Group, after the news from North America spread across the ocean, on March 11th, the stock price of Tencent opened on the day of the opening, and it rocketed up all the way. The whirlwind from Nasdaq hit Hong Kong stocks, which also made Hong Kong stocks go crazy. In the Hong Kong stock market without a daily limit mechanism, the market value of Tencent skyrocketed by more than 67% on the day, and the total market value exceeded 100 billion Hong Kong dollars. The closing market value on the day reached 130 billion Hong Kong dollars. Equivalent to about $15.8 billion US dollars, becoming the second only domestic Blue Star Technology Group. Baidu is the second largest internet technology company in the world. Obviously, Tencent's stock price went crazy on the opening day of March 11th. The direct reason was that it held nearly 10% of the shares of Blue Star Technology Group, which is equivalent to nearly $7 billion US dollars in net assets. Up to now, Tencent's current market value is 1/3, and even more than half of it is supported by holding the shares of Blue Star Technology Group. From the perspective of investors, Tencent, which has received the angel round financing of Blue Star Technology Group, has undoubtedly become the biggest winner among major investors. Investing in Blue Star Technology has brought over 90 times the ultra-high return on investment. This is undoubtedly horrible data. Before Blue Star Technology Group went public, the industry media liked to call this company and 3 other internet giants sport, but from today, the industry and media circles changed their minds. I changed my name to Lbat, which has been reported in the media before. A bar is added in the middle to indicate that Blue Star Technology Group has taken the lead in the domestic internet industry and is in a unique position. This is also quickly recognized by the industry without any objections. In the entire domestic internet industry, currently only Blue Star Technology Group has successfully sailed to the sea, and is a top internet technology company in the world. Both Silicon Valley and Wall Street have to admit it, and no other domestic internet company can be Silicon Valley recognized. Without him, other domestic internet companies are now copying the Silicon Valley model. North America came out and succeeded, and then copied this model in Greater China and then succeeded. This does not get the recognition of Silicon Valley and the arrogant Europeans and Americans. But Blue Star Technology is different. It is a true pioneer and innovator. Silicon Valley itself is learning new words to imitate Blue Star Technology's model. At least studying Blue Star Technology's model. At the same time, Luo Sheng is staying in New York, North America. His hotel room here has become a temporary office space. Now it is about 1900 hours local time. Qin Weime came in and asked directly, "What's the matter with me?" Luo Sheng took a look at her and then looked back at www.mentalnovel.com, said, "You take the time to organize a comprehensive top short fund for Wall Street, not just Wall Street, but globally, short funds. After hearing what he said, Qin Huaimu raised her eyebrows, watching him questioningly. Isn't the money you cashed out yesterday for the development of the Cote d'Azur company? It is. Playing finance. You want to go short what? What do you want to short? Of course, it is the short-term subprime crisis of Lomai. If this rare opportunity is not harvested, Liu Sheng will definitely be sorry for God. However, he does not intend to tell Qin Huaimu or anyone now. Liu Sheng smiled mysteriously. It's just a matter of years. You will know when the mystery is revealed. Allow me to sell it first. Okay. Liu Yuosheng realized a huge sum of money on the first day of listing yesterday. Peas. I saw several readers commenting on water. This Zelling did not know how to say. The process from a campaigner's IPO preparation to the final listing was complicated. Zelling was referring to Alibaba listing in the United States as a real case support. The purpose is to write more delicate. Maybe the content of the protagonist's speech is a bit more. HTTPS. The genius remembers the site address for 1 second. Mobile website reading URL. Chapter 160 cash out. Don't forget to vote for a monthly ticket. It's super important. So is the recommended ticket. Anyway, the better. Yesterday, the first day of the Blue Star Technology Group's listing, Liu Sheng sold about 20 million shares at the highest price of the day, and successfully cashed about $1.25 billion at the transaction price per share at the time. The tax is about $1 billion. As the company's founder, it is necessary to give a reasonable explanation for selling 20 million shares on the day of listing, otherwise the market will be uneasy and bring negative effects. Liu Sheng's response to the outside world was that the cash out of $1.25 billion was used to develop the Cote d'Azur companies, optimize personal asset allocation, and do not overinterpret. Fortunately, the core team of Blue Star Technology Group did not cash out on a large scale, which also dispelled some doubts and concerns in the market. To take a step back, the performance of Blue Star Technology Group was there. Many people are not surprised by Liu Sheng's behavior, because before he went public, he once transferred a large amount of equity for the development of the Blue Coast. Even now, Liu Sheng, a company that does ICT business, is still not favored by the outside world. He is undoubtedly the son of the internet in the eyes of Silicon Valley, and now people call it the internet giant. But in the field of ICT and mobile equipment, people don't think Liu Sheng can achieve miracles in just 3 years like the internet. Because this field is not so easy to do, let alone the Cote d'Azur companies want to make mobile phones, then they have to face more than 1 or 2 giants in this field, Nokia, Motorola, Benmai and so on. Investors are not optimistic about Liu Sheng. Even if the Azure Coast mobile phone comes out, it can only have limited shipments in the Greater China market. It is too difficult to recover costs and achieve profitability. Seeing his mysterious reluctance to reveal, Qin Huaimu nodded and said, okay, I'll sort it out and give it to you at that time. Liu Yuosheng also nodded, and then smiled again. You don't have to worry too much about this. It's not too late for you to get it today next year. Qin Huaimu was about to leave. Liu Sheng thought for a while and called out quickly, hey, wait a while, there is one more thing. Prepare an asset management fund for me as soon as possible, and transfer the cashed out funds into this fund pool. You just take care of it for me. Sooner or later, it will be my wife. It is justified to hand the money over to my wife. Go on the side and want to be beautiful. Upon hearing the last sentence, Qin Huaimu saw Liu Sheng staring at him with a smile, and suddenly flung him with a big white eye, and then turned his head to ignore the guy. But after listening to Liu Sheng's arrangement, Qin Huaimu thought about it and immediately said, judge from what you just said, do you have to wait at least 1 year before you can run this fund? Liu Yuosheng nodded. Qin Huaimu said immediately, okay, leave it to me to deal with it, then I plan to use the funds to repurchase the shares of Blue Star Technology Group. Of course, there are a few twists and turns. This trust fund should be anonymous and operate. It's complicated, but I can solve it. These funds are not deposited in the bank. Generally, they will be entrusted to a third party's private fund management, and usually have a guaranteed return. After that, the third party takes the client's money to invest or hedges in the international foreign exchange market. However, Qin Huaimu did not want to do this. Her method was to use the money in turn to buy all the shares of Blue Star Technology Group, because she believed that the stock of Blue Star Technology would rise sharply in the future. Starting funds to play in the international foreign exchange market, backhand trading of Blue Star Technology stocks has lower risks and even higher returns. I seem to be overdoing it, and even if I move in and out, I will lose a lot of money even if it is every other day. But this is the wonder of capital operation. Liu Washing is the founder and head of the Blue Star Technology Group. If he sells shares on a large scale to cash out, he will seriously dampen the confidence of the market, and Blue Star's stock will face huge fluctuations. The stock market is sensitive and sometimes fragile, especially in the face of event-driven effects. The shareholders do not understand and question. They will think wildly, is there a problem with the company's operation? Even the founders have sold off on a large scale. After all, this is a matter of vital interest, and they will definitely think more and not less. In this way, if it is not good, it will somehow generate a panic mood and follow the sell-off. Although Liu Sheng does not care too much about the fluctuation of the company's stock price, the impact is not good. In addition, Liu Sheng also has to consider the team members who are working hard with him. You sell and cash out on your own, and tell everyone not to cash out. There is a feeling of wrong atmosphere. But this time, Qin Huaimu decided to use Liu Sheng to cash out the funds and buy BTC stocks in the form of anonymous funds. If he wants to cash in the future, he can boldly sell without hesitation. After Qin Huaimu put forward this idea, Liu Sheng didn't think about it. He smiled and said, "Okay, all wives have the final say." Qin Huaimu ignored him and turned proudly to leave the house. She had just left for a while, and Irene quickly came to Liu Sheng's room. Eileen came in and sat beside him generously without speaking, just watching him silently. Liu Washing said inexplicably, "What's wrong? Why look at me with that kind of resentful look? Not happy to be the youngest billionaire woman in the world?" After a while, Erin suddenly said, "Roger, can you promise me a wayward question?" Liu Washing glanced at her and said, "It's not a good thing to listen to this tone, but to listen. But I can't promise it absolutely." "Never mind that, you won't agree," Eileen said discouragedly. After finishing speaking, she turned away, drumming herself with a playful face. Liu Washing didn't say a word, stared at her profile, looked closely, and saw an inexplicable feeling. I thought for a moment what he seemed to guess. She was most likely because she and Qin Huaimu happened to have a face-to-face meeting. Mostly it was for this reason that they were both trying to avoid meeting each other. Liu Sheng grabbed his waist and laughed in his arms. "I know, I'm definitely thinking about it again." "I don't understand. Why are you so unconfident about yourself?" "I have to say it myself. I have been long ago by you. The mystery is turned upside down, and there is no other woman in her eyes." Liu Washing's letter of vows was extremely calm. When Irene heard Niu Qiao's mouth, she knew that the truth of his remarks needed to be considered, but it was still very useful, and said differently, "I don't believe in this less. Qin Huaimu is beautiful, with temperament and talent. You stayed together for 3 days. I don't believe you didn't think about her unless you fired her." As soon as I heard the word dismissal, Liu Sheng knew that this was the wayward question she just wanted to say. "If Qin Huaimu is not important to the company and the cause, I really promise you to be willful once and fire her. However, she is too important to the company. www.mtnovel.com. She is quite equivalent to the French Riviera as for you at Blue Star Technology. Besides that, she also has so many core business secrets of the company. How can she get off the boat?" "Right?" Liu Sheng was in a hurry and has a well-founded analysis, thinking about adding, "Besides, Qin Huaimu is really beautiful, but can't get my G-spot." What good is it to be beautiful? Then, Luo Sheng didn't want to lie to himself, so he silently added, as long as it is beautiful enough, it is more useful than anything. Eileen looked at him again immediately, but said nothing. Luo Sheng immediately added, "Emma sister-in-law attribute, to be straightforward is your type, M. Beautiful girl who loves goose meat," really said that there is no resistance at all. When I heard these words, Irene couldn't help but be embarrassed. The dog can't vomit ivory, hate. After successfully brought the rhythm away, Luo Sheng immediately lowered his head and stared at no one in his arms with a grinning smile, and said, "Honestly explain that this hour is here, just at dinner time. I'm afraid it's not going to goose meat again. Good luck, eat chicken tonight." Peas, the protagonist wants to play high-tech such as ICT. Especially the spare tire plan requires a lot of research and development funds. Tens of billions of dollars can only complete 2,333 from the wave of low my subprime crisis. HTTPS. The genius remembers the site address for 1 second, mobile website reading URL, chapter 161 highlight moment nice. All the rewards and additions have been settled. Saying that the successful listing of Blue Star Technology Group has definitely reached the peak of Luo Sheng's current career. He has not been easy in the past 3 years, so he did not himself at this time. Irene did get into the hall and got the kitchen. Today Luo Sheng shared with her for dinner. They ate a seafood meal, but they were also good at seafood. Luo Sheng ordered abalone, and Irene ordered a conch meat. Sorry, after eating, Irene, wearing a bathrobe, had just come out of the bathroom, and suddenly remembered the matter of looking for Luo Sheng. "I almost forgot to come to your business." Luo Sheng glanced at her and asked, "What's the matter?" Irene said, "The Wall Street Journal, Silicon Valley, Empire Magazine, The Guardian, The New Yorker and many other European and American media all hope to be able to do a TV interview program for you. Do you want to participate? There are more than 1 or 2 hot coffees in the global internet technology industry, and Luo Sheng is definitely one of them, especially after the huge success of the IPO that went to yesterday. His reputation in Silicon Valley and Wall Street can be described as like a day in the sky. As one of the 10 richest people in the world, Luo Sheng has the wealth of a rival country at the age of 20 years old. There are too many topics on him, and he is a mobile hotspot. Tomorrow we are going to return home. Even if I want to be interviewed, there is no time. Luo Sheng will certainly not delay the schedule because of an interview, but he also feels that the timing is right and he can accept the media interview, because during the IPO yesterday, hundreds of media wanted to interview him. Luo Sheng got down all day and did not even conduct a temporary interview, which made many media feel depressed and dissatisfied. Neither Gates nor Joe helped you with such a big name. Go home tomorrow afternoon, or accept a media in the morning. New Yorker, this media is okay, do you think? Erin thought and suggested, The New Yorker, let's go, just this media, tomorrow morning. You go to arrange it. Luo Sheng nodded and agreed. Luo Sheng started to become famous in the industry and has never received any interviews with TV media at home and abroad. He has rarely even made public appearances. The only few appearances are also hosted by his own site, Media Conference. The probability of exposure is extremely low, but this does not mean that the industry and the news media have paid less attention to him, or less attention to Blue Star Technology. Dazzling achievements, otherwise it is difficult for people to pay attention. The next day, March 12th, Blue Star Technology Group's core management team followed Luo Sheng from the prospectus to the global roadshow to the IPO, toss to this day, and finally can return to China. Especially from the beginning of the global roadshow, in just over 10 days, I have been traveling around major cities in the world, which is really tiring. But there is no doubt that everyone will not complain. Even today is the 3rd day of the company's listing. The excitement in everyone's hearts has not completely subsided, because almost every other day, everyone's value continues up. At around 10:15 a.m., Luo Sheng took a special business car to a studio on New Yorker's temporary layout on Broadway. Yesterday, New Yorker was very excited to receive the news and arranged the interview in a hurry. On site, it is not easy to interview the internet giant, and the interview is even more difficult. In the news, despite the haste, the media of the New Yorker is still very excited and does not enter the night. Prepare for this interview. Luo washing is definitely the hottest topic at the moment. For media organizations, this means small money. Just after Luo Sheng agreed to the interview here, the corner of the New Yorker has already begun to talk with a number of North American financial and television stations about the broadcasting license fee. Although the time is very hurried, there are still a lot of people who came to the scene during this interview. There are 100 or 200 people, most of them are industry people and some investors. Let's applaud the internet giant that everyone pleases, the founder and head of Blue Star Technology Group, Mr. Luo Sheng. Studio's stage, with a good-looking female host with short hair. The chanting voice dropped, and there was a burst of applause at the scene. Luo Sheng, who was behind the scenes, immediately walked to the stage, and the people present as usual saw the familiar shape. Luo Sheng came to the stage with a professional smile, and when the host saw him approaching, he immediately motioned to him to sit on a swivel chair next to her, and she soon sat in her chair. This is a face-to-face interview, the hostess said, before the official start. Neither I nor the New Yorker would like to say, I am very glad that you can come, we welcome your arrival. And the media knows what it is to be able to interview you. Easy things. After Luo washing sat down, his whole body was natural, without the slightest restraint. His temperament gave him a feeling of confidence and energy. After hearing the moderator's opening remarks, Luo Sheng said with a smile, thank you. I am also very happy to be here. In fact, I do not resist accepting media interviews. You know, people can wait for time. But time does not wait for others, and Landstar Technology adheres to the concept of fast action, breaking the norm. The host continued, let us start with simple questions. Blue Star Technology Group closed on the second day of listing, and its stock price rose again by 4.85%. The total market value was locked at $72.118 billion. Which surpassed Dell's $71.97 billion market. The value is second only to Apple's market value of $72.13 billion, a gap of only $12 million. We think you might have something to say about this. Hearing this, Luo Sheng hesitated for a while and subconsciously said, is this what happened? The host also followed for a moment, and couldn't help laughing after the reaction. The audience also heard a low laugh. You don't know yet? Luo Sheng nodded, if you didn't lie to me, I did not know it now. As soon as everyone heard the smile on their faces, they had to talk about what they said. This ex-dress was really unpredictable and people couldn't see any intentional signs. If Luo Sheng knew their inner thoughts, he would definitely say, heaven and earth conscience, I really don't know. I have given all my energy to Eileen Paper last night. So why not look at things like stock prices? www.mtlnovel.com. The host smiled. Of course. Luo Sheng suddenly added, okay, actually I didn't pay attention. You know, I can't keep looking at the company's stocks. The only way to do the stock market, and I'm an entrepreneur, developing a business, that's my job. This is nothing wrong with it. You are now at the peak of your life. You are right in everything you say. It is reasonable to put a P. It is worth mentioning that Blue Star Technology Group is currently one of the top 10 listed companies in the global technology industry. It can be said that it is unusually bright, not because of its dazzling market value. Of course, it is already enough. But the most dazzling place is that Blue Star Technology is a technology company from outside North America. The most important thing is that it is not from the United Kingdom, France, Germany, South Korea or Japan, but from China, and it is by far the only company from China. Technology companies rank among the top 10 RPs. The positioning of this book is the business science and technology text, that is, the two core elements of business and technology, because the main character of this book is not the root of national research funding. The main character needs to make money by itself, and then nurture the positive cycle of technology research and development. The purpose of doing this is to avoid too many plots of Zheng Fu, and the crab is also writing his own style. HTTPS. The genius remembers the site address for 1 second, mobile website reading URL, Chapter 162. Learn from Toothpaste Factory. Thanks for hand-tearing Ghost. Front row for tickets. Globally, the top 10 IT companies by market value are Microsoft $278 billion, Google $132.9 billion, Intel $129 billion, IBM $115 billion, and Cisco $113.7 billion, Samsung Electronics $104.4 billion, Apple $72.13 billion, Blue Star Technology $72.118 billion, Dell $71.97 billion, Yahoo $62.3 billion. Judging from the top 10 market capitalization rankings, the most dazzling is the 8th Blue Star Technology and the 2nd Google, because the time when these two companies were established is really too young. Blue Star Technology Group, needless to say, it is the youngest of all technology companies, but it has grown to its current size and scale. Google's data is also extremely dazzling. This company went public in August 2004. In just 1.5 years, the market value soared from $23 billion at the IPO to $132.9 billion, an increase of 5 times that at the time of the IPO. Many, at this moment, Luo Sheng, who was interviewed, said a sentence and then showed a kind of thinking. After a while, he spoke in fluent English and said again, "To be frank, as an IT industry practitioner, it feels like a dream. But this is not an important thing. After the IPO, I no longer care about the company's market value, because it is not the root reason for our team to fight, nor is it the reason why users like our products. We should even care about what we are doing and why, because of mission and ideals." Luo Sheng has never formally accepted an exclusive interview with the media. The host of The New Yorker does not know his resilience, but from the opening question, his mind is also quite focused on Luo Sheng. The young man's words and deeds are completely calm, showing the relaxed and confident side. For a moment, the host looked at the people in front of the stage, immediately smiled at the camera and said, "I am now facing Luo Sheng, the founder and chairman and CEO of Blue Star Technology." The host looked back at Luo Sheng with a smile again. "Congratulations on the achievements of this IPO. Did you believe that you could grow so fast at such a rapid rate in the early days when you started Blue Star?" Luo Sheng replied without hesitation, "I think no one would think of it. Of course I would not think of it." I silently added a sentence in my heart, "In fact, this was all expected by brother." Luo Sheng calmly continued, "But 3 years ago, or even earlier, when I founded Blue Star Technology, I believed and still firmly believe that the internet will change our world, whether you believe it or not, and regardless of Blue Star Technology success or failure, the internet is and continues to change our world profoundly." The moderator's turn took the speech and immediately asked, "Blue Star Technology has previously created the largest IPO in history, $5.6 billion. Which is 336% of Google's IPO. How do you plan to use this funds?" "You will buy competitor MySpace." Blue Star Technology Group's largest business segment is the social network Blue Space. The domestic competition of this business is Tencent, and the main competitor abroad is MySpace. The opponent has accumulated in North America so far. It has a scale of 15.5 million users and 20 million worldwide. Luo Sheng involuntarily raised Erlang's legs and leaned back on the chair and laughed. MySpace, haha, well, I don't know if Chris would like to sell it to me." The host stared at him and asked, "Will you think about it?" Luo Sheng shook his head and said seriously, "I don't think we will. because we think it is very important that we want to build a product or a business, rather than buy a product or a business. If we want to guarantee a vibrant social ecosystem requires a healthy competitive environment. In Greater China, we compete with Tencent, and in North America, we compete with MySpace. Only competition can promote the positive cycle growth of the entire industry, which is good. There is nothing wrong with this statement, but it highlights Luo Sheng's mind and structure, and also makes the audience of the industry who came to participate in the rebound sorrowful. It is no accident that Blue Star Technology Group can achieve today's myth. In fact, taking a step back is scientific pig raising. Luo Yuosheng does not want Blue Star Technology to face the fate of being split because of absolute monopoly, so we must learn from the toothpaste factory Intel in this regard. If MySpace dies, Blue Space may face related monopoly disputes. The moderator naturally entered the next topic, saying, BTC is now an international company. As a multinational technology group, in your relationship with the authorities of various countries, especially with the North American authorities, what do you think is the biggest? What is the challenge? This question is not easy to answer. Luo Sheng put his leg down and covered his mouth for a moment, then said, as a multinational company, dealing with various regions is not an easy task. We believe that the most important thing is communication. Communicate with them, listening to their difficulties, helping them solve the difficulties, and also telling them the difficulties we face, and hope to get their help to solve our difficulties. This is a very good opportunity for communication. This is why we have been able to achieve the past 3 years. What makes a successful global business? Come on. Luo Yuosheng had an extra defamation in his heart. This may be one of the reasons and also played a positive role, but the main reason is not because of sharing the benefits with Wall Street to go smoothly. Luo Sheng believes that even if there are many elites at the scene who know, no one will speak so directly, because most of these elites work for Wall Street, or their work is directly or indirectly connected with Wall Street. The host quickly transitioned to the next topic, saying, it seems that there are rumors in the industry that Blue Star Technology will marry Google. www.mtnovel.com in the field of streaming online video. Is this true? Will it happen? Luo Sheng froze for a while and said, what? Really? Why have I never got such news? Luo Sheng really didn't know the news. He is now the CEO of Blue Star Technology Group. He didn't know about it. It must be the fake news. After a while, he laughed and said, but anything that helps us, we will be very excited and willing to cooperate with Ideals. The host laughed. This is an official rumor. What I have to say is that Blue Star and Google are the current internet technology circles. That is, many Silicon Valley people are keen to compare them. These two companies are now in the same echelon and are among the top 10 listed IT giants. The former is the dominant player in the social network field, and the latter is the king of the search engine field. Both are internet technology companies with great potential. Google has also diversified after the IPO. Both companies are similar and each has an ace business segment. Naturally, the two companies will naturally like to be compared by industry insiders. The interview is now coming to an end. HTTPS. The genius remembers the site address for 1 second. Mobile website reading URL. Chapter 163 Family Trust. Layout. The future. Thanks again. Hand-tearing ghost. As Luo Sheng's interview with the New Yorker ended, Blue Star's IPO schedule officially came to an end. But the enthusiasm of the market has not diminished. Today, the US stock market opened, and Blue Star Technology still has amazing ability to increase. In just 19 months after listing, Google's market value has skyrocketed to the order of $100 billion. Blue Star Technology Group has even more excited investors and thousands of investors. I am not strict to make a comparison. If the stock of Blue Star Technology Group is also more similar to Google, it is likely to break through the terror magnitude of $200 billion in 1.5 years. Before Luo Sheng arrived with his team members on a special plane to return to China, he had nothing to do with and paid attention to today's stock market. Today is the third day of Blue Star Technologies listing. Shortly after the market opened today, the company's stock price immediately rose by 0.73%, surpassing Apple with a market value of $72.63 billion, ranking 7th among the top 10 technology companies in the field of IT market value. And Apple's current market value has also slightly increased, reaching $72.38 billion. Do you want to establish a fund in the form of trust, offshore company, single account or bank account? On a special plane, Qin Weimar came to Luo Sheng's independent room. So quickly? Luo Sheng looked at her in surprise. I have dealt with this matter in the first priority. Blue Star Technologies stock has risen strongly. Buying it later will lose a lot. From an investment perspective, this is unforgivable. Qin Weimar sat down, laughed afterwards. Luo Sheng thought about the question she had just asked, and said a moment later, family trust, offshore fund. Upon hearing this, Qin Weimar nodded and nodded. That is the family fund. This is more popular in European and American countries, and the country has just started. Diversification of business and financial diversification. Luo Sheng will definitely not put eggs in the same basket, but will play a role of risk hedging all over the world. At the same time, it is relatively easy to enter overseas markets, and is more efficient, and the impact of regional exchange rate changes can be as much as possible reduce. Most of the money of the Blue Star Technology Group is also overseas, and there is no return to the mainland, because the overseas market is the absolute head of the company, and the return to the local is very troublesome, because the money comes in and then goes out. It is really troublesome. The most important thing is that this fund pool must be offshore, because Luo Sheng is going to short the North American subprime mortgage crisis. If the money is returned, it will not be able to come out or get stuck with you. Crisis is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That would be silly. Luo Sheng watched the beauty sitting in front of him and laughed. Since it is a family trust fund, there must be multiple members for the source of funds, so I suggest that you transfer the Blue Star Technology stock you hold into this offshore trust fund. It will definitely multiply your earnings by that time. Qin Weimar now holds 1.3% of Blue Star Technology stock, according to the company's current market value of approximately $950 million. Luo Sheng added, at that time, I will make a few times more money, and when I change hands to buy Blue Star Technologies stock, my value will skyrocket, and I will not be bullied. The global financial turmoil triggered by the old US subprime mortgage crisis has spread to almost every aspect. At that time, no matter what the listed company was, the stocks would dive sharply, and Blue Star Technology was no exception. At that time, it would definitely be a great advantage to use the money earned to buy back BTC stocks. Qin Weimar is not a core executive of Blue Star Technology Group now, but more of a shareholder, so even if all the stocks she holds are cashed out, there will be no negative impact. Moreover, Blue Star Technology stocks are now in a period of strength. She is now also one of the LPs of the limited partnership that belongs to the 100% holding Blue Star Technology Group. Through this level, she can directly transfer her holdings to this offshore trust fund, so that she does not need to cash out and buy like Luo Sheng entered. That not only troublesome but also lost some money. What on earth do you want to short? Qin Weimar stared at him curiously. Her curiosity drove her to ask again. Haha, it won't work if you say it. Luo Sheng smiled brightly and looked at Qin Weimar and added, in short, if you want a surge in assets, just listen to me. If you endorse me, you still worry about me cheating. You can't do it. My $1 billion is only preliminary, and more funds will be cashed in one after another. When Qin Weimar saw that he was still selling Guanxi, he did not ask again. Although she was really curious and wanted to know, she did not hesitate too much. Okay, then I will put my personal net assets at that time. Turn in for a total of about $1 billion. Liu Washing snapped his fingers and stared at her with a smile. This is the right thing to do, it's like a family thing. Chi Wenyan Qin Waimu shook her a wink. How do you guy always like to take advantage of your mouth? Liu Washing reluctantly said, so what do you do? Can you let me take advantage of something else? Wu Qin Waimu, go come here less. Liu Washing shrugged and spread his hands. Wu Qin Waimu did not stay in his separate room for too long, nor for too long. There were other company team members on the special plane. As soon as she left, Liu Sheng couldn't help but sigh, saying that the rich would eventually become dependents. In this case, it seems that only one rich party can be established without money, but it may not be effective when both parties have money. Liu Washing had also thought about using money to achieve success and set up a bureau to make raw rice for cooked rice. Yang has been with Qin Waimu for a long time, and gradually found that she is not the kind of woman who would go with anyone who wants her body, so she gave up the intention of setting up a bureau, which would hurt mutual trust. Qin Waimu is undoubtedly a savvy and competent woman in finance, auditing and investment under her professional circumstances, otherwise she would not accumulate so much wealth. Even if she did not count, her equity is still worth over 100 million yuan, and millionaires who have achieved financial freedom early. But just now, she almost decided not to hesitate to transfer all her assets to the offshore trust fund pool, or when Liu Sheng did not disclose any use to her. With her professionalism and awareness of risk control, under normal circumstances it is impossible to take a lien, but she did it with little hesitation. There is only one explanation. The power of affection is at play. She has almost no reservations about Liu Sheng's trust. This trust is obviously a risk assessment that goes beyond normal investment behavior. Pretty good. I think of these things. Liu Sheng could not help but smile. After a moment he cast aside these thoughts and went to sleep. After I came back, Liu Sheng didn't immediately go to work. You read a book and instead gave himself a day off during the working day. Even if 3 or 4 days have passed since the listing of Blue Star Technology Group's IPO. Domestic related news reports about IPO, Blue Star Technology and Liu Sheng are still emerging endlessly. The myth of IPO created by Liu Washing made him completely seal in the internet, technology and business circles, and became the youngest technology big coffee, internet gangster and business leader in history. Nowadays, the topic is hot about him and his company. Even frontline entertainment stars have to stand aside. It is impossible to keep a low profile for such achievements. The media and the public do not allow it. Liu Sheng's Weibo fans have also skyrocketed by nearly 3 million. It's important to know that the current 3 million is definitely among the top. Besides his Weibo account being authenticated, he hasn't published a content so far, but he has 3 million followers. There is no doubt that Liu Sheng is now the ultimate idol of countless young people and entrepreneurs. His fabulous achievements have also inspired many entrepreneurs. He dreamed that one day he could replicate such myths on Nasdaq or the NYSE or elsewhere, fulfilled its dream of ringing a bell. Since March of this year, Liu Sheng has almost become the idol of the post-1980s generation, and even the future post-90s idol. He began to influence an era and lead an era forward. HTTPS. The genius remembers the site address for 1 second, mobile website reading URL. Chapter 164. The period of mid-March is a period of excitement for all employees of Blue Star Technology Group. The employees who obtained the option rights issue, and some of the options have been bought, are converted into real shares. The employees are most excited. They are worth more than 1 million. In this IPO, Blue Star Technology Group has created hundreds of millionaires. With 10 millionaires and 15 billionaires, the group company let them experience firsthand what the 4 words rich overnight feel like. The ground gas is a refreshing stroke. The employees who have obtained the option rights qualification are also very excited. In order to exercise their rights in the future, they can be regarded as fighting power bursting. Money is in place, not talent. Employees who did not receive rights issue are also very happy because the IPO went public. All employees have benefited to varying degrees. It is not a buy, but real benefits are available. Luo Sheng returned to the company, rested for a day, and announced a major news in the company the next day. All employees of Blue Star Technology Group doubled the bonus this month, and the year-end bonus was an additional bonus of 50% of the basic bonus package of each department. In other words, Blue Star Technology Group took out about 735 million yuan in cash to share the company's residual value with all employees. This is not a small amount, but it is not much for the current Blue Star Technology. This is a moment of extraordinary significance, and it is Luo Sheng's affirmation of the efforts of all employees in these years. To run a horse, you must graze it. There is no doubt that only by becoming a real beneficiary can we work harder. Qin Weimar has designed an incomparably complete incentive system for Blue Star Technology Group. From the top to the core management, down to the grassroots employees have relative and most appropriate and reasonable incentive schemes to ensure that employees at all levels of the company can obtain satisfactory benefits, and at the same time, if they want to obtain greater benefits and share more residual value, they must strive to create value and climb up. Compared with other companies that only draw big cakes, employees of Blue Star Technology not only saw that the company's career is great, but also that their economic returns are promising. Under the double encouragement, the combat effectiveness is naturally explosive. Blue Star Technology has definitely become the IT company's coveted company at the moment. It won't say that it has become a winner in life, but as long as it has the ability, it can definitely get a satisfactory return, even an excessive return. It is not an exaggeration to say that the best engineers in China are currently divided up by most of the three companies. One is YY, the other is Blue Star Technology, and the other is the Cote d'Azur company. It's very simple, because the compensation paid by these three companies is not comparable to other companies. Even if you want to offer such a high salary, the company's profits are not allowed and can't afford it. For last year's revenue is also fierce, with annual sales of RMB 68 billion and 39.5% of sales coming from overseas markets. Since the start of globalization last year, the company's overseas revenue has risen sharply, and the proportion is increasing bigger. Obviously, excellent engineers will naturally be absorbed into these three companies, and it is difficult to dig people out. Those who can dig out are either the last to be eliminated or those who actively want to leave. The outstanding talents of the three companies have a strong degree of linkage and mobility to a certain extent, which plays a key role in opening up the talent barrier with the strategic cooperation between the French Riviera and YY. March 18. It has been a week since Blue Star Technology Group went public, and the excitement in the hearts of the team members finally cooled down and began to focus on the company's own operational development. The internal core executive meeting is being held. The amount of the IPO financing, excluding exchange rate changes, is about 45 billion yuan. We learned that Google's IPO financing was split into 3 times at a time. The subsequent 2 rounds of financing may be higher than the first amount, but there will definitely be fewer shares transferred. Luo Sheng said with a smile, "Of course, it's better that our company's stock can go crazy like Google." Xu Yong and Zhang Bowen, who were present at the meeting, also heard a low smile. Zhang Bowen lamented, "Google went public for a year and a half, from $23 billion in the IPO to more than $130 billion at the moment, becoming the second highest technology company in the world after Microsoft. The increase is indeed a bit scary." Feng Yi laughed. "We are not bad. I dare not say how much after a year and a half, but it is obvious that we have started more than twice as much as Google's IPO." When members of the meeting heard Feng Yi's words, they couldn't help shaking their spirits, and their self-confidence became stronger and stronger. Yes, although the market value of its own group company is only about half of that of Google, it does not mean that it is not as good as Google. and even shows that it is more powerful than Google. As the company grows step by step, everyone's psychology is gradually changing. In the past, when people like Feng Yi, who were born and raised in the mainland, looked at the Silicon Valley technology giants, they actually lacked self-confidence deep in their hearts and looked at them with a look-up attitude. This is not to blame them. The momentum of poor speech is not enough. Not everyone has the confidence of Luo Sheng. He is from the future, there is no comparability. But things are different now. Times have really changed. Blue Star Technology Group has surpassed Apple's market value among the top 10 technology companies in the world, ranking 7th. Although market value cannot fundamentally represent anything, it has momentum and confidence. Of course, self-confidence comes up naturally. Now everyone can treat the Silicon Valley technology circle with a hidden mentality. Even under the leadership of Luo Sheng, this team has an arrogant trend. As the so-called warriors are all in one place, it is impossible to allow the core management to lack self-confidence if they follow a leader like Luo Sheng, and that cannot be done in this conference room. At this time, Luo Sheng was sitting in the chief position, leaning back against the chair, shaking left and right, holding his chin in one hand. The whole person gave a feeling of lightness, and did not have much psychology because the company's market value skyrocketed. Fluctuation. Luo Sheng glanced at everyone and said with a smile, "The company has continued to create profits, and the growth in net profit has exceeded the increase in operating costs." www.intelnovel.com. That is, the longer the company's free cash flow will continue to accumulate. The second, the amount of financing this time reached 45 billion, which is equivalent to the company now having more than 50 billion free cash flow. After this IPO, Blue Star Technology Group is definitely the most well-funded company in the industry so far. Even if there is another internet winter immediately, it can easily survive it. Capital winter, cash must be king. Luo Sheng continued, "Theoretically, our funds are fully sufficient, and the next two financings may not need to be carried out. If the existing major business sections are operated smoothly, then it is definitely not needed, or even financing is not required." $5.6 billion. But it would be different if new business segments were launched. The executives who attended the meeting brightened their eyes. Listening to this tone made them feel that the boss must have a new big move. Luo Sheng looked at everyone and said, "For our company in 2006, in addition to steadily advancing the existing business sector operations, we have a brand new major project this year. And this project burns far more money than the online video business. The money for the IPO financing is mainly for this new project. Chapter 165. Then the campaign's online streaming media online video business is burning money. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked secretly. We must know that by far the biggest operating cost module of Blue Star Technology is the online video business segment. This has not yet reached agreement with major entertainment companies on copyright issues. If copyright video is introduced, it will be an astronomical cost. Luo Sheng looked around and said, "The company is very rich and lacks money now, so I decided that the company will not pay dividends this year and will not pay dividends next year. It will not pay dividends in the next 5, 10 or 20 years. Dividends. We will also issue debt to raise funds in the name of the company." As soon as this word came out, everyone looked at each other and did not pay dividends for 10 or 20 years. That is to say that if you want to wait and hold the Blue Star Technology stock for dividends, don't think about it. The executives present are now Blue Star Technology shareholders. Everyone's options have not been fully converted into real shares, but some have been converted into real shares through exercise. The company decides whether or not to pay dividends. Of course, the board of directors has the final say, and the board of directors is Luo Sheng. He said that if there is no dividend, then it must be impossible. However, everyone did not find it inappropriate, because dividends are far less profitable than the appreciation of stock prices. They are all fractions of a hand, and the dividends are hundreds of thousands of years. It is very good, but the use of dividends for company development, promoting the stock price to double, and cashing in any point is 10 times the profit. Shareholders want both stock appreciation gains and dividends, which is impossible with Luo Sheng. Debt issuance is also necessary. The more money the company has, the more it is going to issue debt. In the last generation of Luo Sheng, the trillion-dollar apple of the market and the cash reserves of 1 or 200 billion yuan continued to issue debt. Is Apple short of money? Of course not. Even in this life, and even now, Apple under the leadership of Joe has not paid dividends for more than a decade. Irene then said, but the law requires that the company must pay dividends once every 5 years. Luo Sheng smiled with one hand and said, once every 5 years, it doesn't matter. Just share it, then pay it once every 5 years, then once. 5 million, not US dollars. Soft sister currency. Everyone. Some investors who want to wait for the dividend of Blue Star Technologies stock will definitely be angry if they hear this. At this moment, Luo Sheng put away his careless attitude, and he was sitting tightly. Looking around the crowd, he said seriously, everyone present here is not only the actual manager of the company, but also the shareholder. I said at the meeting that the issue of dividends is also a fight ahead. Prevent vaccination, so as not to think wildly. Dividends are small profits and small losses. Throughout history, 90% of listed companies in the world will pay dividends. By this year, only 1/3 of them will be paid. Luo Sheng once again sat back on the chair, adding, the listed company's non-dividend is a new international trend. I am not blindly following the new trend, nor will I go against the trend. This is correct. For shareholders, more the important and better return is a rise in the stock price, not a bonus. How much is the dividend based on the share? How much is the stock price doubling? Right? Everyone nodded silently. Luo Sheng's statement is true. If you are worried that the stock market will not be good in the future, then sell some cash out now, and the cash out may exceed the dividend income in the next 20 years or even longer. She received a dividend income of 20 years in advance, and still holds most of the stock. It is no doubt that the net profit is concentrated in the company's cash pool and used to develop the company, thereby increasing the stock price, and the return rate of the rising stock price is always greater than the dividend. It is impossible for this end to enjoy the gains of rising stock prices and the dividend gains of the other end. As long as Luo Sheng is at the helm of this company, this will never happen. Shareholders must be unhappy, especially the major shareholders, and they must be against it. People are greedy. However, Luo Sheng did not care about their unhappiness, and their objections were not counted. Luo Sheng's idea is very simple. Change the thinking of core management. If it can't be turned around, slap it out and not beep too much. Even as Xuyong, the co-founder, Luo Sheng would not hesitate if he dared to pay dividends. However, the management team said after Luo Sheng, everyone was originally puzzled, and now they have solved it. Because relatively speaking, they are not as big shareholders as Wall Street, and dividends are indeed the least profitable for them. On the contrary, if they make up the stock price, their earnings will be higher. Xuyong is definitely a major shareholder. As the co-founder of Blue Star Technology, he still holds 2.96% of BTC shares after cashing out, which is the company's second largest individual shareholder after Luo Sheng. But for Xuyong, this has made him very satisfied. The wealth he has is already an astronomical number. In his eyes it is already a string of numbers. Let's talk about new projects. We will strive to achieve a market value of 100 billion this year. This time, there must be a big move. Xuyong did not disappoint Luo Sheng. At this moment he decisively jumped out to cooperate with Luo Sheng. He has also grown a lot with Luo Sheng during the past few years. As a co-founder, he is unwaveringly standing with Luo Sheng. On the same front, it is the co-founder who will help the boss, not chaos. This is the biggest achievement Xuyong has summarized today. When the senior executives at the meeting heard these words, they suddenly set aside their thoughts and wanted to obtain greater profits. They made every effort to make the company bigger and stronger than anything else, so everyone all looked at the big boss. After hearing that, Luo Sheng laughed. The company's stock price may fluctuate greatly in the next period of time, so don't worry about it, because once the project is started, the market may not be optimistic. This year, we want to make the stock price $100 billion. It depends on whether the market has confidence in us. It is not known whether the market is confident, but the managers present are absolutely confident. In particular, Feng Yi and others who followed Luo Sheng's hard work all the time had blind faith and worship for him. After another moment, Luo Sheng looked at the crowd and said, "During the global roadshow of our company's IPO listing, a rather low-key commerce company in North America silently launched a new product service in March of this year called Elastic Computing Cloud Service. Well, who knows? Who cares?" Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Most of them hadn't heard of it at that time, where they had free time to pay attention to these. But it's not all. At Luo Sheng's half-Zelling Guanzi-style brick and mortar, Zhang Bowen attending the meeting immediately said uncertainly, "Mr. Luo, is this company you say the North American e-commerce Amazon company?" Luo Sheng glanced at Zhang Bowen in surprise and immediately nodded and smiled. "Yes, it's Amazon, which started by selling books." After drinking a saliva, he continued, "Elastic Computing Cloud Service. This is a new concept, but as long as you pay attention to the development history of the IT industry, you should know Sun Microsystems. The technology can be traced back to 1988. The concept of the network is a computer was first proposed by John Gage, co-founder of Sun Microsystems, in 2014. If you go back in time, it may be until 1979 that IBM launches the IBM. Computers will spread from enterprises to individuals, and users can have their own personal computers. Then it'll combine Elastic Computing Cloud Services with network is a computer. Change a new term cloud computing, and translate it to cloud computing. Cloud computing? Everyone couldn't help but meditate on this new conceptual noun in their hearts, and felt quite novel for a while. The boss always likes to put forward some new concepts, such as Web 2.0, from the media, and other new terms are now word of mouth in the industry, competing to quote, because it is really easy to use, it is also concise. After a while, Xuyong said, "I know that Sun company. I was really impressed by the words of the boss. The network is a computer was first proposed as a concept in the late 1990s. It is indeed not fake." www.novel.com. Xuyong turned to Luo Sheng and added, "But this is also a concept. Until now, this technology is only considered to be applicable to supercomputers, and ordinary internet users can enjoy such a cloud computing services, even if it can. I'm afraid it will take a long time before the day of realization." Luo Sheng said, "What about cloud computing is not strictly a cutting-edge technology concept. But there is no doubt that it will be born and applied. It will certainly change the world, and it will bring unimaginable terror benefits." What is the most valuable thing in the new century? You might say talent. Core technology. Yes, but neither is it, but data. Big data is the most valuable. Another new concept term is thrown out. Big data, cloud computing. Everyone can't understand. Luo Sheng thought for a while, and changed his expression, and said, "Let me tell you so. Why is QQ as a social product? The ad realizing ability of QQ is extremely poor, and Blue Space can now provide we bring billions of dollars in revenue." Everyone looked at each other. Is it because of big data? Chapter 166. A senior executive at the conference said uncertainly, "QQ?" Luo Sheng glanced at the executive and looked around at everyone. "So, why can we get such huge advertising revenue?" The executive said without hesitation, "Our social product is a RAL name user registration, which can be pushed accurately, and the advertising benefits are huge. Advertisers are willing to come to our platform to advertise." Luo Sheng nodded, "That's exactly right. These are data, huge amounts of big data, and very valuable RAL name data. This allows us to analyze these data and then accurately place ads to get excess returns. But this is not enough. Our data mining is still just at the surface stage. For example, Throwing dice is a random behavior and it is difficult to predict, but if I analyze it from a scientific perspective, if I know it, all the comprehensive coefficients of strength, air resistance, gravity, desktop elasticity, etc., to grasp all the data and information, theoretically I can 100% predict that it will be thrown out. Speaking of which, Luo Sheng paused for a sip, and the core management at the meeting didn't say a word, only Luo Sheng's arrogant voice. Then change the scene. If I know a user's all his behavior and other information, what time does he get up? What time does he eat? Where do he like to play? What are his hobbies? Playing video games, watching movies, snacking, etc. If he likes snacks, we can push him some snack-related ads. If he likes playing games, then push game-related advertisements and so on. Only if you have enough massive data to precipitate, then analyze and perform deep mining, the value in it is inestimable. As long as he is a netizen, as long as he is online, he must leave his footprint on the internet. The branch is on any node of the entire internet, and each footprint is a small amount of data information. It may be at this node or the. When all the data is collected, it is easy to grasp the preferences, behaviors and habits of a user. Our understanding of him is even clearer, more comprehensive, and more thorough than his own. It is unimaginable to dig deep into its potential value. The expressions of everyone gradually changed from curiosity, doubt, uncertainty, shudder, shock, excitement, hesitation and so on. Those who can sit in this meeting room are impossible without two brushes. Even if they hadn't before, they will definitely be trained now. Luo Sheng's narrative is easy to understand, so everyone soon realized that if he could really achieve the level as he said, that's incredible. In addition, deep mining data analysis can definitely provide a stronger advertising monetization ability for the blue space segment, as is the case for the company's major business segments. This is absolutely like a dragon's wings and a tiger's wings. Everyone looked at each other. Is this the value of big data and cloud computing? If it can be achieved, it will be inestimable. The core executives at the conference also quickly realized the importance of it. Once big data is not mastered by others, Blue Star Technology Group may face a calamity. Now the seemingly unbreakable moat will become vulnerable. The people's hearts were actually a little hesitant, but Luo Sheng's eloquent passages painted them a very attractive and magnificent blueprint. The problem is that in such an era of big data, it is impossible to look at it. Can it be achieved in the short term? But soon, their hearts warmed up again. Because of all these achievements of Blue Star Technology, who can think of it? At least, Luo Sheng's myth has continued so far, and there is no sign of disillusionment. Is there any reason not to believe it? At this moment, Luo Sheng saw the eyes of the people gradually becoming hot. Instead, he said very calmly, the launch of big data and cloud computing services is not only very beneficial to our major business segments, but we can provide big data and cloud computing services to third parties. Luo Sheng thought for a while and said in an image, it's like Blue Star Technology opened a bank. This bank is a big data center, the server is a safe, and then sells management terms, accounting, providing transaction details and other services to tripartite customers. Since then, the user's money does not need to be put in their own house to spend on a safe. They can directly hand it over to us. The user has no concept of a safe and only knows that he has an account with his own deposit. It's cloud computing services. Every word of Luo Sheng made Feng Yi and others more excited, and the blueprint for the future became clearer and clearer in their eyes. We can not only provide cloud computing services to large customers, but also provide cloud computing services to hundreds of millions of ordinary individuals. If we take the example of money, it is like a child with his own small wallet. Although not as good as in a safe, he has a lot of money, but is completely in his own control, and to a certain extent gets rid of the constraints of his parents. But there are also some problems that come with it. The wallet may be lost, the data on the personal computer may be completely lost due to a virus in the computer or other reasons, and the files on one computer may be on another computer. It can't be used normally, just like you can't use Softcoin in the United States. You have to exchange money. But with big data, cloud computing services are different. If we provide big data, cloud computing services, and website hosting services, then companies that want to provide internet services do not have to worry about it, as long as they rent the services we provide. Of course, including personal cloud service solutions. Xuyong immediately said excitedly, "Say, boss, what can we do?" The company's number 2 character, Zhang Bowen, is relatively the calmest person behind Luo Sheng. He also said immediately, "If you want to do this, you first need to build a very large data center to cover the world. It can be solved one by two. This is not a small investment, and the operating costs are also high. Electricity alone is a huge expense, and we are an internet company. How can we solve the safe problem?" Luo Sheng laughed. Lao Zhang said it makes sense, but no matter how much the cost and investment are, it is worthwhile relative to the return. Even if there is no return, it must be done. Why? Because once we lose the initiative on data, right, for Blue Star Technology, all the brilliant achievements we have made today are in the air, and someday in the future, we may change from prosperity to decline, towards a path of collapse and destruction. Luo Sheng didn't say that everyone was aware of it, but he said it again, and this sentence undoubtedly made the big guy wake up. As for the safe issue, Luo Sheng thought about it and looked at Zhang Bowen immediately, saying, "It is possible to cooperate with IBM, and Intel can also, but IBM is relatively more reliable in this area. Our list is so big that it will surprise IBM so much. We have offered up to be the god of wealth, so we can make demands, including demanding ones, that let IBM develop servers for us dedicated to cloud computing to build our large data centers." Everyone couldn't help laughing for a while, and Rich was the uncle. Luo Sheng is also thinking in his heart that cooperation with IBM does not mean that Baobao is completely pressed on IBM, and it cannot even be pressed on European and American technology companies to form a serious dependence. As the soul from the future www.intelnovel.com, Luo Sheng is very clear that once the old beauty is anxious, it is an unforgettable master to lift the table. Therefore, there must be a corresponding spare tire plan in the hardware sector. There is no doubt that the Cote d'Azur company will play a key role in it and can come out to turn the tide over the downfall. The spare tire plan is most suitable for Lancy Semiconductor and the Cote d'Azur laboratory. Luo Sheng guessed that at this time, most of them have been in the server area for 2 years. So it seems to have started early. Then there is no need for the Cote d'Azur company to do it, because the two sides have Lancy Semiconductor as the bond of the community of interest, and as a server, as long as they come out of Lancy Semiconductor, the Cote d'Azur company can also enjoy the revenue. Ps. 5 more completed, all cleared up, but what if there are more than 30 chapters with swollen manuscripts? Xiaoling is ready to go. Just wait for the reader to attack a good virtuous positive cycle now. Oh, everyone starts to subscribe. Many people have great power. This book gets a boutique badge, and it will be delivered immediately. Tong Tong is not bullying. Water and water problems and hot reviews free. I brushed down the comment area and saw the long comment of the reader, "I am invincible. I am still invincible." Xiaoling also left a comment in this comment. "I still have a question about content water." Just right. This reader's comment is a good case, which may represent a part of the reader group. Just come out and say. The reader's original words are not listed here. Those who are interested can go to the book review. The general meaning is, the author wrote some data and checked a lot of information. It took a lot of time and was said to be very watery. The author may angry cursing mother. As Xiaoling said in his message, it is not bad to swear, or to be angry, or else he will be angered for years, but it is a little helpless. The reader's comments, Xiaoling's understanding is that the general meaning is, you have consulted a lot of information and listed the data, but it is not useful. I just don't like it. so it is very watery. Helplessness lies in this. The reader said, nowadays, the web text is fast-paced, and it's ugly. It's very possible that some plot details can't be seen. You give me a bunch of data. I can't take a serious look at it. Is it reasonable to count me? Of course, you do not need to count. Of course, you can also count. This is a matter of personal behavior preferences. But you don't count as conflict with the data itself. Zhao Ling mistaken, the data is the real conflict. If you are a reader who doesn't care about the details, just skip it. Don't worry about whether it is reasonable or not. The readers who are honest are super tolerant readers and the authors like them. But not every reader can be so forgiving. There are always a few more true. No, there is another reader in the comment area who is more real. He is struggling with financing. He said it was wrong. He also enthusiastically left a comment in the comment area. He gave an example of a valuation of 100 million and financing of 1,000 after 10,000. The valuation was 110 million, but Zhao Ling wrote that the final valuation was 10 million after financing 10 million. So he asked a question. This reader should belong to half of the understanding of financing issues, and the other half may be a blind spot of knowledge. So he questioned. I told him that you might understand this by pre-investment valuation. That's right, right. But there are actually many ways of financing, including pre-investment valuation, post-investment valuation, equity financing, and debt financing. He did not fully understand the capital increase, equity expansion, and equity transfer. Look, Zhao Ling's streamlined writing has such a message. Does this reader understand it wrong? No, Zhao Ling didn't write wrong, but just encountered a blind spot of knowledge. Zhao Ling Information has been a professional to reduce the blind spot of knowledge in related areas, and that's it. These Zhao Lings above are not written in the book. And the true writing is the golden mountain of water. Back to the topic of invincible. I am still invincible. The reader brother, this brother means that you don't list these things, don't list any data, I don't care, and I don't calculate the reasonable or correct question, so don't do this anymore. Frankly speaking, this reader's words are a bit selfish, because this book is for the public and is not specifically tailored for a certain reader. If Zhao Ling did is invincible, I am still invincible, then the message on the financing issue, what about readers? That is also harmful to Zhao Ling, because the audience is smaller and the number of subscribers is smaller. However, the current situation is that Zhao Ling is also responsible. The reader of Invincible I Am Still Invincible is more forgiving and does not care about the details. Just skip it. But you can't ask the author to care about the details. Yeah? That is to say, this book has multiple rounds of financing, the change in the proportion of the main character's equity, and the change in the proportion of equity of major shareholders in several rounds of financing. The capital contribution ratio is to write as little useless content as possible, but some data are essential. For example, the round of financing of Blue Star Technology in the selected plot. Blue Star Technology, a round of financing, transferred 12% equity, post-investment valuation of 5 billion. The equity structure is, the option pool reserves 12.276%, Liu Sheng 64%, Tencent 9.37%, SoftBank 4.45%. Goldman Sachs 3.35%, Venture Capital 3.13%, IDG 2.8%, and other 0.624%. If you don't care about the details, you can pass by at a glance. But why do you ask that the data cannot appear? In case you look back and want to know how much equity has been diluted after the protagonist's financing? What if another reader wants to know how much Tencent holds? What if another reader wants to know how much Goldman Sachs took? Then he knew at a glance. If Zhao Ling did not list these data, these readers could only count it by themselves if they wanted to know. How uncomfortable. There are also some readers who are picky. He may really count it right here. Zhao Ling can responsibly say that the above round A financing data is really calculated by readers. The proportion of major shareholders adds up to 100%. No more, no less. Old readers who are busy and flustered can now pick up the calculator to calculate. During the pre-round of financing, the main character Luo Sheng's personal shareholding was 72.726%. Then the A round of financing transferred 12% of the equity, and the calculation result was diluted to 63.99888%. 64%. Other VC shareholders were following the investment and making a proportional investment. How much Zhaoling contributed by each VC in proportion is not detailed, because there is no need to write them one by one, and it is easy to make mistakes if you write more, but it is not beautiful, and it is said to be very watery. Therefore, the main plot also uses the major shareholders' proportionate funding to raise a total of 30 yuan in this round of financing. I have listed the stock ratios here. If there are more serious readers, he can take these data himself if you can't. Zhaoling will not count or write it in the text, because Zhaoling has to take care of the reading experience of more readers. In this way, Zhaoling is also worry-free. In fact, each time the equity changes, the data must be checked repeatedly. Fear of mistakes. The more data is more likely to be wrong, the more troublesome. Zhaoling, which can be streamlined, has been streamlined. Heart. So I want Zhaoling to leave a message in the message area. Diners came to the restaurant and paid a large sum for a luxurious meal, but only ate a plate of peanuts. If Zhaoling sees this diner eat a plate of peanut rice, is it just a plate of peanut rice? There is a vegetable bug in a dish. Some diners will fry when they see it. Some diners will see it and it will be fine. Some diners may not even notice it. There should be no problem in his thinking. Is trust. But no matter what kind of diners, there is a vegetable bug in a dish. This is the shop's wrong. Shouldn't the right approach be done by the shopkeeper? Can even the unintentional diners be able to enjoy the dishes safely and without pollution? Because this dish is okay, there are no bugs, and diners don't pay attention to it, and pay attention to it, even if you look carefully, it is a healthy dish without bugs. The shopkeepers are responsible. The diners trust the shopkeepers to be grateful and distrustful. The shopkeepers have a clear conscience and stand up to scrutiny. Therefore, the book Global Monopoly does not say that all the data can withstand scrutiny, but most of Zhaoling is still very confident. Some problems have been reminded by readers, and I quickly went back to correct them. No seek perfection, just do what you can to be perfect. Invincible. I am still invincible. The reader's message is not bad. Zhaoling also knows that it is impossible to completely satisfy all readers, and the reader can still pick out 10,000 problems. But Zhaoling's approach is to remove as many people as he sees the fault, and the obvious monopoly that the invisible reader sees is also spoken out and removed. After doing this exhaustively, it may only solve 1 or 200 problems, but if you don't do that, you will have 10,000 problems. I'm a little tired. It's okay. This is Zhaoling's personal problem, and I don't blame anyone. It's just that invincible. I am still invincible. There is a sentence that strikes people. There is nothing wrong with it. It says there is nothing wrong with water. It varies from person to person. No water. Everyone's standards are different. So Zhaoling has nothing to explain about it. That is, insist on writing his own style and let readers who are not familiar with this writing style see and like it. This is the only way Zhaoling can do, and it is the best solution. I am the old man who has one sentence. The original words are, it was on the shelves, and it broke 30 chapters in 2 days. It looks very hard. This looks very hard. The extension is that all the efforts are looks. It makes the author feel a lot of emotions, and finally only uses the word bitter smile to correspond. There is nothing other than bitter smile. However, after so many years in the industry, and the content written by Zhaoling is in this category, it is relatively more thorough. A work facing the public must inevitably crack down on sarcasm. The author of Glass Heart cannot eat this meal, at least not for a long time. Zhaoling has been in business for 6 or 7 years. So don't worry, if Zhaoling had changed his career. The purpose of this chapter is to hope everyone understands and let everyone know what the author did. If you don't communicate, you never know the truth. Sometimes misunderstanding produced. In the recent 251 incident, Zhao Ling saw that the truth had not yet come out. Everyone was anxious to stand in line. Some keyboard enthusiasts presided over stretching justice, and they finally caught it. Don't go dark, or quite, or dark, and the whole network will be full of enthusiasm for a while, so lively. There is only one final winner, the media or the media. I have made enough traffic. As for the truth, frankly, how many people in this era will really care about the truth? Even if the truth comes out, no matter what the truth is, the result has no meaning anymore. When the majority of netizens eat melons boo for the results, sum up the whole process of the incident. The media or self-media have already left the scene. What did they do? Find the next traffic burst, and use the same routines and operations to detonate the entire network. Melaniating netizens here have just concluded from the 251 incident late, boo playing, ready to rest, want to rest, innocent. The media have yelled, take a break, and something is wrong here. Isn't it time for justice? Although I was tired, I had a firm look, and sighed secretly, and then I held the justice in my heart, even if I was exhausted, because I was the embodiment of justice, and screamed like a rainbow, key to come. I counted the votes in the media and from the media. After counting the votes, I looked at the situation here. The justice here is pretty good. You can leave and look for the next one, repeatedly in this cycle, again and again. So, whether you want to accept it or not, this is the current state of our society and the current state of the Web 3.0 world. If you don't believe me, you can just walk and see. Zhao Ling is setting up a flag here. Within a week, up to 2 weeks, the 251 incident is quickly forgotten, and the next traffic burst may be brewing. How many people are paying attention to net now? It has gone, it has been popular, and it has almost consumed. Of course, the voice is getting smaller and smaller. The popularity of these days is the 251 event. The value of traffic is steadily high. The value of 251 is squeezed out. I carried away. Next, he really looked at the high-rise buildings and the banquet guests, and finally saw the buildings collapse. In the world of global monopoly, the protagonist has started the era of self-media. From the media, a terrible double-edged sword. It can bring together the power of the whole people. This power is very terrible. When it is good, the power of the whole people is like the light of the whole world. It can make the dirt in the darkest corners disappear. Many vulnerable groups have been saved because of this. Thanks to the media age. When it turns to evil, everyone is an accomplice. Maybe his original intention is good and good-hearted. www.mentalnovel.com, but an unintentional sentence becomes the actual accomplice. Even the power of the whole people can be a drop of water, converge into a sea of oceans. Imagine how terrible this power is. Many people collapse, die, or even commit suicide because of cyber violence. For killing people, sometimes you don't need to do anything. Just one sentence. I hope that this mass of people from the internet can make more use of the good side, and don't vent the carnival in the guise of justice and speak for true justice. It'll simmer for so many years, and finally sprinkle a wave of poisonous chicken soup to end. The pace of life in this era is getting faster and faster, but sometimes it really needs to be slowed down. The pace of life is faster. What can you do with it? It's as if it can really catch up. If you can't afford a house, why not stop and take a rest? The reason why I feel tired is because there are too many extra things in my heart and brain, and it is the same as being full. It is more reasonable to stop and empty the extra things and pack them lightly. It's really cool. Cool, yeah, cool. The above. Wait. There are the following. Oh, ? Oh. It was updated around 12 o'clock. Don't forget the monthly tickets, subscriptions, and recommended tickets. If there is a reward, it will be more praise and if you have wood, then ask tomorrow. Hey, Zhao Ling feels that he should go to the headline and once the column class is cheating for money. I will tell you that I can't cheat it without telling you. There must be readers who have criticized so much. Why not update? I think you are floating. Stretch your face to wake you up. This chapter has looked back for typos. If there are typos, it is not a great honor. Well, there is a wood, that's all. There really is a drop of wood. Chapter 167. The conference continued, and Zhang Bowen looked at Luo Sheng. Mr. Luo, do you want to set up a wholly owned subsidiary to independently operate the big data and cloud computing services sector? Luo Sheng shook his head and said, this is not necessary. It is directly done by the parent company. The existing major subsidiaries will need a lot of data resources in the future. This can be integrated and distributed by the parent company to optimize resource allocation. In the future, the core business of the parent company is big data, cloud computing services. Zhang Bowen nodded, and after a while couldn't help laughing. It seems that Mr. Luo has already begun to arrange. The $5.6 billion raised in the IPO has only brought back $1 billion domestically, and the other $4.6 billion is still offshore. The biggest purpose of the company's IPO financing is to build a data center on a global scale, otherwise this time it will not raise so much money, let alone a second or third financing. Luo Sheng said so. His logical thinking is very agile, and he usually speaks quickly, but at today's internally secret core executive meeting, he reduced the speed for the first time and was patient to speak cloud computing services for everyone. Fortunately, I have been working with Luo Sheng for a few years. Everyone has adapted. Now the people sitting here are not bad. The bad debt has been brushed down in recent years. Although these concepts were first heard, now everyone has a clear logical organization. The most difficult point of Luo Sheng's content is that Feng Yi still easily confuses the data center, cloud computing data center, and big data. Unconsciously, they will treat these three as the same product or concept. After spending more than an hour and patiently explaining in Luo Sheng, everyone just sorted out the relationship between the three. It may seem confusing, but there are actually significant differences. The data center computer room is a complex set of hardware facilities, and cloud computing is a public information resource. Big data is an application scenario in the context of the Internet, including future applications in the context of mobile Internet and the Internet of Things. The relationship between the three is closely linked and intersected. Various applications generate huge amounts of data, which need to be processed and analyzed to mine valuable information. Cloud computing is a technical solution that can solve the needs of a series of IT infrastructures such as computers, storage, and databases. There is no doubt that big data is a very important application scenario for cloud computing, and cloud computing provides the best technical solutions for big data processing and data mining. But all this must rely on the existence of a data center to achieve landing. The data center plays the role of infrastructure and is the root of cloud computing. And cloud computing is the leaf of the data center. It promotes the development of the data center through photosynthesis, and as a result, the data center is strengthened, and it will feed back the development of cloud computing and provide a solid foundation for it. These three divisions of labor are different and have different levels, but they are interdependent and promote each other. It's a bit confusing, and no wonder it gets confused. If you want to play with cloud computing services, you must do a good job on the path of returning to Luo Sheng said with a smile. Gold? They all spoke in unison and looked at each other, all seeing the doubts and puzzlements in their eyes. Luo Sheng also hesitated for a while, responded quickly, and laughed. The subculture vocabulary in the game player circle can only become stronger when charged with money. Simply put, it is necessary to prepare for a large-scale capital investment. Time it's not short, it's going to last. Feng Yi joked, boss, can manage two companies, can you still have free time to play games? The crowd could not help laughing. But obviously he was a little skeptical. Luo Sheng had no less than 5 or 6 meetings a day. And sometimes he had a dozen meetings a day. He doesn't have to do it himself. He usually makes decisions. But even if it's not one or two to make a decision, and it is divided into different business sectors, It takes a lot of time to just make a decision and say that you have to think. I have to say that this is not something that ordinary people can do. None of the 8 core brains is really irreversible, and the average person has been dizzy for a long time, let alone make the most efficient judgments and make decisions. After the episode, Luo Sheng drank, then got up from the director's chair, and came to a wall of the conference room under the eyes of everyone. There was a big whiteboard around it. He found a map of the world, at which time an executive jumped up to help, and spent a little time fixing the world map with a whiteboard. The specific blueprint is very clear in my mind. I hate PPT. I make good notes. After Luo Sheng got it, he said something, and then he found 10 red whiteboard magnets and put them on this one. 10 positions on the world map. After getting these things back to the chair of the chairman, the attending Zuyong and others all looked at the 10 signs on the map. Each sign is a country or region, respectively: China, Singapore, Japan, Australia, Brazil, Western Europe, the United Kingdom, the United States with 10 countries in Russia. Luo Sheng leaned back on the swivel chair and looked at the map on the whiteboard at an angle, leisurely said, "This goal is a long-term vision plan. From this year to 2016, it will take about 10 years. Blue Star Technology Group strives for build at least 165 large data centers in more than a dozen countries and 18 urban locations worldwide." Speaking of which, Luo Sheng looked at the 10 signs on the map for a moment. His brain was running fast, and then he added, 165 data centers are distributed in these 18 cities. These cities are Domestic Sioux City, Phoenix, Forest City, Capital, Northern Virginia, Seattle, California, Northeast Oregon, Dublin, Luxembourg, Frankfurt, Tokyo, Osaka, Singapore, Sydney, Sao Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, Moscow. At the time of Luo Sheng's methodical presentation, all the executives at the meeting, Xu Yongqing, Zhang Boyin, and Feng Yi were all stunned. Luo Sheng continued, in addition, the average storage size of each of these 165 data centers will reach 6,000 petabytes, which is 6.14 million terabytes of data. After the voice fell, the meeting room was quiet for a little while, and Zhang Boyin finally couldn't help but say, "My God, Mr. Luo, are you sure this is not a joke?" Luo Sheng did not hesitate. "Nonsense. Do you think him joking? By 2020 we must have at least 200 data centers worldwide." Xuyong stared at his fingers blindly. He was a data emperor, and his mental arithmetic ability was very strong. He immediately began to calculate and talk to himself, and everyone in the audience listened to him talking to himself. With 200 data centers, according to the scale of 6,000 petabytes, a data center needs about 160,000 sets of servers. If all storage servers with 8 terabytes times 18 specifications are used, there are about 42,700 storage servers. The cost of 1 yuan is roughly 10,000 yuan per server. The hardware cost of a data center will cost 1.96 billion yuan. This does not include the space costs of the computer room and other facilities, so it is about 2 billion yuan. Furthermore, the subsequent electricity bills are scary. According to this scale, the data center consumes 64,000 kilowatt-hours per hour, according to the current commercial electricity standard of 0.45 yuan per kilowatt-hour in Suzhou City. Burn out about 251 million yuan in electricity costs. And in order to provide cloud services, it is necessary to pay a broadband operator about 100,000 yuan GB month of dedicated line access fees. Based on the 330 gigabits average export broadband, an annual network fee of about 400 million yuan has to be paid. That is to say, in 1 year alone, electricity, network, labor, and operation and maintenance cost 700 million. If you don't calculate the region and exchange rate changes, multiply it by 200, and 1 year's operating expenses will be 140 billion yuan. Yuan budget. The cost of building another 200 data centers is roughly estimated to cost an additional 400 billion yuan. I need quick results to save my heart. Forget about it. Xu Yong's expression became more and more exaggerated. The other people attending the meeting were also intolerable. www.mtlnovel.com. But when they heard his data, they also secretly smashed their lips. Although they were inaccurate, they reached such a large number and they were inseparable. In front of us, the gap between a few hundred million and a few hundred million can be ignored. No wonder the boss would say gold. No wonder IBM would be surprised and anxious to provide Blue Star Technology Group as god of wealth. Luo Sheng still said lightly and calmly, "You calculated it based on 10 or 15 years later. I guarantee that by then, the annual revenue of Blue Star Technology Group will have exceeded the hundreds of billions of dollars. So the investment is big, but don't panic. We will make more and more money." Listening to this, everyone felt that the boss was simply the rhythm of Kaigiwaga drawing them a big cake. But I don't know why. Everyone thinks that although this cake can't be called or touched, it can inexplicably smell the scent, which makes people goosebumps, boiled deep inside. Chinese website. Chapter 168. Joe helps the master. We strive to spend about $5.6 billion in the second half of 2007 and set up 3 data centers in China's Sioux City, the capital, and Linqing, and just use the $1 billion of financing funds brought back this time. The budget is just right. Luo Sheng began to make detailed decisions, based on the current internet infrastructure and user scale in China. The establishment of these 3 data centers is sufficient to meet the current commercial scale. It is not necessary to build too many data centers. The construction and operating costs are too scary. Once built, it means that several hundred million yuan will be burned steadily every year. It's been 2 hours since the meeting lasted, but everyone was very excited, because the blueprint drawn by Luo Sheng was too magnificent. Luo Sheng went on to say, 9 large-scale data centers are being constructed overseas, 1 in Northern Virginia, 1 in Seattle, 2 in the California Bay Area, 1 in Oregon, 1 in Osaka, 1 in Dublin, 1 in Frankfurt, and 1 in Sydney. After hearing what he said, Erin immediately said, operating costs are higher overseas, even if 9 data centers are built, plus 3 domestic. Isn't the $5.6 billion raised in the IPO financing for the establishment of the data center up? Luo Sheng nodded and smiled. Overseas data center operating costs are high, but future revenue will also be high. After all, developed countries. The money raised this time is used to build our cloud computing service projects. Otherwise this money will only be lying on the company's accounts as a cash reserve. The company's current operating profit growth rate has exceeded the growth of operating expenses, and financial revenue and expenditure are very healthy. Bowen Zhang said, in the field of cloud computing services, our competitors are the Amazons. When Luo Sheng shook his head, of course, Amazon is a big competitor, but it won't be long, or even half a year, and more players will soon enter this field. Once the technology giants such as Microsoft and Google realize the cloud, the potential of calculation will definitely speed up the follow-up. Maybe these giants have begun to make secret preparations, and it must be difficult to enter the overseas market, especially the entry qualification of the North American market, and develop a response strategy in advance. Everyone could not help but nodded. And Amazon launched a low-profile elastic computing cloud service in March of this year. However, the current Amazon company is really a younger brother in the eyes of Blue Star Technology Group. Its core business is e-commerce. It can be seen from the market value that it is really a younger brother. Amazon's current market value is maintained at about $15 billion, while Blue Star Technology Group's current market value has been sitting around, sprinting towards $80 billion. In terms of free cash flow, Blue Star Technology is now also completely Amazon. Even if other companies are already preparing in secret, Luo Sheng is confident that in the future, he will win more than 70% of the cloud computing service market share. There is not much doorway in it, which is a very simple problem of courage. Luo Sheng dare not to hesitate to blow down $5 to $6 billion this year to next year, which is equivalent to Google's total annual revenue last year. Other companies, such as Google and even Microsoft, are definitely not as crazy as Luo Sheng, because cloud computing services are still a new and unfamiliar field at present. They have already had a concept prototype as early as the 1980s and 1990s. After so many years, there has not been much improvement. It is impossible for such a crazy investment. The scale of $5 billion to $6 billion is still in the age of 2006. If you put such a large amount of astronomical figures in a big group company, how dare you break into a new area that is still unclear? In the event of a loss, if a professional manager is in charge of this company, the financial report will be rolled out tomorrow. They do not have the advanced vision pattern of Luo Sheng's profits. By the time the reaction came, Blue Star Technology had already taken a ride in the field of cloud computing services, and Luo Sheng liked this feeling of throwing people in streets as a tide of the times. This life depends on the waves. This highly confidential internal meeting is almost coming to an end. Finally, Luo Sheng looked at Zhang Bowen and said, "Lao Zhang, it's up to you to build the data center. You talk to the people at IBM." Zhang Bowen nodded. "I understand. This matter is extremely important for Blue Star Technology Group. It is a strategic vision of the times and spanning more than 10 years. It is also the most important task of the group this year." Luo Sheng naturally attaches great importance. However, he handed it over to Zhang Bowen. On the one hand, he was assured. On the other hand, it was Lao Zhang's ability that was beyond doubt. Moreover, Luo Sheng had to take care of the matters of the Côte d'Azur. This matter is more important. This year is 2006, a year of changing the world. Lancy Semiconductor and the Côte d'Azur laboratory are blooming. The core technologies are constantly breaking through under the leadership of Luo Sheng. The first real smartphone will be available this year, and it must be released before Apple's iPhone. The company that has been immersed in the Côte d'Azur for several years. If it does not sing, it will be shocking. Zhang Bowen began to implement Luo Sheng's new task for Blue Star Technology, and the group company entered the field of cloud computing services without hesitation. This is a very large and long-term project, more than any previous project of Blue Star Technology Group. In fact, Zhang Bowen was also very stressed. In the following days, he began to make active preparations, and was planning to travel to North America to meet with IBM executives to discuss business cooperation issues before the end of the month. In the other business segments of the Blue Star Technology Group, the heads of the major subsidiaries also perform their duties. More than 10,000 employees of this huge technology group perform their duties. The major business segments are also steadily advancing, and users continue increase. The company completed the spin-off and reorganization at the end of last year. The first head of each subsidiary has been in office for almost a quarter. So far, Luo Sheng is satisfied with their performance, and no major problems have occurred. In the next few days, Luo Sheng himself will undoubtedly focus on the Azure project plan of the Côte d'Azur company. Preparations for this autumn conference will also be on schedule. I chose to release it in September, no matter what, because whether it is domestic or foreign, the sales season will be after September. For example, domestic companies just have a small holiday in October, and other companies will basically choose to sell new products at this time. 2 days later, when Luo Sheng was focusing on the Azure plan, he didn't know that a big coffee from the tech industry had crossed the ocean from North America to Huago for the first time, and he came directly to him. This is Jobs, the founder of Apple. That morning, Qiao Bangzu, who had arrived on a special plane, got off the plane in Shenzhen. He left the terminal and looked around and sighed. I never thought that there would be a mysterious Oriental country one day. I am here to ask someone to ensure I knew the product was born. This will start from last year. Another thing happened in the North American technology circle, which is related to Apple. Last year, Apple entered the mobile phone industry for the first time, and cooperated with Motorola to launch an iTunes phone ROC. Geobangs of this phone and Motorola's RAS released in 2004 also belong to the 4LTR product line. The main model is V3. In 2004, RAS was arguably one of the best-selling mobile phones in the world. At that time, Apple, the iPod, had just ruled the digital music industry, and Music Space had not yet been launched. Apple saw the potential in RAS. Coincidentally, the head of Motorola's AirDrop at the time was an old friend of Joe's gang. After being fooled by the old man, Kiao helped the master get into the thief ship of his old friend for many years. The cooperation between Apple and Motorola is of course natural. That's how ROC was born. This is Apple's first mobile phone. However, this phone was laughed at by the media after it went on sale. Sure enough, the ROC, which was launched last year, has been so cool this year. It really can't die anymore. In fact, when ROC was not yet on the market, Joe's gang owner knew that this phone would be cool, so the iPhone was also being developed in secret. It's just that Joe helped the main circle, but the iPhone encountered a big trouble by accident, because many key patented technologies are stuck in the neck. For example, the most critical multi-touch patent has been applied for registration on March 22 last year. This investigation found that www.mtnovel.com is the mysterious Oriental country from the other side of the Pacific that has just joined the WTO for 5 years. Many technologies can't be beaten by Apple. But the terrible thing is that patent barriers can't get around you. The Cote d'Azur has not only mastered multi-touch patents, but also dozens of related patents that are urgently needed by the iPhone. To a certain extent, without the patent authorization of the Cote d'Azur company, the iPhone basically has to die. Unless you find another way. But the most perfect technology and industrial design patents are already in the hands of the Cote d'Azur. If you abandon these, Joe firmly believes that the iPhone will definitely face the same defeat as ROC. It is for this reason that there is now a scene in which we have to come to the Cote d'Azur. Without him, Joe intends to obtain a patent license for this trip. Chapter 169 Excessive, it is ugly to eat than Qualcomm and LTE semicolon exclamation mark Go and GT, French Riviera Laboratory. Our goal is to promote Azuric as the main programming language for writing mobile applications in the future. It is very practical. The program written by Azuric is basically as big as its original code, and it is fully compatible with the standard C language. In an indoor lobby of the Cote d'Azur laboratory, more than 600 engineers gathered together, listening to Luo Sheng's narration. The Azuric language has been developed for 3 months. It will host the UO's operating system and mobile phone applications. Right. For all programming languages, the ultimate purpose is twofold. One is to improve the efficiency of hardware operation, and the other is to improve the efficiency of programmer development. Luo Sheng looked at hundreds of engineers and said, unfortunately, the two cannot be both. You can only choose the same. In terms of improving the efficiency of hardware operation, C language has no competitors and is invincible. For example, C language uses the OR-INT3, which is compiled into base address plus offset. For computers, no one method is faster than that access method. At the scene, Bei Lang immediately said, although C language has reduced the operating efficiency of the hardware to the extreme, the problem brought by this design thinking is the lack of ease of use and security. For the wrong offset C language but turned a blind eye, said Bei Lang helplessly spread his hands. Luo Sheng nodded and smiled. Yes, this is the infamous cross-border problem in C. The only purpose of C is to run fast or crash quickly. It only cares about the program flying high and never cares about the program. The crew is not tired. There is no such language as easy to develop and fast to run in this world. After all, easy development comes from the packaging of the bottom layer. Speaking of this, Luo Shengton added for a moment, there is a popular question now. Can you invent a language that is equally fast, but not as many bits as C? The answer is yes, and there are already such languages. The name is D language, which was released by a company called Digital Mars 5 years ago with the intention of improving the C++ language, but it has not become popular. Luo Sheng continued to bluntly say, because of a very basic reality problem. There are too many C codes, and they're basically working normally. Linux, Windows, Unix, etc. The kernel is all C, and our OS system kernel is also C. Although I'm not sure what the proportion of C is in Windows, I believe that Microsoft engineers will not go to rewrite the kernel of an operating system with C#. I want these people to use your brand new language. A bit silly and naive. It's like you are an IT engineer. Now you want to change your career. Would you like it? Think about it. That means that the experience and knowledge you have accumulated before are worthless. In the IT world, you are a great god, but you are by. You have to learn how to write again. So you are definitely not willing. The reason is the same. The D language has not become popular. Developers prefer to continuously optimize C. This is an ecological problem. C is already occupied by C. You want to start another stove and replace it. It is no less than restarting the entire human internet infrastructure. Is this possible? So those Chinese compilers are flickering investors who don't know how to cheat them. There are actually Chinese compilers. It seems to be pretty good, but you don't have any way, and some code can't be changed at all. A simple 5 CPU flight control software is written. You need to perform a full coverage test on it. What happens if one or more of the CPUs fail? You can do a simple math combination. You'll find it after testing, let alone rewrite, even if you add a comment. Then why do we insist on using C? In the future, when the near future will be accompanied by the rise of embedded and real-time systems, artificial intelligence, robotics, autonomous driving, etc. These seem remote but promising in the future, and these are all C language core applications, and at this application level, the C language has no competitors. Can we fault these outlets? No. A few minutes later, when Luo Sheng was preparing to continue, the mobile phone in his pocket heard the sound of vibration, and he took out and stared at the phone call from Qin Weimu. Okay, that's it for the time being. The time left for us is less than half a year. We must pass the OS beta and complete the bottom level optimization in these days. Luo Sheng first left this hall with such a sentence. It is indeed the boss and the gangsters. The engineers present at the scene suddenly respected and worshipped endlessly. Luo Sheng answered the phone when he was out of the lobby. It's me. What's the matter? Qin Weimu, the other end of the phone, replied. Apple's CEO Jobs has visited in person and is now in the company waiting room. Luo Sheng yelled, "Are you in the company? Why don't you have any news?" Qin Weimu, I heard them say that this visit is very local and the outside world doesn't even know it. Hearing that, Luo Sheng was stunned. With a little thought, he probably guessed that the owner of Kiao had come. Mostly because of patent barriers. Many key patents are now registered by the Côte d'Azur. In terms of multi-touch screen technology, this is a touch panel with a transparent sensing medium, which is used to detect simultaneous multi-touch or proximity touch at different positions on the touch panel, and is for each point in the multi-touch. Touch is a patented technology that generates different signals that indicate the touch position on the touch panel. Apple has been working on this technology internally, but squatting patents is one step behind. Exactly 1 month later. Okay, I'll come over here. Luo Sheng ended the communication, and after a few words, he left the Côte d'Azur laboratory and went to the company office building. About 10 minutes later, he met Jobs in the reception room. Aside from other factors, Luo Sheng is quite respectful of Xiao Bangzhu. Although the iPhone series of the previous Apple Incorporated has become increasingly ugly in industrial design, however, The industrial design of the iPhone 4 mobile phone really broke people's inherent perception of mobile phones. Qiao Gangzu made a consumer electronics product into a work of art. But then again, after returning to reality, Liu Sheng will not hold this emotion, but will not give Apple and Joe any help. They must let them go. The Cote d'Azur company still owes a debt to the bank. Qiao helped the owner come over this time. Keek can't say that. It is a patent fee, which is justified. This is how foreigners play. You must know that many domestic classical prescriptions have been patented by foreigners, which were originally invented by their ancestors. As a result, they have to pay for foreigners after using them. The meeting was a full 30-year-old talk between the two parties, but the magic of Joe's classic reality twisting force field was lost here. Fudge to fudge, the result must be fudge. The two sides briefly talked about Apple's first failure to enter the mobile phone market. Liu Sheng laughed. I also bought a rocker on the market. This product is doomed to fail, because rock's impact on the iPod is inevitable, but the iPod has brought a lot of money for Apple. Your company hopes to slow its impact, so at Rock try to limit the capabilities of the iTunes software to mitigate the threat to the iPod. Obviously, this is confusing, and Motorola doesn't want to try new digital music on its best-selling model, and Apple doesn't want to show the best of its iTunes player software at Rock. This phone is like a child with mental retardation born of two brilliant and talented parents. It cannot download music directly. It needs to be connected to a computer to upload songs to the phone, and it can only save 100 songs. As a consumer, I deeply feel disappointed. I wasted more than $300 for nothing. You have to pay me. Joe helps the master. Liu Sheng's current mentality is to talk to Lao Qiao plainly. This is not a question of disrespect. It is now a dialogue scene of equal status. Facing Liu Sheng's ridicule, Qiao Gangzu was embarrassed but helpless because he could not find a reason to refute. This topic was quickly passed. Despite the huge age difference of 30 years between the two sides, Qiao Gangzu did not despise the young man in front of him. A company that can easily navigate the capital circle and has created an IPO listing in just 3 years, and now has a market value above Apple. Can such a person seem to be so simple on the surface? If it was a simple young boy who was so young as he could show, he could create such an achievement. Come on. Age turned into his best camouflage, making others despise him. Strictly speaking, Apple is now competing with Blue Star Technology Group. This is actually the fact that the owner is angry. Apple has not entered the social network, but Blue Star Technology has entered the digital music market. Old Joe is absolutely convinced that Liu Sheng wants to kill iTunes. Although MusicSpace's market share is only about 15%, iTunes has firmly dominated the digital music market share under the popularity of iPod. But this is enough for Joe to pay attention to. The scene was also very interesting. Qiao Gangzu seemed to be asking what the Cote d'Azur was doing between words, while Liu Sheng was talking nonchalantly, and Qiao helped the host. The Cote d'Azur company did a flip machine with a plastic keyboard. Lao Qiao smiled in his heart, apparently very skeptical, trying to test each other. Sometimes life will pick up a brick and slap it on your head. The patent barrier of the Cote d'Azur company is a brick on Apple. Jobs shook his head with a smile and looked at Liu Sheng in front of him. He added, Mr. Liu, Apple hopes to obtain 26 patent licenses for your company, including multi-touch technology. Qiao helped the hostess accompanying assistant to take out a text from the briefcase and hand it to Liu Sheng, who closed it at a glance, and laughed. These 26 patents are fine, but the license fee is Apple's annual to pay a $350 million license fee, sign a 5-year contract and pay $350 million on time every day today. What? When Joe helped him to hear the price, it was impossible to say that he was not angry. $350 million per year, signed for 5 years, that is $1.75 billion, which is like a lion's big mouth. which is ugly compared to Qualcomm's appearance. Why don't you grab it? The annual licensing fee of $350 million US. This is very unreasonable. I can't accept it. Yao Gang said without hesitation. It was just plainly grabbing money. No, we have spent a lot of manpower, material and financial resources, and the company's operations also need to be maintained by profits. I can't accept it below this price, Luo Sheng said categorically. It is the price that Luo Sheng refuses to help Joe. If Qiao Gang or other people at Apple did not take the initiative to seek patent authorization, Luo Sheng may not be able to control it. After all, his own advent in this world has undergone huge changes. His appearance and the appearance of Blue Star Technology Group are the biggest change. However, Lao Qiao came personally, which allowed Luo Sheng to judge that Apple must be secretly pursuing the research and development of the iPhone project. www.intelnovel.com. When the fog was opened, it was found that there was a huge patent barrier in front of it before, and this also gave Luo Sheng another extremely important basis for judgment. Apple's iPhone project is at least 10 months behind Azure and even more. If Luo Sheng is giving Apple a card here, I am afraid that it may not be able to successfully launch the iPhone product by 2008. Even with the help of Joe S. Uran, will the iPhone be put on hold because of Tsundia? This is possible. The iPad project is not allowed due to the development of multi-touch screens. Now, it is not the old Joe who has entered the cold room. You know, before a large group company launches a product, it doesn't know how many projects are behind it. Sogu and LT semicolon exclamation mark over and GT, chapter 170. The latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. When Luo Sheng offered this price and insisted that he didn't want to lose a penny, there was no doubt that it broke down in minutes. Joe angered him. If you don't go, it's not obvious. Without sincerity, it's a price you can't accept and indirectly refused. Jobs' health is not good. I hope he won't be frustrated. Without his wonderful industry, it will be dim. In the meeting room, Luo Sheng said, looking at the direction of Apple's people. What if they agreed? Qin Weimu, who was present, said helplessly. Promise. Luo Sheng glanced back at her, and spread his hand. $350 million, every year. This can be promised. Can I have a reason for rejection? The 26 patents Apple Corporation sought this time were not all core patented technologies, most of which were related to industrial design. One of the more important is the multi-touch patented technology, which is not an irreplaceable technology. In fact, Luo Sheng opened a price that could not be accepted by the other party this time in order to delay the launch of the iPhone. After all, it was more secure to do so. By guessing, it was always a little too rash. But even with the simultaneous launch, Luo Sheng is not afraid and is confident to defeat it. For many patented technologies, Luo Sheng was originally prepared to authorize the collection of patent fees in the future, because this would not only make profits, but also prevent others from doing R&D. After all, R&D is really time-consuming, expensive, and may return without success, which means the risk of losing money. With acceptable patents, most companies will basically give up self-development. Not everyone can have Luo Sheng's forward thinking and sense of crisis. Joe's gang leader did not come again, and Apple did not send anyone else. Old Joe returned home the same day, vowing that he would never go to the French Riviera to talk about patents. In a big deal, spend more time and cost to bypass the patent barriers of Blue Star Technology. Where is President Yao? I heard he is back. Jobs left, but Luo Sheng did not return to the Azure Coast lab to lead the development work. Looking for him? He'll let him know, Qin Weimu said. When Luo Sheng nodded, she went to deal with it. Yao Jianhong has been in the Côte d'Azur company for some time. As an external professional manager, Luo Sheng has also quite appreciated after meeting with this person. At present, Yao Jianhong has held the positions of General Manager of Supply Chain and President of Sales and Service in the company. Coordinating supply chain partners is not an easy task, and he has to run globally, so he spends most of his time flying around the world. Luo Sheng returned to his office, and soon Yao Jianhong knocked on the door. "General Luo, are you looking for me?" "Simply talk about the progress of your recent work. Sit down and talk," Luo Sheng said and motioned him to sit down. Yao Jianhong nodded and sat down, thinking about it for a while, and organized the language and looked at Luo Sheng. "The problem of offline retail stores, the address is already selected. But in the end is whether we are directly operating or choose to join. It's up to you to decide. Take care." Luo Sheng didn't hesitate. "Okay, my plan is to open 10 directly operated stores in China, 17 in North America, and 11 in Europe. Generally speaking, there are 46 offline, directly operated stores worldwide," Yao Jianhong said. "Do you have 10 domestic?" Luo Sheng thought for a while, then added, "Too much, it will increase the burden of additional operating costs, and is almost on par with the European market, but the current domestic consumption level and economic scale of the country, we can't compare it to Europe. Our products are not cheap." It has been more than 5 years since China joined the WTO. Economic development has entered the fast track, and GDP has soared, but it will take some time for the domestic economy and consumption power to take off. Today's consumers are even reluctant to buy a genuine Nokia, because it costs thousands of dollars, and they buy hundreds of copycats. Even so, it is not cheap in the eyes of the general public. The first-generation smartphones of the Côte d'Azur are undoubtedly more expensive than the current best-selling mobile phones of Nokia, Benmai and Motorola, and they are still mainly developed markets in overseas regions. As for the domestic market, the environment and economic conditions are still growing. This takes time. Not everyone can turn around right away. The public's income will not soar to a high level. The country's GDP last year was just over $2 trillion. This is certainly not a small number, but it must not be forgotten that it was brought up by 1.3 billion people, and evenly distributed is a very small number. Because of this, when Luo Sheng reached the top of the list, he would cause a huge sensation in the country, which is one of the reasons. Yao Jianhong asked, "What suggestions do you have, now Luo?" Luo Sheng thought for a while and said, "Let's open 4 for the time being, in the capital, Suqing, Shenqing, and Bangqing." The domestic market is not the focus now, and it needs to be cultivated slowly. The overall national economy is up. In order to make a big difference. But at the moment, the international market is the mainstay, and the North American market has not been granted permission to enter. At the moment, this era is not without its benefits. At least the country has joined the WTO, and the old US is not as vigilant 10 years later. The other party is now very confident. Therefore, the market access issue of the French Riviera will be difficult, but not too much difficult. We must know that Zhongxing mobile phones have already entered the North American market, and there are 30 million users in the local area. Yao Jianhong said, "The license was very easy to get. After all, our offline stores have to invest in the local area. This is not a small amount. But I went to communication giants such as Verizon, AT&T, and none of them were willing. Those who work with us simply don't look down on us and despise us. The North American market is quite special. If you want to sell mobile terminal electronics in North America, you must cooperate with local operator agents. Without connecting with local operators, it is impossible to open the North American market. As such, whether it is Nokia, Motorola or other brands, this is the case. Obviously, the Côte d'Azur companies are no exception." Luo Sheng laughed. "It's not surprising that we don't look at it. After all, we didn't show them samples. We don't even have products. We don't know about us at all, and no company can reach an actual cooperation company. They have already achieved half of the market entry qualifications, and then they will come to them on their own initiative. We can only do this." After a while, Luo Sheng added, "Marketing is the top priority for the European market, followed by the North American market, then the domestic market, and then other regional markets. In addition, The matter of arranging product launches should also be mentioned. The schedule is up. Yao Jianhong, I understand. Luo Sheng, by the way, the Supply Chain Partners affairs will be settled. Yao Jianhong, I'm about to report to you. The chip foundry has negotiated with Yang Jidian. We have signed a 3-year contract according to your requirements. In addition, Corning glass on the Corning company has broken through now. The production line is being set up. I met with Wicks some time ago. He assured me that the initial supply can be achieved for up to 3 months. Other outsourcers have basically negotiated it, and the supply problem has caught up with the exact date. Finally, Yao Jianhong added, our own production line and final assembly of core technology components are expected to be completed and shipped in July. Tokyo, Vancouver and Göttingen are gradually establishing our overseas laboratories and investing in advance. $71.5 million. It is worth mentioning that the country's accession to the WTO is a very important matter. Assuming that it has not yet entered the WTO, the layout of the overseas business of the Côte d'Azur companies will be difficult. There is no doubt that the company has enjoyed this country to a certain extent. Dividend. After listening to Yao Jianhong's report, Luo Sheng was very satisfied that these tasks were not easy, but the perfection he could handle in such a short time was enough to prove that he was a rare talent. As a candidate for executive vice president of the French Riviera, this is not enough, but it has not prevented Luo Sheng from placing high hopes on him. Chapter 171. The latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. After talking to Yao Jianhong for about half an hour, as soon as he left, Luo Sheng dealt with some things, saved the company's account operating expenses, and immediately called Qin Weimu. What's up? As soon as Qin Weimu came in, he asked neatly. Money. Luo Sheng looked at him and said, I read the materials you sent. The company's accounts now have more than 1 billion yuan of funds. Now all aspects of the money will be used. The remaining liquidity can support at most half a month. Qin Weimu stood in front of him elegantly, and his exquisite hands naturally embraced him in front of him. I have already contacted many banks a week ago regarding the issue of funds. With a debt of 17.8 billion yuan, I intend to reach a preliminary consensus with the bank and then come back to you for approval. Luo Sheng laughed. I know my heart well, I am so relieved. Qin Weimu glanced at him angrily, but skipped it quickly, and then said before. Bank lending is very enthusiastic. Hearing that, Luo Sheng smiled and didn't speak. It is of course. If the previous borrowing was largely indirect endorsement, then this time, Luo Sheng relies on the title of the nation's richest man and the richest man in China to be the biggest guarantee. As long as you express your intention to borrow, you will definitely not worry about not being able to borrow money. But just as he thought so, Qin Weimu, who was turning around, poured him a pot of cold water. But almost all banks have the same conditions, that is, this loan can only be used for related domestic investment. What? Luo Sheng paused for a while, and then resigned helplessly. Can only invest in China? Is there such a large market in China at the moment? I will invest all in China. Don't you have to pay it back? I won't return it. Qin Weimu said calmly. The reasons are slightly complicated. One is that the amount of borrowing is too high. The second is that although the country has more than 800 billion yuan in foreign exchange, it can be used very little in practice. And the country needs a lot of foreign exchange to advance internationally, purchasing various types of commodity resources to meet the development needs of the country. So there is not much remittance for you to exchange billions of dollars. Luo Sheng sighed helplessly. He thought of Blue Star Technology Group, but the company's current development has no additional cash flow, and it is definitely rich in capital if it does not engage in cloud computing services. May not occupy the leading initiative. Now that Blue Star Technology has just IPO, it is not possible to issue bonds. Otherwise, after some capital operation, the Blue Coast company can completely borrow from Blue Star Technology Group. After all, more than 70% of this company's income comes from overseas, and it's fair to say that it earns US dollars. Transactions can be completed offshore. Blue Star Technology Group is a non-financial institution. If you borrow, you can add other receivables, other payables in your current account. However, Blue Star Technology has no spare money. Because of its own development, Luo Sheng's private offshore trust fund has a large account to solve this problem. However, this money cannot be moved. This money is used to harvest a wave of subprime crisis credit default funds. You cannot pick sesame seeds and lose watermelons. In the future, climbing technology will burn a lot of money and require a lot of original accumulation. It doesn't change out of thin air. It takes a lot of money to burn it out. In this way, you can find a domestic bank to borrow about 3 billion yuan, and the company's current domestic development should be enough. Luo Sheng thought for a while, adding, for overseas development, find Wall Street, and borrow 2 billion in my personal name. The U.S.A. Cote d'Azur can borrow me again. If you earn money, you won't earn it. That's nothing to say. That's it. There is no doubt that Luo Sheng is now at the peak of his career and his assets have begun to diversify. It is not really a problem that he wants to raise money. This road is not accessible and there are more channels. So when the news of Luo Sheng's willingness to issue a large amount of debt to Wall Street came out, his old friends directly called his private number. Goldman Sachs Investment Bank, JP Morgan and other banks or investment banks are very eager to provide relevant financial services to Luo Sheng. This kind of low-risk, high-yield, high-quality large customers are not many in the world. Object. They don't care what Luo Sheng wants to borrow money for. They only care about two issues. The first is the amount of the loan and the second is the debt repayment ability. This time Luo Sheng had to borrow 2 billion US dollars. Which was definitely a huge sum. As for the debt repayment ability, no financial institution would doubt that he was not in debt. Even if his personal net assets had shrunk tenfold, it would still be in that amount. There is more than rubbing. Goldman Sachs head of Greater China Meng Ku personally came to Suqing to visit Luo Sheng. Naturally, he came to talk about this loan business. The Goldman Sachs Group's reputation may be bad, even in the eyes of some Southeast Asian countries and the general public, a notorious group of multinational financial giants. But it can't change the fact that he is a successful business giant. He has the strength, the wrist, the means, and the light or the dark can easily play, so Goldman Sachs is now the largest financial group on Wall Street, and the momentum now takes Morgan. It's all pressed. In addition, Goldman Sachs Group also favors investing in internet companies in China. Many of the most successful internet companies have Goldman Sachs capital and have been high profile since investing in Blue Star Technology. This time he sent Meng Qiu himself to successfully complete this business. Luo Sheng decided to find Goldman Sachs capital to borrow 900 million US dollars. In addition, there are 1.1 billion US dollars selected Deutsche Bank, Credit Suisse Bank, JP Morgan and Bank of America. This is also a way to share benefits indirectly. With the bond of interest, many things can be rolled out more smoothly. With this money, Cote d'Azur companies can quickly expand their markets overseas. In fact, to a certain extent, cooperation with overseas financial groups can open up the local market more easily. The reason is simple. Who cares about who has the money? And the money is still invested locally. April, North America, Inc., IBM headquarters. God, are you sure kidding me? Your company wants to buy 2 million servers? At this moment, the current CEO of IBM, Samuel Palmer, wearing a pair of glasses, looked at a Chinese man in front of him, who was the second figure of Blue Star Technology Group, Zhang Bowen. Of course, Samuel is realistic. Didn't I come all the way to tease you? Zhang Bowen answered him affirmatively. Does your company want to build a large data center? After confirming that it was correct, Samuel Palmer was warmed up, with 2 million server orders and a superlarge $3 billion order. The contract was negotiated and may be the largest single transaction contract in IBM's history. Yes. We plan to build 12 large-scale data centers worldwide this year to next year to broaden the company's cloud computing service business. Jang Bowen said with a smile, and did not hide anything because he only said what to do, but how to do it. Why? These are trade secrets and cannot be leaked. Cloud computing? Samuel Palmer looked at each other suspiciously. He heard the phrase for the first time. This is a new concept proposed by our company's founder Mr. Luo at an internal meeting. In fact, it is just a further description of Sun's network is a computer. Jang Bowen said with a smile, and then briefly introduced him. It has nothing to do with itching. So it is. Samuel Palmer was shocked and said, it's true. In February of this year, Amazon also bought IBM's servers to set up a data center, but it's not as exaggerated as you are. Amazon only put a few the $1 billion order also bargained with us for more than half a year. So, your company is also launching an elastic computing cloud service similar to Amazon? No, there are differences, Jang Bowen explained. We need IBM to build the servers we need. This. Samuel Palmer hesitated. www.mtlnovel.com. This will definitely increase additional research and development costs, and the customer's time is still running. Then it is necessary to further increase investment. Obviously, IBM wants to directly sell the same server that Amazon bought, which is very simple, so that the profits are greater. However, if Blue Star Technology Group insists on a special edition, Samuel Palmer will also agree. After all, the $3 billion super big order is dedicated to Blue Star Technology's cloud computing server. No problem at all. It's just that any company wants to maximize profits. Seeing his hesitation, Jang Bowen said slowly, if IBM cannot meet our requirements, we can only talk to Intel. No. After hearing this, Samuel Palmer hurriedly said, go to his dog-friendly Intel. I don't want to hear this ranking at this moment. We promised. This showman. Chapter 172 Strategic Cooperation, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. Jang Bowen whispered in his heart. After a while, Samuel Palmer watched the other side and asked, your company is planning to be in the cloud? Oh yes. The field of cloud computing is big. This should not be the final investment scale, right? Strange to say, Palmer was a little confused. Why did Luo Sheng and Jeff Bezos favor cloud computing so much? Amazon also said that in the past, Blue Star Technology has played so much. Obviously it is extremely convinced that this concept, which has been born for nearly 2 decades, has great potential. The question is, the concept of more than 20 years ago, is still the case today, really promising? In case, if it is still a bird in 20 years, most of Blue Star Technology Group will cry. It's crazy to look at such a large investment in an area that is not yet clear. But what does Samuel Palmer think it has to do with IBM? If you have money, you won't make a fool. Jang Bowen laughed. It's not concealed, it is really not the final investment. In the future, we will continue to invest in building a data center. No accident is expected for at least 5 to 10 years or even longer, and the average investment is the same every year. Oh my God! Exclamation mark. When Samuel Palmer heard this sentence, the whole man was dull. After 10 years of continuous investment, does that mean that Blue Star Technology Group intends to invest here, and if IBM can become its partner, it can earn more than $30 billion from this company? At this moment, Samuel Palmer watched Jang Bowen with a smile on his face. The CEO of the IBM company at the moment was fluttering, but he was still very calm on the surface. Are you sure this is not a joke? Samuel Palmer couldn't help but ask again, trying to confirm again and again. It's true that we can sign a strategic agreement with a $3 billion liquidated penalty. Jang Bowen responded with affirmation once again. When he came to talk to IBM people, Luo Sheng explained it and signed the other party boldly. Blue Star Technology is not afraid. On the contrary, after 5 to 10 years, North American authorities thanked them for not intervening. At that time, it was IBM that breached the contract. Sign, must sign. At this moment, Samuel Palmer Snow yelled, "This company is so crazy that it can't be rejected at all." Madfac. The emergence of large data centers has undoubtedly given IBM the opportunity. Samuel Palmer Snow is really anxious to give Luo Sheng the rhythm of such demand. However, it is not unreasonable for Blue Star Technology Group to disclose some important strategic layouts to each other. Naturally, it is to make IBM pay more attention to this cooperation and care about other conditions. After a while, Zhang Bowen said, "This is a very large-scale cooperation project. IBM must cooperate with the relevant cooperation matters of Blue Star Technology Group." Once the contract is signed, the two parties will start on North American university campuses 1 month later, including Berkeley, MIT, Stanford, Harvard, Cambridge, Oxford, Göttingen, and more, to promote plans for cloud computing services. As for colleges and universities in the mainland, IBM does not need to be involved. Bowen Zhang added, "The purpose of this is to reduce the academic research costs of distributed computing. We can provide relevant software and hardware equipment and technical support for these universities, including a large number of personal computers, support including Linux, and open source platforms such as Hadoop and Hadoop. Students can develop various large-scale computing-based research programs through the network, and we can provide corresponding funding." Zhang Bowen added, "Our regional influence is relatively weak, and Blue Star has no basis in North America. As a long-term strategic partner, there are some obstacles in the market. IBM must come forward and settle." At the end, Samuel Palmer Snow nodded without hesitation, and responded, "No problem, everything is okay, and it should be the case. After all, if your company runs smoothly, IBM can get more orders and profits. Then, let's talk about the specific contract signing. Zhang Bowen stayed at IBM for 3 days. Even though this contract was fully prepared when it came, it must be carefully signed when it was actually signed. This is true for Blue Star Technology, as is IBM. After all, this is not a small number. If something goes wrong, either side will hurt its muscles. However, Blue Star Technology is not vegetarian, and its legal team is powerful. In the end, this strategic cooperation agreement was successfully signed on April 6. IBM held a temporary media conference on the next day, and officially disclosed some of the content of this cooperation to the outside world. The specific cooperation was not disclosed, mainly because it disclosed the contract matters related to the first batch of purchase orders of Blue Star Technology Group, valued at $3.052 billion. Purchased 2.07 million sets of servers. Both Bowen Zhang and Samuel Palmer Snow, head of IBM, attended the conference. In the afternoon of April 8, the headquarters of the Côte d'Azur company. You have made a big splash in March, and you just grabbed the headlines in April. Qin Weimer came to Luo Sheng's office, and incidentally brought a paper newspaper to his desk. "This is a financial news report." Luo Sheng picked it up and glanced at it. The front page headline was related to Blue Star Technology Group. Luo Sheng proposed the concept of cloud computing. Blue Star Technology Group officially announced a strategic partnership with IBM, and officially signed a server contract worth $3,052 million for the construction of a large data center. This is the first major move by Blue Star Technology since its IPO, but the market is not optimistic. Once the news was disclosed, Blue Star Technology's stock fell sharply. It fell 3.59% on the day, and $2.8 billion evaporated, equivalent to 22.5 billion yuan. On April 7, Blue Star Technology closed with a total market value of $75 billion and was again overtaken by Apple with a market value of $75.3 billion. Luo Sheng watched for a while and tossed the newspaper aside, looking at Qin Weimu and saying, "Has the offshore trust fund been done?" Qin Weimu nodded. "Well, at present, $1.032 billion has been transferred to the offshore fund. All of them are cash flows. At present, they are all cash flows. They are preparing to buy Blue Star Technology stock. After hearing this, Luo Sheng snapped his fingers and said immediately, "Don't worry, let the stock fall for a while, and then buy it again." Qin Weimar couldn't help but hesitated for a moment, and Luo Sheng muttered to himself, "It's on the 16th, right? I started to buy on the 16th, and all of them were bought this year." The report for the first quarter has been published and has not yet been announced. It will be officially disclosed on the 17th or 18th, and it may be a different landscape by then. When Yan Qin Weimar nodded, "Okay, I know." Regarding the company's market value fluctuations, Luo Sheng did not have any worries at all, but was a good thing. He could buy a little more while taking advantage of the decline. What is the situation with the company, and who knows better than his head? Qin Weimar went to work. www.intelnovel.com. Luo Sheng picked up the newspaper and took a look at the follow-up content. The head of IBM supported the cloud computing and praised Blue Star Technology to build a data center. It's a visionary thing. Luo Sheng saw this paragraph in the article. He didn't believe the bad old man of Samuel Palmer's no. This was definitely not his true idea at the time, or even against it. It was just a large order contract. As a partner, it was also related to IBM's profit. It naturally jumped out to advocate big data and cloud computing services for the Blue Star Technology platform. The concept of, in fact, IBM itself is still a little confused. Cloud computing is definitely feasible, but if it takes a long time to achieve, in other words, it does not have realistic conditions. As a company, we must consider reality. However, Samuel Palmer's no can ignore this, and let the internal people do the topic discussions. Just blow it out and talk about it, and earn the money in front of you. This is a tangible profit. Yet, as for being beaten in the face, he was slapped in the face. Anyway, IBM made a lot of money. Chapter 173. Can you stop playing this thrilling every time? The latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. There is no doubt that the major strategy announced by Blue Star Technology has once again become a hot topic in the technology community. The concept of cloud computing also entered people's field of vision for the first time. However, this strategic decision of Blue Star Technology is not only optimistic about Wall Street, but also generally negative for the industry. Of course, since Luo Sheng started his business, few things he has done so far are not optimistic. This also caused Blue Star's stock to fall all the way. By April 9th, the company had fallen for 3 consecutive days, closing the day with a total market value of $70.7 billion, which was overtaken by Dell. In just 3 days, $7.1 billion evaporated, equivalent to 56.8 billion yuan. And if this trend continues, Blue Star Technology may continue to dive downward, falling below the $70 billion mark. This time, Blue Star Technology did play a bit big. Almost all of the $5.6 billion in IPO financing was spent on cloud computing services. Even giants such as Microsoft and IBM dare not invest in such a large-scale area. That's the same as gambling, and the odds of winning are unknown. Many media this time described it this way. And Blue Star Technology's large-scale entry into cloud computing services is a big bet. This also pushed Luo Sheng and his management team to the cusp again. The following article in the Wall Street Journal questioned whether Luo Sheng and the entire young management team were mature. It is important to know that this technology company is not only young, but also the management team is very young. He was in his early 20s. It is precisely the CEO Luo Sheng and the management team that have enough power to derail Blue Star's high-speed train. The entire market is worried. This time is undoubtedly the time to test the eyes and heartbeat of investors. It is conceivable that if Luo Sheng does not strengthen control before the IPO, Wall Street will certainly try to find ways to kick him out. For Luo Sheng, the external market's pessimism towards Blue Star Technology cannot affect him, nor can it affect the core team. because he has already communicated with the core team long ago. It can be said that the stock has plummeted. It was expected. Although the stock market responded badly, the core team's confidence increased greatly because they magically discovered that all this seemed to be following Luo Sheng's perfect schedule. Mr. Luo, BTC's stock has plummeted one after another. As CEO, don't you plan to explain it publicly to revive investor confidence? To be honest, is your big investment in cloud computing a bit too aggressive? Today is April 10th, at which time Luo Sheng is in a satellite call with Paul Watson of Goldman Sachs Group. Goldman Sachs was really in a hurry, just lent a huge sum of money to Luo Sheng, and within a few days, the company's stock plummeted. You must know that Goldman Sachs currently holds a large amount of Blue Star Technology stocks and has not yet passed the sale restriction period. Although Luo Sheng cannot be stopped, the dissatisfaction must be expressed. Again, Mr. Paul, don't think about it. Holding on to the stock trading code of BTC will make you full of money, Luo Sheng said with a smile. The company's management team is very clear about what it is doing. 10,000 steps. Even if our step strategy fails, more than $5 billion are lost. It will not have a significant impact on Blue Star Technology. The money raised from the IPO is for Align Cloud Computing Services. Is it impossible to buy stocks back and forth, or lying on the books? Oh, Paul Watson said on the phone, you do this every time, although you have won before, of course, as an investor, you are happy to see it. But can you not do it every time? It is so thrilling. I don't like excitement. The stock market is very sensitive, and you play more than once. Paul Watson kept talking, and he didn't know what to say. Luo Sheng hadn't rolled over until now. Investors repeatedly questioned that he was finally beaten, although this face was very happy. Haha, okay old friend, I'll give you some inside information. The company's audited financial report for the first quarter of this year has already come out. We decided to officially disclose it after 1 week. I only say so much. Luo Sheng smiled, responded. Paul Watson, on the other end of the phone, couldn't help hearing this intriguing laughter for a while, and immediately told him that the financial report might once again exceed Wall Street's analysis and forecast. God. Paul Watson quickly asked, what is the profit? Luo Sheng, sorry, I can't tell you in advance. What you know is illegal, and you will be fined if you are investigated. Paul. As soon as this was said, Luo Sheng couldn't help thinking about Qin Weimer's explanation before. Now most of them have begun to prepare for the transaction. But the possibility of being discovered is very small. Because the trust fund is as hidden as possible, it is very complicated under Qin Weimer's operation. It involves multiple transactions, and it is global. In the end, you don't know how many institutions and anonymous accounts the money has gone through. It is safe to just go to Swiss banks and other financial institutions. After taking a step back 10,000, it was found out that it was a fine at most, then condemned, and then there was no more. Really, none of the people on Wall Street are clean, especially Goldman Sachs. Many things are enough for everyone to understand. After a while, Luo Sheng replied, that's it. There is one more point. I hope that if it is a similar problem in the future, please don't call me. The question is to read the financial report, otherwise I can only pull you into the blacklist of my personal phone now. I am really busy, and making this call with you has wasted 6 minutes of my precious time, and that's it. Paul. The obedience hung up. Paul Watson looked away from the earphone and looked at the landline phone in his hand, shaking his head helplessly. However, Luo Sheng's words made him startled. This is the benefit of being a major shareholder. Paul Watson believes that he may have said so with other major shareholders. The expression may be different, but the meaning is probably the same. The immediacy of information is money, especially in the financial stock market. The news obtained in advance, whether good or bad, is good news. Nasdaq's panels and real-time client charts, the number of ups and downs, make people rich overnight, and also make people bankrupt overnight. The time passed day by day. On April 16th, the stock of Blue Star Technology fell to $67.5 billion, and a cumulative evaporation of $10.3 billion. The media in the industry have been gloating that Luo Sheng is mostly playing off this time, may well fall below the issue price. The Blue Star Technology Group's PE ratio now reaches 73, and most of the listed companies' PE ratios remain at around 2030. However, on the 16th, when the data fell to $61.36 per share, the offshore trust fund managed by Kin Weimer began to buy in large quantities. www.mtlnovel.com. She had made the foundation's traders stand by already. The trading volume reached 16.75 million shares on that day, and basically $1 billion has become BTC shares. Today, the Blue Star Technology stock saw holders found something wrong. The most obvious is that the trading volume is incorrect. The daily closing volume in the previous period has fluctuated around 4 million. Today, 42 million shares have suddenly skyrocketed. Rise. Obviously, huge amounts of money are pouring in wildly. Blue Star's stock stopped falling before the close of the day, and rose rapidly, after a trading price of $63.27 per share. More and more small and medium-sized investors and retail investors saw this sudden reversal of the wind direction, and they swayed on the spot, especially the large number of low-priced retail investors who were affected by market sentiment fluctuations when buying at high prices. Due to jet lag, as the Western Hemisphere goes tonight, the Eastern Hemisphere has reached about 14:20 p.m. on April 17, and Blue Star Technology Group officially released the first quarter of 2006 audited financial results. Chapter 174, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology, has been exploded, and the monthly pass is expected to explode up. On the same day, in the middle of the night in the Western Hemisphere, a special report from Blue Star Technology Group came out in the middle of the night in Los Angeles, which awakened countless investors and investors. According to the financial report, the total revenue of Blue Star Technology in the first quarter of this year reached $1.58 billion, a year-on-year increase of 263% compared with $434 million in the same period last year, and a month-on-month growth of 33%, far exceeding analysts' expectations. Operating profit in the first quarter amounted to $428 million, a 135-fold increase from $3.17 million in the same period last year. Net profit was $247 million, an increase of nearly 138 times compared to $1.79 million in the same period last year. In the first quarter, 79.4% of total revenue came from advertising revenue, 73.5% of total revenue came from Blue Space's Blue Space Operations business segment, and over 83.2% of total revenue came from overseas markets. The proportion of overseas revenue reached a new high, compared with more than 80% last year, and the proportion of advertising revenue dropped to 80% for the first time. This quarter's change in revenue ratio has a major factor with the Blue Star Technology Group's game business. Last year, the acquisition of 3 game companies performed well. The most eye-catching performance was Take-Two, especially the representative of its subsidiary R-Star. The GTA series is selling well and has won multiple Gold Rocker awards in the industry. Take-Two completed the adjustment of the company under the suggestion of Luo Sheng, and quickly out of the predicament. It took off directly this year, and the current market value has exceeded $2 billion. GFAT Valve has joined the Blue Star Technology Group array, and has ushered in a big explosion in the past year, because Valve has gained access to the 2 social networking sites Blue Space and Microblog, which has caused the number of users of the Steam game platform to skyrocket. It is still the entry bonus from the Blue Space website, because the precise push effect pulls out the crowd. As of 2006, The data on the Steam platform showed that there were already 77.5 million user registrations, which made Microsoft regret it very much. We should know that GFAT had sought out his old owner for Steam, but he refused because he couldn't understand. Now it has become an online game store on the PC side, and more small and medium-sized third-party game developers publish games on this platform. The rise of Steam has grown to a force that can't be underestimated in the game industry. The major game manufacturers in the world are focusing on it. The key is that there is a technology giant behind it, which is very important. After tasting the sweetness of Blue Star Technology sale evil entrance, GFAT said that he should not be too fragrant. GFAT is now not fat, and then began to be fed more and more fat by players, and is evolving towards true GFAT. The sudden emergence of the V agency in a short time also made the first parties such as Sony and Microsoft feel threatened. The PC took away profits, so the growth of the sales of the mainframe must have an impact. And the market was so large. What they are most worried about now is that the 3A masterpiece is landing on the Steam platform, or even exclusive. Although the PC hardware and entertainment properties are not as good as game consoles, the technology has been improving. These big companies are looking at future trends. Once an explosion comes out, the impact it brings is not tickling. This is where the first parties such as Sony and Microsoft are really afraid. Obviously, Luo Sheng won again. When he bought these game companies last year, he was generally questioned by the industry at present, and those who questioned now shut their mouths honestly, or touted them in turn. From the perspective of business investment, how Luo Sheng spent the money last year is a rhythm of making a lot of money. And CD Projekt Red, the third game company Poland Stupid Donkey acquired overseas by Luo Sheng, has been investing in 2 games without any financial difficulties. One was released in 2004 at E3 demo, while the other is the first work in the Witcher series. Both games are planned to be officially released next year. Although the Poland Stupid Donkey is currently not as eye-catching as Valve or Take-Two, this company is now receiving a lot of industry attention due to Luo Sheng's personal effects. The 3 game companies acquired by Luo Sheng have been stocked since they broke the money into Blue Star Technology Group's territory and have not interfered with any of their operations. For example, Valve has given Class II entrances for drainage. This made people who originally thought that they were the second Vivendi in the game industry stunned. They dared to come back with angels, not demons. The first quarter financial report revealed that investors regained confidence in Blue Star Technology Group and stimulated the rise in BTC's stock price. Time difference relationship. The Western Hemisphere was 1 day late. On the day of April 17 in the Western Hemisphere, Nasdaq opened as scheduled, and Blue Star's stock opened in a gap. The stock surged 14.9% on the day and the market value soared to $79.97 billion, again surpassing Dell and Apple, second only to Samsung Electronics. Luo Sheng used the facts to prove to the market and investors that he believes that he has made a lot of money, but doubts that he has basically lost, and even lost his underpants. In the middle and late April, major listed companies have also released their own financial reports. Google has not released audited financial reports, but its chief financial officer, George Reyes, said on Friday, April 21, that advertising revenue has grown. The momentum will slow down. Affected by this news, Google's stock price fell $27.76 per share on Friday to close at $362.62, a 7.11% decline. Reyes then spoke at an investor conference, saying that Google's growth depends on new users in the future, or entering new markets, rather than the improvement of existing online search advertising business. According to the latest data, the internet search advertising business accounted for 97.5% of Google's sales, which is too much than Blue Star Technology. On April 23, Google finally announced the first quarter financial report. Unlike most listed companies, Google has always pursued the strategy of not providing performance targets. This is also the case that Blue Star Technology Group does not provide performance targets. It does not want the company to blindly pursue profits and get lost in it. Surprisingly consensus. Similarly, the stock prices of the two companies are easily affected by performance expectations or predictions. After Google's first quarter earnings report, the performance failed to meet analyst expectations, causing the stock price to plummet by 19%. This is the first time since the listing in August 2004 that Google's profit has fallen below the expectations of Wall Street analysts. Since its listing, Google's stock has risen more than 400%, and its highest level has reached $475 per share. And this big drop has also caused Google's market value to fall from second in the world's top 10 technology companies in the IT field to sixth. The first five are Microsoft, IBM, Intel, Cisco, and Samsung Electronics. Google's US $112.6 billion is ranked sixth, and behind it is Blue Star Technology Group. Since the high opening on April 17, BTC's stock has grown fiercely this week and has reached US $87.2 billion. Blue Star Technology Group is behind Apple, Dell and Yahoo. The market value of Google is getting closer and closer, and the market value of Apple Incorporated is getting farther and farther. It is possible that the second quarter of this year may beat Google's rhythm. Obviously, Google's operating income is heavily dependent on the advertising business, and Yahoo and Microsoft are catching up, let alone the Blue Star Technology Group, which went public this year. Blue Star Technology is the biggest threat to Google. Although the stock price plummeted for a while due to the turbulence in cloud computing services, the first counterattack was completed on the day when the first quarter financial report came out. As the new world's top internet giants, the two companies are often compared by Silicon Valley and Wall Street, and Silicon Valley is known as the twin star company of IT rookies. Obviously, www.intelnovel.com Blue Star's eye-catching performance is also an indirect blow to Google. It is worth mentioning that Blue Star's revenue and advertising business still occupy an absolute proportion, and the financial report just disclosed shows that the proportion has dropped significantly compared with the past. But the operating income has risen rather than decreased, which is the most dazzling place. There is no doubt that Yahoo and Microsoft's upsurge is secondary. Blue Star Technology Group is the key to putting a lot of pressure on Google. But Google will never sit still. At the end of April, Larry Page burned the fire to Luo Sheng's back garden very decisively. Google began to make frequent contact with Blue Space's rival, the industry's second biggest MySpace. This has also attracted the attention of Blue Star Technology. Apparently, Page was trying to set fire in Luo Sheng's backyard, which was an undisguised rhythm. Chapter 175, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. April 28. Blue Star Group headquarters. General Luo, Jack Stopperman reported to the parent company that our North American competitor MySpace is negotiating with Google, and the network transmission is a search-based cooperation to make full use of its growing users and influence. At present, MySpace has reached 23 million users, with a North American market share of about 12%. While our Blue Space market share is more than 85%. Group Chief Operating Officer Zhang Bowen came to Luo Sheng's office to report the incident. At present, the international version of Blue Space is fully under the control of Jack Stopperman. The parent company has basically not interfered too much, but the Blue Star Technology Group arranges on the board of supervisors of the subsidiary Blue Space are people they can absolutely trust, and they are the mother the company sends people directly. In overseas regions, the strength of the board of supervisors in the company is not like the display in the mainland, and it really has great power. The CEO of Luo Sheng's subsidiaries in overseas business are foreign executives who are invited to better suit the local market, but he does not absolutely trust these foreigners. For example, Jack Stopperman will be fired as soon as something goes wrong, or if necessary, and a CEO will be airdropped from the parent company to take over Blue Space's affairs within 24 hours. Luo Sheng has invested heavily in this area, and management's spare tires are also stepping up preparations, even if it increases operating costs. No idea. That's in the old land. Luo Sheng did not forget how Americans played to kill Alstom in France through senior management. He also read the book The American Trap in the Last Life. This is a story about how North American authorities passed non-economic means to disrupt the writings of business giants in other countries. Therefore, once the supervisory board found that Jack Stopperman had failed to execute the parent company's will, there was a place to go over, a reminder, a second warning, a third direct dismissal and an airdrop of a CEO to take over. The same goes for executives in other parts of the company. Luo Sheng does not expect the pioneering spirit of the head of the subsidiary, especially the CEO of the subsidiary in charge of the overseas business sector, really has the ability to come to the core layer of the parent company. The head of the subsidiary he wants can perfectly execute the strategic will of the parent company, even if it is the wrong strategy. Either you don't believe these foreign senior managers. Yes, you don't believe it. Moreover, Luo Sheng is even less able to trust the North American authorities. Sharing benefits with Wall Street is a great guarantee, but it is not absolute. Therefore, from the perspective of absolute rationality, Luo Sheng cannot hold absolute trust in external senior managers. They may not have thought about the pit company, but if the North American authorities trying to crack down on the company will give them a set, the result is the same. Therefore, the investment of resources here is absolutely indispensable. This is a big strategy for group companies to take precautions. Bowen Zhang continued. Jack proposed to the parent company that we should step in and talk to News Corporation about the acquisition of MySpace to prevent a potential threat from Google to Blue Space. Acquisition of MySpace. Luo Sheng immediately hesitated without hesitation of Jack Stopperman's suggestion, adding, now that Blue Space has exceeded 100 million users in North America alone, let alone speaking of the global scope, the user ecological chain has taken shape, and this first-mover advantage in the field of social networking has taken shape. Once it takes shape, as long as we don't commit ourselves, MySpace is basically impossible to stand up. Bowen Zhang said, that being said, but letting Google ignite in our backyard always feels uncomfortable. Luo Sheng laughed. Click for it. We definitely can't buy MySpace. This move is worth the loss. Once we merge MySpace into its portfolio, it may cause an almost absolute natural monopoly situation, which will bring us huge trouble. Europeans and Americans will surely seize this opportunity to wave over the split stick. Keep it. Raise pigs scientifically. Bowen Zhang. Scientific pig farming. Zhang Bowen listened with joy, but it was really the case when he thought about it carefully. MySpace does not pose a huge threat. The biggest value of MySpace is for Blue Star to avoid the trouble of antitrust investigations. In this regard, Intel has done a very good job. You can easily kill AMD, but always leave some space for AMD. Hungry but can't turn the sky. According to foreign news reports, MySpace has been bought by News Corporation as a social networking site in the early years, and it is seeking search engine partners to provide it with search services and advertising services. Obviously, this time Google ran over. Yahoo was obviously excluded. Yahoo, a company that used to be brilliant, is now inexplicable. Google's alliance with MySpace is a copy of last year's Google and Microsoft battle for AOL. After agreeing to invest $1 billion in AOL, Google beat Microsoft. As for MySpace, I am afraid that it will be strongly supported by the North American authorities to try to catch up with Blue Star Technology. Anyone can acquire this company. Only Blue Star Technology cannot acquire it. North America does not allow it. If the Americans knew that Luo Sheng could grow to the point where they are today, they would never have approved Blue Star Technology's entry into the North American market. Today, of course, Americans want to drive Blue Star Technology out of the North American market. But it is not as easy as before. Because the water in Blue Star Technology Group has also become very deep, and Wall Street has a large interest in it. The point is that Luo Sheng was very alert early on, so that North American authorities could not find too many excuses if there were no Wall Street interests in it. The North American authorities definitely do not tell you the truth. They come straight, but the interests of Wall Street are not the same. Even if you want to achieve the purpose, you have to talk about the reason, or you will cause yourself trouble. Zhang Bowen said. But Google is not very good. What I get is that Microsoft also has a poll at this time, which makes Google very upset. Luo Sheng nodded and laughed. It's not too strange. The CEOs of Google and Microsoft have recently talked about the importance of social networking sites to the future of the Internet. Blue Star Technology has grown to today's size, even if it is Microsoft who dare not say that we despise us. Zhang Bowen said immediately. From the perspective of the AOL battle between the two sides last year, it is difficult to imagine that the two giants, Google and Microsoft, will easily give up MySpace to rivals. Therefore, I personally think that MySpace is likely to gain a large amount of search advertising business. Part of the revenue may even be a prepayment or a partner promises a minimum payment. Luo Sheng nodded. It makes sense that Google and Google are the key points. I'm afraid that Microsoft will lose again this time, and without Google being so motivated, we have put a lot of pressure on Google, but we haven't forged a beam with Microsoft. Zhang Bowen pondered for a moment, then immediately looked at Luo Sheng and said, we can't just sit back and watch. MySpace is guilty of arguing with Google, and it must be less than a pot of urine with Yahoo. Oh, isn't Google trying to light the fire to our backyard? We are also courteous, and we also talk about cooperation with Yahoo. After hearing the words, Luo Shengyan said concisely, yes. Come, hurt each other. Although Yahoo is getting worse, it's easy to say that once it was also a king of the internet. www.mentalnovel.com. When it comes to the internet, Yahoo knows absolutely nothing about the internet. Even today, Yahoo's market value is still as high as $60 billion. This matter is settled this way. The purpose is not to achieve any substantial results, but to wake up Peggy. Don't care about your backyard when playing in the backyard of someone else's home. Look at your old nest. Playing with fire, you will, I will too. But then again, Luo Sheng didn't have much hope for Yahoo. Google's position in the global search engine market can hardly be shaken. If you want to set fire in Page's backyard, it won't fundamentally shake Google's foundations. Luo Sheng instructed Zhang Bowen. Compared to this, we should pay more attention to Google's actions in the field of cloud computing services. Google's current CEO Eric Schmidt has a long history with cloud computing. He once proposed Sun is the CTO of the computers network. There is also Microsoft, and then Amazon. IBM should also note that these North American technology giants are likely to become our main competition in the field of cloud computing services in the future. Opponent. Chapter 176, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. Within a few minutes of Zhang Bowen's departure, a knock on the door of the office came again. Coming. Luo Sheng returned to his desk to clean up the documents, and said without a look. It was Irene who walked in. In the IT Leaders Summit Forum held in Pengqing the day after tomorrow, you were jointly invited by the organizer Pengqing and the Digital China Federation, and the big names in the industry were invited to go. Luo Sheng paused for a while and said, invite me? The day after tomorrow? Isn't the day after tomorrow the weekend? The day after tomorrow is May. Luo Sheng is pondering in his heart for a while. At such a busy moment, he is still at the node of the Azure Coast. He does not want to go. But looking back, this is a good opportunity to promote the concept of cloud computing in the industry. Cloud computing services are a major strategy for Blue Star Technology Group. Luo Sheng still hopes that there are other companies in the country to do this business. It is not because he suspects that he has made too much money, but he has made a difference, but that there is a huge gap between domestic development and foreign countries. Obviously, if more companies enter this field, the speed will definitely be faster and the potential of the Greater China market will be released as soon as possible. As a result, the cost of Blue Star Technologies' big data and cloud computing services will be reduced accordingly. Over a 10-year vision plan and hundreds of billions of capital investment budgets, this is not a small amount. Another aspect is the ability to avoid monopoly disputes, which may be the most frequent disputes that Blue Star Technology Group will face in the future. Luo Sheng has already prepared for this and actively responded. Okay, then go, Luo said after thinking. Taking a step back, Blue Star Technology is currently the only world-class internet giant in China. In a sense, it is the leader in the domestic internet industry. It is a brother in the industry in terms of size, scale and influence. The IT Summit Forum was held for a period of 3 days, during the integrity of the long holiday. But Luo Sheng only planned to leave for 1 day. The invitation to this conference was also squeezed out of time. I originally planned to take a 2-day break. This time was too busy. The next day, Luo Sheng took a special plane to fly to Bangqing. It seems that after a while, the company will need to buy a few private jets dedicated to business trips. Luo Sheng said, at this moment the special plane he was flying on is flying to Bangqing. As a multinational technology giant company, Blue Star Technology Group always has executives flying all over the world. For core managers, time is the most precious. This is why the president will have a dedicated elevator instead of crowding the elevator with employees. Reason: buy a private jet. If it's your private jet, I suggest you use personal property instead of company property. Qin Weimu, who sits directly opposite him, must take Luo Sheng with him every time he travels. She walks together. It is no exaggeration to say that, aside from private intimacy, Qin Weimu is an absolute close person in Luo Sheng's career, and many things will be communicated with her. As for legal issues, let alone know the laws of major world powers. Talent, a transnational law book. Seeing him looking at himself, Qin Weimer further explained, I bought this aircraft with my own assets. First of all, this aircraft is personal assets, not company assets. Then you go back and lease this aircraft to the company. The company also has to pay a rent for you personally, and the expenses such as maintenance of the aircraft will naturally be borne by the company's finances. But this aircraft is still your personal use. Luo Sheng looked at her for a while and he couldn't help but hesitated for a while. He didn't really think about it this way, and the people who did the big things generally didn't think things so delicately. Qin Weimu watched him with a smile and said, take back 10,000 steps. If Blue Star Technology Group goes bankrupt one day, this aircraft will not be included in the company's financial list for bankruptcy and liquidation, because he is your personal assets, unless you are also personally bankrupt. If you are worried about personal bankruptcy, then transfer the assets of this aircraft to the offshore trust fund, so that you can avoid personal bankruptcy and liquidation. You may despise this money, but it is a means to rationally allocate resources. A small accumulation can also make a lot. A private jet plane has hundreds of millions or even hundreds of millions. Not a small number. Luo Sheng laughed at him and said, Goldman's Paul Watson said that I am a savvy person, and in my opinion you are that person. Okay, since it is your suggestion, you should handle this matter. However, the offshore fund cannot be moved, and we will talk about it in 2 years. The funds that Luo Sheng can call now are all invested in the shares of Blue Star Technology Group, waiting to harvest Lomu's credit default next year, and try to save a round of wool as much as possible. But Paul Watson is right. Although I didn't think it was as savvy as you are, but you used it for me, and it didn't make much difference. Luo Sheng added with a smile. Qin Weimer couldn't help but, to a certain extent, he said nothing serious. When Luo Sheng got off the plane from Bangqing, it was almost dusk. The group company also had an office here. The hotel had already been arranged in advance, and people could check in as soon as they arrived. After getting off the plane, I went directly to the hotel to rest, and prepared some materials for the conference. On the second day, on the weekend of April 30th, The second IT Leaders Summit Forum Exchange Conference was held as scheduled. The first session was held last year and it was a closed-door forum. No media or non-guests were invited to participate. But at the beginning of this year, great changes have taken place. First of all, it is no longer a closed-door forum. People in the industry or non-industry can find channels to understand as long as they want to follow. It is a completely open industry exchange conference. Compared to previous sessions, the lineup of heavyweight guests participating in this session is more luxurious. The Bolt Big Four are rarely gathered together. Of course, the media also called it LBAT, which refers to Blue Star Technology, Baidu, Tencent. This is by far the four dazzling giants in the domestic internet industry. In addition to, 3 other companies have already been listed, and one is more successful than the other. It is rumored that A will be listed next year. If A is listed next year, it will be in line from Tencent listed in 2004, Baidu listed in 2005, Blue Star Technology listed in 2006. And Iraq in 2007. The conference opened as scheduled at 9 a.m. Prior to this, the guests who attended the conference also entered the venue. There were about 3,000 people in the industry, all senior practitioners in the industry. Today, there are about 180 media organizations. There are also many foreign mainstream media. The theme of this year's session is Internet High-Tech Industry in China. For the media industry, the most important concern is undoubtedly the high-end dialogue and exchanges in this forum. It's almost 9 o'clock. www.mentalnovel.com. The internet cafes in various fields also arrive at the conference venue at this moment. They are all big names in the industry. The media reporter at the scene was most concerned about when the founder of Blue Star Technology arrived. There is no doubt that he is the most talked about and the most attention-grabbing techie. And it is also a legend that is difficult to copy. Finally, within 5 or 6 minutes of 9 o'clock, a business car arrived, and a young tech cafe who walked down from the car was quickly noticed by media reporters squatting at the entrance. Liang, the camera held by the reporter, turned in a surprisingly consistent manner. Ps. Here is the update time. In the future, 3 chapters will be updated every day under normal circumstances, around 7 a.m., noon, and around 10 p.m. Every month, the monthly ticket will increase by 101 more chapter. The recommended ticket will be broken every week. 10,000 votes plus a chapter, rewarding a rudder plus a chapter, an ally is 10 more. But large rewards are not often seen. But look at the face. But the monthly ticket and the recommended ticket, everyone can vote for. Subscription can generate monthly tickets. Recommendation tickets are available every day, and it is free, so everyone will vote more, and the author's bacteria update will be more motivated. Chapter 177. The latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. News reporters who focus on the internet community know who the young people are when they get off the car. It is Liu Sheng, the founder of Blue Star Technology. He is still wearing a super high recognition shape, the life-changing IT big guy 3-piece suit. Speaking of today's famous big guy in the technology industry, his clothes are all personalized and super high recognition. Liu Sheng is so. And the founder of Eitan is also very recognizable. A long-sleeved white shirt is worn with a long-sleeved yellow sweater. And the Archbishop of Red. Big guys always have to be different. Although I have known for a long time, I still can't believe that such a young person can actually create a giant company with a market value of 500 billion yuan in such a short period of time. I am afraid no one would have thought that the richest man in the country and the richest man in China would be the one. Those in their early 20s are on the throne. After a few photos were captured by a reporter, he couldn't help but said with emotion. His partner immediately corrected and said, "Not only 500 billion, the market value of Blue Star Group has now reached 650 billion. It is worthy of being an internet giant." Many people think that Liu Sheng has risen like a comet, but will also pass by like a meteor, but never imagined that he can still be so strong today. and suddenly overshadowed everyone's light. The big names who have been famous in the technology industry or business circles for a long time, even if they have one or more rings, suddenly wake up and are told that they have been surpassed by a younger junior. In fact, they are not very comfortable, but also got to accept. At this moment, Luo Sheng walked into the venue with a professional smile, occasionally nodded his greetings, but the pace did not stop. Next to him was Qin Weimu, and another bodyguard and assistant. In comparison, Qin Weimu was sneered, but she also attracted a lot of attention from Luo Sheng. Since the listing of Blue Star Technology, she is now ranked in the domestic rich list with a personal net worth of more than 8 billion yuan. At the forefront, coupled with the super high value, it is also very well known. Of course, it is also inevitable that there is something like Luo Sheng's gossip and gossip. After all, where Luo Sheng appeared, there is her figure, and she is beautiful. Luo Sheng entered the venue, and the welcome staff stepped forward and said politely, "Mr. Luo, please here." Immediately led to the position of the front row of the conference, properly in the C position, and sitting in the same row are larger than him. It can be said that Luo Sheng sitting here looks superb. Unique taste. Qin Weimu sat down in his back row, and the head of the Bat Big Three was on his right. He also saw his old friend Xu Chengwa on the back row. When it arrived, there were only a few minutes before the official start of the conference, and Luo Sheng officially entered the meeting room and started. The opening is boring, but the process always goes through it. Today, everyone is sitting on Dian Chui on Pai Tao Bai, and the big guys will come to the Zhuang to enjoy some of the industry experience, and look forward to the future of Barbara. At around 10:37 a.m., the voice of the host of the conference was full. Applause. Mr. Luo Sheng, founder and CEO of Blue Star Technology Group. After hearing the applause from the conference, Luo Sheng immediately got up from his seat, turned back to pay tribute, and walked calmly towards the stage. The host immediately handed him a microphone. This is the first exchange conference Luo Sheng attended in the industry. Although he is in his early 20s, the soul of this body is said to have existed for a longer time than the people present. In this scene, Luo Sheng did not have any tension in the face of the attention of many big men. "Good morning, frankly, I didn't fully prepare to participate in this high-end exchange conference in the industry. I only received the invitation from the organizer the day before yesterday, but I prepared a little." After Luo Sheng's simple opening remarks, he went straight to the topic. He was not a messer. "Just taking advantage of this opportunity, I want to share cloud computing with the industry. The sharing theme is called Cloud Computing Light Industry Public Cloud Service. Many people may have heard the concept of cloud computing. Some time ago, Blue Star, the cooperation between technology and IBM, has also continued the company's stock price. Fortunately, the financial statements have pulled back a little, but they have also accidentally risen a bit. This is better than. Is it really good to come up like this? Some of the guests in the room rolled their eyes and have soared by nearly $13 billion, which is equivalent to an increase of more than 100 billion yuan. Still not careful? At this moment, Luo Sheng on the stage held a microphone and laughed. The development of any technology has the same process. From the concept to the product to the solution to the end user, until the process of creating value or even forming a complete industry chain. Cloud computing is no exception. Blue Star Technology entered this field without reservation this time. It can be said to be all-in, but we believe that cloud computing can make the sky of IT more exciting and romantic. In fact, in 1961, Stanford professor John McCarthy proposed that computing resources could become an important new light industrial foundation, similar to water, electricity, gas and communications. In the prediction of Moore's law, the IT industry is moving step by step the cloud computing model. To this day, no matter who you are, as long as you are online, you can enjoy the convenience of information brought by the internet, and the ocean of information is the ocean of cloud computing. With regard to the definition of cloud computing, I personally think that cloud computing can be divided into two types, broad and narrow. In the narrow sense, Cloud computing refers to the network that provides resources is called the cloud, and the resources in the cloud are seen by users as an existence that can be infinitely expanded and can be obtained at any time, used as needed, and expanded at any time. Pay-per-use is a kind of infrastructure like hydropower resources. And cloud computing in the broad sense refers not only to IT and software, etc., but also to other services. These resource collections are called clouds, which are manageable and self-maintaining virtual computing resources, such as computing services, storage services, bandwidth resources, and so on. Cloud computing is all these computing resources are centralized and software is used to achieve fully automatic management without human involvement. At the venue, most of them were non-technical professionals, like President Ma, who did not understand technology at all. Sure enough, it was the cloud, and all heard the mist in the cloud. I don't understand. Luo Sheng doesn't care. All he has to do is to promote this cloud computing concept so that those who can understand can have the opportunity to hear. If you want to invest in this field, it is even better. Huaguo's cloud computing services can't be done quickly by only Blue Star Technology. Luo Sheng not only considers from his own company, but also hopes to get the attention and support of the country from the national level. What makes people stand out is that Luo Sheng gave off-speech speeches throughout the audience. He didn't have any manuscripts in his hand, which was a blessing. His thinking is very fast, which is reflected in the speed of speech. But Luo Sheng's speech at this moment, the speed of speech is nearly 1/3 slower than usual. I think cloud computing service embodies 6 key characteristics, representing its relationship and difference with traditional computing methods. The first trait is on-demand self-service. The user can configure and quickly obtain the required computing power, such as server time and network storage, when he needs it, without the help of a service provider or IT support staff. To the cloud. The second trait is broadband access. Computing service capabilities are provided over the network and support a variety of standard access methods, including mobile phones, laptops, PDAs, etc., as well as other traditional or cloud-based services. Simply speaking, cloud computing services are found in the network, and also passed on the network. The third characteristic is the virtualized resource segmentation pool. Computational resources are pooled into a resource segmentation pool. Using a multi-tenant model, different physical and virtual resources are dynamically allocated or reallocated to multiple users according to user needs, such as storage, processing power, memory, network bandwidth, and virtual machines. The fourth trait is a fast and flexible architecture. Service capabilities can be provisioned quickly and flexibly, and in some cases automatically achieve rapid capacity expansion and fast online. For users, the available service capabilities are unlimited and can be requested at any time. Purchase. And for the builders and operators of cloud computing platforms, it is only necessary to simply implement horizontal expansion during capacity early warning to meet growing demand. The fifth trait is a measurable service. The reason why the cloud system can automatically control and optimize the use of resources for a certain service is because it utilizes a certain level of abstracted metering capabilities, such as storage, processing, bandwidth, or active user accounts, etc. to optimize resource usage and provide detailed resource usage reports for suppliers and users. The last trait is that ultra-large-scale www.mtlnovel.com cloud is at considerable scale. Blue Star Technology this time invested $45 billion, $5.6 billion to build 12 large-scale data centers worldwide. Each with data. The servers in the center are more than 160,000 sets, and a total of nearly 2 million sets of servers. This is undoubtedly a very large scale. There is no doubt that we firmly believe that the cloud can give users unprecedented computing capabilities. When I heard this, many people in the industry and chief executives smashed their mouths secretly, because they just saw Luo Sheng being too light when he said 45 billion yuan. Seems like 4.5 million. Dare to love the money raised by the Blue Star Technology Group's IPO. And he left all of it in this so-called cloud computing service. Many CEOs almost have the same question in their hearts: isn't he afraid of losing their money? Ps. When I wrote this chapter, I couldn't help recalling my lifelong savings in the online disk. Heartache. Gentlemen, I have no food to eat today. Can I borrow one? Chapter 178. I really can chat. I've been dead to you. The latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. Luo Sheng's support for cloud computing services has naturally become a hot topic for discussion at this industry summit forum. In the afternoon, the organizer hosted a symposium of Ball Bat in a deputy hall. The heads of the 4 major domestic internet technology giants gathered together. This is quite rare and the first time. Naturally, the popularity here is also very hot, attracting more than 70 media and thousands of industry participants. Mr. Luo's speech on cloud computing was very exciting in the morning, so I am curious that cloud computing requires such a large investment. According to what you said, Blue Star Group hit 45 billion yuan as soon as it came up. I'm afraid there is no second company that can get such a large amount of capital to invest in. The host introduced the topic and focused on the concept of cloud computing services at the beginning. Well, the host boasted Luo Sheng's eyes and said that it was wonderful. In fact, he could hear the fog. But that's right, host. At the symposium, Luo Sheng and other 4 IT giants each sat on a single sofa. After listening to the host, he picked up the microphone next to him and said, "It is naturally very important to invest a huge amount of money. But the issue of money is actually not the most critical issue." Moderator: Oh, Luo Sheng said, data information is the foundation of cloud computing services. You can't do it without data and funds. So I think the 4 domestic Balt companies are the most suitable companies for cloud computing services. You have the data, and it's the key data. After a moment, Luo Sheng came up like several treasures. Data based on content search. Since the Web 2.0 era, everyone has become a media. Everyone is a media. They all produce content on the internet, including text, pictures, videos, etc. Based on e-commerce data, with the development of e-commerce, online transactions are booming, and each of these transactions contains information about the entire value supply chain behind buyers, sellers, and goods. Based on social data, social networks are more than just communication between people. Social data also includes various important user portrait information such as people's preferences, life trajectories, spending power, and value orientation. So I think Balt is very suitable to enter this field. Of course, other companies can also, but relatively speaking, it requires greater investment. At the end, Luo Sheng nodded to himself and said that he had finished speaking, set the microphone aside, picked up a bottle of water and sipped. At the same time, the moderator looked at 3 other guests and said, Mr. Luo has shared a lot of content about cloud computing, so can the 3 of them also talk about it? That is the first and 3 understanding of cloud computing. Second, are there any 3 plans for cloud computing to enter this field? President Lee comes first. After a while, everyone looked at the head of Baidu. He also looked very young, but was very formal in a suit and leather shoes. President Lee immediately spoke. What about cloud computing? You re-welcome. It as a new bottle of old wine. It has nothing new. In the early days, everyone talked about the relationship between the client and the server 1 or 2 decades ago. The service of the Internet Web Interface, now talking about cloud computing, is actually the same in essence. The main work is done on the server side, and the client needs to do more and more simple. Is this concept right? Yes, this is a very correct concept. And it is not a concept that has only recently emerged. It's been more than a decade ago, but it's really not easy for the traditional software industry to lean here. So this is why I'm not as optimistic as Mr. Luo, and I want to pour cold water on this thing a little. You said that you are Microsoft's Office, and you want to make it completely all things are done in the cloud, in the customer don't worry about anything. This is more or less a bit, and it feels unpleasant to fight with your left hand and right hand. Obviously, Lee is always not optimistic. After the 2 or 3 minutes of speech, the host looked at Xiao Ma, who had already organized the language when President Lee spoke, and then said, 10 years ago, Sun Microsystems also proposed that the network is a computer, but almost no one believed it, including the sale of clients, but it was too early, so it became a martyr. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help laughing. And when the broadcast media came out, they immediately gave the camera to the founder of Blue Star Technology. At this moment, Luo Sheng also showed a smile, and from his expression, it was still incomparable. Easy. When they hadn't said it, Luo Sheng had expected that they would say so, and sure enough, they still said the same thing in the previous life. The implication is that if Blue Star Technology fails, it will become the next martyr rhythm. After a while, Xiao Ma continued to carry forward. Not only will the transformation fail, but also a lot of problems. In fact, the concept advocated by cloud computing now seems too early. President Lee also mentioned that search and mailboxes were just born. When it comes to cloud processing, if in the future, all kinds of integrated business software systems, including various management systems in the enterprise, can be processed in the cloud, they cannot be processed by the local LAN server, but by the public infrastructure of the public network. It is really imaginative to put computing power and processing power and even logic components like water and electricity. I think it may take hundreds or thousands of years before you can achieve this, but it is still too early. My little brother is over. Obviously he is not optimistic about cloud computing services. At this time, Luo Sheng suddenly picked up the microphone and calmly smiled. For a brand new field, it is understandable to enter cautiously. It should be. So Blue Star Technology has invested 45 billion yuan. There is no global Alin field. The hearts of all the attendees stayed. The hearts of the big brothers at the moment. Ronaldinho, can you chat? If you continue to talk like this, you really want to talk to God. That's 450 billion? The words made people want to curse. It was so special. Luo Sheng didn't know that everyone rolled his eyes frantically, and continued to add, we have the right that when this investment is the cost of trial and error, we believe that the cost of trial and error is far lower than the cost of making mistakes. The cost of trial and error may be a little money, this is acceptable. But the cost of making a mistake may not be a matter of losing a little money, it may be a matter of facing a crisis of survival. The host forcibly held back, and some of the industry participants at the meeting were very upset and very depressed. It is really standing back and speaking without back pain. You have spent hundreds of billions. Blue Star's revenue in the first quarter was more than 10 billion yuan, more than 50 billion yuan a year. It is affordable. But our companies are not losing money when they face capital losses. Now, is this a crisis of survival? Can we not afford to lose? However, everyone has nothing to say, because Luo Sheng said earlier that at present, for bold companies that are suitable for cloud computing services in China are profitable and have their own user data accumulation. After Luo Sheng put down the microphone, the host looked at Mr. Ma, who was a raccoon, and the latter immediately laughed. I think just now, including Mr. Luo's lecture on cloud computing, it was very good. Anyway, I heard it with great interest. It was really delicious. Probably because I was the only person who didn't understand technology. Everyone laughed. But I understand cloud computing. It is finally a sharing mechanism for processing and storing data, I think. The trial and error that Mr. Luo just said also made me think about a problem. And President Lee said that there is nothing new now, nothing more than new bottled old wine. To be honest, this is what I fear most. You can't see the old wine in a new bottle, But this thing suddenly bursts out when there is no reaction at all. The most terrible thing is, if I have never heard of this thing or even the foundation, this is not terrible. The terrible thing is, just as Yahoo first came out as a search engine and did a good job, and then Google came out. Many people think that this is similar to me. Later, Google almost killed Yahoo. Yahoo's market value is even less than half of that of Google. And even Yahoo was only about a third of it at the time of Google's highest market value. So I think that any new thing comes out www.mtlnovel.com. Let's think about it carefully and pay attention to it. There may be new problems. The host immediately asked Mr. Ma, "So, is Mr. Ma optimistic about cloud computing?" Mr. Ma replied without hesitation, "I feel that Mr. Luo can invest tens of billions without hesitation. It is definitely not a decision made by the brain. I personally believe that if a person does not, it's mostly scammers who encourage others to do it. But if a person is not only doing it on his own, but also investing in it on a very large scale, it is basically impossible. No one will pit himself and ask others to do it. I think that person is amazing. So if a free money will definitely consider trial and error in the field of cloud computing services and occupy a pit." The host laughed. Looking for good and seeing bad is the same, and it seems that there is some talk about the topic of cloud computing, and it won't be a near-and-a-half match. The symposium lasted about 40 to 50 minutes. After the end, Luo Sheng returned to the hotel for a rest. The IT Leaders Summit Forum will continue for 2 days. But Luo Sheng does not plan to participate in the next 2 days. Take off at night and leave. Chapter 179, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. The biggest purpose of coming to this forum is that Luo Sheng hopes to popularize the concept of cloud computing through his current influence in the industry. As for other exchanges, basically he just blows his pen, and it's almost enough to come to one. At present, there are not many players in China who can afford cloud computing services. There are only 4 players in the country. Unless the national team enters the game, the probability is not high. Judging from the situation at the symposium, in the early development of cloud computing services, in addition to the first Blue Star Technology Group to eat crabs, the second is probably the only one with the highest probability. This point does not seem to have changed much from Luo Sheng's previous life. During Luo Sheng's departure and return to the company that night, during the daytime in the Western Hemisphere of integrity, there were also people in Silicon Valley who were following the Pengqing IT Leaders Summit Forum Exchange Conference. And the people who follow are still very big, because Luo Sheng's participation caused a lot of people's curiosity in Silicon Valley, and his influence is not to be underestimated in Silicon Valley now. Google headquarters. Generally speaking, when referring to a famous company, the first impression is often the founder of the company, just like Jobs to Apple, Luo Sheng to Blue Star Technology, Mani to Atan, and so on. But when it comes to Google, people's first impressions are not the 2 co-founders Larry Page or Sergey Brin. It was the name Eric Schmidt. Eric Schmidt, now 51, is the current head of Google. His life experience is legendary. He holds a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from Princeton University and a doctorate in computer science from Berkeley, California, before joining Google as the star company in the IT industry. He also worked at Bell Labs, where 11 Nobel Prizes in physics were born, using Java as a market weapon to help Sun Microsystems. Sun Microsystems develop rapidly and bring the Internet Systems company Novell was rescued at the edge of life and death and turned a profit. Larry Page took a lot of effort to bring this big man to Google. After joining the post to take charge of young Google, in just 2 years, he quickly expanded this Silicon Valley technology company with only 200 employees to it has a scale of over 1,000 people, and has not lost Google's philosophy during the expansion process, and has always maintained a high level of product quality. In Luo Sheng's last life, The Android system was born during the time when Eric Schmidt was in charge of Google. Once had a resume at Sun Microsystems, Eric Schmidt had a great affinity with cloud computing services. In the last generation of Luo Sheng, the concept of cloud computing was actually his first of. It's just in this era, this world. Luo Sheng snatched his way, leaving no one else to go. Despite this, it made Eric Schmidt pay more attention to cloud computing. Luo Sheng gave a speech and a symposium at the Pengcheng IT Industry Summit Forum yesterday. The then head of Google was the first time pays attention. In fact, when Blue Star Technology Group announced that it had invested $5.6 billion to build 12 large data centers, Eric Schmidt had already begun to pay attention. At this time, Google's internal core layer is holding a meeting. Eric Schmidt, Larry Page and Sergey Brin are all here. They discussed the company's recent performance issues and also discussed the issues from Blue Star Technology pressure. But the real core of today's conference is discussing cloud computing. Strictly speaking, it was the first Amazon company to launch related services. Jeff launched the Elastic Computing Cloud service in March. Sergey Brin said, compared to the huge US $5.6 billion investment of Blue Star Technology Group, Amazon's scale is too small, so small. Too small. Larry Page also spoke. The core managers at the conference have all seen Luo Sheng's speech and the views on cloud computing in the symposium. Although they basically do not understand, some professional translators have processed the video. At this time, the older Eric Schmidt spoke seriously. Luo Sheng, who is in charge of the Blue Star Group, is a man who cannot be underestimated. Of course, to this day, Silicon Valley cannot underestimate this technology giant from the other side of the ocean. It's just that I didn't expect him to know so much about cloud computing, and to invest so steadfastly in this field. In the words, you can hear the accidents and appreciation from the mouth of the then head of Google. Luo Sheng first proposed the concept of cloud computing. It is called cloud computing in China. In Silicon Valley, it is cloud computing. It is widely spread, and now everyone in this field will quote the word cloud computing, and a very proper noun, naturally agreed to become vulgar. What do you think of cloud computing? Eric, Larry Page asked to each other. At Google, I'm afraid no one has a stronger say in the field of cloud computing than Eric Schmidt, and he thought for a while before making a speech. I agree with Luo Sheng's concept of cloud computing. From the perspective of the cloud computing he described, this is a new computing method formed by a combination of multiple existing computer technologies and method innovations. It is very vivid. It shows the goal of moving from client computers to cloud computing, or from autonomous computing to on-demand elastic computing. Schmidt looked at the attendees and continued, the cloud separates application and information resources from the underlying infrastructure and mechanisms used to host them. The cloud also enhances writing, agility, scalability, and availability. Through optimization, the ability to have more efficient computing resources to reduce the overall cost of ownership of the IT community can be a revolutionary change for the entire IT community and the Internet. Page leaned on the boss chair and held his mouth in one hand, groaning, according to this logic. More specifically, the cloud, which describes the computing, network, information, and storage that Luo Sheng calls a resource pool use of services, applications, information and infrastructure. Schmidt nodded affirmatively. Yes, these components can be services, applications or infrastructure, etc. It can quickly complete planning, preparation, deployment and recycling, and can quickly expand or reduce, providing on-demand, similar utility calculated distribution and consumption patterns. Sergey Brin also later said, so, Blue Star Technology Group may invest more funds to build more superlarge data centers? Far more than 12? Schmidt nodded again. Yes, far more than that. Internet users are continuously skyrocketing, and data will skyrocket accordingly. A vice president attending the meeting said, will Google enter this field? Another participant went on to speak. The concept of cloud computing has come out in the era of Sun and it will continue to be so after so many years. If it is still the case in another 1 or 2 decades, I am afraid that nothing will be lost if I invest in it. The Star Group is really crazy. If it wasn't for the first quarterly report to turn the tide, I'm afraid it's not even as good as Yahoo. Eric Schmidt couldn't help but look at the executive who spoke. Did Yahoo fight so in your eyes? Although it has fallen, now it is also a technology company with a market value of $50 billion and still owns one of the giants. Posture. The speaker shrugged. At this time Larry Page said, I very much agree with Luo Sheng's sentence that the cost of trial and error is far less than the cost of making mistakes. Google must get ahead in the field of cloud computing. Most of the executives attending Google couldn't help but nodded. This was even more profound in Google's words. Yahoo's rejection of Google was a big mistake, leading to a severe survival crisis. If Yahoo accepted Google at the beginning, it may be today, compared with the technology giants, on a par with Microsoft. Even if Google did not succeed, the cost of trial and error paid is compared with what Yahoo has now lost, which is not worth mentioning at all. Even when I saw it, I felt heartache. Page's remarks undoubtedly set a tone. Google must have entered the field of cloud computing. Now in this field, Amazon is doing it, but the scale is relatively small. Amazon's mass is placed there. Jeff Bezos is now even wanting to attack. That's it. The second player is Blue Star Technology Group, which is Luo Sheng. Although it is a step slower than Amazon, it is actually about a month behind. It can really be ignored, but the size of Blue Star Technology's investment cannot be ignored. The scale of the investment is too scary, almost 15 times as much as Amazon launched the Elastic Computing Cloud service in March. Page continued, I don't know where Mr. Luo Sheng's self-confidence is, but Google obviously can't take such a risk, and the risks are too great. No way. Coupled with Google's worse than expected results this year, the stock price plummeted. When Luo Sheng announced that he had entered the field of cloud computing, the market value of Blue Star Technology Group continued to plunge. If it was not for the first quarterly report, it would be difficult to pull it back to a new high. The rise of Blue Star Technology has robbed many advertisers of Google. This is an indisputable fact, and the poorer performance is the best proof. At this time, if you are playing like Luo Sheng, maybe Google's market is worth falling below the 100 billion mark, and even being overtaken by Blue Star Technology. You must know that the current market value of Blue Star Technology is second only to Google among technology companies. Now, the difference between the two is nearly $30 billion. This is not a small gap, but it also cannot hold the momentum of Blue Star Technology. The key is that Google has the last financing this year. www.intelnovel.com. It was also split 3 times at the time of the IPO. Luo Sheng was learning Google's operation, so now Google is afraid to give Luo Sheng so gambling on cloud computing service. Schmidt concluded, then start at $500 million to make sure Google doesn't miss out on cloud computing opportunities if it really breaks out. Everyone nodded. This is the best strategy for Google. Let us take a pit first to see the situation. Luo Sheng was the first to eat crabs. Blue Star Technology touched the stones to cross the river. Then Google had better touch the Blue Star temporarily. Technology crossed the river and followed Luo Sheng's to see the situation. Anyway, someone is exploring the road ahead, why not? If the situation in the river is more or less clear, there will be no worry. If there is much to do, then follow up and invest heavily. If Luo Sheng is seriously in front of you, return quickly. This decision quickly passed to Google Core Resolution. Ps. Continue to ask for monthly tickets. I have fallen to the 13th monthly list of the new book list. I heard that the top 10 is a little bonus. Everyone hurry to vote for a monthly pass to assist. Chapter 180 Old Mechanic. Blue Star Technology Group reached a strategic cooperation with IBM. And Luo Sheng personally came out and weaved a brand new concept term cloud computing and supported this field. His current popularity and influence in the industry, whether it is domestic or Silicon Valley, is a big name influence. Even if it is not important, As a person in the industry, if a company like Google ignores his views, it will definitely make a serious mistake. Unwise low-level errors. In fact, none of these giants will make such low-level mistakes, except Yahoo. With the end of the Pengcheng IT Forum Exchange Conference, Mr. Ma led a business unit within it to focus on cloud computing-related topics. With OS current financial strength and scale, has put Yahoo in the Greater China area last year. Merging the business into the company is equivalent to a $1 billion financing from Yahoo. Obviously, it can definitely enter the field of cloud computing, but he cannot play as big as Luo Sheng. Tengzon and Baidu did not attach importance to cloud computing services, and agreed with this concept. But they are not optimistic about the blueprint that Luo Sheng originally painted can be realized now and in the foreseeable future. Therefore, these two companies have no plans to enter the field of cloud computing, at least for now, including the next 5 years. They were also happy to see what happened to Luo Sheng first. On the international front, Jeff Bezos, who is in charge of Amazon, is more determined and is lobbying hard to get more funds in the market to invest in cloud computing services. Google also later announced that it would invest $500 million to try water. Microsoft also announced that it has entered the field of cloud computing services. It can be said that only Luo Sheng and Jeff Bezos have made firm investments so far, because Amazon is an e-commerce company. A large amount of e-commerce data is very useful. Jeff saw the value of one of the entire industry chain, and cloud computing services are key. After entering May, the media in the industry frequently reported on cloud computing. Some people in the industry joked that Luo Sheng could become the Mata rhythm. Those giants who followed him were savvy. Like a fool, he explored the road ahead. For some short-sighted remarks, Luo Sheng didn't care. They seemed to have forgotten that the pioneers in this world who could achieve great success were either fools or crazy people who followed fools. After seeing the actions of Google and Microsoft in the field of cloud computing services, Luo Sheng's inexplicable reassurance. If these companies follow suit, Luo Sheng will still be a little stressed. After all, whether it's Google or Microsoft, their physical size and financial strength are actually stronger than the current Blue Star technology, and they are North American technology companies. This is an advantage that Luo Sheng does not have. He is in everywhere in North America is a downright outsider. However, the matter of cloud computing is to make IBM the first party to benefit. Not even the company itself has thought of it. There is no doubt that since the beginning of the new century, Luo Sheng has set off the first wave of cloud computing services, which has given IBM a huge opportunity. IBM has been blamed by cloud computing, and its market value has soared above $140 billion, which is now second only to Microsoft. The strategic cooperation with Blue Star Technology played a key role, and after May, as the major giants have invested more or less in the field of cloud computing, this makes hardware companies such as IBM and Intel also calm. Having tasted the sweetness of IBM, its head Samuel Palmisano is now unswervingly publicly supporting cloud computing, and has been preaching. It can be said that IBM is the biggest beneficiary at present. At present, it has reached important cooperation with two major players in the field of cloud computing services, namely Blue Star Technology Group and Amazon. Mid-May, Blue Star Technology Group headquarters, Luo Sheng's office. General Luo, there is a little trouble in North America. Zhang Bowen came to his office, and when he received the news, he immediately came to report to Luo Sheng. What trouble? Luo Sheng asked. The North American authorities stuck our necks on the grounds of data security, and refused to enter the market for the 4 data centers we are building in North America, and rejected them on the grounds of data security. Zhang Bowen explained. Hearing this news, Luo Sheng paused for a while and returned to God without too much psychological fluctuation, which was not surprising at all. When the old United States released Blue Star technology into the North American market, it did not expect that it would grow at such a fast speed to this point. Many of its websites, Blue Space, Reddit, and Microblog, have monopolized the social networks in North America. Already, more than a third of Internet users cannot do without these Internet social products. Zhang Bowen couldn't help but admire, it is still Mr. Luo's long-term vision, split and reorganize in advance, split the main business sector and split it into two, divided into a domestic version and an international version. If Americans knew that today would be the situation, how could they not let Blue Star Technology enter the North American market so easily? It would be too difficult to push Blue Star Technology out. Old America can't be brazen. The Blue Space social networking site has been followed by North American authorities when North American users broke 100 million users. At that time, they began to think of ways to kill Blue Star Technology, including non-economic means. However, Luo Sheng had already been aware of this in his early years. To this end, he split and reorganized the company, adjusted the business sector, and raised a super luxurious legal team. At the same time, the parent company's top-down supervisory board, the entire systemic layout ensures that the two do not commit crimes to give each other a chance. Lomai is worried that Blue Star Technology has made mistakes. Even a small mistake will be amplified and used as an excuse for sanctions. Even secretly phishing. Of course, it is not enough to not commit any crimes. So Luo Sheng actively introduced Wall Street Capital and opened the current equity structure of Blue Star Technology Group. It will be found that Goldman Sachs, Merrill Lynch, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, and Citi are all among them. The first one is more scary than the other. Blue Star Technology has their vested interests. Blue Star Technology is getting bigger and bigger, and their interests are getting bigger and bigger. Wall Street only cares about one thing. That is profit. Everything else can give way, and those who block its path will not hesitate to smash. Bright, dark, begging, borrowing or stealing, everything. As long as Blue Star Technology Group is in the North American market, it is not easy to get kicked out of this market as long as it does not tell the truth and makes full use of local rules. Zhang Bowen also said, "It is very funny to say another thing. The news was disclosed yesterday. What do you guess, Luo? The company's stock has risen 2%. Can you believe it?" After hearing this, Luo Sheng also hesitated for a while, and couldn't help but laugh when he reacted, saying, "It seems that the market and investors are still stubborn and do not like our move in the field of cloud computing. How else could the company's stock abnormally increase by 2% because of this news? Because North American authorities don't approve it. You can't get 4 large data centers on your side, which is equivalent to saving a third of the cost of investing in cloud computing. Of course, the stock will rise." Zhang Bowen added, "When it comes to stocks, IBM's stock fell sharply by 3.57%, which directly evaporated $5 billion. Luo Sheng calmly said, "There is no need to worry about this matter. I estimate that IBM is more anxious than us. They are now the first beneficiaries. IBM will never pay us a liquidated damage because of this matter. .com and give up the cloud computing business to Intel or Dell, whose interests are at heart." The Blue Star Technology signed a 10-year strategic cooperation agreement with IBM, which is a huge profit for IBM. The strategic contract is worth $40 billion, and IBM has no reason to refuse. Blue Star's breach of contract would have to pay $3 billion in breach of contract costs, while IBM defaulted on Blue Star's $1 billion. Although it was a third less, it was an astronomical figure. For IBM, liquidated damages are not the key. The key is a strategic contract worth a total of $40 billion. The entanglement is even more complicated. The shareholding structure of IBM has been confirmed that its largest shareholder is the stock Buffett. There are also other Wall Street investment banks, including Goldman Sachs and Morgan, which have intricate interests in them. Chinese website. Chapter 181. Laox's home-run business. Samuel Palmer, then the head of IBM, was not idle. After the incident, he began to run. He also ran several times on Wall Street, and also talked to Goldman Sachs' latest head Lloyd Frank Van Met. It is worth mentioning that the core layer of Goldman Sachs has entered a major adjustment since the first half of this year, and the former head Henry Paulson has stepped down. The big man is now the leader of North American finance. This is Goldman Sachs Traditional Arts. The board of directors of Goldman Sachs Group has decided to appoint Gary Cohen and John Winkelried as the next group president and chief operating officer. CEO Lloyd Blankfein reports. These people are all cattle in North America, and there are too many Goldman Sachs characters in North American authorities. Luo Sheng hugging Wall Street is undoubtedly the right choice. These cattle are real local snakes. Samuel Palmer's no came this time, and Goldman Sachs has undoubtedly supported it. IBM and Blue Star Technology have Goldman Sachs interests in it, and it is not a small number. Lloyd Blankfein gave Samuel Palmer's no contact information by himself. This man is called Obillo. This is a loyal speculator, born in Florida. He used to be a lawyer for former Goldman Sachs CEO Weinberger. His wife is currently working in a Goldman Sachs foundation. 6 years ago, she relied on the late Weinberger. His patronage participated in the state legislative elections, while serving as a member of parliament and as a visiting professor at the University of Florida. Weinberger donated money to the school, and the school voted to pay Obillo a high salary. All legal. But it's not always free to throw money like this. Obillo is a very straightforward speculator who plays pay trading. Simply put, you give me money and I help you make more money. It is the key that will not be disobedient even if pointed by Qian Fu. Supporter people. Samuel Palmer's no left Wall Street and went to Obillo in accordance with the contact information. The tens of billions of dollars of business cooperation involved the vital interests of multiple investors, which were enough to drive a large group of people behind. Active operation. The strongest fortress must be broken from the inside, and it can also achieve the effect of 4 or 2 pounds. Luo Sheng did one thing, divided the benefits in it with Wall Street, and left nothing to do. If even Wall Street can't settle it, Luo Sheng, as an outsider, will not be able to settle it. He has to withdraw the plans for the 4 major data centers established in North America, and cloud computing services can only withdraw from the North American market. Of course, Blue Star Technology will receive a huge liquidation penalty paid by IBM for this, and IBM will lose this list and give it away to competitors. But Luo Sheng is bullish on Wall Street. It is impossible for IBM to recognize it. In the past few days, Samuel Palmer's no has been working very diligently in order to promote this international business cooperation. IBM does not hesitate to threaten the North American authorities. If it obstructs it, it will gradually take the company's business moved out of North America. This is a trick that has been tried and tested by major North American technology giants. When companies move factories out, making the local manufacturing industry hollow, locals have to face the unemployment crisis. In fact, a large number of North American multinational companies have moved factories to new ones in order to save labor costs. Market country. For example, Guangxing in Huaguo is a good choice. The labor cost in North America is really high. At present, General Motors is the most typical example. It is still struggling to support it, but its core management has felt an imminent crisis. If it is not possible, it will face the crisis of bankruptcy and reorganization next year. This matter can be big or small, but Luo Sheng is not worried about it. He believes that Wall Street has this energy and relationship to settle these things because it is in the United States. As Lomai tried to stop Blue Star Technology Group's business expansion in the North American market, another person came to Blue Star Technology headquarters. In the afternoon of May 19, in a company's reception room, Luo Sheng sat down opposite the visiting guests and laughed. "I'm thinking, what wind blows you?" The visiting guests are the heads of Lancy Semiconductor and Xu Zhaijun, one of the core managers of the company. The recent action of the Blue Star Group is bigger than once. Regarding the cloud computing concept you have proposed, ZaiY is currently doing research on the subject and feels that it is necessary to join in. Xu Zhaijun said with a smile, but he did not. After turning corners and opening the box, he bluntly stated the purpose, and then added, "It's true, I didn't come here this time because of Lancy Semiconductor, but I came to run the business for you." "Run business? Come to me?" Luo Sheng looked at each other with interest. Xu Zhaijun said with a smile, "You and IBM signed a server list of more than 24 billion yuan, which is equivalent to about 36% of last year's total sales. Do you think you can sit?" After hearing this, Luo Sheng seemed to understand his intention. He began to actively prepare to enter the server market 3 years ago. This is a fringe industry that he opened for the core business. Once an enterprise becomes larger, it will continue to consolidate its core business, and at the same time it will inevitably expand to marginal business, thereby diversifying its development. Frankly speaking, Mr. Xu, I just started the construction of 3 data centers in China, which may double tenfold in the future. In the future, new contracts, and data centers built in the mainland, I can give some orders to Huawei's servers, and even I hope that all the data centers in the mainland can give you the list, but you have to put the technology up. I heard that you are working with Intel. After hearing Luo Sheng's words, Xu Zhaijun paused for a while, and then suddenly became very excited, and said subconsciously, "Really?" On the contrary, Luo Sheng sighed. The company has begun to make things difficult for the company to invest in the construction of data centers in North America. Various excuses have prevented me from expanding in the North American market. In the same way, if American semiconductor companies are not, it's not only a problem for the North American market if you supply it to me. If I can do it on the server side, I won't have to worry about potential hidden dangers in this level in the future. That being said, Luo Sheng firmly believes that once the US finds that through normal competition, it will definitely use unconventional economic methods to suppress North American companies when it finds that they can't beat them, including not only technology blockades, market blockades and other means. When hearing this, Xu Zhaijun couldn't help feeling, I thought that the dazzling achievements of Blue Star Technology Group now, Luo must be the most proud time. I did not expect that the sense of crisis is still so heavy. Luo Sheng laughed. To be proud is necessary, but not to be forgotten. Xu Zhaijun laughed a few times and said, "This gives us a big opportunity in the server market. We can get your list, and we are more confident to make a name for ourselves in this market." This time when I came to see Luo Sheng, Xu Zhaijun felt that the chance of persuading the other party should not be a problem. After all, this is also a technology from Lancy Semiconductor, and Luo Sheng's Cote d'Azur company holds 34% of Lancy Semiconductor. As a new entrant in this field, especially in the initial stage, what I am most afraid of is the large amount of investment in the early stage, which won't be favored by customers, can't get the order and can't recover the cost, thus forming an nauseous cycle, lead to eventual failure. The support of Blue Star Technology is definitely a big customer, which means that it can recover costs and invest the money it has invested in research and development, thus forming a favorable two-way positive cycle. Under normal circumstances, customers will never look for such new players in the industry, but instead look for industry giants such as Dell, Intel or IBM. The reason is simple, affordable and guaranteed. Only Luo Sheng will do this, dare to give orders to novices, and support the development of mainland enterprises. Not many entrepreneurs can admire Xu Zhaijun, but Luo Sheng is definitely one of them. This matter reached a consensus today, and Luo Sheng decided on the spot to give Huawei a contract worth 1.5 billion to build a data center with 120,000 sets of servers under the brand of Huawei in the future. I did not see the shadow of the product of Huawei, and was the first to get a large contract. This is undoubtedly a stimulant for the server business unit of Huawei, and saw Luo Sheng's determination to really support it. Not verbally. In general, however, it is beneficial for Blue Star Technology Group and the Cote d'Azur companies to be able to do it in the server market. For Blue Star Technology Group, This is to increase its own resistance to attack, to increase the cost of the opponent's attack and thereby reduce the enemy's willingness to attack. For the Blue Coast Company, it is able to share 34% of the profit, which is really of. Luo Sheng will not be a server by himself. Even if he is a traversal, doing everything is equivalent to offending anyone. If the plate is too large, it will also bring more enemies. The key is to measure from a business perspective that it may not bring you the maximum profit. It may also face a crash. Dangerous. Luo Sheng didn't want to follow in the footsteps of Boss Jia, although he was very impressed by Bo's ability. The right approach is to have many friends and few enemies. In fact, most successful technology giants are not kaleidoscopes. It seems that everything fits together. In fact, they are all marginal businesses. They are more of a pit. At the critical moment or when necessary, these edge businesses can be cut off at any time and will not have much impact on themselves. Luo Sheng firmly believes that the correct approach of a technology company is to focus on a few core businesses, mainly high-value added businesses, and then incorporate edge businesses into continuous trial and error. Once it is determined that it will not become a core business, it will be divested. For example, IBM, Intel and other giants all do this. They hold the core links of the industrial chain and those high-value added businesses in their hands, and then support the entire industrial chain to allow more enterprises to participate in the market and expand the market by giving up marginal business in exchange for regional market access permits, and many more. Blue Star Technology Group's business now also looks like a lot. At a glance, there are already 10 wholly-owned subsidiaries, and now there is a cloud computing service sector. Luo Sheng has also invested in edge businesses such as the game industry. But careful calculation, whether it is Blue Space, online video business, or game business, all focus on one core point, which is the ecological chain built on the core of data. Therefore, Blue Star Technology Group's cloud computing services did not set up a subsidiary to separate the business, but directly operated by the parent company. In the final analysis, big data is the foundation of Blue Star Technology. You are reading www.uukansu. As long as the data is in the hands of COM, it is equivalent to having the ability to regenerate the broken arm, and its recovery ability is unparalleled. Even if the other business segments of Blue Star Technology Group are seriously injured or even enter a crisis of survival, as long as the data core is not threatened, they will soon be reborn. But this is not enough. Blue Star Technology still has a flaw, and this flaw will be perfectly solved with the Cote d'Azur company. Luo Sheng's ownership of these two companies means that from software to consumer electronics, a perfect closed-loop ecosystem can be created. As the day approaches, the shocking day from the French Riviera is getting closer and closer, and the countdown to the last 3 months has entered. Please, ask for a monthly ticket. If there are more than 1,000 votes, there is a change, and if you recommend a recommendation, there is still about an third that is broken by 10,000 votes. Chinese website. Chapter 182 Google with frequent actions. The time is getting closer and closer. In September, Luo Sheng completed the big strategic layout of the Blue Star Technology Group's cloud computing services. The rest of the work was left to Zhang Bowen and others to deal with. There was a little trouble in the middle, but the problem was not big. Luo Sheng also focused on the French Riviera company. You reminded me of the situation of Sun Microsystems early on. This company has recently made new moves. Early this morning, Qin Weimer came to Luo Sheng's office on the Azure Coast. Sun Microsystems is an IT company that Luo Sheng has been paying attention to, and it is also a North American high-tech company that he wants to acquire. This company is probably best known for its Java language. Luo Sheng put down his work and looked at Qin Weimer. What action? On May 28, according to foreign media report, Google search giant Google is currently conspiring to acquire Sun Microsystems, a poor company. Qin Weimer gave him a collated material. Luo Sheng took it to take a look. The material is mainly collected some of the latest news in the industry. In order to maintain continuous growth, Google may choose Sun to use its hardware, storage, Star Office, Java, and other product components as a powerful and sustainable platform. In Luo Sheng's last life, Sun Microsystems was eventually acquired by Oracle for $7.4 billion. At that time, Google, Oracle, and IBM were all competing for it. In the end, Oracle, led by Larry Ellison, won. But for Luo Sheng, the development trajectory of the last life can only be used for reference. At present, the world has changed tremendously because of his appearance. It may be true that the internet transmission is true. Google's current CEO, Eric Schmidt, was once the chief technology officer of Sun Microsystems, and was the best person to deal with this transaction. Luo Sheng said to himself, Google's market value has fallen sharply recently, but according to Sun's current market value, Google doesn't have to pay much at all, and acquiring Sun is not difficult. However, the actual situation is not easy for Google, and the purchase price is not a big problem for Google. How to integrate the cultures of the two companies is the key issue. If you refer to the previous life, Google did not complete the acquisition, but it is hard to say now. The peculiar really messes me up. Luo Sheng put down the material files in his hands and laughed. But it can also be seen that Google is not vegetarian, and Eric Schmidt has something. Luo Sheng's attempt to acquire Sun was not easy at all, nor was he absolutely able to do so, not because of the purchase price, but because of his identity as a Chinese. If Google stepped in at this time, it would undoubtedly add another layer of variables. Attempting to set up a data center in North America is trying to obstruct it. If the acquisition of Sun is more difficult than that, even if the company has a market value of more than $200 billion from its peak to now only about $18 billion, Sun Microsystems is destined to be a company with the place in the IT industry. This company took nearly 2 decades from startup to prosperity. But it only took 1 year to collapse. The internet bubble burst in 2000, one of the epitome of tragedy. The reason for this failure is that the hardware culture that has always occupied the mainstream has misled Sun's development. From the perspective of hardware manufacturers, the understanding of the market completely emphasizes high-end, low-volume, and high value from the perspective of hardware manufacturers, and deploys network computers in this way. As for the characteristics and functions of software products, the trend of software dominating the market is not worth mentioning in front of sales indicators, partners, channel plans and supply chains. Sun's most valuable places are open systems and classic Java. But they don't make good use of them. Perhaps because the hardware and operating system were so good at the time, Sun was only selling these things to large and medium-sized enterprises to build a hardware empire. But they ignored the small business and microcomputer user market that Microsoft and Intel are testing for free and selling services, secretly fighting guerrilla wars. Luo Sheng, of course, very much wants to acquire Sunday. The thin-skinned camel is larger than the horse, which is very beneficial to the future layout. He did not want to start with Sun at this time, because the price is still a bit high. Even if he wants to acquire, the acquisition must be completed through the cross-shareholding of Blue Star Technology Group without the North American authorities obstructing it. Sun is no longer declining. The current market value is also a technology company with a volume of $10 billion. Luo Sheng is playing the abacus and waits for 2007 or 2008. When the financial turmoil sweeps over, he will take the opportunity to take the opportunity. But it's hard to say. Luo Sheng could not predict whether Google would win Sun, but he was absolutely sure that the US credit default in 2007 would definitely not run away, and the detonators had been buried. The detonation was only a matter of time and there was no need to delve into it. Just take a look at the fact that half of the top 10 listed companies in the world's market capitalization are financial companies. This storm hit. Not only Sun's stock price will follow a big drop, Luo Sheng will also have enough cash on hand to see the harvest, foreshadowing his long been buried. When he was thinking, Qin Weimu watched him remind him, I am afraid that it is impossible to acquire Sun on the French Riviera. First, there is no financial resources for the acquisition. Second, even if the financial situation is sufficient, the North American authorities may have passed this level. No. The Blue Coast does not have the support of Wall Street. The acquisition is also Blue Star Technology, and even Blue Star Technology may not be able to achieve it. After hearing the words, Liu Sheng could not help but smile. Then Blue Star Technology has ambitions. How do you know without trying? If the current market and environment, Qin Weimu is right, the hope of acquisition is slim. There is still opportunity next year. When the storm hits Lomai next year, there is no time to take care of it. In that kind of bad time, the success rate is the biggest. If it is regrettable that Sun cannot acquire Liu Sheng, but it will not be too tangled, then MySklab from Sweden is inevitable. This company will take no effort, even through cross-shareholding, in the bag, because it is very important to Blue Star's data core. MySQL is a completely free and open-source relational data management system. Compared with other large databases such as Oracle's Oracle, MySQL has its shortcomings, but this has not reduced its popularity. For ordinary individual users and small and medium-sized enterprises, MySQL provides functions it is more than enough, and because it is open-source software, it can greatly reduce the total cost of ownership. Blue Star Technology can't afford expensive services like Oracle in the early stages of startup. Blue Space runs on MySQL, including now. And it turns out that MySQL can fully support large-scale applications, including the current Google database, Blue Star Technology database, and so on. Especially in the internet industry, 80% of the world's top 20 internet companies are currently using MySQL databases. At present, in the domestic internet industry, it is difficult to find a few companies that are not supported by MySQL databases. Only a few Microsoft websites are not used. MySQL is undoubtedly the leader in this field. If you buy this company now, it will not exceed $1 billion. But for Liu Sheng, the biggest difficulty in acquiring MySQL company is also not a matter of money. www.intelnovel.com. The problem that can be solved if you use money is really a small problem. The problem is the EU. It is not that easy, but because of his identity as a Chinese, Europeans and Americans are actually very wary of the expansion of the Chinese in the field of science and technology, especially this kind of acquisition. Not that you can get it with money. Unless Liu Sheng changes his nationality, this will definitely be much easier and many obstacles will disappear. But there is no doubt that Liu Sheng does not have the option to change his nationality here. Whether it is the acquisition of Sun Corporation in North America or MySklab in Sweden, it is not urgent for Liu Sheng to deal with it immediately. He needs time, and opportunity. He needs to wait until the storm that sweeps the world, and then make further plans. Sogu Chapter 183. Qin Weimu reported the matter and was about to leave. Liu Sheng stopped her. Yes, is the OEM problem solved? Fushikang was excluded from your list of partners. At present, the only company that can take over our product foundry is Baiardi. President Yao is dealing with this matter. He is talking with the person in charge of Baiardi. The progress of this piece is quite smooth, and it should be possible to have a definite result in a few days. Qin Weimu turned and returned. Yao Jianhong is in charge of issues with supply chain partners, including finding foundries. I have to go to see the situation. You can arrange a trip. Liu Sheng thought and made a decision, and now there are more than 2 months left. Do not go to the foundry to see what the situation is a little uneasy. The day after tomorrow, I will arrange specific travel plans. Qin Weimu nodded in response. 2 days later, Liu Sheng came to Pengqing again in a private plane, but this time he was very low, and the media did not know that he came to Pengqing again. Coming to this city again, Liu Sheng got off the plane in the evening, took a rest one night and went to the BYD factory early the next morning. Speaking of BYD, the first reaction of many people may be BYD cars, but the true source of the traceability, car manufacturing, can be considered a sideline of this company, President Wang started as a battery, an executive named Battery King. Today, BYD has been on the road of foundry for 3 to 4 years. It can enter the field of consumer electronics foundry quite smoothly, but also benefit from the once with the current mobile phone foundry giant Fushikang. In cooperation, Mr. Wang visited and learned the operating mode of Fushikang, which benefited a lot. It is by borrowing from Fushikang's business model that the way of BYD's foundry has risen rapidly, even surpassing Fushikang for a time. BYD and Fushikang once loved each other for a while, but now is the time to kill each other. Disputes between the two companies are already ongoing. Peer is an enemy. BYD grabbed a lot of Fushikang's orders. It has won orders from major international manufacturers such as Nokia, Motorola, and Sony, and these companies were originally important customers of Fushikang. BYD, which started off on batteries, went smoothly on the way of foundry. Now it has cut into the mobile phone component industry, and almost all mobile phone components such as screens, lens modules, housings, and molds are involved. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, Liu Sheng left the hotel and went straight to the BYD headquarters after finishing his washing. Qin Weimin must be among the people who accompanied him. If she was not on a business trip, she felt like she was missing something. Mr. Wang, the head of BYD, knew that Liu Sheng was coming 3 days ago. Boss Wang also eliminated all the original affairs as soon as possible and treated this meeting as a top priority. His age is already double that of Liu Sheng, but in the industry he speaks by strength and influence, and he attaches the same importance. Liu Sheng's current influence in the IT industry, not to mention the first person, but can be compared with only a handful of people. The current market value of BYD is only RMB 8 billion if the Hong Kong dollar is converted at the current exchange rate. The current market value of Blue Star Technology founded by Liu Sheng has reached $87.5 billion, excluding exchange rate changes equivalent to RMB 700 billion, currently second only to Google. 700 billion to 8 billion. The current gap between the two sides is equivalent to the total market value of 87.5 billion. Although this comparison is not appropriate and not very rigorous, but it can reflect many problems to a certain extent. It is not surprising that President Wang treats Liu Sheng as a top priority now. At that time, the two parties met for the first time in the VIP room of the BYD headquarters. It is inevitable to say a few words of praise to the first meeting, and it is nothing more than Liu Sheng's young and promising, and the awesome afterlife. At the beginning of this meeting, Liu Sheng has almost heard the ear cocoon, but there is no way to skip it. Liu Sheng came over this time, and General Manager Wang knew that he was definitely not in the name of Blue Star Technology Group's business interview. BYD and Blue Star Technology could not talk about the possibility of business intersection, at least for now. That can only be the Côte d'Azur company. Mr. Wang certainly knew that the company he founded had already met with Yao Jianhong at this time, and talked about the issue of foundry, and it was quite pleasant. It was just that Mr. Wang did not expect that the French Riviera would find a BYD foundry instead of Fushikang. When the Côte d'Azur company was founded, there was a lot of noise, and in order to reach a strategic cooperation with the company, the joint venture to establish Lancy Semiconductor was a sensation in the industry. Liu Sheng seemed to have been making the impossible possible. Sometimes it doesn't work. He just can do such incredible things. However, since then, the Côte d'Azur companies have been immersed. Basically, the news has not received much sensation. This immersion is the past 3 years. Not industry practitioners may even forget this company and eat melon. Netizens have almost forgotten. General Manager Wang, I heard that the recent lawsuit between BYD and Fushikang has been one after another. Liu Sheng said with a smile. But he also knows that these two are in the eyes of the public. It seems that the two companies, which are irrelevant on the surface, have actually been fighting for years. All are in Bangcheng. One is to become a global foundry giant, and the other is a rising star in the mainland electronics industry. It is also a matter of time before frictions arise. After hearing Liu Sheng's question, President Wang coughed a few times, and said calmly, "It's not a secret. Recently, our company has robbed many of Fushikang's technical staff and mastered the key technology of metal powder molding. More than 400 key employees of Falkenshang have moved over every month. This is just normal business competition." In fact, Mr. Wang did not mention the key point. Some employees who transferred over took away Fushikang's internal technical information. The incident eventually evolved into a commercial dispute, and lawsuits were repeated one after another. Luo Sheng didn't care much, just opened the box and asked, "Nothing more." "We have recently surveyed many foundry companies and think that BYD is doing a good job in this regard. Our company intends to give BYD to the foundry business. It is a high-tech electrical product that needs to be kept confidential, of high quality and of high standard. To be high and cheap." Yao Jianhong has come to communicate a few times before. President Wang knew that Luo Sheng's foundry product must be a mobile phone. He immediately packed the ticket and smiled. "No worse than Fushikang, Sony, Motorola, Nokia and other international manufacturers. We have taken their orders. We have accumulated rich manufacturing experience." Luo Sheng nodded but reminded, "But President Wang, the mobile phones on the Azure Coast and the products made by BYD are different." "Oh?" President Wang was curious and looked at the other side. This was Luo Sheng slightly tilting his head, and Qin Weimer next to him immediately felt that he would immediately take out an electronic device from the bag he carried. "This is the physical prototype Mr. Wang, specially brought out from the laboratory, you see." Luo Sheng handed him the sample machine, and simply taught him, "This is the start button, www.intelnovel.com. Click and swipe from here to unlock." At this moment, President Wang looked at the sample in his hand with a shocked expression, and said in amazement, "General Manager Luo, this is your company's mobile phone?" President Wang was completely shocked at first glance. "Is this a mobile phone? There are no buttons on the entire screen, and the screen interface after seeing the screen is simply a reduced version of the computer desktop. Can the phone do the same?" It almost subverted his perception of mobile phones. Luo Sheng laughed. "The operating system is not yet complete, but it is fast. This is the real smartphone. We are about to release this product in September this year." President Wang, "Our first orders it was 2.45 million units. Is BYD confident in taking this list? Please, there is one more at night, for monthly tickets and recommended tickets." Chinese website. Chapter 184 Extreme Azure Plan for Confidential Work. Boss Wang finally came back from shock, but he still looked intently at the sample machine in his hand. "I dare not even make a phone like this. This industrial design is simply." After a long time, Mr. Wang handed the real prototype in Luo Sheng to Shi again, and Shen Sheng said, "Mr. Luo, such a model OEM, BYD has never done it." Before packing tickets with confidence, but after seeing the real prototype, President Wang said this sentence very carefully. Luo Sheng laughed. "Fishcom has never done it, and no one in the world has made an industrially designed product of this model." Mr. Wang's heart is also very excited. Compared with Motorola and Nokia, Azure Coast is a real novice in the mobile phone industry. But when I saw this phone, I was convinced that this was a revolutionary electronics. The product almost redefines the concept of smartphones. Perhaps because the French Riviera does not have the burden of traditional mobile phone manufacturers, it can break through the imagination and make such industrially designed products. And the order came up to more than 2 million units. The key is that when Yao Jianhong came to talk with BYD before, the supply chain partner who has already negotiated the battery is BYD. But the premise is that the standard has to be implemented according to the proposal of the Côte d'Azur company. The batteries of other brands of mobile phones can be removed, but this phone product of the Côte d'Azur is not removable and has only one battery. Not only that, the property rights of the batteries supporting the mobile phone belong to the Azure Coast. BYD is only used as a battery supply chain and belongs to the factory OEM. It cannot be branded by BYD batteries. or it is developed by the Blue Coast. But these are enough to make Mr. Wang's heart enthusiastic. He sees it for a long time. Once BYD takes this list, it means that he will likely become a partner of the Côte d'Azur company for a long time. Other foundry companies have done this, which is the advantage of BYD. Now, after seeing the physical prototype of this phone, Mr. Wang is absolutely convinced that this product's competitiveness in the market cannot be underestimated, and there is a great probability that it will become a best-selling product. I have been immersed for almost 3 years in the Côte d'Azur, because I am afraid that this electronic product will be a blockbuster. President Wang did not forget that the French Riviera company was founded by Luo Sheng, who is good at turning impossible into possible. At this moment, President Wang seems to understand why Y had so close cooperation with him without hesitation. Without in-depth understanding and access to deeper information, you simply don't know this. Well, I took this list, and I will gather the best technicians and resources in the company to give it a favor, President Wang said to Luo Sheng with determination. Keep secrets to the outside world. Luo Sheng laughed. That's natural. I have already signed a confidentiality agreement with President Yao for a long time, so Mr. Luo can rest assured, President Wang said with a smile. Luo Sheng does not have to worry too much about the issue of confidentiality. Even if it is leaked now, it will not have much impact because it is close to the press conference. Besides, it has already cooperated with major international manufacturers such as Motorola and Nokia. It is unlikely that BYD will make such a low-level mistake. The two sides talked in the reception room for about 40 minutes. In the end, Mr. Wang took Luo Sheng to a mobile phone OEM production line of BYD to visit, which is OEM for Motorola. Many workers on the production line are young people, and most of them are bigger than Luo Sheng. When they saw him, they were filled with emotion, and even the boss was accompanied by him. At the same age, even bigger, the achievement gap is simply incomparable. Because of this, there is not even envy, let alone jealousy or hate, and some are just sighs, because the gap is too big, and it is more about talking after dinner. Luo Sheng spent 2 days in Bangqing. During this time, he has been communicating with BYD, mainly on specific cooperation issues. The talks were also very pleasant and smooth. The result of the talks was that the components and labor costs of the first-generation smartphone standard version of the Côte d'Azur were about 1,730 yuan, excluding the exchange rate change factor of about $216. The assembly line labor cost of each mobile phone of BYD OEM is 30 yuan, which is equivalent to about $3.7. That is, each mobile phone OEM can make a profit of about 30 yuan, and this order of 2.45 million mobile phones can earn 7,350 10,000 yuan. Foundry is just one part of it, and it is not irreplaceable. And the final assembly of the product is completed on the assembly line of the Côte d'Azur company. The profit of more than 70 million yuan is definitely a super big order for BYD now. And the greater profit is not just the income earned by the foundry, but the battery has become a supply chain partner of the Côte d'Azur company. President Wang has a long-term view. He is increasingly convinced that this electric product on the Côte d'Azur has a market that is absolutely vital to the path of BYD's foundry. It may take off directly. Mr. Wang's layout is not limited to this. He has even decided to take the Azure mobile phone foundry as an opportunity to deepen the edge component industry, such as the mold and shell of this mobile phone, which can create profits here. The cooperation with the Côte d'Azur company is a good thing for BYD in the field of consumer electronics, which can get rid of the reputation of the copycat machine while obtaining a lot of profits, and gain both fame and fortune. As the foundry matter was finalized, Luo Sheng did not stay too much in Bangqing, and set off for the company's headquarters on the 3rd day. On the BYD OEM side, President Wang immediately held an executive meeting shortly after the other party left. This time, the OEM business for the French Riviera is highly confidential. Workers on the production line don't even know what they produce. of. In short, don't think about the smartphone with a candy bar screen, because this is completely different from the smartphone that most people think. The Cote d'Azur company has few reports, thanks to Luo Sheng's adequate work on the confidentiality of the Azure plan, and the development of this project is extremely mysterious from beginning to end. During these years, during the development process, most of the team members of the development team, especially the new engineers, did not know what they were developing. Luo Sheng gave full play to his big flicker skills, only telling the development team to build an amazing electrical product, and the price is that the entire team must work hard and work overtime and give up holidays and rest time until the product comes out. The company's Blue Coast laboratory is definitely a very rigorous place. In addition, it also includes Lancy Semiconductor's mobile processor R&D business unit. This R&D department alone directly occupied the entire building. R&D engineers are blocked inside, and in addition, they need to swipe their cards and pass the camera detection to enter. Sometimes, even if a group member wants to enter an office, they must swipe their card 5 or 6 times to enter. Many engineers who participated in the Azure Plan project and did kernel debugging are also unforgettable for this development task. A former engineer who participated in the project was taken to a mysterious area, which was full of people in black, and did the kernel. When debugging, it is also a remote operation. I don't know what the mysterious device behind the screen is. Years of experience told the engineer that this system should be based on an ARM chip. Every engineer involved in the Azure project must sign a confidentiality agreement when entering the laboratory. They will even find a small secret lab hidden inside, and there are very few engineers who can access the Azure mobile phone itself. To keep the Azure plan secret, it's almost like spying. Luo Sheng has to do this. Once leaked, getting access to overseas markets is likely to be blocked, but now it has been successful. The EU market has obtained access permissions. Offline stores are in the process of building. North America's the permit was also obtained. In short, the French Riviera can be entered, but it is not as smooth as the European market. Because I haven't talked about the cooperation with telecom operators in North America, I simply put it down. Because of being looked down upon, Europeans and Americans simply do not think that the Chinese in the consumer electronics industry can play flowers, so they cannot afford it. After all, the WTO is not a display. It is a bit unreasonable to prevent the Chinese people from coming in. It is totally unnecessary to Europeans and Americans. They are confident. Even if they come in, they are hanged by a local giant with a hanging hammer on the ground. Finally, they failed to take the initiative to withdraw. No one in the world or any organization thinks that the mobile phone business of the Cote d'Azur company can compete with giants such as Motorola and Nokia. www.mtlnovel.com. Why not enter it? At least you have to come and invest. If the Azure plan is leaked, that's another story. The European and American markets are likely to block you directly at the first level. It will be more difficult to earn foreigners' money. As long as Luo Sheng enters the market, it will not be easy to get him out again. No matter it is the Cote d'Azur company or Blue Star Technology, he has prepared for the difficulties of the overseas market from the beginning, and previewed the response plan. For this reason, Luo Sheng never held back the relevant resources in this investment in issues. Please, ask for a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a subscription. Don't forget to vote for the recommendation ticket. There are more than 8,000 tickets this week, and the distance is not far away. You can add one more. Chinese website. Chapter 185. Family barrels collectively move the internet. Thanks and rewards the helm of General NNT. Luo Sheng returned to sucking. The first thing he did when he came to the company the next morning was to send a notice to the CEO and CTO of each of the major subsidiaries of Blue Star Technology Group. Core executive meetings were held 3 days later, and the presidents of Europe and America also received notice. The next day, The CEOs in charge of the 6 major overseas business segments flew to Sioux City immediately after receiving the notification from the parent company. They don't know what to do, but it is obviously a very important thing. Moreover, Luo Sheng reminded them to keep a low profile. Don't make it overwhelming. All the people in the industry know it. 3 days later, the core executives of Blue Star Technology headquarters met. Lee Songyai in charge of Blue Space, Jack Stopperman of Blue Space, Zhu Jin of Blue Star Video, Chad Hurley of Blue Star Video, Zhang Long of Blue Star Music, Max Deer of Music Space, Lee Miniyun of Weibo, Microblogs David Sachs, Reddit's Steve Huffman, Yun Search Sue Jun, as well as the group's president of the Americas, George Charles, and president of the European region, Nishiz Mehrotra, and other layers. All characters are present. As for the parent company, Feng Yi and Xuyong were also present. All of you, this emergency call all of you to this meeting. Luo Sheng, who was sitting at the chief position of the long table meeting, saw their expressions, and said in a half before changing his words, "Don't hear the emergency one at a time, just panic. Don't panic. This time it is urgent and a big thing, but it is not a bad thing, it is a good thing." There was a burst of laughter from everyone in the conference room. Frankly speaking, they really thought that something serious had happened. Okay, let's get back to business. Luo Sheng returned to the previous topic again. When everyone looked at the boss and waited for him to speak, he suddenly put a code box from the floor next to his seat. Everyone was puzzled. Luo Sheng said silently, quickly opened the box, which contained 6 physical prototypes of the first generation Azure smartphones, 3 white models and 3 black models. Let's take a look. After Luo Sheng took the prototype out, he put the password box aside and threw 6 prototypes on the table. The 6 prototypes walked for a few meters on the smooth conference table and stopped. What are these pieces of candy bar? Xuyong Shun picked up a puppet for a while, and felt that the senses were electronics. Others were also full of doubt, and they all picked up the prototype and looked at it, and then gave it to others. Press the button in the shorter section below the border, and press and hold to power on. Luo Sheng said with a faint smile, this was created by more than 7,000 engineers from the Cote d'Azur company over 1,000 days and nights, an amazing work that will change the world and redefine the concept of a smartphone. What? The moment the audience heard Luo Sheng, the participants in the audience were shocked. Xuyong immediately looked at the black candy bar in his hand. Boss, tell me that this gadget is a smartphone. Chad Hurley looked blankly in his hand and said, what about the buttons? Why are there only 3 buttons? This is a mobile phone? God, this must be a joke. Luo Sheng immediately asked, did you turn it on? When Chad Hurley heard it, he long pressed a short section of the button with a border. At the same time, Luo Sheng handed the sample machine in Xuyong's hand and signaled to everyone, press this button. Everyone looked at Luo Sheng, only to see that the 4.0-inch small black screen waited for a while and the screen appeared. It was the logo of Azure Limited, and then the interface was presented, and everyone witnessed with his index finger click on the unlock symbol at the bottom of the screen. Luo Sheng pointed the screen at them, and everyone looked at the operation interface on the prototype, all with shocked expressions. Desktop level user interface. Click the icon to open the function. Everyone can experience it first. Luo Sheng gave Xuyong the prototype in his hand. For the next period of time, everyone immediately stared at these 6 prototypes. David Sachs, Jack Stopperman, and others all looked at the prototypes in Xuyong's hand. Why experience? God, this is actually a smartphone that can make a phone call. It's subverted my concept of a smartphone, and a mobile phone can be made like this. David Sachs' icon on the screen clicked. There was a lot of noisy discussions and exclamations in the conference room. Although it was the first contact and Luo Sheng did not introduce how to use it in detail, the CEOs present were engineers at the same time, and it was really the kind that everyone would write code. This phone is very simple and easy to use. It's just a mini PC desktop, Chad Hurley exclaimed, experiencing a while before he was snatched away by the U army sitting next to him, all scrambling to play. There is no doubt that from their response, they can see that they have fallen in love with this device. After about 5 minutes, everyone was almost digested. After seeing Luo Sheng preparing to speak, everyone put the equipment over again and looked at the top boss unanimously again. I guess with your head, I should have guessed some. Yes, our Blue Star Technologies family bucket must not only be used on the PC, but also develop a mobile version of the application software on this device run. Having said that, Luo Sheng looked around at each of them, and continued to say in an infectious tone, imagine, in this world, are there many mobile phone users or PC users? You still need to ask. Luo Sheng picked up a prototype. This is a small bar. It will change the world and open a new internet era for human beings. Mobile internet era, put the internet in your pocket. Everyone's heart was hot on the spot, even boiling. This device was based on Azurek, and the OS system was born. The informal version is quite complete. At the same time, the software development kit has been improved. It has not yet been officially released, but Blue Star Technology can be the first to get it internally. Having said that, Luo Sheng looked at everyone again. This mobile terminal product will be announced on September 27th this year and will be launched on December 24th. In other words, it is left to us to develop mobile application software. The time is less than 4 months. My requirements are simple. The family must spell out the beta version before the conference and the official version by the end of November. Everyone heard secretly crying. Yujun couldn't help but say, General Luo, time must be too late. Our engineers know nothing about Azurek and OS systems. Well, even if it is a based kernel, it takes a lot of time to understand. Mr. Yu also kept talking. They really don't know the news at all, not even Xuyong. The Azure plan of the Azure Coast Company has done too much on confidential work. Luo Sheng nodded. Time is hurried, but it is not absolutely impossible. Engineers on the Azure Coast can temporarily borrow a part to cooperate with the development, so that the speed can keep up. He paused and added, each major company must launch a corresponding OS system-based application. Each major company's development team has several teams developing simultaneously and adopts an internal competition system. Which development team wins will share a cash bonus package of $100 million, which means that this time, $1 billion will be given out, and 10 teams will each receive a $100 million bonus package. www.mentalnovel.com. Xuyong, Yujun, David Middle. Sachs and others heard these words in a state of stunned chickens, and they all smashed their lips secretly after returning to God. Luo Sheng's move is simple and rude, and can even be said to have no technical content, but as the saying goes, there will be brave men under the reward. A development team can receive a full $100 million bonus package. As long as you win, you can basically be financially free. Once this internal competition starts, then you can't fight the rhythm of blood. It's settled. Prepare as soon as possible. Time is running out. In addition, it must be kept secret and highly confidential. That's it. Let's break up. Luo Sheng clapped. The CEOs of the major subsidiaries did not stay too much in the parent company, and the $100 million bonus package was thrown out, which definitely made the development team fight like blood. From this we can see how much Luo Sheng attaches great importance to this. Chinese website. Chapter 186. The previous chapter changed the amount of the bonus package from $100 million to $100 million soft sister coins. The $100 million is a bit exaggerated. It is a bit unacceptable to reasonable party readers. Zhao Ling humbly accepted it, so it was changed to 1 billion soft sister coin. It is reasonable after the modification. But the old horse has sent a $200 million bonus package to the glory of the King development team. This is not a fictional plot, as for some people who said they would resign after taking money. In reality also Danmai was disbanded without seeing the old horse's bonus. and then part of Blue Star's incentive system still has a 5-year lockup period. Everyone left the table. Liu Sheng did not get up from his position, and his eyes locked on Feng Yi said, "Xiao Yizi, wait for a while." Feng Yi came to the place beside Liu Sheng and asked, "Boss, what do you tell me?" Liu Sheng leaned back to his chair and looked at him. "I want to make new arrangements for you. I plan to quit all your duties here, transfer to the Blue Coast Company, arrange a more important position, and make responsible OO's App Store software ecosystem." When he was in the early stages of the company, Liu Sheng felt that he could make a name for himself, and he was fully trained in the search project of Yunj. As for his youth, Blue Star Technology itself is a technology company dominated by young men, as is the Blue Coast. Feng Yi curiously said, "OO's App Store." Liu Sheng said, "Say that, you should know the Steam platform owned by Valve." Feng Yi nodded, "I know that." Liu Sheng also nodded with satisfaction, saying, "That's good. The OO's application store is basically similar to the Steam platform. The difference is that the latter is a platform for third-party game developers to publish games, while the former is a third-party developer. The platform for publishing applications. Strictly speaking, Blue Star Technology is also a third-party developer belonging to the OO's application store. In the future, there will be thousands of third-party developers publishing applications on the OO's system application store platform. I want to put this, give it to you." After hearing about it, Feng Yi thought for a while, hesitantly said, "I haven't managed a project independently, so I took charge of such a huge software ecosystem, and I was worried that it would mess up." Liu Sheng watched him. "It's not just you worrying, or worried, but I also hope that you can stand on your own, and no one is born to be able to do big things, but I am bolder than you and dare to use you." Feng Yi, "Boss, I think Zuyong is more suitable than me." Liu Sheng, "I know, no matter from seniority or ability, he should be more suitable than you." Feng Yi, Liu Sheng, "But he now holds several positions. He is the CTO, Director, Senior Director of the Product Development Department, Director of the Global Cybersecurity and User Privacy Protection Office of Blue Star Technology, and he also affiliated to the Innovation Workshop." He was transferred to these positions, and who should I look for? And it is not appropriate to say that he is one of the co-founders of Blue Star Technology, because the two companies, Blue Star Technology and the French Riviera, are not strictly related, but there is a layer of connection that is unparalleled. Both are the same boss. The key is Blue Star Technology or a listed company. If Xuyong was transferred, he would not be able to hold so many core positions in Blue Star Technology. Even if Feng Yi was transferred in the past, his director at Blue Star Technology would have to step down and let others serve. However, he can still be a shareholder of Blue Star Technology. Feng Yi looked at Liu Sheng with innocent eyes. "Boss, do you want to be so direct?" "I feel ironic no matter how I hear it, but I don't hear the motivation." Liu Sheng laughed and said, "Don't panic. I will take you for a while. I will take the lead at the first developer conference. You will be on the side and look at it. You can do it, not before. Do you feel that you are not qualified for the position of Director of Blue Star Technology now?" "No sooner." This remark gave Feng Yi a lot of confidence, and also encouraged him, scratching his weak head and saying, "Well, if you mess with me, you can curse lightly." Upon hearing that, Liu Sheng glanced at him immediately. "Shit, this idea is best ended now. I can warn you that I messed with you, Park. Believe it or not." Feng Yi. Liu Sheng regained his gaze and faintly replied, "The importance of the OO's application store is related to the smooth transition of the Côte d'Azur and Blue Star Technology Group companies to the mobile internet era in the future. Remember, you are my uncle, a trusted general. Help me, don't mess with me, okay?" The last sentence suddenly ignited the small universe in Feng Yi's heart, and quickly nodded solemnly. And the great scholar meant that the confidant died. Liu Sheng looked at him again. "Then this matter is settled for the time being. If you are really incompetent, then you will return to Blue Star Technology and work. I will look for a professional manager again." The boss has said this. Feng Yi nodded again earnestly and solemnly. This work is the next step. The matter was quickly and clearly arranged. Luo Sheng notified the personnel department of Blue Star Technology Group to make related personnel changes. Feng Yi resigned all positions of Blue Star Technology Group and joined the Cote d'Azur company. And the board seat he vacated had to be replaced. Luo Sheng already had a candidate. This person was Yu Jun. He had wanted to absorb Yu Jun into the board of directors. Frequent expansion of the board of directors. The board must be as small as possible. Feng Yi now stepped down. Yu Jun just filled. In the next few months, several team development teams within the major subsidiaries of Blue Star Technology Group competed simultaneously. 60 team development teams in 10 subsidiaries competed for 100 million soft sister coins, approximately $12.4 million. The bonus package starts the rhythm of fighting. Of the 60 team development groups, only 10 team development groups can win in the end. The ratio is 6-1 and the 100 million bonus package. The lowest one can share the bonus of 600,000 soft sister coins. The key is that the losers have everything. No, it's still a little overtime pay. Blue Star Technology's family bucket currently has a total of 10 apps software. For fairness, Luo Sheng personally selects which one wins. At the same time, each team development team does not know who their competitors are, but they all know more than one team fighting for the 100 million bonus package. This has two major benefits. One is that the sense of urgency drives the team's development team to do their best, because there is no penny for failure, and it cannot be beaten. And another advantage is to avoid unfair competition. Such a large bonus package will really make the opponent bad, even if it is internal competition. Once the company is big, internal power struggle is inevitable. As for humanity, Luo Sheng knows that it is best not to test it. If you dare to test humanity, it will dare to show you the worst side. By the time the money is out, it may be possible to do bad things, and to do bad things with good intentions is like this. July. Cote d'Azur Company Headquarters. The company's funding pool is about to run out. At present, there are about 1 billion yuan left. Qin Weimar came to Luo Sheng's office to report to him the financial problems of the French Riviera. A huge amount of money borrowed by the Bank of Communications was already about to hit the bottom. The Cote d'Azur Company has never created a penny of profit since its establishment. The offline store needs money to build, and the layout of the product launch conference is also a lot of expense. The contract signed by AD Foundry is 3.2 billion. There is no payment here, let alone the R&D investment of the company. After a while, Qin Weimar suddenly smiled and said, the bank learned that the company's funds were tight. 4 strong commercial banks had called me and wanted to lend to the company. Would you like me to borrow another 100 from the bank? A billion? Although the French Riviera Company has not created a penny of profits, it has some big names such as Blue Star Technology Group. Luo Sheng is now the richest person in the country and the richest person in China. www.intelnovel.com. Borrowed to the Blue Coast Company. As long as Blue Star Technology Group has a guarantee, Luo Sheng is the debtor. There is no need to worry about the money. Let me guess, your dad must have talked to you, right? Luo Sheng glanced at her and smiled. Qin Weimar nodded calmly. Yes, if you want to borrow again, of course I recommend the Bank of Communications under the same conditions. Luo Sheng doesn't have to worry about it. Qin Weimar's professionalism still needs no doubt. Under the premise of not harming the company's interests, she will choose the person she is close to. This is also unquestionable. Huago was originally a society with a strong relationship. Country. Taking a step back, even if Luo Sheng is a little taller, he can't agree, after all. Well, sooner or later, he wants to be a family. Okay, but you don't need to borrow that much. About 4 billion is enough, and I have a condition, that is to exchange 300 million US dollars. The business of the Azure Coast Company is still mainly overseas, and this money must be taken. US $300 million comes out for overseas deployment. Chapter 187. The borrowing is so settled. Of course, Luo Sheng has funds to solve it. The offshore family trust fund now holds 1,675 shares of Blue Star Technology Group's shares, worth more than $1 billion. This can be sold at any time to cash out. However, he has other uses for this fund. He will definitely not move this money until it is absolutely necessary. Now he is increasing the value. Time passed day by day. On July 28, Blue Star Technology Group officially released the second quarter audited financial report, which is one of the financial statements that Wall Street and investors are most concerned about. According to the disclosed financial report, Blue Star Technology Group's total revenue in the second quarter of this year was $2.468 billion, a year-on-year increase of 328.4% compared with $576 million in the same period last year, and a quarter-on-quarter growth of 56.2% in the previous quarter. Performance once again exceeded the 5% of Wall Street analysts. The operating profit in the second quarter reached $753 million, and the net profit was $427 million. The net profit increased by 72.87% month-on-month, far exceeding Wall Street analysts' 12% data. As of the day of the financial report release, Blue Star Technology Group's free cash flow exceeded $1.5 billion, excluding exchange rate changes equivalent to $12.2 billion. In this fiscal quarter, Blue Star Technology Group's net profit per diluted share reached 39 cents, and its performance was better than the previous fiscal quarter's 23 cents. Which slightly exceeded analyst expectations. Affected by this, the share price of Blue Star Technology Group rose nearly 8% in Nasdaq after trading that day, which means that the wealth of shareholders of Blue Star Technology Group has increased by about $7 billion, and the company's total market value has since it hit a record high, reaching $95.07 billion. And the gap with Google was only $10 billion, biting closer and closer. Google's financial report has not been released, but it is almost the same. Luo Sheng didn't care about these. On the second day after the disclosure of Blue Star Technology Group's second quarter audited financial report, he sold more than 17 million shares at a time of $86.43 per share and cashed in another $1.5 billion. Currently, he still holds 32,736 million shares of Blue Star Technology Group. It is worth mentioning that most of the shares held by Luo Sheng are restricted stocks. Except during the IPO, he had a cash opportunity of no more than $1.1 billion to establish his contribution to the company. The stocks have a limited sale period. After the IPO cashed out, his shares were restricted for 3 months and 3 years. Within 3 months after the IPO was listed, none of his shares were tradable. After 3 months, 20% of his shares were tradable. And after 3 years, there was no blackout period for his stock. After entering July, Luo Sheng can obviously cash out up to 20% of his shares, that is, 68.926 million shares can be circulated. However, this time Luo Sheng only realized more than 17 million shares, which means that he personally reduced his holdings by 1.57%, and is still the largest shareholder of Blue Star Technology Group, holding 29.76% of the shares. Just by holding the shares of Blue Star Technology, Luo Sheng's current value has reached $28.2 billion, and the other assets he has mastered, his value is more than $30 billion without any doubt. His personal wealth is second only to Bill Gates and Warren Buffett, and he is the richest person with the fastest personal wealth growth rate in the world. Luo Sheng cashed in $1.5 billion this time and entered his family fund. Qin Weimu once again bought the shares of Blue Star Technology through the operation of the offshore trust fund, because he believed that the company's market value would continue to rise. By the end of July, The offshore fund had held more than 31.58 million shares of Blue Star Technology. As the founder and head of the company, he still needs to explain to the outside world the huge capital of more than $1 billion. And Luo Sheng's explanation to the outside world is for personal investment and optimization of personal asset allocation. In the case of the company's strong development momentum, no one will care, as long as he does not sell crazy. The market will not question and nervous. And the outside world has also thought of another super rich, that is, the founder of Microsoft. Gates has successively sold off the Microsoft stock he holds for other investments over the years. Obviously, most people outside the world think Luo Sheng is learning Gates' allocation of wealth. In August, Luo Sheng returned to the Blue Star Technology Group for the last time during the period before the launch of the first product of the French Riviera. On the weekend of August 6, Blue Star Technology Group held a shareholder meeting today. All the major shareholders of the company all came to Sioux City. This shareholder meeting voted on a major issue, and that was about the next financing action. Blue Star Technology Group's IPO financing operation has not ended after the IPO, because the company's IPO financing operation was previously agreed to be split into 3 times. Obviously, this is the second round of public offering. At about 1400 hours on the same day, Luo Sheng and the shareholders who attended the meeting also voted on this round of capital increase and stock expansion, raising $7.5 billion. Of course, the result was passed without a doubt. Luo Sheng alone voted more than a third. The second majority voting right, but the actual result is 100% passed. It is a process. It has already been agreed. In this round of financing of $7.5 billion, Blue Star Technology Group sold 7.5% of the equity for this purpose. Although the financing amount is extremely high, it is more than $5.6 billion in the IPO. However, the company's stock price has increased by nearly IPO. It was doubled. Only a few additional shares were issued, and the proportion of equity transferred from financing was controlled within 10%. With this huge amount of money, it means that Blue Star's cash flow will swell to a horrible amount of more than $9 billion. Luo Sheng wants to acquire Sun Computer Sunco Limited and can cash directly without cross-shareholding. You can also reduce your shareholding with Wall Street once. After completing this round of financing, the shares of the 2 co-founders of Blue Star Technology Group have also been relatively diluted. Luo Sheng holds 27.53%. This also means that the shares of Blue Star Technology Group hit a record high, with the total market value exceeding the $100 billion mark for the first time in August, reaching $103.5 billion. After the shareholders' meeting was concluded, the financing was confirmed. Luo Sheng and the heads of the 5 largest investment banks held a closed meeting in a conference room of the company. Mr. Luo Sheng, I'm very curious why you rejected Lehman Investment Bank. Paul Watson asked in the meeting room with interest at the moment. Luo Sheng calmly said, simply, this bank's financial leverage is too high and the risk is too great. It's not appropriate. Paul Watson and others looked at each other and saw the doubts of the other party. What was the reason for rejection? What does it have to do with your Blue Star Technology? However, after all, Lehman failed to come in, because Luo Sheng didn't agree with life or death, and even preferred to give up the financing. That's okay. Lehman had to get out. Jokingly, Luo Sheng doesn't want to give Lehman a chance to take a breath. This kind of thing may have variables even after an hour or two, and the result he wants is that the Lehman Brothers company must explode. Everyone, let's not talk about Lehman. Okay, let's talk about the underwriters this time. Luo Sheng did not want to be more entangled in this topic. This group of people is more savvy than one, and there is absolutely nothing to say good thing. Quickly returned to the subject. The final result was that the underwriters of the financing were Merrill Lynch, Morgan Stanley, Citi, and Deutsche Bank. The Goldman Sachs Group did not appear on the list of underwriters. Before that, From the early development of Blue Star technology to the market, Goldman Sachs has been among the high-profile supporters. This is the result of a negotiated distribution of interests between the major capital consortiums on Wall Street. Only they know the inside information. Goldman Sachs is no longer in this list of underwriters because it was the third round of financing, which is the third place of Blue Star technology. The sub-financing was exclusively contracted by Goldman Sachs. Now is not the time to reveal the mystery. We have to wait half a year. Goldman Sachs and other Wall Street capital groups will secretly prepare for operation in it. About 2007, the North American S&P index will include Blue Star Technology Group. In terms of amount, the S&P 500 index is in North America and the world. Among the funds, the index with the most reference. Once Blue Star Technology Group is included, many funds will automatically purchase Blue Star Technologies stock in the proportion indicated by the S&P 500 index, and according to the usual practice of other stocks being included in the index, the company's stock price will be soared about 10–20%. Judging from the volume of Blue Star Technology Group's current market value of 100 billion yuan, the benefits are not ordinary. The speculators must arbitrage the time difference after receiving this news. There is a speculative transaction in hedge funds. The fund is called an event-driven fund. Obviously, this is also very beneficial to Blue Star Technology itself. Preparations have already begun. Luo Sheng has already planned and actively prepared to use this favorable opportunity to complete the third financing. Once Standard & Poor's announces the news next year, Blue Star Technology will immediately raise a third round of $4 billion, which is exclusively contracted by Goldman Sachs. The IPO split 3 times before and after the financing will reach an astonishing amount of $17 billion, and the total amount is only diluted by less than 20% of the shares, and will undoubtedly become the most successful listing action in history. And this cash will also give Blue Star Technology sufficient financial resources to build a super data center, deploy cloud computing services, and have abundant cash to spend the winter when the future financial crisis erupts. It will be with the technology giants of Microsoft, Yahoo, Google and Apple can also occupy a favorable position. It was mid-August, and some details of the second round of financing of Blue Star Technology emerged, which immediately occupied the headlines of the world news today. Major mainstream media at home and abroad are racing to report, and everyone in the industry has quickly raised their eyes when they see the amount of this round of financing. What the hell? The people on Wall Street are crazy. Raise $7.5 billion and over 60 billion soft sister coins. What the is this? I can only say that this is really a bit exaggerated. It is indeed a bat. The value of this financing amount alone has thrown away more than 95% of domestic internet companies. This is a bit sloppy. Blue Star Technology ball pen. Never thought that there would be a domestic technology company that could stand in the world's top ranks, and compete with giants such as Microsoft and Google. Ballpen broken sound. According to foreign news reports, the market value of Blue Star Technology Group has reached $103.75 billion, equivalent to more than 830 billion soft sister coins, and it is China's first technology company with a market value of over $100 billion. In the future, if someone asks Microsoft, Google, IBM in North America, Samsung, LG in South Korea, Sony or Toshiba in Japan, what does our country have? There are Blue Star Technology, YY and the Blue Coast. Google has been embarrassing recently. Blue Star Technology continues this trend, and I'm afraid it will soon surpass Google. The netizens who eat melon on the internet are also hotly discussed, and similar topics are being discussed in the Weibo and Postbar forums. Before the rise of Blue Star Technology, no one dared to think that there could even be a technology company in China that was comparable to a North American technology giant like Microsoft, Google, Apple or Dell. Blue Star Technology has accomplished this achievement in an incredible way. and has become the pride of countless people. Luo Sheng has become an idol worshipped by countless young people, especially a group of young entrepreneurs who regard it as life, a beacon of guidance, a goal of struggle. To be able to create such a fabulous achievement in just a few years is definitely a story full of blood and inspiration. His achievements are undoubtedly affecting a whole generation. The overall situation of financing has been decided. This time there are more than 600 subscribers. Luo Sheng has not paid much attention. Zhang Bowen is dealing with the specifics of financing. The subscribers are mainly the choice of the four major underwriters. What surprised the media is that Goldman Sachs, which has always been a high-profile supporter, was not on the list of underwriters, and caused a lot of media speculation for a while. But apparently, the specific reason for this is that it is impossible for the outside world to know why Goldman Sachs was absent within half a year. The total amount of financing of $7.5 billion is undoubtedly an astronomical figure. The interest generated every day alone is a huge sum. It is also impossible for this fund to enter the account of Blue Star Technology Group in a short time. The time will be fully paid around the end of this year. Many people in China can't figure out why Blue Star Technology Group needs to raise such a huge sum when it is so rich. Most people think it is completely unnecessary. Blue Star Technology already has more than $1 billion in cash flow, and its performance is extremely eye-catching. Revenue for a quarter now exceeds $2.4 billion. If they knew Luo Sheng's strategic layout, they would not think so. Just building a super data center on a global scale is an astronomical digital investment. This financing was intended to be used to acquire Sun Microsystems and Sun Microsystems. Used during the financial crisis, it is best to be able to acquire Sun Microsystems. If it can't be acquired, it can only be so. This money can't lie still. That is, of course, to lay out the cloud computing service sector. As long as the money is in your pocket. How to use contingency. After entering mid-September, the Côte d'Azur companies that have been immersed for more than 3 years are no longer loc. $1.5 billion is about $180 million of the announced budget allocated, and began to warm up globally. Time passed quickly, and finally came on September 27th, the day of the first product launch conference of the French Riviera. On the same day, invited media and industry insiders rushed in. The well-built conference venue can accommodate more than 1,200 people. The total number of people invited this time is about 1,000, including 200. Many media, including dozens of mainstream media from abroad. At about 8:30, the arrangement in front of the stage was basically proper. Luo Sheng was in front of the stage. There was a huge screen in front of the seat. On the right side of the stage was a workbench with a bar-type machine. Products for the conference. It will be used for demonstration, and the interface of the mobile phone can also be synchronized to the giant screen. The time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. At about 9 o'clock, the venue was officially opened. Some media people and industry practitioners who had arrived early also entered the conference site. The first product launch event of the French Riviera Company. The lineup is not super luxurious, but it will not be small. After all, the person who hosted the launch event was Luo Sheng, who is known as the internet giant in the industry. This time from the internet cross-border to the hardware field of consumer electronics. The outside world is also very curious whether he can do another miracle. However, most Western media came with a mentality of preparing to read Luo Sheng's joke, because they really wanted to see this happen. Luo Sheng was too successful. If he can fail once, it is definitely a very trafficking news. And the West is more beloved. Time passed by minute. www.mentalnovel.com. The media reporters who came to the scene seemed to look at long guns and short cannons. They successively adjusted the equipment and focused the lens on the stage in front. Many people in the industry took their seats. Next, a work-specific notebook is placed on the thigh and opened. The meeting place was a bit noisy, and those who had been present whispered to each other. Some European and American industry people had a calm expression on their faces. In their eyes, Luo Sheng and the Cote d'Azur entered the consumer electronics industry. They are purely novices. They acknowledge Luo Sheng's strength in the internet industry, but this does not mean that he can also have strong strength when he crosses the border to consumer mobile terminal equipment. At around 9:40, the lights at the conference site went out, and the audience seating area seemed dim. Most of the light sources were focused on the stage in front. The sound of discussion at the scene also disappeared. Sogu Chapter 188. Can mobile phones do this? Under the gaze of more than 1,000 pairs of eyes in the audience, Luo Sheng calmly stepped onto the stage to the middle position. He had a small remote control in his hand. This time he had to use PPT because it was an external conference rather than an internal company meeting. The huge screen behind him is now the logo of a Cote d'Azur company on the screen, which is a killer whale with excellent metal texture and light and shadow effects. Hosting a product launch was easy for Luo Sheng. After a while, he made a simple opening for more than 1,000 people in the audience. Good morning everyone, welcome to you. At this moment, thousands of engineers on the French Riviera are paying attention to this conference, and no one is more excited than them, and the effort these years have made is the arrival of this moment. Luo Sheng walked back and forth on the giant screen stage and said methodically, I have been expecting a full 1,280 days to arrive at this moment. We didn't sleep all night yesterday because we were so excited. In the front row of the field, Feng Yi, Bai Ailang, Lu Siming, etc. were among them. When they heard that the boss was light on the stage, they knew what happened yesterday and how much effort they put in. It was really a toss. One night. The highlight moment at this time is the result of the sweat and hard work of an entire huge team behind it. The rehearsal of this conference lasted for 3 days, and it was highly guarded. An electronic laboratory was set up in the background to place and test prototypes. In front of this laboratory and lounge, and even to all entrances to the center of the venue, there are security personnel on duty 24 hours. Anyone who enters or exits must pass electronic identity authentication, and the list of people allowed to enter and exit must be reviewed by Luo Sheng. In order to avoid the leakage of news, Luo Sheng also required all people involved in the layout of the conference, including lighting and stage equipment vendors, to live in the exhibition center the night before the product launch. In order to make the prototype work properly at the press conference, engineers have been doing everything possible to solve all kinds of potential problems. It took more than 2 months and almost 3 months to prepare for the conference. In order to be able to demonstrate the various functions of the prototype machine on site, the screen of the prototype machine must be projected on the giant screen on the stage. In order to achieve this effect, the engineers spent another 2 or 3 weeks to install image output on the back of the prototype machine module, and then connect the projection device. The Wi-Fi link of the prototype on the site was actually not stable. The engineers discovered this problem 2 days ago and had to hide the Wi-Fi signal transmission equipment under the stage to shorten the distance of wireless signal transmission. In addition, it is necessary to find ways to modify the software to prevent audiences from occupying the same radio frequency from causing a slower prototype link. In order to ensure the strength of the signal, a local operator was also erected to set up a movable signal tower on the scene. After the approval of Luo Sheng, an engineer team of the development team modified the program of the prototype machine for display. In this way, the signal strength on the screen will be full, regardless of the signal strength on site. This is to ensure that if the wireless network really needs to be restarted in the event of a failure, it is not expected to be discovered by the audience, especially Western media, so the signal strength on the mobile phone screen must always be displayed as full. No way. The signal side of Sucheng and even the Nationwide Communication Foundation are relatively poor. Now it cannot be compared with 10 years later. If it is 10 years later, it will be a perfect explosion in Europe and the United States. Even now, Luo Sheng is alone in front of the giant screen on the stage, but there are still more than 100 or 2 engineers and staff in the backstage preparing intensively. doing everything possible to the successful conclusion of the conference. The ultimate goal is to walk through the conference perfectly. At this moment, Liu Sheng on the stage said to the audience of more than 1,000 audiences, "We find a rule that every once in a while a revolutionary product will come out in the world and then change the world. Today we will witness together. History has witnessed the advent of a revolutionary electric product that will redefine the smartphone, which is as your mobile phone as Eurux." The audience attending the conference was quite provocative. Some of them were curious, some of them were lively, and some of them were calm. The scene was very quiet. The audience's eyes were on Liu Sheng's body, and the big screen behind him showed the characters Azurix. Azure means azure. A lot of foreigners came to the scene, including some foreign media reporters. They all brought translators, and the equipment was distributed at the scene. Many people stunned for a while after Liu Sheng said that. This tone was not ordinary, but they were not surprised at all, because as long as people who have watched Liu Sheng's global roadshow on the Blue Star Technology IPO listing will be knowing that he likes to say something amazing and exaggerated is his usual style. Liu Sheng on the stage walked back and forth, calmly said, "Entering the smartphone industry is a strange field for the French Riviera, but we have more than 7,000 engineers working on the research day and night in 1,280. We having accumulated a wealth of technology and is extremely mature. Azurix is here today." Before we dive into this revolutionary product, let me talk about the so-called smartphones now. Generally speaking, they combine the phone, have the ability to send and receive mail, and the so-called simplified internet features, all focused on. There is also a plastic keypad on a mobile device. But the problem is that these devices are not so smart. And frankly I feel a bit stupid, Liu Sheng said. Then he looked up to the audience, and there were many people laughing and laughing. To tell the truth, if it was not for Liu Sheng and the aura of Blue Star Technology Group's achievements, these laughter would not be ridiculous, but ridiculous. Even so, some foreigners present were scornful after listening to the translation. Although Liu Sheng is a giant in the internet industry, he crossed the field of hardware equipment and did not know why his courage was so blatantly against Nokia and Motorola. These giants carried a contempt. Last year, a cell phone launched by Apple and Motorola failed miserably. Some foreign journalists have been silently thinking about preparing to write an article like mocking Joe's phone. What the people on the court thought, Liu Sheng didn't know what others were thinking. He continued. Not only stupid, but also not very reasonable. So I decided to do it myself. Audience. Yes, this is Liu Sheng. After a while, Liu Sheng continued to speak with a bright smile. General mobile phones are not very smart. Of course, the current smartphones are definitely a little bit smarter, but they are difficult to use and too complicated. Even some basic functions are costly. A lot of energy to figure out how to use. So we don't want to make such a product. We want to make a super advanced and revolutionary product that is smarter and easier to use than all smartphones now, and it is Azurix. The first is an unprecedented mobile user interface. This is the result of more than 1,000 days and nights of concentrated development. It is also a combination of software and hardware. Why do we need an unprecedented user interface? Speaking of which, Liu Sheng pressed the remote control on his hand and glanced back at the large screen. The audience also looked at the screen. Here is a picture with several smartphones, which are well-known brands from international manufacturers. Type. Liu Sheng stared at the screen and said, "There are 4 different smartphones here, namely Benmai, BlackBerry, Motorola, and Nokia. They are all well-known and common models. Do you find any problems with their interfaces?" The audience said there was nothing wrong. Is there a problem? Liu Sheng continued, as a patient with advanced obsessive-compulsive disorder, I really can't accept that nearly 40% of the bottom of these mobile devices is a plastic keypad. Whether you need these dense buttons or not, they are fixed. It's the same in all applications. And each application requires some unique user interface and the most appropriate button configuration. The question comes, What do you do with a great new idea after a few months? You can't add more buttons, right? So what to do? The problem is unsolved. Because the key functions cannot be adjusted, each program cannot be adjusted, and it cannot be changed in the future. What should we do? At the moment at the press conference, there was only Luo Sheng's voice. After asking this question, he pressed the small remote control on his hand again, and the large screen switched to slide. Is a PC desktop image. Luo Sheng looked back at the big screen and said, obviously, the computer desktop that was born more than 20 years ago has perfectly solved this problem. We can display anything we want to display on the graphical computer screen, use any kind of interface. So how do we put these things into a mobile device? Quite simply, all we have to do is get rid of these plastic keypads and leave only a huge screen. After speaking, Luo Sheng pressed the remote control button again to switch to the next slide. The front graphic of the prototype was displayed on the large screen, and everyone who saw this picture for the first time showed a surprised expression. A foreign journalist's eyes widened in surprise. For the first time, he saw the prototype model displayed on a large screen. As a user of a plastic keyboard mobile phone, this was definitely an industrial design he had never seen before. Is this a smartphone to be released on the French Riviera? The scene was still quiet, because most people were full of doubts. The prototype on the large screen showed a flat picture, and at a glance it was not a real photo. How to interact with this screen? It's impossible to connect a mouse. What should I do? Use a stylus? No, this is too low. We don't want a stylus. And this thing is easy to lose, like me. When this happens, my temper will collapse, and my whole day will be destroyed because of it. After laughing at the scene, Luo Sheng said with a smile, so we chose to use the best touch indicator device in the world, which is a touch indicator device that everyone has innate touch. The words brightened the audience at the scene. But still confused, Luo Sheng continued, for this we have developed a new technology called multi-touch technology, which is really a super cool feature. It is more accurate than any current touch interface, and it will be neglected smartly. All the unintentional misuses are even more cool. You can also make more gestures on it. Of course, the key is that this is our exclusive patent. We can cooperate with interested manufacturers in the future. And the revolutionary user interface is of course software. The software in all mobile phones on the market today is actually not mature, and it is not powerful at all. So we have also brought a breakthrough in software, at least 5 years ahead of any other mobile phone software above. At the same time, the audience at the scene was also very interested, especially some in the industry. They were really more curious. Luo Sheng bragged on the stage for so long, and he was more than 5 years ahead. It feels as if he didn't look at the old international manufacturers such as Nokia and Motorola at all. Is this a little too conceited? On the contrary, some foreigners were worried for Luo Sheng, afraid that the products launched at that time would be greatly exaggerated, and the famous internet giants in the contemporary world would be laughed out of the rhythm of big teeth, becoming a big joke in the history of the industry. Just like Sony wanted to pick like Intel, media people are happy to see it. Luo Sheng is still on the stage. How did we do it? We started from a very strong foundation, which is the OS system. It is really huge, which is equivalent to an average of 10,000 lines of code contributed by each of the engineers of the entire Blue Coast company. This large and delicate system is in a mobile device, and it has everything we need. It can be multiplexed, has strong network capabilities, can do a good job of power management, excellent security mechanisms, and many applications, graphics processing, video and audio functions, etc. are all OS's best work. All these functions have been concentrated in one mobile device by our engineers. OS has allowed us to create desktop-level applications and network capabilities. It is not a lame thing you see in other phones. This is really not at all a desktop-grade application that is weaker than a PC and more than 5 years ahead of any other phone. Luo Sheng walked to the side of the stage, drank saliva and returned to the midfield position, and continued, The other thing we learned from another company is Apple Incorporated. Apple's iPod is synchronized with iTunes. We think this is a great model. We think AzureX can also sync with MusicSpace, an application service owned by Blue Star Technology, which can sync media files to AzureX mobile phones. Not only can you sync all your files to AzureX, your music, audiobooks, movies, MVs, etc., but you can also sync a lot of data: your contacts, your calendar, your photos, your tags, bookmarks in your browser, etc. are all fine. Another, I want to show you the industrial design of AzureX. We have designed the most beautiful mobile phone in your hand. It is really beautiful and super cool. Speaking of this, Liu Sheng pressed the button in his hand again, remote control button, and turned to look at the big screen. This is what it looks like. Everyone is staring at the screen before the words fall. Liu Sheng said, "There is a 4.0 screen. It is really big, and it is the resolution of the screen we have used. It has 180p. You can see has a button directly below the escape function. Look at the side of it. It is really thin, thinner than any current smartphone, only 10.8 millimeters thick. There are several buttons on the side. One switch button, press sleep, press wake again. One the volume control buttons are large and small, and there is a SIM card slot on the lower side. Then look at the back. First there is a built-in 3 million pixel camera. Then look at the top. There is a headphone jack, and finally at the bottom, there is a speaker, an interface for charging and data transmission, and a microphone." You can see that when Liu Sheng's words fell, the audience suddenly greeted the first warm applause, and it was also the first high dynasty that the press conference has now ushered in. Almost everyone looked at with a shocked expression giant screen. It even felt strange, let alone Liu Sheng's high-profile remarks, and regardless of this phone, just its industrial design level has attracted every eyewitness. Can mobile phones do this? Chinese website. Chapter 188 Fengshen, debut is the peak. It's really shocking. Just a built-in 3-megapixel camera makes people feel extremely shocked, but also the industrial design of AzureX. Only users who have been using mobile phones with plastic keyboards can feel the most shock when they first see such an industrial design. It's almost upset their inherent perception of smartphones. Could smartphones still look like this? Will this conference really produce a revolutionary product that will shake the world? Western media can't help but fall into a struggle. On the one hand, they hope to see Liu Sheng become ugly, but on the other hand, they are really shocked. Liu Sheng on the stage said, "Besides these, there are some high-tech invisible ones. There are 3 state-of-the-art sensing devices built into AzureX. The first is distance sensing. It can sense nearby objects, so when you take the phone near your ear to answer the call, it will automatically turn off the screen and touch sensing. This will save power and will not be touched by the face touching the screen when answering the call. Screen. Second is ambient light sensing, which can sense the surrounding light conditions and automatically adjust the screen brightness to adapt to the current environment, bringing a better user experience and saving power. Finally, gravity acceleration sensing can detect the change from vertical mode to horizontal mode. This is really cool. I will show it to you later. Forget it. Now I will show it directly to you. In the midfield of the stage, Liu Sheng said these words and turned to the workbench on the side. The audience at the scene brightened their eyes, and the participants in the industry were more and more shocked. Could it be true that everything he said was true? The press conference has already been arranged for this, and Liu Sheng has rehearsed for 3 days for this conference. There are several AzureX prototypes on the workbench to ensure backup. There is also a special playback system that can transmit digital video. It can be placed on the projector through a cable and finally synchronized with the large screen on the scene. The screen can clearly and intuitively see the interface of the prototype. Soon, a subscreen popped up on the right side of the big screen. It was a picture of Liu Sheng operating the prototype. He was holding a white prototype, but the big screen was black. At this moment, everyone focused on the prototype of Liu Sheng's hand on the subscreen. In the witness of everyone, he pressed the power button. The screen was woken up. At the same time, the synchronization screen on the big screen on the stage also brightened. Liu Sheng stared at the prototype in his hand. Did you see it? The screen was woken up. Did you see one of the icons below? Just touch the icon with your finger and slide it over. After speaking, I demonstrated it live. More than 1,000 pairs of eyes present witnessed this moment. Liu Sheng clicked the screen and swiped to the right. The phone is unlocked, and the main interface is displayed. This scene made the whole needle drop audible. At this moment, all witnesses, regardless of whether they are mainlanders or foreigners, saw an unspeakable shock in their eyes. It was only 2 seconds after being quiet for 2 seconds. Without any warning, the audience rang suddenly with thunderous applause. Oh! The thunderous applause mingled with the thunderous applause. With a slight swipe, he instantly conquered everyone in the audience. Although this phone still looks very backward in Liu Sheng's eyes, this is the Blue Coast in just 3.5 years. From scratch and can be developed with the current level of communication and semiconductor foundation, the ultimate product. Although he still lags behind, it is because he has witnessed the vision for decades to come. And in this era, he gently swiped to draw an era. It marked the era of the real smartphone. It also opened the era of their mobile internet. A whole new era opened the door to humanity. At this point, Liu Sheng looked back at the auditorium, and noticed that except for the thunderous applause, everyone stood up. Compared with before, the audience was almost boiling at this moment. Even the harsh Westerners, Western media people who want to see Liu Sheng's joke, were conquered at this moment. Liu Sheng looked back at the screen and touched the screen interface and said, "This is the main interface of AzureX. Let's experience it." Click the Music Space application icon to enter. If you want to exit, press the middle of the year to return. Go to the main interface. It is worth mentioning that Music Space is still an inside version, but it is also enough to meet the current display needs. The domestic version of Blue Star Music is still very different from it. After the reorganization, it is 2 independent applications. There are a few icons below the screen: playlists, artists, MVs, and more. So how do I browse the song list? I will show you. Just touch the screen with your finger to gently swipe, and the artist list, such as let's just choose Avril. You need to click. Here are all the works about Avril. Isn't it cool? Liu Sheng's words didn't fall. The applause that had just subsided rose again, and the audience was again sensational, and the shouts and applause continued. More and more viewers are getting more excited. One industry insider murmured to himself, "I'm all stupid, it has upset my perception of mobile phones." At the same time Liu Sheng spoke again. Before applause fell, click to enter the playback interface and look at this gorgeous album cover. It is a beautiful and cool female singer. I like this rock witch. She is as cool as AzureX and has no friends. There was a burst of laughter at the scene, and Avril is still one of the most popular female singers in the world. Liu Sheng showed and introduced. Here is the volume control. And there are more cool operations. Now I will show you how to do it. When you click the album cover, you can turn it over to display the lyrics. Back, it's even more cool. No matter in the album cover interface or the lyrics interface, as long as you continuously double-click to display all the works under the same album list, the operation is very simple. Of course, you can also click on the album list in the upper right corner. It comes true. You can play as you want and return to the main playlist. There are more personalized features. Click to create a personal favorite playlist, check the songs, and then it is very simple. Liu Sheng said that he had just turned his head to look at the auditorium, and once again people gave warm applause and screams. Let us take a look at the video features and enter the Blue Star video application. It is still in beta. The official version will be completed before the product goes on the market, but I think it is already perfect, but we need to improve it. Video it. When entering this show, the staff and engineers in the backstage all sweated and said in their hearts, Boss, don't order online video. I'm really worried about the internet. Click the icon in the lower right corner to play it in full screen. Of course, Liu Sheng did not click the online video, but opened the offline video. At this moment, the movie Titanic is playing. Liu Sheng introduced the operation interface while introducing. It also has a touch screen playback function, so we can play a whole movie. This is Azurix, isn't it cool? Oh, someone shouted and gave applause again. Liu Sheng smiled at the audience and said, I once showed the Azurix mobile phone show to the boss of a supply chain partner, and then I asked him how he felt. He said that from the beginning you swipe to unlock the screen. Attracted. There was a laugh in the audience, and now everyone is extremely excited, all amazed and shocked by this work. It can be said that this new product launch opened a new door for their imagination, and an industrial electrical product can be designed so beautiful and cool. Let's get back to the truth. Now I'm going to the next part. Let me show you the most revolutionary phone function of Azurix. What is a God-level application? The answer is that being able to make a phone call is a God-level application. Liu Sheng looked to the audience, revealing with a strange look. Everyone was watching him, and the confident side of him was no one to laugh at now. Even those foreigners who had a joke heart before them had to be convinced. He is really showing the world how he is redefining smartphones, and it is happening now. It's incredible, isn't it? Azurix can actually make a call. And how troublesome is it to make a call on most phones? It's only button press. Most people don't have any phone numbers in their contacts. I used the recent call history as my address book. How many of you are here? I bet more than half of them. Many people smiled slightly. The people who laughed were obviously being said. So, we want to give you a unique way to use your address book. You can download all contacts from your PC and Mac to Azurix, and then you have contact information for each contact at any time. Liu Sheng methodically said, Azurix uses the most popular international standards, GSM and its derivative standards, and will also support 3G and other cooler features in the future. Of course, Azurix also supports wireless Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. When I heard the Bluetooth function and Wi-Fi function, there was a burst of applause. Liu Sheng continued to operate and introduced, in addition, I have to show you a few other things. Phone functions, photo albums, calendars, text messages, internet access functions, etc., which are common functions in other mobile phones, have changed in Azurix. It's extraordinary, and these extraordinary features have evolved like never before. First, enter the phone function. There are a few icons below: personal favorites, recent calls, contacts, dial pad. You can also browse the contacts by sliding the list. Click on the list of contacts, there are his detailed information, email, phone number, etc. This is an SMS message. There can be several conversations. In the form of a conversation, you will receive a reminder every time you receive a new message. Liu Sheng demonstrated these functions to the audience one by one, showing that you can choose your favorite music as ringtone, showing you can choose your favorite photo as desktop wallpaper or lock screen wallpaper, showing that you use Azurix mobile phone to call, etc. During this period, the process of the show was interrupted by applause and shouts from the scene. Everyone did not expect that the conference would become like this, and it would be shocked to add more. There is no doubt that we have redefined the smartphone. Liu Sheng came to the midfield of the stage. Now we look at the internet function of Azurix. This is an important part of Azurix. We have rich HTML mail, which is the first time in the world that there is a smart mobile terminal device rich mail application. You can use any IMAP or POP3 mail service. It will connect with your favorite mail service. You can put everything on the server: Yahoo Mail, Microsoft Exchange, Mac Mail, Google Gmail, etc. Okay, not much to say. I'll show you more incredible features now: an internet world running in your hands, and an internet-enabled product in your pocket. The words made gran in a moment, and the audience heard warm applause. This is the best browser in the world we use on mobile phones. It is not a WAP browser, but a real browser. It runs on AzureX. Luo Sheng said here again when he came to the workbench to pick up the phone. Just choose the Blue Space social site, load it, and see if it's super cool. It's not like your existing smartphone gives you a WAP version of the Blue Space. Displayed on AzureX, it is a complete Blue Space page, which can be swiped up and down. Although these views can see the entire page, the text is too small, so we designed a double-click operation. Just double-click any area to zoom in on that position, or use 2 fingers. At the same time, the touch screen opens and closes to expand and contract, like this, and more importantly, this is our patent, and we want to protect these patents. After speaking, Luo Sheng gave a live demonstration once again, and there was once again warm applause at the scene. Luo Sheng smiled and said to the audience, "If you have used the so-called browser on your phone, you will know how cool it is, and there is no harm without comparison. This is a revolutionary breakthrough. From then on your phone has the real internet, portable mobile internet." It was thunderous applause again, and some insiders realized a very important issue in the shock. Mobile internet. The world is about to change. At this moment, participants in the industry realized that an unprecedented new air outlet was coming. The internet industry is about to usher in an unprecedented disruptive innovation. The sliding of Luo Sheng has opened a new era for the internet industry. With the applause falling again, Luo Sheng also dropped the prototype and returned to the midfield of the stage again, holding a small remote control in his hand. The battery life of many mobile phones on the market is not good, but we have achieved 8.5 hours of battery life. This includes phone, video, music, and internet access. If you listen to music, you can have 26 hours of battery life. This is better than the previous smartphone. Cell phones are much better. There are too many revolutionary features, and there is definitely no way to explain them in the limited time at the press conference. There are a lot of innovative technologies in AzureX. We have done our best in all aspects of design, at least leading the industry 5 years or more. When Luo Sheng once again said that he was 5 years ahead, the people present were no longer questioning or even scoffing. On the contrary, the press conference has continued to the present. After witnessing this series of groundbreaking features, they feel that they are more than 5 years ahead. At this moment, Luo Sheng's voice and sound were completely released at the conference. We have multi-touch technology, we have our own designed app processor, excellent power management, OS operating system based on mobile devices, exquisite and beautiful industrial design, 3 advanced sensing devices, desktop computer-level application. In the past few years, we have devoted ourselves to investing in crazy innovations. At the same time, we have invested madly. The introduction of this work has cost 11.85 billion yuan. This is only the cost of research and development. If we want to calculate the total cost globally, it is $20.8 billion US dollars. Excluding exchange rate changes is equivalent to 16.7 billion yuan. But we think it's worth it. We have applied for 287 patents for AzureX. We want to protect these inventions and protect the intellectual property rights of our more than 7,000 engineers during the 1,280 day and night efforts. AzureX is like putting your life in your pocket and the internet in your pocket. When you take it out of your pocket, it is your life. When you take it in your hand, in those days, the internet is on your palm. Oh. The thunderous applause and shout interrupted Luo Sheng's words again, and the applause lasted forever. The internet is on your palm. Luo Sheng's words were so shocking that he forced Grammon, and even more shocked that he created the world's most perfect and cool intelligent mobile terminal device. Turned out to be the peak. What is the biggest impact that an AzureX phone has on the audience? That is, before seeing this work, they think that the current popular smartphones, such as Motorola and new OGU, are very good and perfect. However, when I saw AzureX, I instantly lost any interest in the product that I was so impressed with. Go into the trash. Once again, There is no harm in saying that there is no contrast. This transformation took only one press conference time. This transformation was not for everyone, but for everyone. At this time, Luo Sheng on the stage walked slowly and said hurriedly, "How do we price such a perfect product?" Everyone heard it with great concern. What is the price of these devices in general? Hundreds of millions of the most popular iPods have been sold in North America. If I remember correctly, for Nano, the price in North America is $199. Excluding the exchange rate changes about 1,598 yuan. What about smartphones? Motorola, Benmai, and Nokia are usually around $299, about 2,400 yuan, and people spend $499 or 4,000 yuan for this combination. So how much is ASURX priced? Let us compare them. ASURX is much better than them. I don't think anyone would object. There is music, video, multi-touch interactive interface, Wi-Fi, a super browser, desktop computer-level applications, you can use Blue Star Technologies Family Bucket and so on. These things are generally worth $400 to $500 or $4,000. Then, we should set a higher price for ASURX suitable. When domestic people heard this, they also secretly murmured, "This product is good. It is perfect and impeccable. The only imperfection is that it is too expensive." According to Luo Sheng's tone, I am afraid that it is more expensive than the brand machines that have won international manufacturers. At least it can't run at a rhythm of more than 4,000 yuan. I am afraid that not many people in China can afford such an expensive mobile phone. Many mobile phones today are cheap copycats. The senior industry insiders at the scene surprisingly agreed that it would be impossible for the Côte d'Azur companies to recover costs in the domestic market for a short time, but only in the international market. In fact, this is indeed the case. Luo Sheng focuses on overseas markets, and currently focuses on the European market. ASURX has too many revolutionary features, so how do we price it? The 4GB model is priced at 3,999 yen domestically and $599 internationally. There was a sudden surprise in the audience, and the applause burst into thunder. The international version is $100 more expensive, which is equivalent to more than 800 yuan. This quotation is very surprising, especially for foreigners who are on the spot. The price is $599, and the tariff of electronic products is about 1,015%. The most expensive is about $688. Definitely not cheap, but acceptable. It can only be said that the consumption of developed countries in Europe and the United States is strong. Luo Sheng continued, we still have a 16GB model, which is priced at 5,999 yen domestically and $799 internationally. This time the audience was secretly talking. Even if the price is placed in Europe and the United States, as an electronic product, it is also very expensive. It can be said that ASURX is very expensive, but as an epoch-making subversive technology product, it cannot say it's not worth the price. Such an expensive price is definitely one of the most expensive smartphones in the world so far. Some people can't help but wonder what will happen to the sales of this product after it is released. I'm afraid there won't be too many people. In fact, Luo Sheng is not worried about sales at all. It is natural for the mobile phone industry to compete fiercely, but the market size is also huge. It is not surprising that the mobile phone industry will sell 1 billion units in the global market this year, which is more than 3 times the sales of computers. With such a large volume, Luo Sheng gave ASURX to the Azure mobile phone sales target at the end of this year and next year for about 10 million units, which only accounts for only 1% of the entire market share. www.mtlnovel.com. More importantly, Luo Sheng has full confidence in the product itself. There will be no direct competitors in the next 1 to 2 years. As for smartphones with plastic keyboards, in front of ASURX mobile phones, nothing can fight. In the end, Luo Sheng announced, So when will it go on sale? It will go on sale globally on December 24th. The press conference has continued here, and basically has come to an end, with Liu Sheng announcing the specific release date. There was once again a warm applause. The conference ended with Liu Sheng's last-minute speech. The news is spreading to the world at an alarming rate, sweeping the world almost overnight, and the whole world is sensational. The news of the new product launch conference of the Côte d'Azur company the next day occupies the world's headlines. Chinese website. Chapter 189. Its only imperfect is that it was not born in Silicon Valley. Thanks and rewards for the just so true helmed master. Swipe gently to mark an era, the era of mobile internet. Technology Express. The development of technology exceeds people's perception of the times. On September 27, 2006, the company's first-generation smartphone, ASURX, was announced. It was tantamount to dropping a blockbuster. Daily Mail. Sexy tech. But the most incredible thing is that the birthplace of this mobile device is not Silicon Valley. This is the only place where it is not perfect. New York Times. This is a Chinese electronic product. Are you kidding me? AFP. Look at the iPod 5 years ago. That monochrome interface, that clunky roulette. Looks like something the cavemen would use. Now imagine that the future of ASURX may be greatly improved. You will have a superphone in a few years, and it will be cheaper. If you are not ready to see the difference, look farther. Silicon Valley Magazine. After the product launch, some people in the tech industry and journalists made various comments on the first product of the Côte d'Azur company. Most users focused on the screen size and focused on ASURX can do what other smartphones on the market can't. There are some visionary points in these hot reviews. They are keenly aware of the true meaning of ASURX. Côte d'Azur. Senior management meeting. Liu Sheng gathered with Feng Yi, Yao Jianhong and others. Yesterday's press conference was successfully concluded, and all the staff members were relieved. Fortunately, the preparations were extremely sufficient. There were no accidents during the press conference. The whole process ended smoothly. The response from the media is pretty good. News from all over the world is reporting on yesterday's press conference. I went to see the reports and comments from foreign media. Generally speaking, the reports were positive, but more comments were expressed astonishment. Of course, there is no lack of sourness. To be honest, especially the comments of Western media. It looks dark, Yao Jianhong said with a smile. Everyone smiled with consternation, and everyone was secretly watching foreign media reports. It's no surprise that Europeans and Americans are definitely not thinking about this high-tech product. It is actually a product launched by a Chinese technology company, and we are pure novices. I guess they are difficult to accept. The people attending the meeting are also happy. And the company is now in an excited state. More than 7,000 engineers have been fighting for 3.5 years. And now they have finally launched revolutionary product. Everyone involved is excited. This product is proud of its own code. After a while, Liu Sheng looked around and said, "How is the voice of the industry? Nokia, Motorola, Microsoft? I really care about their comments." Qin Weimu shook his head and said, "I haven't seen relevant people from these international manufacturers commenting for the time being. They have remained silent so far. In fact, these international manufacturers are very calm and do not feel like the enemy. The products of the Côte d'Azur companies have really made them feel amazing, but they still think that plastic keyboards are the future, and touchscreen phones will not become the mainstream in the industry. Their highest evaluation is that this product of the French Riviera is at best like the non-mainstream products that applaud and not applaud like Apple, gather a small number of fans and lose the mass consumers. The trajectories of events always have amazing similarities. When Liu Sheng's last generation and Giao helped the owner launch the first truly touchscreen smartphone, those international manufacturers did not realize that the subversive change node had arrived. And this also makes Nokia, Motorola embark on the road of decline. Liu Sheng nodded, and immediately looked at Yao Jianhong, saying, The priority task at the moment is publicity. If the publicity cost of $180 million is not enough, we will allocate funds, focusing on Europe. As for the North American market, step by step, and finally in the strategy in this market, our focus is now on Europe. The domestic market does not need to be considered in a short period of time, and the sales volume will not be too large. Therefore, the European market is currently the top priority. Yao Jianhong nodded and said, I understand. In terms of marketing and promotion, Liu Sheng didn't save any money and immediately added, what about offline stores? In this way, we will send a batch of prototypes to each offline store as soon as possible, open up in advance to meet consumers, and let them come offline shop first step for free. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. This was no longer in the sequence of making plans. The boss really never played cards according to the routine. Yao Jianhong said quickly, General Manager Liu, the prototype products are not rich enough. Will this? Feng Yi also nodded again and said, yes, boss. Blue Star Technologies Family Bucket is currently in beta, and it will be a month before the official version is launched. The product has not yet reached the consumer at the perfect time. Should it blow the word of mouth? Isn't it the rhythm of the explosion in place? Feng Yi and others heard Liu Sheng's decision to say that he was not panic. It was false. For this product, the Cote d'Azur company has not only paid the sweat of more than 7,000 engineers in the past 3 years, it is only fair. The investment is more than 17 billion yuan. Although the press conference was very successful, the response of the news media is not bad now, and it has earned enough attention all over the world. But in fact everyone's heart is still hanging on a stone. Although the product is excellent, but the ultimate success depends on the sales volume. This is a matter of life and death of the company. Now it is applauding and we don't know if it is good or bad. If it is good or not, the company may go bankrupt overnight. Now it has more than 10 billion liabilities. Although Liu Sheng is at the bottom of his pocket, in the continuous struggle of more than 1,000 days and nights, many people have already had feelings for the Cote d'Azur company and absolutely do not want to die before he can succeed. Liu Sheng disagreed, saying confidently, just do this, believe me, don't you have confidence in Azurix? Everyone shook his head. Seeing this situation, Liu Sheng said, if you don't have confidence, just think about it. Imagine that if users are still satisfied after the offline experience, it will definitely be a bigger surprise when it is officially launched. The comments from the tech industry and the news media are in my eyes, they are worthless. Like the film critics, they do not represent the audience's preferences. The reason is the same. They also do not represent the preferences of consumers. We should pay more attention to the reputation of consumers. What we have to do is also to cultivate consumer word of mouth. Everyone looked at each other. Liu Sheng's words always had a magical power, and his unparalleled confidence was slowly infecting everyone. www.mentalnovel.com. Besides, what if it failed? It's a big deal to reopen quickly, and the technology deposit will not be wiped out because of the failure of the product. Even if $1 or $2 billion are lost, I can still afford it. Liu Sheng said finally. Everyone. This remark really numbed the scalp of everyone's show. The key is the inability to refute, even if it really failed. And Liu Sheng's full pocket, compared to his current value, is only a loss of more than 8% of wealth. This matter was settled in Liu Sheng's decisive decision-making board without giving any chance for refutation. After the meeting, Yao Jianhong began to arrange. In the afternoon, a batch of prototypes began to be sent to major offline stores, and overseas markets also shipped directly to Europe by air on the same day. On September 30th, the direct-operated stores of the Azure Coast companies in major markets were opened ahead of time, and consumers were free to enter the store. Chapter 190. From the cold field to the popular offline experience shop. Thanks and rewards. The Helm of Little Book Mystery Emperor. Shenqing, the Bund. Since more than 200 days ago, a building broke ground here, with a total budget of 65.82 million yuan. It was delivered last week and can be put into use. This building is the first offline flagship store of the Côte d'Azur company in this stylish and modern city. On the Bund, this directly operated store is not a landmark building, nor is it a high-rise building. However, it is definitely a unique building with a high degree of recognition in the local area. The first impression for passers-by is that the building is very tall, full of glass, and full of science and technology. This building is a design provided by a company called Spark Architects. It uses light steel and stone, but the most is a crystalline geometric facade designed from glass materials. It has carefully designed a complex building geometry. The continuous changes in the solid structure and transparent glass settings have completely changed the street facade of the original building, forming a visual connection with the surrounding environment but being highly recognizable. Luosheng is extremely obsessed with the geometric design of space. There are three major types of franchised stores in the Côte d'Azur, which are single flagship stores, mall stores with separate facades, and stores within the mall. The individual flagship stores all use different styles of geometric design. This single flagship store located on the Bund has a bright exterior, a large area of white indoors, and a grey metal color of the supporting structure. This color scheme is the best reflection of technology sense. The so-called first-class color matching can tell customers the brand concept. Second-class color matching can tell customers what kind of products they are selling. Third-class color matching is not clear, and it does not help brand products. As a flagship store, it undoubtedly represents the corporate image and product image of the Côte d'Azur company. The space design is also completely different from the supermarket and catering design. Maybe customers entering the flagship store will not pay attention to many details like the designer, but it is the detailed design of the spirit of craftsmanship. All aspects of detail, color coordination, and interior layout. The overall space of a flagship store is full of technological sense. Of course, the ultimate pursuit is to issue more tickets to pay the bills. Fortunately, Luosheng now has the most tickets. In the early hours of midnight yesterday, the first prototypes were shipped to the Shenqing Bund flagship store. The staff in the store completed all the arrangements in the middle of the night. This flagship store has a total of 59 employees. At 9 o'clock this morning, the door was opened on time, and the shop was officially opened to consumers. There is no need to say anything about advertising. The 1.5 billion advertising budget was allocated. Shenqing's publicity budget is only 40 to 50 million yuan. The subway, square, skyscrapers, etc. are all about the Blue Coast advertising. At night, the Pearl Tower will continue to show advertisements. There is a constant stream of people passing by from the flagship store. Many people have set their sights on this tall building, and the employees in the store also welcome consumers with the best spirit. But as time went by bit, there was a feeling of something wrong, because most of the pedestrians in the past stayed outside the shop to see, then left, and no one came in. This situation has also been encountered in Bangqing. Manager Liao of the Bund flagship store realized that something was wrong with the situation. By 10 a.m., the store was empty and there were more employees than customers, which was very embarrassing. Xiao Liu, come here. Manager Liao, who stood for a while at the flagship store's storefront, returned to the store and immediately waved to an employee. After the other party came over, he explained, you take over half of the employees in the store to change clothes immediately, and pretend to be consumers, come in and out of the store, experience, and bring out the atmosphere. Hurry, hurry. After telling the matter, Manager Liao couldn't help but feel deeply in his heart, it was too tall. It is indeed too high-end. Many ordinary young consumers actually want to see it, but they are a bit embarrassed and discouraged. This is a relatively common phenomenon. The factors that cause this are all aspects. One is public psychology, the other is the environmental factors of this era, and so on. The manager Liao's move soon had a substantive effect. After half an hour, half of the staff changed into a line to enter and leave the flagship store, and stayed in the most obvious position, creating a popular atmosphere. At about 10:40 a.m., the situation changed, and consumers entered the store in company. Most of them were young people, but few people entered the store alone. Fortunately, there are a lot of employees in the store, otherwise it will be awkward to open the door the first day and face off to customers. However, the situation soon ushered in a reverse. More and more consumers experienced the store, and the employees who pretend to be customers also quietly left the scene because the work pressure of other employees in the store was increasing. Because more and more people. There are more than 100 prototypes on the counter at the scene for consumers to play freely. Of course, each prototype is fixed with an elastic rope attached to the back of the machine. People stole quietly, as well as video surveillance throughout. People who do this kind of thing don't say absolutely nothing, but the probability is definitely not high. At around 11:30 a.m., there were already hundreds of people in the flagship store, and the space inside the store was very large. Even with so many people, there was still not much congestion, and the space between each prototype on the long counter was wide enough. If the price of Shenxing is 15 years later, the flagship store may be worth 2 to 3 billion yuan at that time. The store is very popular, and people who come in basically have to wait for a long time before leaving. This key is to turn the machine on and off. Press it to wake up the screen, or just press the button directly below the screen to wake it up. Then touch it with your finger and slide it to unlock it. An employee is working for a consumer. Introduce and demonstrate the operation. Hey, I've watched the press conference online. I heard that I can log into Blue Space on this phone, right? The young consumer asked. Of course, you can click this Blue Space application icon and just log in. Not only the Blue Space, but also the Blue Star Video, Blue Star Music, and Cloud Song Search can run on mobile phones. And there are special adaptations. The speed of internet access on the mobile phone's app application is no different from that on a computer. The websites you can access on the computer can be implemented on the mobile phone, not the WAP text version. The salesman next to him immediately introduced him. At present, there are very few app applications in the iOS application store. Only Blue Star's Family Bucket and the French Riviera company is actively communicating with major internet companies in China. Tencent is the first one willing to join as a third-party developer and is stepping up the development of QQ app applications. In addition to domestic internet companies, the company is also actively contacting foreign internet companies such as Google, Yahoo, Microsoft and other companies. Azurex mobile phone cannot only have Blue Star's Family Bucket app, but it is worth mentioning that Blue Star's Family Bucket is very important. This is already a relatively complete closed-loop social ecological chain, but this is not enough. Tencent joined the developer series so actively because they saw the lethality of QQ running on Azurex mobile phones. The emergence of instant messaging social platforms has caused a huge impact on the operator's SMS business, and the advent of Azurex enhancing the user experience is undoubtedly another fatal blow. At this moment, people in the flagship store are enjoying the experience, and there are too many functions. Some are experiencing music, some are online, some are watching streaming online videos, some are taking pictures, etc. It is no exaggeration to say that this electric product seems to open the door to a new world for many Chinese consumers. For ordinary consumers, mobile phones from international manufacturers such as Nokia and Motorola were thought to be fashionable, but after seeing the products of the French Riviera, their original concept of mobile phones was completely subverted. Do you like Azurex phones? No need to ask. Of course I like it. Everyone wants to have one immediately. Some girls are immediately attracted by the beautiful appearance of this phone at first glance. Well, in fact, Azurex industrial design has conquered every consumer. Regardless of this is true for both men and women. For mobile phone users, if they can afford genuine smartphones of Motorola, Nokia and other brands, they will choose the latter without hesitation after seeing Azurex. because the price is really only more expensive than those of the brand name phones, a few hundred or so. Of course, except for Cottage. As Eurux mobile phone has two sale models. One is 4 GB space storage. The price is 3,999 yuan. The international version price does not take into account the exchange rate changes to more than 4,800 yuan, not counting the tariffs of power products. The other 16 GB space storage, yes, the price is 5,999 yuan. The international version price is more than 6,400 yuan excluding the exchange rate changes, and the tariff for power products is also not included. Some European and American consumers, including the media, are also questioning such disparate prices, and the Côte d'Azur company's explanation is that companies facing overseas markets have increased huge operating costs, including transportation costs. Westerners are like this bird, the thief who double plays. If you are cheap, he said that you have a dumping strategy. Can this machine be purchased now? A consumer asked, by the way, while holding a prototype experience. The salesperson standing next to her was very polite and apologized. Sorry, these devices are not for sale and will be officially released on December 24th. Why wait so long? Don't you have a product? Why don't you sell it? She immediately responded, frankly saying that she now has a feeling of love for this beautiful smartphone, and she can afford it. This lady, it's not that we don't want to sell, but that the machines in your hands are prototypes, which means that they are not perfect enough. The products that are actually on the market will be more complete and have more functions, said the salesperson. www.intelnovel.com. Is this still a prototype? The other side was quite surprised. As soon as he learned that this was not the final product, he immediately decided to wait. The people next to me were also very surprised. In their opinion, this has been perfected. I did not expect that it is not a finished product, especially for consumers who have a desire to buy. They are even more excited to learn this information. After the popularity of the flagship store, it has remained high, because there are too many people who experience it. There are only 100 devices, and everyone is not addicted to playing for an hour. For users who are ready to purchase, the day of December 24th has been remembered. Ps, there are still today. Guess how many chapters are there today? Hey, Chinese website. Chapter 191. Google, come and play thanks and rewards the Helm leader for Where Is She? Offline stores in China continue to be popular, and this is also true overseas. In the European market, the Côte d'Azur company has more offline stores than domestic ones. The popularity of each offline store is full, and mobile phone users who are informed through advertising or online channels are rushing to the nearest offline store. Experience. For the creation of offline specialty stores, Luosheng has never had a budget. For example, a monolithic flagship store in Germany was designed by a firm called Modos Studio on the Danube River. The overall appearance of the flagship store's building is a single herringbone geometric structure, while using glass and thickwood structure to design the natural landscape is unified with the city's unique historical context. Doing business in other people's homes must incorporate local culture and customs. The highest realm is for local consumers to create the illusion that this is a local company. It is also the flagship store in Norway. This single flagship store is from the hands of an architect named Ulf. The shape of the entire building is composed of loose angular geometry and covered by glass. The glass is combined in vertical stripes. The detailed design is often difficult. Another reason is that the price that party may not be able to bear. Fortunately, Luosheng has no shortage of money or money. This flagship store in Norway, where the glass can reach 30 meters, the entire cutting process level is high cost, and such glass is not produced by a few manufacturers worldwide. Facts have proved that it is right to build a tall single flagship store. These offline stores of the Côte d'Azur companies, especially the single flagship stores, are very eye-catching, whether at home or abroad. Even those who have not heard of it will be attracted. The German flagship store became popular on the first day of the consumer-oriented development experience. Facts have proven that consumers are more interested in touchscreen phones. ASURX took the lead in impressing consumers with industrial design. A product is a customer. At first glance, my heart is half successful. Even if I don't buy it, I can get word-of-mouth benefits. After opening the screen and unlocking it, it deeply attracted consumers. For most Europeans, at the beginning, they thought that this was a product from Europe or North America. They didn't understand until after understanding that the original product was from Asia, so they thought it was a Japanese company's product. Europeans and Americans all know Sony. And I know that I am also famous in the field of consumer electronics. In the end, they found that it was still wrong. The product came from a country that was mysterious and backward in their eyes. What surprises Europeans even more is that the concept interpreted by such a tall flagship store and its products is full of a sense of science and technology. The inherent cognition makes them never think that this may be a company from China. Products from technology companies. Time goes by day, countless experience of major flagship stores continues to be popular. The huge publicity cost of $180 million was quickly exhausted in the following October, and Liu Sheng resolutely approved the publicity budget of $150 million. Which was mainly used for publicity in overseas markets. Within the past month, ASURX on Azure Coast has become the subject of more than 3,000 magazine articles and about 15 million searches on Google. Many consumers are the first to experience in major offline stores. The product is not yet on the market, but it is the first to release the experience. Without enough confidence, few manufacturers dare to play like this. Even those international manufacturers may not dare. After all, look at the total cost of ASURX. After all, Liu Sheng's lightness and lightness are one thing, but this cannot be concealed. It is not really a small amount. Fact. In addition, there are also a large number of technology bloggers introducing this mobile phone on their homepage. They call it God Mobile Phone without any hesitation. Some of these technology bloggers are spontaneous, and some of them receive the advertising fee of the French Riviera. Of all of this is impossible to keep consumers from being affected, and the intuitive experience is the popularity of offline stores and the continued high popularity of topics on Reddit. The Côte d'Azur company is changing from an almost obscure technology company to a new technology company that already has a good reputation all over the world. It is really a product that has earned its global reputation. In October, Liu Sheng began to actively prepare for the first global developer conference of those, and launched invitations to major internet companies at home and abroad. The first global developer conference of those is scheduled for October 5th. North America, Google corporate headquarters. Right now, there are 3 days left at the OS developer conference. At this moment, Google executives are gathering to discuss the matter. Eric Schmidt said at the meeting, "This is Liu Sheng's invitation letter." He invited Google to participate in the OS developer conference in the name of the Côte d'Azur company. The letter shows that he sincerely invited Google's a series of services including Google Search, Google Maps and other services can develop applications on AOS-based systems. Page, sitting in the chief position, put his fingers on his chin. Have you read Microsoft CEO Steve Ballmer's comment on ASURX? The crowd nodded. With the end of the ASURX mobile phone conference, time passes by day. Many big names in the Silicon Valley technology circle have jumped out to comment. Microsoft's current head is one of them, but he and those traditional mobile phone manufacturers seems to be the same, not optimistic. Ballmer commented some time ago that his original words were, ASURX doesn't have any chance to gain important market share. There is no chance. This is an alternative product worth $600. If you really go to see the 1 billion phones already sold, I would rather reduce our software to 60%, even 70% or 80%, do not want to take only 1% of the market share, and the price of Azure X 600 and $800 is too expensive, so it cannot be sold. A Google executive who attended the meeting said, "I went to Europe a while ago, and happened to experience it for a few minutes at a local offline store of an Azure X mobile phone. I think most of the publicity promoted with its previous press conference fit." Sergey Brin, "What doesn't fit?" The other party replied, What doesn't fit is that the sales staff of the specialty store said that the products on the market will be more perfect. Who knows, maybe some of this mobile device was not fully displayed at the press conference. Larry Page immediately spoke, "I don't agree with Ballmer. Even in the 1.0 version of the conference, I think Azure X should still be the most advanced and forward-looking electronic product in years. I've finished the press conference and he did a lot of things very well. It's so enjoyable that it makes you want to forgive some small flaws that still exist on Azure X." Eric Schmidt said, "I think this time Luo Sheng's invitation, Google is going, because he is also the head of Blue Star Technology. There is no doubt that some services of Blue Star Technology have been on O's. If Google does not go, it is likely that he will make Blue Star Technology have to develop new business segments, such as entering the map service to compete with Google Maps, entering the search field and competing with Google Search." Page said without hesitation, "I agree, then go." Although in the search engine sector, Google has already been the world's leader, including Google Maps services, etc. If Blue Star Technology also enters these markets, even if it is not afraid, it is definitely not what Google wants to see, and no one wants to make it for nothing. Out of a competitor, the variables increase. The key is that Blue Star Technology should not be underestimated. Page did not forget the financing of $7.5 billion a while ago. www.mentalnovel.com. As long as Luo Sheng is willing, these funds will be enough for Blue Star Technology Group to bring the war to the Internet. Corner. Facts prove that Page's judgment is correct. This is a backup option for Luo Sheng. The main purpose of the financing of $7.5 billion is to acquire Sun Computer. If the acquisition does not result in the expansion of cloud computing services, but otherwise in addition, it is for the Luo's ecological chain. The Luo's ecological chain is enriched at the software level through Blue Star Technology Group. The relevant internet services are moved to the mobile internet as much as possible. It is not fake for everyone to pick up firewood, but no one comes to play, and they have to play alone. At least Blue Star Technology Group can build the ecological chain. On October 3rd, Google CEO Eric Schmidt was personally invited to go. In addition, Yahoo's head and other Silicon Valley bosses went there. Ps. Also, don't panic. The following two chapters will be combined and sent together. Chinese website. Chapter 192. Grabbing both hands, hard. Both hands 2-in-1. Thanks and rewards for the helm of Hanny. Yu and Yang Xiaoyan has not dispersed. The developer conference is still held at the Azure X mobile phone conference. Before the conference began, the news was released and it received great media attention. With the global giants such as Google and Yahoo, the attention of their leaders has reached the peak of the industry. Isn't that Eric Schmidt, who now controls Google? The news really is true. The head of Yahoo is here too. I can invite these Silicon Valley dignitaries. I am afraid that Luo Sheng will be able to do it. If they are replaced by other people in the domestic internet circle, most of these people will not give face. Yes, from this point, we can also show that Luo Sheng's influence in the technology industry is now an undisputed global height. At this moment, it's Sioux City in the morning of October 5th. There are more than 200 well-known domestic and foreign media organizations coming to the scene. The developer conference is about to start in about 20 minutes. Have come one after another. At the moment, it is undoubtedly that Luo Sheng has once again demonstrated his status as a leader in the technology circle to the world. It is no exaggeration to say that it is only Luo Sheng who has the energy to invite these Silicon Valley big coffees. The big brothers will only sell Luo Sheng's face. Few people were able to invite these people. To a certain extent, they were actually reluctant to come. but had to come because Luo Sheng's achievements made them have to recognize them. Even arrogant Americans must now acknowledge Luo Sheng's status and influence in the global technology community. But it was limited to him. In fact, Silicon Valley basically knows Luo Sheng at present, and only this name is frequently mentioned. Others have heard about it, but that's it. The number of people who came to the first developer conference of OS was not large. There were only 600 or 700 people, half of whom were in the media industry, but the quality was absolutely excellent. Some were 100. And the industry's attention was extremely high. Whether it is the domestic internet technology community or Silicon Valley, everyone in the industry is paying attention. The big guys in Silicon Valley arrived in Sioux City yesterday. As the host, Luo Sheng naturally treated them with hospitality. They also met with Eric Schmidt, the head of Google, for the first time. This old man feels quite kind to Luo Sheng, but he doesn't really think so. Luo Sheng even wondered at one time whether Google has already started secretly drafting Android projects at home. Luo Sheng did not forget an important message. The last generation was when Eric Schmidt was in charge of Google, and he came up with an open-source Android system. Regarding whether the mobile phone operating system is to choose to develop the ecology or closed ecology, Luo Sheng has no tangled choices. Only children choose. As an adult, of course, all of them grab with both hands and be firm with both hands. Generally speaking, Luo Sheng prepared a dinner party for the Silicon Valley tycoons. The two sides had a good chat and quickly reached some preliminary consensus. At the moment, in the backstage of the developer conference, Luo Sheng said to Feng Yi, "Look at it, learn it well, and I hope you will host the next developer conference." Feng Yi nodded solemnly, but thinking of the future developer conference to host it by himself, it is not false to say that he is not false, especially when I see the list of people participating in the meeting today. Characters. Don't panic. There will be more big scenes in the future. Remember that you are also a big coffee in the industry, no worse than those sitting in the first row outside. Luo Sheng patted his shoulder and laughed. Just then, a staff member came over. "Mr. Luo, it's your turn." At this time, people in the background including Luo Sheng and others heard the applause of the press stage spokesperson. Luo Sheng stopped talking and immediately walked from the front entrance. Feng Yi looked at the figure of the boss, but also couldn't help but take a deep breath, and secretly cheered himself up. He could feel that Luo Sheng offered this stage to himself since he wanted to cultivate him, because he could entrust a headhunting company to invite the elite in the industry to do the job, but he didn't do it. But leave the opportunity to yourself first. At the same time, Luo Sheng came to the stage, and there was a round of applause, but compared with the press conference that day, these applause were slightly inferior. After all, there are many top-ranking figures in the industry, and the meaning is there. It can be said that the big guys who are in support will all have to explode Luo Sheng in their qualifications. It cannot be said that qualifications are not important. But there is no doubt that real achievements and capabilities determine the position in the industry. Luo Sheng is now so young that he has become a leader in the domestic science and technology industry. Wait for the exchange to exist. Good morning everyone, it's a great honor for me to have so many big names in the industry. With applause falling, Luo Sheng quickly made a simple opening and got to the point. It has been more than 30 years since the birth of the internet to this day. As of this year, the number of global internet users has reached 750 million. It has changed the world and changed the lifestyle of each of us. So, we can't help thinking, where is the future of the internet and big data? In my opinion, the development trend of the internet will follow 4 stages. We have now completed 2 stages. These 4 stages should be traditional: the 1.0 stage of digitalization of advertising, the 2.0 stage of digitalization of the content industry, and 3.0 stage of digitalization of the living service industry. Everything can be digitized at 4.0. The scene was very quiet. Many insiders silently watched the internet giants on the stage, listening silently. The number of people in the live media this time was over half. On the one hand, the attention was extraordinary, and on the other hand, it was held in Sioux City. More media, especially overseas media, needed to spread the concept of the developer conference. After all, the biggest goal of the developer conference is to bring developers from all over the world to play together as much as possible. Many domestic people at the scene were filled with emotions. In the end, they only sighed that the future was awesome. It is a miracle that many people in the mainland's science and technology circle can think of it, even if they were born in Silicon Valley. It is no exaggeration to say that at present, in the mainland's science and technology circle, Liu Sheng is definitely the brand leader, and even the only one who can stand up and have a presence with Gates and Schmidt. However, as a person in the industry, what Liu Sheng paid more attention to was the content of this lecture, which soon attracted people's attention. In his discourse, there is no doubt a noun that is particularly noticeable, that is, the digitalization that he has repeatedly emphasized. From this, it seems that it is no wonder that Liu Sheng will not hesitate to build large-scale projects worldwide at a cost of tens of billions in the data center. It seems that he wants to take heart in the rhythm of cloud computing services. However, what is more interesting to people present is that he said that the internet is developing at several stages. Listening to this tone is to judge and predict the meaning of the future at the developer conference. Steve Jobs has done this kind of thing. That was a decade ago. So far, the development trend of the technology industry is indeed moving in accordance with Steve Jobs' language. At that time, Steve Jobs was very young. Now there is a rookie celebrity in the industry, and a younger existence also has to predict that media organizations are most happy about this kind of thing. It is worth mentioning that this developer conference, Microsoft did not send someone. In addition, Apple is not among them. Many people are quite curious, but the industry did not know that very early on, the French Riviera Company and Apple could be regarded as a bridge. At this moment, Liu Sheng on the stage, paced on the stage, always with a calm expression, calmly continued to speak. In fact, the internet and big data have always been deeply interacting with the real economy. There is a basic element for all of this prosperity. It is to build on the real economy. If you leave the real economy, you will have a serious illness. It can't be seen now that it is covered up by false prosperity, and the longer the time, the harder it gets. Then how does the internet and data services interact with the real economy? At each stage, the internet and traditional formats are combined with each other. This combination is a way to digitize the traditional formats, thereby transforming the traditional formats from the real economy into the digital economy. In Phase 1.0, it was the digitalization of the traditional advertising industry. At this stage, the internet combined with the traditional advertising industry. Through datization, traditional advertising was transformed into a digital economy. If you look at it specifically, there were two well-known companies. One is AOL from North America, and the other is Wind Time and Space. These two internet companies were born almost in the same period and had similar business models. They attracted a lot of attention as soon as they appeared. They are the pioneers in promoting the development of the internet. Unfortunately, neither of these companies has been able to go far. AOL, the merger with Time Warner 6 years ago, is undoubtedly the biggest defeat in M&A history. Attendees at the scene were stunned, especially domestic practitioners. In their opinion, Time Warner is also a behemoth at present, and it is daring for Liu Sheng to not only point out the mountains and rivers on the stage, but also to be calm and outspoken. The young man is really sharp. Well, it's no surprise that he has been taught about his crazy side at previous press conferences. In many people's hearts, in shock or emotion, Liu Sheng's voice still rang through the audience. After AOL, the internet world ushered in a new superplayer, Yahoo. Yahoo is undoubtedly a great internet company. We can't get around the great company of the internet. If AOL is the one that opens the internet secret key, then Yahoo took a great first step. When Liu Sheng said here, many media people couldn't help but turn the camera to a Chinese person sitting in the front row of the conference. It was Yang Yang, one of the heads and co-founders of Yahoo. Mr. Yang seemed very calm, but he was surely in a good mood, although Yahoo is not as good as before. Having played together, of course, it is necessary for business to blow each other. But what Luo Sheng said is also true. Yahoo is not as good as before, but it must be affirmed that this company's position and influence in the history of Internet development are unshakable contributions. At the same time, Luo Sheng on the stage returned to the workbench on the side to sip, went to the midfield again and spoke. The great thing about Yahoo is that it established the basic economic rules of the Internet for the first time, and this economic rule is still followed by many Internet companies today and will still affect the entire Internet industry for a long time. So how did Yahoo establish this one rule? That is to integrate the traditional advertising industry with the Internet to complete the great mission of data transformation. If Yahoo is taking the first step in the development of the Internet industry, then the second step is done by another great company, which is Google. Google continues to evolve digital advertising through the continuous evolution of data-driven business models. The degree of automation. Many lenses have also focused on Google's current head Eric Schmidt. Luo Sheng on the stage bowed his head and walked away. After a moment of silence, he looked up at the auditorium and said again, soon after Google, the Internet bubble burst and the cold winter came. This winter of the Internet was not only cold and thorough, but also continued for a long time. It's amazing. But we have an old saying here, the year of Ruixuzofeng. By 2003, the Internet was recovering from a rundown and silence and was reborn. Our world has ushered in the era of Web 2.0, the beginning of data-to-industry datization. At this stage, data industry datization is constantly being transformed. Since 2003, Wikipedia has undoubtedly become one of the most representative Internet platforms in the Web 2.0 era. This year, Wikipedia reached a landmark moment of 100,000 entries. Now, Wikipedia is gathering all human beings. The content of knowledge, all of our human knowledge is being aggregated on one platform, which is the power of Wikipedia. In the era of Web 2.0, Blue Star Technology was born. This company will definitely leave a strong mark in this era. She has become a new pioneer of the Internet. At this point, as the founder of this company, I am honored and also don't want to be too modest. Luo Sheng smiled lightly. He said here that many foreign guests heard a translator and the audience immediately ushered in a laugh. This is really impossible to refute. Even if Blue Star Technology rapidly declines, it will certainly have a place in the history of the development of the Internet. Now it's more and more like a sky, and people still haven't seen where the ceiling of this company is. For this company, who in the industry doesn't know now? Who doesn't know? People looked at Luo Sheng's calm tone and calm smile, and saw unparalleled confidence, and sometimes they did not accept it. Blue Star Video, followed by the blog boom. A large number of social media platforms have emerged, and each of us has become a reporter, photographer, director and DJ. We share articles, photos, movies and music, etc. Content production, including text, pictures, videos, and music, has been fully digitized, and internal sources and methods of transmission have also undergone profound changes. Digital content has begun to replace traditional content and has formed new content ecology. Luo Sheng paused and looked around the crowd. We can see that in the short years, in the process, many newspapers have closed down or are about to fail. The development of some media groups has been squeezed, and they are afraid. Embracing the Internet, media groups' acquisition of Internet companies is common. From this we can see that technological changes and the trend of the big age are irresistible. To meet the new technological development trends, new business models must be found in order to survive in the future. When everyone heard this, they said in their hearts, yeah, the money has flowed into your Blue Star Technology Group's pocket, and it has flowed into your Luo Sheng's pocket. Last month, Blue Star Technology Group released its third quarter audited financial report. In the third fiscal quarter, revenue reached $3.9 billion and net profit reached $919 million. According to the disclosure, the Nasdaq stock price skyrocketed the following day, Not only surpassing it, Google also led the gap by $10 billion. With a total market value of $128.8 billion in after-hours trading. If it weren't for Google's third quarter revenue of $2.7 billion and a net profit of $733 million, higher than the $721 million in the previous quarter, it would have to fall below the $100 billion mark. Your Luo Sheng and Wall Street are full of blood. Everyone muttered. Luo Sheng didn't know that he was still pushing the conference at his own pace. Here, I would like to make a point. That is, technology will not annihilate the needs of users. On the contrary, it will only stimulate the needs of users and eliminate backward business models. In the foreseeable future, traditional industries will not embrace the internet, will be quickly eliminated. On the one hand, as technology advances, user needs will be stimulated more fully. For example, after Web 2.0, people's demand for news information has soared, both in breadth and depth, and on the other hand, backward business models have been gradually phased out. This is not an isolated phenomenon but a general phenomenon. www.intelnovel.com. Another example is that since MP3 is a music format, we have rarely bought CDs. But it is an indisputable fact that the music consumption level and dimensions have been greatly improved. In short, in the era of Web 2.0, the digital economy and digital technology have completed the data transformation of the content industry. The production and sales of the content industry have begun to move from separation to convergence, and will basically achieve a combination of production and sales. The industry people who came to the scene were also very impressed by this trip. It was the first time that someone had combed it so concisely, which also made people more admire the young people on the stage. It should be. He can definitely achieve today's achievements, but for the industry participants at the meeting, the next big thing is, Ps, there is still a final chapter today. 3 chapters are merged and 1 chapter is sent together. So Chapter 192. Big guys pretend to be 3 in 1. Thanks and rewards for the Helm of Fenrir. Book Friends 2018020613501750 inches and Kinks US. The media could not help but shake their spirits, and the language they liked was coming. At the same time, Luo Sheng returned to the side of the stage and drank half a bottle of water. He calmly returned to the stage and continued to say, I firmly believe that whether Azurix is successful or not, it will definitely have a place in the history of the internet because it opens the door to the era of Web 3.0. This product puts the internet in your pocket. The internet is in your hands. We have a real mobile internet from now on. This year is undoubtedly the first year of the mobile internet era. The datization of the living service industry will begin this year. In my opinion, the internet has come to this stage, and the mobile internet can transform almost all living services. The difference between the mobile internet and the desktop internet seems to be the way to access the internet. The former is a mobile phone, the latter the PC. The former is portable and the latter is stationary. But in fact, there is a fundamental difference between the two, which in my opinion is mainly reflected in 2 aspects. On the one hand, the mobile internet is always online. In the era of the desktop internet, once we leave the computer screen, it means that the network has been disconnected, so we are using the instant messaging software QQ or MSN. The most common words may be "Are you there?" "Goodbye," and so on. The desktop internet divides human society into 2 states, online or offline. In the era of the mobile internet, I don't think this will happen again. There is only one state, that it's always online, because it's in your hands, it's on you. Since it's always online, it's always visible, and since it's always visible, how can you see you again? So we will gradually not say in the era of mobile internet, goodbye. On the other hand, the mobile internet meets 3 dimensions integrated into the internet at the same time. These 3 dimensions are time, space, and identity. The first is the time dimension. In the 1.0 era, regardless of the portal represented by Yahoo, or Google, the representative search engines. Their information organization methods are based on user needs, and have nothing to do with time. In the era of the mobile internet, time is undoubtedly the most important information organization method. Every minute we spend online is offline life, the real manifestation of the same time. At the same time, the offline 1 minute and 1 second will be simultaneously mapped to the online, so it can be seen that the two will be merged into one. This is a brand new state. In virtual and reality, time has become the guide forward, an important way to organize information. Then the spatial dimension. Another easy to understand word is geographic location. In the desktop internet era, we have to go to a location to enter an address online, find a route, record it, and then travel. In the era of the mobile internet, geographic location, and wherever the phone goes, the geographical location is recorded. These are driven by data, making our travel more convenient. The last dimension is the identity dimension. Why should we emphasize this? In the desktop internet era, we are used to anonymous activities online. Anonymity is an important feature of the desktop internet era. In the mobile internet era, mobile phones will record user information. Any object may be given intelligence, which means that they all have an identity card, such as a trash can on the roadside. It is obvious that the concept of identity will become more and more important. Why can't identity be emphasized in the desktop internet era? The computer can be shared by multiple people, but the mobile phone has only one user, and the mobile phone becomes a carrier of user identity. Overall, the combination of the three dimensions of time, space and identity means that we can figure out 5 things: who, time, place, with whom, and what. These 5 things are all through the mobile internet connected. When Liu Sheng talked about this, he undoubtedly surprised the audience in the industry, and it was even more refreshing. And his sharing has directly caused countless entrepreneurs to be deeply affected and joined the wave of nuggets in the era of their mobile internet. This is the side Liu Sheng is willing to see. And it is also the idea he promoted to the world on the stage. The reason for these dry goods. The construction of the ecosystem can't rely solely on Blue Star Technology Group. What about the 4.0 of the internet? I think it is the deep interaction between artificial intelligence and the real economy. If the first 3 stages are concerned, the internet is developing around people. Since everyone can participate, then a table, a chair, should a roadside bin be connected to the internet? Everything in the world needs to be connected to the internet. I think it must and can be achieved. I firmly believe that after the internet has developed to a certain degree, our world will be a digital world with everything connected, and data will be slowly giving life to the inanimate things, will make the already living things more spiritual. In other words, everything can be datized at this stage. When everyone heard this, they all showed shocked expressions. There is no doubt that Liu Sheng was painting an incredible future. But there is a problem. This is too sci-fi. Yes, it is a sci-fi world. The industry insiders, especially some big coffees, were not surprised at the 4.0 stage of the Internet of Everything described by Liu Sheng after the shock. And the reason is very simple. This is too sci-fi. Now I am afraid that only sci-fi movies will happen. The scene cannot wait for hundreds of years. On the contrary, everyone is more interested in the mobile internet story described by Liu Sheng. This is not just an excellent story. The key is that it seems to be within reach. Although the emergence of Azurex mobile phones does not care in the eyes of Motorola and Nokia's traditional international mobile phone manufacturers, Eric Schmidt, the internet giants, are very concerned. Practitioners in emerging industries are undoubtedly more accepting of new things than those of Nokia's century soul giants, and are willing to embrace new changes, even get deeply involved. So today's developer conference, Liu Sheng's invitation, and they all came, even if Google recently secretly competed with Blue Star Technology. All in all, we hope to be a leader and pioneer in promoting the deep interaction between the internet, big data, cloud computing services, artificial intelligence and the real economy. Even if our final outcome is bruises or even a martyr, at least it's not pointless. At least we can provide references for later people, right?" Luo Sheng said with a smile. When this remark appeared, there was a burst of warm applause. This remark undoubtedly moved all the participants. This kind of spirit, this pattern and this kind of mind made a lot of others. People in several rounds are ashamed. Because they aren't just talking, they are really putting into action. Blue Star Technology Group has invested billions of dollars in cloud computing services without hesitation. After the applause ended, Luo Sheng said confidently, "Of course, we always believe that we are on the right path. In the foreseeable future, new kinetic energy will be generated, new fields will be opened up, and our world and our human society will usher in a new chapter." Some foreign media reporters present were also focused on this, because for the first time, they saw a Chinese who always put on the big picture of looking at the world and serving all mankind. Shouldn't this be something our Americans should do? You cross the border. Luo Sheng wants to know, and he will definitely answer him, "What should I do? How can I make better money for you?" Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. Luo Sheng has walked for more than 40 minutes from the stage to the present, and his speech has basically ended. Luo Sheng laughed a few minutes later. "We applaud the following and welcome Google's current CEO Dr. Eric Schmidt undertakes this developer conference." Some people who pay attention to details find that Luo Sheng's sparse and ordinary words also revealed that he is the first place to put technology, that is, the head of Google is called Dr. This is definitely the industry's top technology giant. Before being invited by Google to run the company, Larry Page worked at Bell Labs and later worked as CTO of Sun Computer Sunday. Sun, the company Luo Sheng, has been staring at it. Not 1 day or 2 days, everything is ready, but there is no good time and opportunity to start. At this moment, in a burst of applause, Eric Schmidt got up from the first row of seating areas and cast his compliment on the rear seating area. Then he turned to the stage. On the stage, Luo Sheng shook hands with him on the stage. "Mr. Luo, your speech is so shocking." Eric Schmidt smiled and looked at the young tech leader shaking hands with him, but at this moment the head of Google was talking on the scene. However, in my mind, after thinking back, Google should discuss the feasibility of a smartphone operating system. Too much reliance on the opponent's ecology is not a good thing for Google. If it is kicked out by the other party in the future, it will be dumbfounded. Ambitious people and ambitious enterprises will consider the problem of being controlled by others and will work hard to get rid of the problem of being controlled by others. There is a proper surface relationship. Google is now embracing OS enthusiastically. But in fact it is also very afraid that if the two sides are in conflict, the other party will kick Google services out of the OS ecosystem. As a tried and tested leader, it is impossible not to miss this level. At this point, after the two sides shook hands on the stage, Luo Sheng came to the workbench on the side of the stage, and incidentally opened a bottle of water and drank half a bottle of water and then said nothing. At the same time, Eric Schmidt on the stage said with a smile, "I am very honored that Google has been able to join the board of Blue Star Technology Group, and the contacts and exchanges between directors are very close." Eric's opening remarks were not abrupt. Before Blue Star Technology's IPO, Google did a final bus and invested a sum of 0.5% of the equity. Now, Google actually holds a 3.73% stake in Blue Star Technology. Definitely one of the major shareholders. And there is a seat on the board of Blue Star Technology Group, and Eric Schmidt has a name. With the development of the company, the board of Blue Star Technology has also expanded accordingly. But Luo Sheng always has more than half of the directors' nomination rights, and the directors he nominated have signed a concerted action agreement with him. In other words, Luo Sheng, the absolute board, has absolute control. Although Wall Street is very dissatisfied with Luo Sheng's totalitarian status within Blue Star Technology Group, it is still acceptable so far, and there is nothing to do for a while. Eric Schmidt has a translator in his ear. He speaks English on the stage, and only saw him jokingly said, "But if Blue Star Technology and Google merge, it's called Blue Jewel." Well, but I'm not in the market, and the Azure Coast is the protagonist today. In fact, I really like the new product AzureX and the new internet architecture method, mobile internet. Even if they are not merged into Blue Valley, can they come together? Don't they? Every company should try its best to do its best business. I think Mr. Luo has already practiced this sentence with practical actions. The structure of the internet is: now the internet allows you to have a large R&D wisdom team like the French Riviera, combined with open data interface services, such as Google, Blue Star Technology or other companies, to make them a seamless combination for users' wonderful experience. The biggest reason I like the AzureX product is that it combines the two for the first time. From a Google perspective, what we do is work hard to cooperate with other companies, especially Blue Star Technology and the French Riviera. The company's culture is similar, and at the same time, we work with many data services. Mr. Luo shows what he can do thing. But you need to know that it is very difficult for you to fully integrate data from maps and other places. If a person hasn't done it in person, he won't understand how difficult it is to integrate these together. The right place is indispensable and the integration is seamless. From my point of view, Google and me, we fully agree with Mr. Luo's previous description. This is a new era of data services, which is why Google has firmly entered the field of cloud computing services. With strong cloud computing capabilities, I hope that Google can also be one of the leaders in it, providing HTML, XML and other complex services so that AzureX browsers and other devices in the future can be used. Having said that, Eric Schmidt looked at Luo Sheng, who was silent on the side of the stage, and laughed. Mr. Luo, I congratulate you again. This product will definitely be sold. At the scene, there was an applause. Luo Sheng also hurriedly came to the stage midfielder to show his respect for his elders and respect for his partners. He shook hands with Google's leader again and smiled. Thank you very much. As a member of the board, I can send you an AzureX. The words laughed out of the audience. As Eric Schmidt left the stage, Luo Sheng once again took over the developer conference and smiled for the audience for a moment and said, "Thank you, Dr. Eric." Okay, as said before, when talking about the internet at that time, it is impossible without Yahoo. We not only have built-in Google Search, Google Maps and other services, we will also have Yahoo Search built in. You can choose which one to use, enter the search content and press the confirmation button. We will also have Yahoo IMAP mail service. Is very honored to invite Mr. Yang, one of the co-founders of Yahoo and also CEO, with applause. At the developer conference, applause resounded, and Yahoo's head came along. When the two sides shook hands on the stage, President Yang laughed. I'm not a director, but I want one. Can I? There was a sudden laugh in the field. Luo Sheng nodded and smiled. Of course, no problem. This episode was quickly passed. Luo Sheng gave the stage to the head of Yahoo, and General Manager Yang smiled with a look of surprise. Wow! AzureX mobile phone can do so many. This is an incredible mobile device. After the opening, the head of Yahoo also quickly entered the topic. Yahoo is very honored to cooperate with the Azure Coast. Not only the IMAP mailbox service, this is just the beginning. I hope there are more Yahoo services. We just released some new services, and we want to bring those services to this device as well. It's an innovative way to search. You can not only get traditional web search results, you can also integrate what you want in a small format. If you search for Silicon Valley, you will see all local news, weather, and maps displayed in front of you. Yahoo is redesigning, innovating, and reinventing the internet experience on smart mobile devices. Many insiders at the scene combined with the previous Eric Schmidt's speech, as if they heard some gunpowder smell from it. It seems that the two parties will start a new round of competition on this small mobile device. Will this mobile device become a new battleground for the internet giants? People realized that not only Yahoo, Google, but also Blue Star Technology, and even all internet companies. Even more curious is how Luo Sheng integrated them together. In fact, Luo Sheng did not spend much effort. Blue Star Technology has cooperation with Yahoo and Google, but at the same time, both parties have competition. With their mass, it is impossible to have any border contact, but this does not prevent cooperation between each other. Yahoo is the most positive because it does not want to miss a new frontier. Although Luo Sheng, the concept of the mobile internet, elaborated the concept in more detail for the first time at today's developer conference, the exact future is still unknown. But a word of Luo Sheng once at the Pengcheng IT Summit Forum Exchange Conference is also widely circulated in the Silicon Valley technology community. The cost of trial and error only brings economic losses, and the cost of making mistakes may bring a survival crisis. This sentence may be most profoundly understood by Yahoo. On the stage, President Yang paced back and forth, saying freely, in terms of email, you can not only have better services, such as preventing spam, address book, calendar integration. If you use Yahoo, it is like a BlackBerry that does not need an Exchange server again. This will mean that a seamless internet experience can be brought from a PC device to a mobile device. Finally, we want to combine what the Azure Coast has done to redefine smartphones. We want to be able to achieve the same achievements on the desktop internet on their mobile internet. We want to transform these successful user experiences and revolutionary user interfaces from takeout web pages and background services and bring them to smartphones. We believe that excellent software and hardware, web services and Web 2.0 are brought to mobile devices. In the end, President Yang looked to the side of the stage, and Luo Sheng had already come. After a while, the two sides shook hands again. President Yang laughed. Mr. Luo, you already know my address, remember to give me one. Ha ha, no problem. Luo Sheng said with a smile, watching the head of Yahoo leave. The developer conference returned to Luo Sheng's hand again, only to see him facing the attending audience laughed and laughed. Able with the world, it is so wonderful for the largest internet company to become a close partner. We have deep interaction and cooperation with them. We are very happy to bring these great technologies to Azure's mobile phones. Thank you all for helping us to put the internet into the pocket. Take the internet with you. The next picture is also quite interesting. Under the announcement of Luo Sheng, Zhang Bowen, the COO, Vice Chairman and Global Vice President of Blue Star Technology Group, was invited to the stage and gave him the developer conference. At the conference, Zhang Bowen announced that the family bucket of Blue Star Technology Group will also collectively move into the ecological chain of Azure's mobile phones. At the same time, the hearts of the participants were not calm. Luo Sheng was the founder of Blue Star Technology Group. Of course they knew it, but they still used the word actually in their hearts. Next, Xu Cheng were played on behalf of Teng Xun, and after the developer conference, there were successively domestic and foreign second-level but potential internet companies' heads or leaders. In fact, a family bucket of a Blue Star Technology Group has a strong lineup, and coupled with Google's services, Yahoo's services have basically included the mainstream services of the internet in the current era. Microsoft didn't come. Luo Sheng also invited, hoping that Microsoft's family bucket can also enter the Yahoo's ecosystem. But it doesn't matter if you don't come. For now, it's enough. When the tide of the big age is rolling in, Microsoft will take the initiative to hug, because no one will have trouble with Franklin and profits. As the head of Google, Eric Schmidt, said, the Yahoo's ecosystem was born under the factors of time, geography and harmony. For this world, it came too quickly and directly. Therefore, there are relatively few obstacles. Those century-old international manufacturers are not optimistic. As foreign as Azure's mobile phone as an electronic product, there are still many supply chains in Europe and the United States. A key chain. Luo Sheng could not find the flowers. So www.intelnovel.com Americans are actually more tolerant of Luo Sheng. The subtext is to fatten and then slaughter. This is exactly what Luo Sheng would like to see most. The other side pampers with the attitude of raising pigs. Luo Sheng himself uses the other person's indulgence to continue to promote the spare tire plan. Missed opportunity. The first developer conference of OOS was successfully concluded, and the smooth cooperation with internet giants such as Yahoo and Google has laid a high starting point for the OOS ecosystem. Time goes by, and the date of the official release of the Asurix phone is getting closer. Ps. Kang is cool today. Everyone know closing parenthesis so, but oh, it was squeezed out, and the manuscript is almost consumed. And there are few drops. What should I do? Suddenly I was a little panicked, and the landlord's house didn't have any surplus food. Chinese website. Chapter 193 Collective Singing of Old Manufacturers, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. Thanks for adding Fianren's reward, but also Fianmeng's main boss and two more. Fianmeng is powerful. Fianmeng atmosphere. In addition to the routine 3 changes, there are 5 changes today, and the last few chapters have been drained. With the end of the developer conference, the major media reports one after another. This is the second time that Luo Sheng has publicly shared his internet thinking and philosophy. It has caused a great response in the industry for a while, and the industry has also discussed it. What the media pays more attention to is Luo Sheng's combing and prediction of the 4 phases of the internet. Until now, people have gradually stopped paying too much attention to his age, and more concerned about his influence in the industry. Luo Sheng has undoubtedly become an idol in the minds of countless people, and has even become the object of imitation of many entrepreneurs. Because it is too powerful, it is even cooler than the well-known Silicon Valley big names. In the past, people in China worshipped Silicon Valley and imitated Silicon Valley, but now there are individuals who have to be convinced even Silicon Valley, and their bodies are very sincere to drop their body to study and imitate. It is worth mentioning that after Eric Schmidt returned to Google headquarters, as expected, a backhand stunned and actively and secretly prepared the smartphone operating system. As a mature large-scale technology company and multinational company, as long as you are not stupid, you will not put your own destiny in the hands of others. The third-party developers of this cooperation, whether it is Yahoo or Google, are supporting the mobile internet, preaching loudly, and endorsing Luo Sheng's platform with their own influence in the industry. Perhaps. But Luo Sheng thinks more. He is more willing to firmly believe that these partners are so hard, hoping that those old international mobile phone manufacturers will quickly enter this field, which is a way of realizing pressure. In this way, there are more mobile internet platforms. As third-party developers of mobile internet, they do not want to be tied down by OOS. If there is not even a second alternative platform, the mobile internet will take off in the future. It depends on Luo Sheng's face. Seen words are one thing and often cannot be taken seriously. In fact, they are very afraid of Luo Sheng's dominance, which is definitely not a good thing for third-party developers. Helplessly, the traditional mobile phone giants responded flatly and still did not like the touch screen, which could upset Google and other internet giants, and scolded a bunch of dumb pigs behind their backs. What about traditional mobile phone manufacturers? The heads of Benmai jumped out and sang the anti-tune. They saw that Luo Sheng and the internet giants were enjoying themselves, and they also paid attention. However, the traditional mobile phone giants still seem to be very stubborn. They just don't want to change. In fact, they are the only ones who know it. Right now, Asurix mobile phones are less than half a month away, and no matter whether they are international giants in the traditional mobile phone industries such as Motorola, Nokia, and Pentium, their internal senior executives are conducting frequent meetings. The discussion was to cope with the birth of touchscreen mobile phones, and the result was getting stuck. In fact, they really wanted to enter, but they were not fully prepared, and the investment was not small. In order to build this device, Luo Sheng took 3.5 years. plus his own ability to open and hang in the development sequence for a long time. Under these conditions, it cost more than $2 billion to create this work. Moreover, there are still many core components that are supplied by North American suppliers. Once the old United States puts in place a ban or something, the Azure Coast may be in danger of shock. Luosheng is constantly making up for this shortcoming and improving himself. It also indirectly shows how difficult it is. These traditional giants are in a tangled situation. Among them, Nokia is the most stubborn. To say that Nokia is the best-selling mobile phone brand in the world right now, it has about 70% of the global mobile phone market share. As the first Nokia to put forward the concept of smartphone, Nokia launched the Symbian OS 9 version last year, which improved software and content protection, and supports new ARM processors. By November this year, Nokia's global sales of Symbian smartphones had exceeded 100 million units. Can be described as the sky and the sky, all of which are rapidly occupying the market with a strong market share. Life is so nourished. How can you be willing to go tossing around? Naturally not, but these traditional giants are not doing nothing. In fact, they are still very active, but they are actively using the wrong place. With the end of the first developer conference of OS, it has caused a huge response in the industry. The traditional mobile phone giants seem to be tacit and sing together. This aspect of public opinion is very serious and positive. Côte d'Azur Company headquarters. Qin Huaimai came to the door of Luosheng's office, knocked a few times and didn't send a response. After a while, she tried to open the door. It was not cumbersome. As soon as the door was opened, the melody of the piano music was heard clearly. The piano placed in the office is still very empty around, and it can be seen that the area of this room is not small, and the sense of space design is very strong. Luosheng occasionally dances with music in his spare time. At the moment he is playing Last Spell, but compared with the past, he seems very relaxed this time. Finally no longer need to race against time. This run lasted for 3.5 years, building the Azure Coast from scratch until AzureX came out smoothly. It was finally time to stop and he was ready to take a break and take a good rest. Say something, I can tell, Luosheng said with a smile. He had noticed when Qin Huaimai opened the door. The industry has begun to sing the sound of AzureX phones, and more, many voices indicate support for traditional smartphones, and are not optimistic about the future of AzureX. Qin Huaimai came to Luosheng's office, paused for a moment, and looked at Luosheng and added, "Half a month left before the official release date. It will take time. Those traditional giants may not really be completely let go, but if it is limited to the offensive of public opinion, it is not a concern." Luosheng's 10 fingers danced quickly on the piano keys, features of etudes. At the end, Luosheng couldn't help sighing after playing a song. "I haven't played for too long, I have made mistakes a few times, even continuous mistakes. No matter how hard I practice, I'm afraid I won't be able to show off." Speaking of this, Luosheng got up and left the piano, returned to his desk and sat down, glancing at Qin Huaimai with a smile. "Those traditional giants are comfortable for too long, they will be slow, too comfortable and don't want to move. You what twins have you heard?" Qin Huaimai was no stranger to the light side of Luosheng. When he asked, he immediately passed a document in his hand to him. "This is the recent founder of RIM Company Balsley in the media. Some of the comments on it are very representative." Balsley. Hasn't this product recently been obsessed with ice hockey and is unable to extricate itself? He also knows his BlackBerry? Luosheng quipped curiously. He spends some time every day to learn about the industry information. Some time ago, Luosheng also heard that the co-founder of the RIM company would launch 3 professional hockey teams: the Pittsburgh Penguins, the Nashville Predators and the Phoenix Coyotes. For the tender offer, some media reported that he even litigated with one of them. The little life of this goods is quite comfortable. I took the file in Qin Huaimai's hand and opened it for a look. One of them was an excerpt from Balsley's evaluation of the new product on the Blue Coast in the face of an interview with the media. Azurix is just a new product entering an already crowded field. Consumers have many choices. As some Silicon Valley people say that it may trigger a big change in the BlackBerry landscape, I think it is a bit exaggerated. Even the launch of Azurix is good news for us, because this product promotes the attention of users in this field. This trend is definitely beneficial to our business. Bastly also expressed confidence in the media. Our product portfolio is very different. Either embark on a journey to the moon or crash on Earth. But everything on the journey to the moon is going well, and we will stick to this strategy. Luo Sheng couldn't help laughing when he saw this. He sincerely hopes that Mr. Balsley will continue to indulge in ice hockey. The giants are so dead, they often die by themselves. Haha. After skipping, Luo Sheng then went down to see the comments from other industry people. If I were to buy an Azurix phone, it would cost $600, or even $800, but it could not achieve some of the key functions that even a $50 phone can achieve, such as MMS, video recording, stereo audio streaming, etc. Seeing a comment from a Nokia insider, Luo Sheng smiled silently. All at once, how will the 3G version sell in the future? Strategies for squeezing toothpaste like Intel still need to learn well. I'm not so cold with Azurix, really. As a PDA user, this thing has nothing on my phone. Please quote Dear Sir, please make a real PDA. On the one hand, it is an excellent mobile device that is easy to navigate and use. But at the same time it has some serious disadvantages. The virtual keyboard can be used as a rotary phone for email and SMS tapping. You reading books www.uukansu.com. Don't be surprised if Azurix users spend extra time every day pulling emails on the road. They will regret not having bought a BlackBerry. Luo Sheng said with a firm face when he saw this typical appetizer evaluation. At a glance, the blogger's evaluation is that he took Balsley's money. How much money did BlackBerry give him? I gave him 3 times. Qin Weimar raised his eyebrows and looked at Luo Sheng with a strange look. Are you serious? That's fine. Luo Sheng laughed and threw the material aside. He didn't even care about the bad news in the public opinion, because he knows what users like, and the period of offline store development experience is enough to prove a lot of things. Luo Sheng is more concerned about the fact that these traditional giants are anxious to end up playing an overcast role, causing regional trade barriers, and other strange operations. This is the place that is most worthy of concern and active preparation, because the local market may be lost if you pay little attention. Chapter 194 Layout of the Subprime Crisis, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. As the developer conference came to a successful conclusion, Luo Sheng didn't really take a long vacation for himself, but pulled the energy from the two companies temporarily because there were more important things to deal with next. It was almost in 2007, Luo Sheng could not wait any longer. Now he has arrived at the best mobile phone conference, and there is no chance of harvesting. On Wednesday afternoon, Luo Sheng's office, coming. Luo Sheng responded and looked up. Qin Weimar entered his office, stood in front of his desk, and put down a stack of documents held in his arms, saying, "This is the material you want." Luo Sheng picked up the material to open the list, and watched silently for more than 10 minutes. Qin Weimar naturally embraced his hands in front of him, staring at the other without saying a word. This pose looks really super looking. But Luo Sheng's attention was not on her at this time. Just these two. Contact them as soon as possible. Besides, go ahead and prepare for a trip to New York with me in a few days. Luo Sheng took a pen and drew a check on the two lists of materials, namely, the Paulson Hedge Fund and the Hedging Hedge Fund, both of which are funds specializing in arbitrage and event-driven investment. Qin Weimar's eyes flickered and she could not help saying, "Go in person." "Are you afraid of exposing the source of funds?" Luo Sheng said, "Of course I will not trade in person. This is not my specialty. I just met the heads of these two funds and that's it." After hearing what he said, The doubts in Qin Weima's heart were quickly dissipated, and it was no problem to meet the heads of the two funds. They are also unlikely to disclose information about their investors. These hedge fund sources of funds are quite rich. Once the information is leaked without the consent of investors, it is not necessary for them to confuse on Wall Street, because there will be no more investors. Basically goodbye to his career. In particular, the more influential large funds, such as the Paulson Hedge Fund, in Liu Sheng's last life, their heads of operations since the subprime mortgage crisis, once overshadowed financial predators such as Serres. It is not an ordinary person in itself. Qin Weima couldn't resist the curiosity in his heart and looked at Liu Sheng and asked, "Should you tell me now? What should I short?" Liu Sheng tilted his head and stared at the beautiful face in sight. A financial turmoil from North American subprime mortgage bonds that has swept the world has been inevitable. After hearing this, Qin Weima could not help but pause for a while, and said, "When did you start to study financial bonds?" Liu Sheng laughed, secretly. When Yan Qin Weima shook his big eyes and thoughtfully said after a while, "Since I followed you, I haven't paid much attention to the international financial market. I just watch the relevant news occasionally and listen to you. That said, it reminds me of a foreign media report on financial aspects in the first half of the year. It shocked me. Subprime mortgages in the United States are crazy. Banks are madly lending, and they can even borrow money in the name of pets. Liu Sheng sighed, as Buffett famously said, "Fear when others are greedy and greedy when others are afraid." Feel the fear of the coming of the financial crisis during the collective greed and madness of the market. The bankers on Wall Street now are messing up with mortgages, CDS, and secretly guaranteeing debts CDOs. I can sell everything for money, and I can make money no matter where I gamble. The agreement. With that said, Liu Sheng got up from his desk, poured a glass of water by himself, and took a rest by the side of the sofa, looking at Qin Weima's beautiful side face. "Ready to cash out all the Blue Star Technology stocks held by the family fund, and I sell another 20 million shares. Or your stocks will be all sold out, to ensure that your value doubles. How about?" Qin Weima turned around and sat down next to him, staring at each other. "All? From an investment perspective, this is very irrational. What if I lose?" It is worth mentioning that in addition to holding the shares of Blue Star Technology Group in the assets under Qin Weima's name, more than 95% of the assets are in the name of the offshore family trust fund established for Liu Sheng. All the stocks of Blue Star Technology are cashed out and shorted. In case of no return, basically the rhythm of returning to zero overnight. Liu Sheng immediately sat down, watching Qin Weima's solemn words. "It is impossible to lose. I personally guarantee the mortgage to you, and I will lose it to you. The legendary man and money are both, or there is no loss in blood, right?" Hearing this, Qin Weima gave him an unhappy glance. "Follow me this way." Liu Sheng was serious. "In fact, I don't like sets." Qin Weima. Liu Sheng quickly changed his face when he saw this. "It's all right. Let's be serious. You take care of it." Qin Weima didn't hesitate too much, and few of them were unreasonable. "Okay, I believe you. Anyway, you will lose me anyway, but this is what you said. Don't regret it, otherwise." Liu Sheng resolutely rushed. "Otherwise, the ancestor would pay you back." Before the words fell, she flung towards the other side, causing the beauty to change her face slightly. Liu Sheng smiled and looked at her and said, "What are you panic about?" As the saying goes, the strong twisted melon is not sweet. Fortunately, I am not very thirsty, so I plan to keep it sweet. But I am super curious that you are usually how to solve that problem, or use a jump ball or something. Before the words were finished, Qin Weima, who was already blushing and shy, grabbed a sofa pillow next to him and threw it towards Liu Sheng, who caught his eyes quickly. "Hey, it looks hard to see how you are desperate. Did it happen to me?" To put it in the past, Liu Sheng will certainly not be so presumptuous, but since she took away her first kiss early last year and has this kind of indifferent relationship, She has roughly figured out her personality for so long. In this situation, without the presence of a third person, it is okay to take it cheaply, and even take a risk and try something. I do not have. Qin Weimu immediately denied that there was a feeling of getting darker and darker, and he felt speechless for a while. However, her professionalism as a lawyer calmed her down quickly. After a while, after adjusting her mentality, Qin Weimu shook a cold face towards Luo Sheng, leaned his head, and wrote on his face, "Don't want to ignore you." Luo Sheng coughed a few times and laughed. "Okay, let's talk about business and business. Well, you should deal with it as soon as possible and sell the stock to cash out." After confirming that he was no longer a hooligan, Qin Weimu just ignored him and talked a few words. After the matter was finished, she decisively walked away, so as not to be attacked by her again. According to Luo Sheng's decision, Qin Weimu began to sell Blue Star Technologies stock to cash out in order to reserve cash. The current market values of the top 10 listed technology companies in the world are: Microsoft, $293.5 billion, Cisco, $166 billion, IBM, $149.7 billion, Blue Star, $134.9 billion, Google, $125.8 billion, Intel, $117.5 billion, Samsung, $112.7 billion, Apple, $72.9 billion, Dell, $71.6 billion, Yahoo, $48.2 billion. In addition to the top 10 listed technology giants in the global technology industry, there is another major technology giant, Oracle, that cannot be ignored. But Oracle has not yet been listed, but the valuation has reached $88.7 billion. Since the release of the third quarter financial report of Blue Star Technology, the market value has risen again. Each release of the financial report will usher in a strong rise. The annual report will soon be released. Luo Sheng will not doubt that once the annual report is disclosed, it will definitely rise sharply, because he already knows the general revenue and other data, but is still under further audit. But there is no time left for Luo Sheng. Within the next week, Luo Sheng, Qin Weimu, and their affiliated offshore trust funds successively carried out large-scale cash withdrawals. The first was Luo Sheng, who sold 1.59% of shares on October 15, for a total of 21.78 million shares, and cashed out $2.14 billion at a price of $98.47 per share. Luo Sheng's holding of Blue Star Technology Group's shares has also been reduced from 27.53% to 25.94%. As the founder and helm of Blue Star Technology Group, the news of Luo Sheng's cash out came out and immediately triggered the market's great attention. The spokesperson on behalf of Luo Sheng held a temporary press conference the next day, explaining to the outside that the purpose of the cash out was to reorganize and optimize the allocation of personal assets and meet the restricted sales ratio, and the company was operating healthy. The subtext is, "Don't you guys see the wind is the rain? The company is developing very well, and the brother will not cash out and run with his aunt." In fact, Luo Sheng really wants to cash out and leave the market. In theory, he can throw away all of them, because above the Blue Star Technology Group, there is a company with a limited partnership structure that holds 100% of the Blue Star Technology Group. This limited partnership, it is the parent company of Blue Star Technology Group, and the company will not be restricted by sales restrictions. Everything is legal. Given such an explanation, it can be regarded as a responsible embodiment of the market and the majority of small and medium investors, and it has not caused much negative effects. Gates is also constantly selling personally held Microsoft stock. Some investors outside the company understand it as asset diversification, which is to say that eggs are not put in a basket, more professionally called hedging. Later, Qin Weimu also sold off all the shares of Blue Star Technology that she personally held, cashing out $1.75 billion. and all the family-like offshore trust fund pools such as Luo Sheng. Qin Weima now has a total worth of $1.8 billion. In the end, she realized that the offshore fund itself held Blue Star Technologies stock and cashed out $3 billion. When she first bought it, it was only $1 billion. In less than 1 year, she achieved a 200% return. This is the largest ever departure since the listing of Blue Star Technology Group. Even Wall Street is paying attention to it. No one knows which shareholder to throw away. The $3 billion exit. Blue Star Technology. The stock price has finally been volatile, and the emotional response of the market suddenly came up. Opening on October 14th, affected by this sentiment, Blue Star's stock continued to decline, and the market value of trading after the market fell to $133.5 billion. Some investors questioned if something went wrong with Blue Star Technology Group. I have to say that www.mentalnovel.com. The stock market is sensitive, especially large-scale funds quietly leave the market. The fluctuation of the company's stock price did not affect the operation of Blue Star Technology Group, and Luo Sheng did not explain anything. He only did one thing: held a meeting within the company, and stabilized the management, especially reminded not to pay too much attention to changes in the company's stock price, otherwise it will become a slave to profit. As long as Luo Sheng does not panic, there will be no panic in the management. Moreover, Blue Star Technology now has no shortage of money at all. Last year's second public offering raised $7.5 billion. Now the company's total cash reserves have reached $12.6 billion, which is only available worldwide. However, even if winter falls again, the company will have enough food for the winter. The cash-out plan actually reached $6.2 billion after tax. In mid-October, before the As-You release date arrived, Luo Sheng took Qin Weima and his team of more than a dozen people on a special plane to New York to start the harvest. Chapter 195. I'm looking for the most sensitive cheetah on Wall Street, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. Some readers think that the protagonist's hair will be this time. With the old beauty of urine, it won't change anything. If the time is up, it's time to you, and see that the high-touch field really when the competition is not enough, the hooligan starts to play. Of course, the protagonist will only make them hate the protagonist this time. Of course, Mr. Luo, don't be overwhelmed by debt. New York. Just like Buffett's widely spread investment motto, fear when others are greedy, and greedy when others are afraid. If you want to translate it into a play, John Paulson may be the best actor. It is worth mentioning that Henry Paulson, the current U.S. Treasury Secretary, has a name similar to that of his. But the two are doing very different things. John Paulson, 51, is jogging along a lakeside path here in Zongyang Park, New York this morning. Unlike other morning exercisers who relax, he looks frown at this moment. A heart-worried look. The North American real estate market today is as full as the park's full foliage. But this makes John Paulson's fund specifically shorting mortgage bonds has been losing money. What's more terrible is that the good news about the housing market is now overwhelming, and optimistic housing experts and lenders are constantly advocating that house prices will continue to rise or that federal authorities will lower interest rates to maintain the market. However, John Paulson is convinced that winter will come. By that time, even the booming branches and leaves will wither in the cold wind. But John also recently wants to prepare for the establishment of a second similar fund. Jogging in the picturesque Zongyang Park in New York is a good way to relieve stress. John tightened the zipper of his sweatshirt to speed up the pace. A few minutes later, John's assistant came to the park and quickly caught up when he found him. "Sir, a mysterious investor contacted the hedge fund and he reportedly brought in $3.3 billion in hopes of entrusting it to Paulson Hedge Funds." John immediately stopped and turned to look at his assistant and said in surprise, "What are you talking about? $3.3 billion? His assistant nodded. "Surely." "John, God, who is it?" His assistant shook his head and said, "It's under investigation." The information shows that it came from a trust fund that was not established, but he wants to be with you personally, and he claims to have arrived in New York, and hopes to meet you today. He said to be in a hurry. John Paulson became more curious, but more excited, preparing to build a second similar fund. I did not expect that investors would bring such a huge amount of funds. Reply to him, "I'll see you right away." John Paulson did not hesitate, immediately ended the morning jog, left the park, took a bath, changed into a suit and leather dress, and then went to meet in person at the first time. About 2 hours or so in the past, John Paulson came to a hotel on Manhattan Island and saw his curious client in a suite living room. "My God, is you, Mr. Luo?" At this moment, John Paulson looked at a young Chinese man in his gaze with a confused expression, except that Luo Sheng would not be anyone else. Obviously, John Paulson knows his big name, and it's impossible to know him. Luo Sheng is now a big tech giant, whether he is in Silicon Valley or Wall Street. It is also one of the world's first super rich. He knows those celebrities on the rich list. "Sit down, Mr. John," Luo Sheng said with a smile. Qin Weima was also in this living room, but John basically ignored her. After the shock, I was almost digested. I sat down next to me and thanked him, and then John said, "I didn't expect that the mysterious investor I met today would be the internet giant of the day." "Mr. Luo, what I want to know is why did you find me?" Hearing that Luo Sheng watched the other side, he did not shy away from the right gaze, and said indifferently, "I have a handful of funds in my hand, and I want to trust it to the world's most profitable hedge fund for a period of time. And now sitting in front of me is the most sensitive cheetah on Wall Street." John seemed to be shocked by what he thought, but in the end it was a cheetah on Wall Street. His mental activity was not manifested, but he asked tentatively, "Excuse me, Mr. Luo, are you also seeing the housing market crash?" "Yes," Luo Sheng admitted without hesitation. At the end, he only saw that he took up the goblet on the table and asked John Paulson for a drink, drank a sip, shaking the drink in the glass, and said to himself, "The North American housing market should start a skyrocketing model from 2001. At that time, Greenspan, the then head of the Federal Reserve, quickly cut short-term interest rates from 6% to 1.75% in response to the bursting of the technology stock bubble and the market panic caused by the terrorist incident. In the following 2 years, it continued to be reduced to 1%, and it remained until 2005. Too low interest rates have caused a flood of liquidity. The Case-Shiller index of 20 major cities in North America has almost doubled in 5 years. From the previous year to last year, almost everyone was intoxicated by the great market situation. All financial institutions are doing subprime loans. John Paulson was shocked. Although he knew he was certainly not the only one who saw the potential crisis in it, Luo Sheng's words were incredible. From the tone of the other party, he seemed to have a hunch 5 years ago. This, isn't he from the tech world? Crisis is an opportunity in the eyes of short funds. At the same time, Luo Sheng hurriedly continued, "I don't know if Mr. John felt it. Since last month, the subprime crisis seems to have begun to take shape. The market is now prosperous but has already faced great pressure. In less than 2 months, there is no need for the housing market to fall. As long as the rise slows down, a crisis will emerge." At this time, John Paulson's heart turned into a spirit. He didn't know why Luo Sheng was so determined, but it didn't matter. It was a good thing. The second fund did not unexpectedly fall. As for the identity of the other party, who cares? In John's eyes, Luo Sheng is one of his potential large customers. Like other investors, everyone's bond is maintained, and that is Franklin, the green dollar bill. That's all. John was nodded again and again. "I totally agree. My hedge fund research department studies subprime mortgage products and found through a mathematical model that in fact, the housing market does not need to fall at all. It only needs to reduce the annual growth rate by less than 5%. Then the subprime loan, the default rate will rise sharply. In fact, by analyzing a large amount of data, we found that the default rate had risen a lot before the peak was reached early last year. Speaking here without Luo Sheng, John quickly added, "But Mr. Luo, although I firmly believe that the housing market is about to collapse, I still cannot find financial instruments to express my exact opinion." A few words from the other side made John Paulson realize that although the other side is a mixed tech industry, he is obviously a financial master. Even if he is not, there must be a master plan behind him to deal with such people. It is a wise choice to be frank. Not to mention that the other party came to the door actively. John Street knows that there are so many funds on Wall Street that hedge funds are not the only option. Luo Sheng said straightforwardly, "You don't need to show me a theoretical model to prove that the housing market will collapse, because I am more convinced than you. I have $3.3 billion of funds here that can be remitted to your hedge fund at any time. This will be the greatest deal in history, Mr. John." John: "Yes, it is enough to talk about smart people." The two sides hit it off, and things were finalized within 3 days. Luo Sheng's $3.3 billion was remitted to the Paulson Fund. To this end, John Paulson's foundation will draw 0.9% of the profits as fund management fees according to the agreement between the two parties, and John will also enjoy an additional huge remuneration, which is proportional to the rate of return that the foundation brings to investors. It is worth mentioning that this agreement was not signed in the name of Luo Sheng. He was very cautious, and John also saw that the other party wanted a lifeblood Washington. But it doesn't matter to John, he only needs to invest this money in a Paulson hedge fund. www.mtlnovel.com. Even if the other party is not so cautious, John will not disclose the information of his investors. Even the FBI will not hesitate to come to investigate. After all, it's a matter of your career. The funds will be sold short and cost-effectively by short-selling CDOs with subprime bonds as collateral, and using credit default swaps CDS. John Paulson received Luo Sheng's huge sum of US $3.3 billion, which directly led to the successful birth of the second similar fund of the Paulson Fund. The two funds he managed quickly emerged on Wall Street, and after a period of time, a large number of anonymous funds poured into the Paulson Fund. Their total size even reached an astonishing $30 billion. If North America finds out that Luo Sheng is one of the big bears, he will hate him even more. But for Luo Sheng, it's a matter of time before Lomai gets to him. There is no reason not to take as much as he can. Chapter 196. I want to short these bonds, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. 1 week later, the head of the Legacy Fund, Michael Barry, was sitting where John Paulson was, and the person sitting face to face with him was Luo Sheng. After the meeting, there was a huge gap between Michael's image and Luo Sheng's impression. He couldn't see John Paulson's straight-fitting financial mail suit. A shirt plus shorts is standard for Michael. He has a habit of running around the office barefoot, and he's a drum in his office. When Michael was a kid, he lost one eye because of cancer. Now he has a false eye. He began to learn about stock market knowledge when he was in the 2nd grade. At the beginning, he simulated investment. By middle school, he has begun to invest real money in stock market transactions. In fact, he almost became a doctor in the beginning. However, the investment attracted a lot of his attention, and he spent almost all of his free time all night, and started a special blog for this. This caused him to fall asleep while standing during a complicated surgical operation, and damaged the patient's oxygen tent. He was eventually driven out of the operating room by the doctor. At the age of 29, he bid farewell to his doctor's career, and set foot on Wall Street. Become a trader. Those who know him are used to calling him Dr. Michael, not Mr. Michael. It turns out that Michael belongs to Wall Street, and he was born an excellent trader. He founded Successor Capital in 2001 and created a pretty amazing return for investors. In the year he founded, he brought in a horrific return of 55.44% for investors. At this moment, Luo Sheng watched Michael. He didn't know what the heir of the Successor's Capital was. If it didn't work, he would prefer to take care of the remaining $2.9 billion in Paulson's hedge fund. So Luo Sheng decided to play every time and asked, I now have $2.9 billion in cash lying in the bank, and I lose tens of thousands of dollars a day. The return on investment of inherited capital is quite amazing. I will take care of this $2.9 billion for you, Michael, but before that, I need you to answer my two questions. How much cash does the First Heir Fund now have, and what will you do with my money? Michael immediately responded without any hesitation, $1.3 billion. If you give me $2.9 billion, I will bet against the US housing market and credit default swaps. Suddenly, Luo Sheng stared at the halter with a blank look, and subconsciously said, what? Michael recognized it when he saw Luo Sheng, a technology giant from China. The super rich among the top 10 in the world's richest list, is also the youngest billionaire in the world. However, Michael does not think that he can be as easy to handle in the financial market as in the technology industry. In his opinion, Luo Sheng contacted him this time, mostly because he had passed on the decent return of investor capital to investors, so he wanted in trust a sum of funds to inject the hedging capital to hedge or appreciate, and nothing more. To attract such a super rich, Michael is still a little proud in his heart. So he said to Luo Sheng, in the 1930s, the housing market in the United States plummeted by about 80%, and half of the loans were in default, but there are many signs beforehand, and everyone can see it. For example, in the investment boom, one feature is the increasing complexity and rate of financial fraud. Do you know that these issues are rising at the moment? And they have reached a new high since the 1930s. Luo Sheng shook his head. So, what does this have to do with your gambling market? Michael smiled and said, you may be confused by the level of mortgage-backed securities, subprime mortgages, and bonds, but this is normal. Wall Street likes to use these seemingly high terms to make non-professionals think they are professional, even make investors incapable of questioning those investments. It's dinner time, and Luo Sheng is invited. He personally poured a glass of wine for Michael, and then looked around at the delicious food on the table, pondering that it should start with that plate, and said casually, eat while drinking and talking. The best thing is to make me a non-professional listener understand. Thank you for your wine. Michael responded politely and continued with a sip. The so-called mortgage bonds are making the big banks crazy. They earn billions of dollars on a 2% commission on each bond, but later find that there are not enough loans. The house is limited to those who have good jobs and can afford it. Banks have to fill up with high-risk credits and keep their money-making machines running. These high-risk credits are subprime loans. But it's just a bunch of A-grade home loans. In the past, there was a federal government guarantee. But now it's different. There is no guarantee. It is divided into a bunch of levels. The highest level is AAA, and you can get the repayment first. The lowest level is B, the slowest to get the repayment, was the first to default, but the Bleeville profit is good, but the risk is high, and sometimes it will default, and if B and BB continue to develop, they will go from low risk to almost garbage. Michael took another sip of wine and commented that Luo Sheng bowed down for dinner, saying with the spirit of wine, this is the lowest level of consumer credit rating. No proof of income is required. Floating interest rates are also junk. The default rate has risen from 1% to 4%, and as long as it rises to 8%, there will be a lot of BBB grades return to zero. So I want to short these bonds, which means betting. Luo Sheng looked up at him immediately. You said that the default value of 8% of bonds will be zero, and it is now 4%. Michael, yes. Luo Sheng, how about 8%? Michael even leaned back in his seat, hugged his arms for a moment, and then looked at Luo Sheng. If it reaches 8%, the economic situation in the United States will boom. It will even cause a comprehensive economic disaster. Sooner or later, someone will find this investment target. Mr. Luo, we must act quickly. Luo Sheng was still calm and asked, You want to use my money to sell unsecured mortgage bonds. How can you confirm that these bonds are worthless? Michael replied patiently, I have done a quantitative analysis and research. The housing market is supported by these bad debts. This is a time bomb. I want to short it. Luo Sheng asked again, what to do? My company also bought real estate in the Bay Area. As far as I know, mortgage bonds do not seem to have insurance contracts or options. Michael replied methodically, Sir, this is what I do. I want the bank to help me tailor insurance, and then I will buy credit default swaps, just like bond insurance. As long as bonds default, credit default swaps, it will compensate me. Mortgage bonds will definitely collapse slowly. If you give me $2.9 billion, I can bring you tens of billions of dollars of short-term excess returns. Luo Sheng chewed on the food and said a moment later, it's a very enticing statement, but at the foot of Wall Street, why didn't anyone notice this? Michael laughed sarcastically. The entire Wall Street is in a carnival moment. Greed and madness are busy selling bonds to collect fees. Luo Sheng asked again, is the bond really so bad? Is it legal? Michael replied, no one knows the contents of the bonds. I have seen 65% of AAA mortgage bonds, but 95% of them are subprime loans with a consumer credit rating below 550. What happens when the market thinks the risk is too high? Secured claims can turn the housing crisis into a national economic catastrophe, even from the United States to the world. Speaking of which, Michael stared at Luo Sheng awaiting his reply, who was picking up a napkin and wiping his mouth. After a while, Luo Sheng said calmly, she is my assistant, and tomorrow she will charge $2.9 billion to play. Michael couldn't help but pause for a while. www.mtlnovel.com. After returning to God, he took a long subconscious breath and finally showed a bright smile. Xiang, Luo Sheng said solemnly, thank you Mr. Luo, thank you for your trust in me. Soon after, Michael Barry left. He took away $2.9 billion of investment from Luo Sheng. Of course, it cannot be cash. This money has been prepared for a long time and can be remitted to the account of the successor fund the next day. As soon as Michael Barry left, Qin Weimar stared at Luo Sheng with a smile. You guys have quite a set of acting skills and can't see any flaws. Various talents are also rich in money. Luo Sheng laughed, suddenly adding in his heart quickly, it's late, so why not stay here for one night, eh? In fact, it was just around 7 in the evening. Qin Weimar was too lazy to ignore him, and soon left Luo Sheng's room. She was going to prepare the contract materials for the successor fund tomorrow. Chapter 197, Happy Mildew, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. After signing the contract, Michael Barry did not hesitate after he entered the fund pool of $2.9 billion, and immediately went to major banks in Wall Street to run business the next day. Deutsche Bank. In a reception room, several bankers interviewed Michael Barry for business. I want to buy a credit default swap on a home loan bond. Once those bonds default, the credit default swap will compensate me. Several of the bank's business staff, including the supervisor, were stunned, thinking that they had heard it wrong, and after they responded, they asked uncertainly, if I didn't hear you wrong, you just said you want to bet against the housing market? Michael nodded, yes. An interviewer at the interview said puzzledly, why? Americans don't pay mortgages, but this has never happened. Michael, this seems like a stupid investment. Michael thoughtfully, according to the average person's view of the housing market, this is indeed an extremely stupid investment. But everyone is wrong. After hearing this, the bank staff who could not help but laughed, and quickly disguised the embarrassing and elegant smile. This joke is very interesting, but this is Wall Street, and the US dollar bills are not white. Don't take it, so why not? Michael actually emphasized, I only care about the default of bonds, and I want to determine the solvency of your bank. The executive salesman sitting opposite him heard an incredible saying, what are you talking about? Sorry, are you serious? You bet against the housing market, But you are worried that Deutsche Bank will lie? Michael responded upright, yes. Several bank clerks looked at each other and exchanged in private in a while. I think we can promise him that unless the housing market crashes, the housing market is unlikely to crash, and it is still sound. Agree, who can't afford the mortgage? After chatting for a while, the head of the executive looked at Michael and said very formally, no problem. We can adopt a pay-as-you-go mechanism to compensate for the default of the bond, but if the value of the mortgage bond goes up, you have to pay us monthly. Is the premium acceptable? Yes, I accept. Michael nodded, said, took out a 100-page thick document from the briefcase on his body, put it on the table and pushed it in front of the other party, and said, this is my 6th-grade mortgage-backed bond that I want to short. The proposed offering notes said, this is a very thick and speechless material. You have to take a closer look. The time elapsed, every minute and hours passed. After confirming that it was correct, the bank executive said, Mr. Michael, we can sell Deutsche Bank. How about a $10 million credit default swap? Some fool came to send money. This was taken care of by the goddess of luck. After signing it, they would earn a lot of commissions. Several bank employees were secretly happy. Michael hugged his back against the seat with both hands, dazzled continuously, and drew his nose in a moment of silence. When the people on the bank thought he might repent or the offer was too high, Michael looked at them and said, Can you sell me $200 million? The people on the bank were dumbfounded. They all looked at each other stupidly, and nodded without hesitation after returning to God. Of course, then $200 million. We will contact you to submit some documents. After finalizing everything, Michael left the bank. After very politely sending Michael away, the bank employees laughed on the spot. The $200 million credit default swap is crazy. Haha, I didn't expect someone to come and give money in vain. Why is there such a stupid thing on Wall Street? I swear, I am absolutely taken care of by the goddess of luck today. Bear Stearns Investment Bank. In the reception room, Michael and the person who met him said, can you sell me $350 million in credit default swaps? There were 2 people interviewed by him at the bank side. When Michael said this, one of them looked at him strangely and said, no problem, but are you really sure you want to do this? Just after the words came down, another banker stopped his colleague and looked at Michael on the spot. He responded with a smile and affirmatively, without any problems, we sold it. And it was a credit default swap of $350 million. Michael stepped out of the Bear Stearns Investment Bank store, stood still at the door, took a deep breath with his eyes closed, and murmured, there is still $1,285 million in cash. At the end, he opened his eyes and strolled away. He saw a taxi passing by and stopped, then took a ride to the next one. National Mortgage Bank, Bank of America, Citibank, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs Investment Bank, Credit Suisse Group, etc. Michael bought the credit default swaps of a total of $4.2 billion in cash from the Heritage Fund. But he is not the only one doing this. Many people have been buying credit default swaps one after another, but the amount is not large and has not received much attention. The only 2 hedge funds are too large in proportion. They can't be ignored. They spread on Wall Street in a few days. One is Michael's successor fund, which bought $4.2 billion. The other is John Paulson's Paulson Fund, which bought $8 billion. Goldman Sachs corporate headquarters. Paul Watson looked at his colleague and said suddenly, what do you say? You say it again? His colleague Lahaha said, just 3 hours ago, I sold $270 million in mortgage default swaps on a mortgage default. A California fund manager, Michael Barry's successor fund, brain convulsions, crazy. Appreciation of mortgage bonds has to pay premiums every month, a new cash cow. I don't even know that there is a credit default swap on a mortgage, Paul Watson said. His colleague said cheerfully, now, for him, he wants to bet on the housing market. Why not accept it? Not only that, in order to sell the housing market, I heard that he has run almost all the banks on Wall Street. Paul Watson said. How much? His colleague smiled. US $4.2 billion. I guess the investors of the Heritage Fund would be mad if they knew it, but what does it have to do with Goldman Sachs? Luo Sheng spent about 10 days in New York. The main purpose of this trip has been achieved, and there is no need to stay. If it wasn't necessary, he really didn't want to stay in North America for too long. Just a few days after he arrived in New York, the newspaper he read reported that there had been 3 shootings in the city. One of them was at night. Died. However, Luo Sheng was on the island of Manhattan and didn't know about it without reading the newspaper. The rich area is quite safe. Qin Weimar came to Luo Sheng's guest room early this morning and brought a bundle of rolled up US dollar bills. Qin Weimar threw it to the sofa. This is the cash you want. In addition, the return trip has been arranged. The plane is about 11 a.m. Qin Weimar was also very suspicious of how Luo Sheng asked her to bring cash, but did not ask anything. Luo Sheng basically had no cash on her body. Well, I see, you go. Luo Sheng responded without looking up, sitting comfortably on the sofa in his living room in his nightgown, while he was reading the New York newspaper. As Qin Weimar was preparing to leave, she suddenly looked towards the bathroom of the guest room, because it seemed that she heard the sound of water. Someone in the bathroom. When she heard a question floating suddenly, she felt a bit inexplicable after speaking. Why asked this suddenly? Luo Sheng looked away at Qin Weimar, who was full of doubt, and said with a smile, "Yes, the waiter called yesterday, woman, you understand." As soon as this word came out, Qin Weimar retracted his eyes and glanced at him. Boring. His Majesty twisted and left the place. Luo Sheng could not help but put down the newspaper, confirming that Qin Weimar left a sigh of relief immediately after leaving, just seemingly stable with skin on the surface, but in a panic and anxiety. For women, especially women like Qin Weimar, it is necessary to use reverse thinking and anti-routine strategies to make her intermittently autistic. Luo Sheng feels that his witty ebb is indeed the most dangerous and safest. Qin Weimar thought that this recidivist wanted to take advantage of his mouth and simply flashed people. After a few minutes, the sound of water dripping from the bathroom stopped, and not long after, a supermodel beauty from Havana, Cuba went out to bathe barefoot. She entered the bedroom silently. A few hours before leaving for New York to return home, www.mtnovel.com, Luo Sheng enjoyed a Western meal and paid a lot of energy, not to mention a lot of money. Frankly, Luo Sheng felt very expensive, but the super value. Exotic flavors are indeed fresh and delicious, and occasional tasting is also possible. And a bit more expensive should be. It is difficult to have a meal for so many days. You must know that Luo Sheng is young and energetic, and has an appetite. It is worth mentioning that Luo Sheng's discerning, delicious taste that can enter other methods, safety and tenderness are the basic requirements. It must also be full of color and fragrance, and it must be fresh and not bad. He never eats overlord meals, eats money, and is righteous. Otherwise he is a hooligan. At 11 a.m., Luo Sheng set off for a special flight to return to China. He originally wanted to take a trip to Menlo Park in the Bay Area, but thought that this time he came loc and did not speak out. Just forget it. Come back home. The layout here is done, just sit and wait. After a year, you can count the gramps when you count the money. Chapter 198 Azurex release. The latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. The trip to North America came to an end, and the launch date of the Azure phone came mid to late December, Europe. Yao Jianhong is still in Europe today. To be exact, he is in Germany. Today is December 23rd, and there is only one day left until the product goes on sale. On sale tomorrow. Special vehicle. Yao Jianhong came to a single flagship store on the Danube River in Germany. After getting off the car, he did not walk towards the flagship store, but watched from a distance. At this time, Yao Jianhong saw a long line of large open spaces outside the flagship store, arranged in the shape of a bow, and even saw a lot of dents. It looks like there are more than 600 or 700 people. Looking at Yao Jianhong from a distance, he could not help but say with satisfaction. Seeing this picture, he knew that ASURX's sales have basically stabilized. As the general manager of Supply Chain and Global Sales and Service President of Azure Coast, his My Heart is stable. After a while his accompanying assistant said, General Manager Yao, the flagship stores had closed the experience window a week ago, and the second day after the closing, there were consumers waiting in line to wait. It's crazy, really selling. What? Yao Jianhong couldn't help but smile slightly when he heard it. He had to buy it before setting up a tent. It was absolutely true love. Mr. Yao, would you like to go to the store? I'll contact the person in charge of this offline store, his assistant asked. No, let's go. Let's go and see what's going on in the mall. Yao Jianhong shook his head and said, after watching the picture of many consumers lining up for a while, he turned on his car and went to the next offline Monopoly shop. On the afternoon of the same day, Yao Jianhong came to another city in Germany, looked at the local shopping mall, and formed a long line. That night, Yao Jianhong stayed at a nearby hotel for one night, and at the same time, news of offline stores in other parts of Europe were also reporting to him, and the scenes were probably similar. According to a series of information currently obtained, ASURX has won the recognition of European consumers. The development experience of more than 2 months in a row has completely dispelled some European consumers' doubts and moved these Europeans. Because before that, many Europeans actually have hesitations on ASURX mobile phones, and have kept a lot of questions about whether this consumer electronics product from China has quality and other issues. The actual experience and at least 3 years of after-sales service guarantee dispel the anxiety of consumers who like this product. After all, the price of this product is not cheap. The price in Europe, the retail price of an ASURX 4GB model is excluding the exchange rate change is about 5,145 yen, the retail price of 16GB model is excluding the exchange rate change is about 7,200 yen. Because of tariffs, prices will inevitably rise. December 24th. Today is the global release date of ASURX mobile phones. It is Christmas Eve, and tomorrow is Christmas. The Riviera's money viewing plans abroad. No, the marketing plan is well organized. London. At 9 AM local time, the major offline stores in the European area opened almost at the same time, and the average number of consumers waiting in line for each offline store reached 525. The atmosphere at the scene was also very hot. With the celebration of fireworks, consumers who have been waiting in line for a long time are also cheering. Their mood was that they finally waited for this day. Looking forward to more than 2 months, it is not easy to buy the first time. I want to buy a 4GB model, thank you. Okay. A total of euros. May I pay in cash or credit card? Swipe it. 2 16GB models. Thank you. A total of €8. Is it cash payment or credit card? Swipe. At this moment, in this offline store, ASURX mobile phones are constantly taken out of the warehouse and delivered to the hands of consumers. Time passed by every minute. Consumers queuing for purchases continued to increase on this day. At the end of the long queue waiting for purchases, they are still ranked outside the 89th place. The outstanding industrial design of the ASURX mobile phone is really very beautiful. It is definitely one of the most anticipated Christmas gifts this year. Some consumers prepare Christmas gifts for themselves and some for the other half of their love, or whatever. In a single flagship store in London, a group of journalist partners are heading to the offline store. The hot buying scene in front of them also surprised them, but was not shocked, because as early as a week ago, the news has been reported on the news media. From 1 week ago, ASURX mobile phones began to gather a large number of consumers in major offline stores in Europe. These phenomena are undoubtedly confirmed in advance for the sale of ASURX mobile phones. Since the week before, the industry's attention has remained high. It was already shocked. As for now, watching the Chinese people frantically earning money is inexplicably sour. Hello, our reporter from BBC, can I give you a simple on-site interview? The reporter immediately caught a young man who just came out of the store. The shopping bag in his hand showed that he had bought an Azurix phone. Of course can. The young man named Barrett nodded happily, and was a little timid when facing the camera. Reporter, how much did you spend on the equipment you purchased? Barrett, I bought two, one was a 4GB model. This is to help my friends snap up. I bought the 16GB model myself, for a total of €8. Reporter, are you satisfied with the price of Azurix? Barrett, honestly, I'm not happy with the price. As a less affluent me, it's really too expensive. Reporter, why do you choose a product that is not satisfactory in price? Barrett heard this question from the reporter and pondered for a moment before saying, because I really like this phone very much, although it still has some flaws in my eyes and the price is also very expensive. I paid attention to the OS developer conference, but I didn't wait for OS 2.0 at all. You don't need new hardware to fall in love with Azurix, because OS 1.0 is enough. Wait until the software is updated. How to say this is difficult to describe in language. Barrett, with a tangled face, suddenly had a flash of light, and immediately said, so let's say, when I first met Azurix, it was like a teenager who met his first playboy in his life. Yes, it was this feeling. This is the sexiest technology product I've ever seen. It's just not tuneless. Reporter. After a while, the reporter who interviewed him smiled awkwardly and elegantly, quickly passing the topic and asked again, what do you think of the Azurix experience? Barrett answered without a thought, I think one of the biggest technical achievements of Azurix is that users can easily slide the content by touching the screen with their fingers. The first experience of the touch screen is very beautiful, and the high-resolution screen is gorgeous. Helvetica fonts have never looked better on the screen. Everything is very fast and sensitive. Barrett quickly added, when you drag something, whether it is to slide to unlock the phone, or to zoom in on photos or web pages, the dragging action follows your fingertips. So far I have not found Azurix in the UI which element of the interface does not make people feel super happy, and it's all true, that's important. Between the lines, he showed his love for this product. The interview soon ended. The reporters of BBC caught a few consumers and conducted a simple interview, all of which were well received. BBC editorial department. Clyde www.intelnovel.com. Did the interview video come back? How much of the recorded content is negative? Upload the negative comments online. Let me see. Oh yeah, it's unbelievable, it's all praise, it's almost rave reviews. What? Not a bad review? That's it. Don't believe it. Come and see. Damn. What international joke. Did the frontline reporter secretly collect Liu Sheng's money? Hurry up and find some nurseries. I want a bad review, preferably a long review. Okay, this. Is this really good? I am the editor-in-chief. I have the final say. I have to do things after I receive the money. This is the basic professional ethics. Okay. And such a hot selling scene, even those traditional mobile phone giants are shocked. Those who look down on the industry are undoubtedly surprised. Chapter 199. The latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. New week. Recommendation tickets, monthly tickets are all paid. With the launch of the Azurix mobile phone on December 24th, a new upsurge was triggered, and the sales response was enthusiastic. Major media also reported one after another. The Côte d'Azur company made the world's news headlines for the first time. At the final close in 2006. Liu Sheng once again became the focus of attention of the global science and technology community. Such a booming sales boom has also attracted a lot of attention. Among them, two analysts from Deutsche Bank, Lloyd Wormsley and Carrie Kester, both of whom experienced the Azurix mobile phone offline experience at that time, I began to carry out in-depth research on this product and wrote 2 research notes. On the second day after Christmas, this research transcript was publicly disclosed to the media. Analyst Kester's forecast is that the first week of sales of ASUROX mobile phones may reach 320,000 units, and annual sales may reach 8.5 to 9 million units. It will generate more than $7 billion in Tera sales. Overseas news has also returned to China one after another, with major media in the mainland vying for reports. To this day, Luo Sheng has unquestionably become the first recognized technology in the mainland, even if his achievements have made many industry players who have worked hard in the industry for many years. They have long been famous. Even after the release of ASUROX, some insiders said that in the domestic consumer electronics field, the Azure Coast company is the most likely to surpass the stable communications giant in the next 3 years or even 2 years. Global sales this year have reached $11 billion. At this time, people only realized and dug out the cooperation between the two companies 3 years ago. In that year, the disclosure of the cooperation reached by both parties made the industry stunned, and they all thought it was crazy. But today, 3 years later, people have realized this cooperation, their strategic vision and courage. Right now, the French Riviera company has become the focus of the news, but the concept stocks are quietly rising. At the same time, with the huge supply chain based on ASUROX mobile phones, the French Riviera concept stocks were born. Another big beneficiary is the important partner of ASUROX mobile phone, BYD OEM. For the first time, good news came. BYD decisively announced some cooperation details with the Côte d'Azur company. The news came out that the stock of BYD rose sharply, and the momentum did not diminish. On the second day, it directly jumped higher and opened higher. After the market value reached 19.7 billion Hong Kong dollars. Hong Kong stocks without a daily limit rose sharply by 146%. Demon stocks. President Wang was frightened. He knew that BYD would take off directly from the east wind of the French Riviera, but did not expect such an exaggeration. The factors that cause this are all aspects. Among them, Luo Sheng's influence cannot be underestimated. He has proved to the world time and time again that miracles will not be destroyed in him. This magic has the same effect as the God of Buffett. It is different. The reason is that Luo Sheng is in the technology world, and Buffett is on Wall Street. Monday, January 2, 2007. In the new year, after the New Year's Day, the Côte d'Azur companies returned to work again. General Luo, the first week of sales has been calculated. Global data. Yao Jianhong came to Luo Sheng's office. He returned home yesterday. During this time, he was also traveling back and forth in Europe. The current European market for the Blue Coast the company is extremely important. Most of the company's energy is devoted to operating this market. How much? Luo Sheng asked. Yao Jianhong's mind was very excited. In the first week, global sales reached 337,000 units, of which 285,000 were in the overseas market and 52,000 in the mainland market. 256,000 units were sold for the 4 GB model and 81,000 units for the 16 GB model. $1.85 billion. Luo Sheng nodded. 260 million in a day account, which is not bad, slightly better than expected. After hearing this, the inspiring Yao Jianhong returned to his heart, and suddenly felt ashamed. Is it better than expected to explode? But looking back and thinking about it, Luo Sheng was the founder of Blue Star Technology Group, and he was relieved. Several companies rejoice and worry, to say that the most popular non-Qualcomm companies are now. 3 years ago, he signed a commercial gambling agreement with the Côte d'Azur company. At the time, he was very happy to earn about $200 million, and even scolded Luo Sheng as a stupid person with more money. Times have changed, and with the sale of ASUROX phones causing a boom in sales, Qualcomm's executives are now silly. What they thought at the time was that Luo Sheng must be focusing on the Greater China market. Although he asked for an agreement to write the global market, Qualcomm still does not think that Luo Sheng's Cote d'Azur companies have the ability to compete with Nokia's century-old international manufacturers. It is impossible for anyone outside China to buy Luo Sheng's mobile phone. As a result, he never imagined that his target was not only the overseas market, but also the European and American markets. According to the business betting agreement between the two parties, the higher the sales volume of the mobile phone of the Cote d'Azur company, the less Qualcomm's pumping achievements. Once the annual sales volume reaches the order of tens of millions, Qualcomm will lose at least 80% of its revenue. If Qualcomm does not play this set of business gambling according to the normal patent licensing model in the past, it will use the 16 GB signal price of the Asurux mobile phone to $799 per unit, which can take about $43, excluding the exchange rate changes equivalent to 345 yuan. If the annual sales volume is 10 million units, it means that Qualcomm can earn $430 million, $3.45 billion, while lying down. What really makes high ventilation to vomit blood is that this commercial gambling agreement was not signed for 1 year, but for 5 years. In fact, think about it from another perspective. From the perspective of Qualcomm, in the negotiations 3 years ago, there was no reason not to sign, and any other European and American technology company could not think of a reason for rejection, because at that time, even the day before the official launch of Asurux mobile phones, no one in the world would think that Chinese mobile phone brands could sell well in the European and American markets. Not to mention that no European or American would believe that it was 99%. The Chinese will not believe it. But this world just likes to joke. For Qualcomm, God simply made him a big joke. If the products on the Azure Coast continue to sell, it means that Qualcomm will make billions of dollars less in royalties. It was bleeding in my heart. Qualcomm isn't concerned about whether it has exploded in a state of mind. Luo Sheng doesn't care. If he knows it, it will even be a good comparison. But this can be ignored. Now that the sales data for the first week are coming out, Luo Sheng's heart is also calming down. www.metalnovel.com. At least this year can be a good year, and there is still a spring festival in less than a month. In 2007, Luo Sheng's center of gravity and main energy can be transferred from the Cote d'Azur companies. This year's goals for the Cote d'Azur have been set at the end of last year, with a total of 3 goals. The first goal is to enter the North American market. Although it is a bit troublesome, there is absolutely no trouble in landing cloud computing services in North America. You must know that Zonx in mobile phones have entered the North American market for many years. The reason why the Blue Coast has not entered is that local telecommunications operators look down on people. The second goal is to consolidate the closed-loop ecosystem of the iOS application store. This is a key profitable project in itself, and a 30% discount is appropriate. The third goal is to launch the Azure 3G version this year. The first product of the Cote d'Azur company went on the market smoothly. In the following days, Luo Sheng's focus of work shifted to Blue Star Technology Group. As a matter of course, not only will all its family buckets be stationed in the mobile internet, but new projects must also be launched. He didn't want to personally open the mouthpiece of the era of mobile internet, but let himself miss the mouthpiece. Chapter 201 Year of Good Harvest, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. With the passage of time, the global sales of Asurux mobile phones of the Cote d'Azur company have already reached 1 million units on the second day of the third week, of which the mainland market accounted for 150,000 units. In China, the Asurux mobile phone is definitely a magical device. Whether it is in a restaurant, subway or other public places, this phone can be the focus. For many places in China, especially those who do not have much internet access, those who have seriously lag in receiving the first information, are very surprised to see this electronic product. Can this phone call? Mobile phones can still be made into this kind of straight bar. There are no keys. Just click the screen with your finger. High tech. In addition, many people think that this is a high-tech product for foreigners, and they have never thought that it is a domestic brand, but this situation is gradually receding, because rounds of announced budgets are coming. The Côte d'Azur has conducted in-depth reports even in the official media in the country. It was on the evening primetime news broadcast and took up about 3 minutes to report in detail. You have to know that the total length of the news broadcast is only 30 minutes. It is definitely a vigorous report. The main focus of the official TV news report is that the mobile phone of the Côte d'Azur company is selling well overseas. In addition, the most important thing is to emphasize that this product is a world-leading advanced electrical product. Extremely rare, countable by hand. This makes many people proud. I have to say that for this short 3-minute report, for the Côte d'Azur companies, the spread of awareness brought by it is comparable to 1 or 2 billion yuan of publicity expenses. And the company itself is also constantly advertising for the full opening of the domestic visibility, TV station media golden ads, and so on. Being rich can do whatever you want. The time has come to January 17, 2007. After Luo Sheng's approval, Blue Star Technology Group formally released the fourth quarter of 2006 and the full version as of December 31, 2006, earlier than most listed companies. Annual financial report. On Wall Street, Seeking Alpha was the first to report. According to the financial report, excluding the exchange rate changes, Blue Star Technology Group's total revenue in the fourth quarter was $5.928 billion, an increase of 324% compared with $1.39 billion in the same period last year. Net profit was $1.423 billion, an increase of 806% from $157 million in the same period last year. Wall Street analysts generally forecast $5.29 billion. Thanks to the strong fourth quarter financial results, both revenue and net profit exceeded expectations, prompting Blue Star Technology Group's stock price to reverse Luo Sheng's cash flow in the previous period, and rose nearly 9% in afterwards trading. The market value, the new high, reached $144.752 billion. At the same time, the market value of IBM has recently fallen from $149.7 billion to $143.38 billion. It has been surpassed by Blue Star Technology Group to become the world's listed technology company after Microsoft $294.6 billion and Cisco $167.2 billion. Ranked third. The annual revenue of Blue Star Technology Group in 2006 was $13.876 billion, an increase of 320.8% compared with $3.297 billion in the same period last year, and net profit was $2.916 billion, an increase of 885% compared with $296 million in the previous year. Earnings per share for the fourth quarter were $2.13, which also broke expectations. Analysts surveyed by Refinitiv generally estimated it at $1.89. At the same time, Blue Star Technology Group also disclosed the market size of 10 wholly owned subsidiaries of its 6 main business segments in this financial report, but it is worth mentioning that the consolidated financial statements of the 10 wholly owned subsidiaries and the parent company, therefore, the internal operations and performance of the major subsidiaries, need not be disclosed, and the subsidiaries are not listed. In addition, the consolidated financial statements include the already acquired Valve and CD Projekt Red Polish Stupid Donkeys, and the other Take-Two has no consolidated financial statements. As of December 31, 2006, the data is as follows. BlueSpace has 224 million global users and 100 million active users. The international version of Blue Space has over 400 million global users and 220 million active users. Reddit has 397 million global users and 168 million active users. Blue Star Music has 190 million users and 88.5 million active users. The international version of Music Space has 152 million global users, 80 million active users, and has accumulated 1 billion singles sold. Cloud Search has reached 29% of the domestic search engine market. Weibo has 166 million users and 75 million active users. The international version of Microblog has 140 million global users and 68 million active users. Blue Star Video has 200 million users and 80 million active users. The international version of Blue Star Video has 390 million global users and 230 million active users. No matter from what kind of statistics, Blue Star Technology Group is a well-deserved new social and internet overlord in the world today. Regardless of the user overlap rate, the company's major business sectors, that is, the total number of registered family buckets has reached 2.2 billion, equivalent to a quarter of the world's population. Blue Star Technology also released a data that looks extremely exaggerated. At present, the total number of internet users in the world is about 800 million. Among these 800 million users, 650 million users have used at least one of the family bucket. This service is very scary data. Early investors finally believed in Liu Sheng's original rhetoric, and they vaguely remembered that Liu Sheng said that Blue Star Technology was a platform, itself as big as the internet, and the data is now fulfilling what he once said. Because of the release of these data, Blue Star's shares rose about 9% in afterwards trading. Immediately the day after the Blue Star Technology Group disclosed its financial report, Google also announced its annual financial statements. There is a bit of a strong taste in the dark. In 2006, Google was included as a verb in the Oxford English Dictionary and Webster's Dictionary, and Google also collaborated with Blue Star Technology Group's main overseas rival MySpace to promote text ads. This year, Google's revenue was $10.6 billion. With a revenue growth of 72.8%. It was surpassed by $13.876 billion by Blue Star Technology Group and was $3.276 billion. Google was born 5 years earlier than Blue Star Technology. However, Google's net profit was $3.08 billion, which was $164 million more than Blue Star's $2.916 billion. The revenue is a lot higher than that of Google, but the profit is actually lower. The main reasons are two aspects. On the one hand, it is the expenditure of labor costs. Google now has 10,674 employees, while Blue Star Technology Group has 18,975 employees. On the other hand, the other business segments of the company are basically at a loss, especially the online video business segment. Although the advertising revenue has been successively obtained and the growth is not bad, the rapid growth of users has also brought huge bandwidth costs. Expenses, as well as copyright fees, make video business expenses, and a series of expenses add up to make the business segment's operations always at a huge loss. In addition, the copyright issue is constantly disputed. According to incomplete statistics, just because of the online video business problem, Blue Star Technology has almost 300 lawsuit disputes with Hollywood movie companies or studios, all due to copyright disputes. But it's all a dispute. The traditional media and entertainment company in Hollywood actually wanted to talk to Liu Sheng www.mentalnovel.com because Blue Star Video's influence is getting bigger and bigger. Not only can it get huge copyright license fees here, the key is also affecting to their own performance, although the impact is still very small. After all, there are so many people all over the world and so many people with spending power, and everyone is 24 hours a day. The video business is really a very expensive project. Not only Blue Star's online video business is losing money, all its peers around the world are losing money, so is Google Video, a subsidiary of Google. In this way, it is either backed by the internet giants or maintained by financing. In fact, because of this, there are not many people doing video websites in China. Either there is no traffic, which is a big problem, or there is a larger problem with traffic, which is that the internet fees cannot be paid. Moreover, there is still a giant beast in the industry, Blue Star Video. Standing behind it is the Blue Star Technology Group. Who else in the industry can compete with the financial resources of Blue Star Technology? The financial report disclosed this time shows that Blue Star's current free cash flow has reached a horrible $12.8 billion, which is about 99.45 billion yen at the current exchange rate of around 7.77